Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. This is the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ as we try to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam. We're live on Twitch, and we are live on YouTube. Thank you for tuning in. We got a Rangers Rays ticket giveaway during the Expressway. We have a Ranger All-Star edition of High Low on your home for Rangers baseball. But you could probably say that last night was the deadest sports night of the entire year. That's why they put the ESPYs out there. You had the Gold Cup. My buddy texted me he was watching the Gold Cup as Panama bounced the United States in a shootout. So what did everybody watch or do with basically the night off? Ralph James.
We were trying to figure this one out because we've been doing basically every night. We've been trying to unpack.
Unpack.
Oh. Yeah, unpack, right? So, man, I was just tired. I was like, let's just not do anything tonight. Let's just have some wine and watch TV. And I conjure into nothing was on. Absolutely nothing was on. I was like, do you want to watch a show? Like, you want to find something new to watch? And she was like, there's nothing out. We don't really have anything anymore. We don't have Netflix or anything like that.
And there's nothing more defeating, in my opinion. A comedian, I think, needs to do a little act on this. You're both sitting there going through all of your apps. You're going through the Netflix. And whoever has the control, there's like a pressure on you.
Yeah.
There's like a pressure on you to find something. You scroll the wrong way. They're like, no, go the other way. And then you go to Netflix. And then you go to Amazon Prime. And then you go to Max. And you're just getting defeated slowly. And you're burning time, too. You're burning 20, 30 minutes trying to find something in all the apps. And you're both sitting there with pressure mounting on finding something great.
And I was like, man, I don't want to get up and unpack. I don't want to do this, so let's find something. Yeah. There's nothing on. So I threw on Comedy Central with Seinfeld. And I can watch that all day. Even though it's not as funny as it used to be to me.
It is not. It is not
as funny as it used to be.
It is not as funny as it used to be.
So it was the Chinese restaurant episode. I was like, hey, this thing's got like cinematic, great cinematic reviews. And we watch it. We watch another one or two others, and then we went to bed. So it was a very early night.
Peyton, did you do anything more interesting than that?
Well, thank goodness we have high-low today, so I could just wait off to the last minute and do all the high-low last night. Got a good night's sleep, was in bed around 9:15. And then had the classic FaceTime call with the homies because I know. But it's important because we're trying to plan a fall trip to Vegas. So we have to FaceTime to see each other's face. Can't just text. That takes too long. Too much going on.
How many were on this FaceTime call?
Only 3. 2 didn't show up. 2 no-showed.
2 no-showed.
Yeah, one guy's on vacation, so we'll respect it. Another guy's out of the country, so we'll let him slide.
See, this is why the text would have worked better. You would have all 5 on the conversation.
The other 2 would have weighed in.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's answered. Just you have a lot to say, so then texts get really long. I'm not a reader. I don't read.
Oh.
So I'll read short stuff, quick to the point. Long stuff, it's like I'll skip around.
Yeah.
I hope I got everything.
So what are the initial plans for Vegas? You have a blueprint?
Yeah, I mean, we're going to, because flights are cheaper during the week. So we'll fly out like a Wednesday or Thursday. And then hopefully go until like a Saturday, Sunday. Vegas, you can't be there too long. You'll run out of money. So we're planning I think a 3-night, 4-day trip. Staying in the Treasure Island, I believe, that hotel over there, right off the strip.
Mm-hmm.
We won't rent a car, though, because everything will be right there, so we save money on that.
It's amazing. Peyton does all these things, and he never thinks to make a phone call to me. Never thinks.
Vegas.
I stayed there for $12 last fall. $12 one night.
Okay.
He's the travel agent for the station.
If I add you to the FaceTime call, would you answer?
Absolutely not.
Oh,
what? Actually, I would answer the fix. I'd be like, who is calling me here?
That would have made RJ's night last night. That would have given him something to do. You're going and valuing his expertise, and he would have planned out the whole itinerary for you, just like that.
Yeah, I would have. I mean, all you had to do is make a phone call. I wouldn't have stayed at Treasure Island, that's for sure.
Well, I think the winner MGM is a little overpriced for us.
Well, yeah, you don't have to say there, but there's a million places between Treasure Island and MGM. There's 48 hotels.
Did you have that same talk with Tim?
I wouldn't say that one either. Just throwing that one out
when
there.
we're going for the Super Bowl. Did you have the same discussion with our bosses?
Yeah, it's the Super Bowl. I get it. It's probably a little more expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could have helped.
Well, we haven't booked anything. Flights. I'll shoot your way. I'll get you.
Flight I can't do much about. Hotel I can probably help you.
So how long are you out next week?
It'll be a week. It'll be through the Monday through Friday.
Okay.
It's Saturday to Saturday, but work hours. Monday through Friday.
So you're out all next week?
All next week I'm out.
Have you counted up your vacation days of how many you've used, or are they kind of unlimited for you?
Well, when you work on the weekends, you get a bunch of comp days. So I've added up some there. But I think next week I'm using like 4 total because I've used up some comp days. But I don't think we're at the whatever the mark is. I don't even know what the mark is. I think, but
so
I think we're fine.
You're trying to go ahead and burn up some days in Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see what Roberto got into. But it was dead.
Yeah.
ESPYs.
Is that what you watched? The ESPYs?
I just, my wife had Bravo on.
Ooh.
So I was just checking that in the background. I'm trying to have meetings about pools and sound systems and doing a bunch of paperwork. So try to go ahead and get that stuff out of the way. Try to get the insurance company to cover the bullet. That was in my window. I have been putting that off. That was a failure. That was a miss. So that money's coming out of my pocket. But yeah, I was Amazon Prime researching. I was doing it for the TVs.
Yeah.
I was asking all the Tolos. I was getting all the input. So I was trying to shop and do some paperwork. But this is why the ESPYs is on last night. And apparently we did get a big announcement for next NBA season.
I don't care how many more points I score or what I can or cannot do on the floor. The real question for me is, can I play without cheating this game? The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
Lucky for you, yes. Lucky for you guys. Man, I can't, what a statement that is. I'm going to come on the radio one day after
Lucky for you, I'm here.
After I hit the Powerball, and I'll be like, you know what?
Oh, the Powerball.
I won the lottery. Lucky for you guys, though. I can't just retire.
He lacks
Any
all
awareness.
grace. Like any type of grace, being smooth with it, any amount of being humble. And I try to defend LeBron, but gosh, he just misses the mark every single time. There's no way you didn't roll your eyes in your car at the beginning of that or at the end of that clip. I can see Bobby's eyes rolling right here on 75. They dropped right out of his head onto the highway. So lucky for you guys.
Lucky for you.
There's LeBron announcing that he's returning. Powerball is starting with an 8 now.
Oh, so I didn't win last night.
It is starting with an 8. So how many tickets did you end up buying? We were expecting, I guess. Now, we did a bad job ourselves. We're supposed to have a morning show pool that we put together, but we're texting each other 7 p.m. Who do we Venmo for this? No one's going back out at 7 p.m. to buy the lottery tickets. It has to happen between, the end of the show and before you're in for the night. So how many did you end up getting?
I just got $20 worth.
$20.
That's just $20 worth. And I'll see. Maybe I won $1 million. Who knows? A milli. Maybe I won that. I don't know. I doubt it.
Now, do you check it on do you have an app?
On the app, yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir, Bob.
So when are we getting the check?
All right, let's look here.
Can you imagine right now $1 million and then the LeBron thing ends the segment when he goes, lucky for you.
Lucky for you.
I'm here just for today.
You'd say, you're welcome, guys.
I'll be here tomorrow. $8.
8?
$8. Hey, the last 2 times I've won $10 and $8. You're
just throwing it right back into the pot?
Oh, yeah, you got to let it ride, man. You got to let it ride.
877-881-1053. Let us know what you did with your Wednesday night. Today's Thursday. Here on Sean and RJ, live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube. Thanks for turning it on, leaving it on. That is what Tolo means. And, of course, we want to thank you with a Rangers Rays 4-pack giveaway before they're back in action tomorrow against the Guardians right here on this radio station. All right, we'll tell you what did happen last night. We have an all-time funny clip. Someone is pregnant, and some really, really sad news for an all-time legend. Saquon Barkley in danger of missing the Cowboys opener. Is that a legitimate problem? And the Eagles are talking about their quarterback being top 2 in the NFL. and the Cowboys and everyone else are helpless against the tush push in filthy. That's right. Thursday edition, just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up.
On DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. Want to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible. Leftovers from the ESPYs last night. Mina Kimes pregnant.
Oh,
I didn't know there was the boyfriend. I don't know whether there's a fiance, the husband, but Mina Kimes is pregnant, a fan favorite, and really, really sad news as Dick Vitale announced that cancer has returned. So he's done all this work with the V Foundation. You know, he took the torch from Jimmy Valvano, and he says he has vocal cord cancer and will need 6 weeks of radiation to treat that. So that's terrible. Vital has come on the show multiple times, the 84-year-old making that announcement. So that's terrible. He's diagnosed with lymphoma months after he had multiple surgeries to remove melanoma. So still can't get rid of this freaking...
Nope. I'm sure there's this speculation that, you know, they have they know how to cure it. They just don't want to.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at all, but I mean, I would, that sounds like, man, that almost sounds too conspiracy theorist.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't
surprise. Wouldn't surprise. The health recovery for DeMar Hamlin of the Buffalo Bills was celebrated last night, and Pat McAfee delivering, I think, an all-time clip.
The situation unfolding on Monday Night Football as Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were trying to navigate the waters, and we all at home feared for the absolute worst. And Skip Bayless was like, get that dead body off the field. We got playoff implications on the line. He said it. The tweet's still up. Hashtag delete the tweet, Skip. Come on.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Wow. How much were his new bosses at ESPN absolutely loving that?
Yeah.
You talk about Monday Night Football, you throw Buck and Aikman in there on your team, and then you fire the shot at the evil one over there at FS1.
Yep. I mean, you got just about everybody thrown into the mix right there. That's perfect. And he did a good job. He even went and researched to see if the tweet was still up.
Yes.
He had to go look. He had to go back in time and look for that.
Please work with me.
Please. Yeah, no. He Skip's begging people to work with him.
So I may have made a little mistake last night.
Uh-oh.
The Jerry Jones Clarence Thomas news was put out in article form. And we mentioned this yesterday towards the end of the show. I didn't think too much of it. But I was looking at all the reaction on WFAA's Twitter, and I'm like, man, this is getting a lot of traffic. So I quote tweeted it, and I wrote back. I didn't thread it. Maybe I should have threaded it. But I wrote back, what am I missing here about why this story is getting so much reaction? And that may have been a mistake because I woke up this morning to a number of responses, and of course, it went down that road. But I am interested in talking about it. So I guess Supreme Court justices now, more and more is coming out, especially with Clarence Thomas, with gifts that they have received. And Jerry Jones gave Clarence Thomas one of the Dallas Cowboys Super Bowl rings. So I just typed it quickly in Google, and I'm like, Supreme Court justices, are they never allowed to receive a gift? Like, is Christmas off for them? You know what I mean? They're not allowed to have birthdays. They can't be getting gifts from friends. And just my quick dumbed down Google search says, Supreme Court justices are supposed to report any gifts worth more than $415 that they or their immediate families receive. Got to report it. Got to report it. A gift over $415. Now, I don't know whether Clarence Thomas reported the Super Bowl ring, but this all went down an influence, a buy someone off, a Jerry Jones, in case he has a Supreme Court decision, has basically paid for his verdict in the form of a Super Bowl ring from 30 years ago. So that was part of my night, too.
Yeah, I mean, that's, though, not... I don't think that's something that you need to know before you post that tweet.
Well, people are like, "Are you serious? You don't know Supreme Court justices? They're not supposed to take gifts. You know, they're supposed to be the highest in all the land. Supposed to be pure." So maybe that part of it, I was supposed to know. I don't know.
I mean, I didn't know that. I had no idea they were supposed to take gifts.
Report them.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I assume they live by the same IRS rules that everybody else does. I have no idea.
No,
that makes sense, though.
I don't blame Jerry.
No.
It's incumbent upon Clarence Thomas, I would think, to say, no, I can't take this, or go ahead and report it. But someone wrote me back, Mavs Homer, please see definition of legal ethics and bribery as search topics. Are you serious?
I mean, yeah, it makes sense that everybody would know to Google, what was that term? Legal bribery and ethics. Yeah, I wouldn't know what the hell to do. I think you're in the clear. I think you're in the fine here.
I mean, I'm 95% joking. I don't give a rip.
Those people are morons. Like, they're smarter than we are, but they're still morons.
It's a distraction. It's absolutely nothing. Again, this is Jerry trying to buy, power and influence down the road. So I'm like, okay, you're a Supreme Court justice, but you're not allowed to go ahead and get gifts.
I guess not.
Can't get nice gifts.
It's, and how long does that one gift buy you? Is it one vote?
Right.
If Jerry's involved in 7 Supreme Court cases over a 30-year stretch, does that one gift carry over for all 7, or is it just the first one?
Yeah. So that opened up an explosion on social media. Highest court of the land. They shouldn't accept squat. So I was like, okay, there you go.
I mean, if you think that Clarence Thomas is the only Supreme Court justice that has accepted a gift in their entire time, I mean, you're kidding yourselves. There's no ethics in this world. There's no honor amongst thieves. Listen, thieves. I'm saying, like, there's no ethics.
Well, let's just go all in then. Bud Light has dropped to number 4. Choppy sends me the weekly Bud Light updates, and I'm like, I'm going to stay away from this. I went on my rant a few weeks ago. Probably wasn't the best thing for the show, but I couldn't hold back any longer. But we'll give you an update since it's been a few weeks, and maybe the bosses are not awake. Bud Light has dropped to number 14 amongst beers. 14. They plummeted down. Their CEO came out and basically tried to guilt the public, saying,
That's good. That's good.
Think of the 65,000 employees. Think of their futures. All of this should not be taken out on them. But here it is. The summertime drought continues for the beer company, falling from 1 to 14.
They are latest sales data shows down 31 more percent. 26 million they were down. Sales were down 26 million for the week, the last week of June, when compared to the same period a year ago. They can't stop bleeding sales. There are prices where it's like it usually is $23 for a case.
Yeah.
Now it's down to $20.
Yeah.
But that comes with a $15 rebate that gets down to $5.
Oh.
They're selling Bud Light for the same price that you can get broccoli in the grocery store, coffee in the grocery store. And then, like you said, Yingling's up 22%, Coors Light's up 19%, Miller Light's up 16% for the same time period. It is.
You thought this would dissipate by now. You thought this would bounce back.
In the history of society, everything is all these boycotts have eventually gone away. For whatever reason, this one is sticking, and I think that the way Bud Light approached themselves, they approached themselves like we're the official beer of the working man of the South, of the rednecks, if you will. And like that is the one group that basically was like, yeah, that's not going to play with us. And like Target, I haven't heard a thing about Target. I think Target's fine, right?
I don't know.
They went through a little downturn. Maybe they're not. I have no idea, but I haven't heard a thing.
Yeah.
I've heard a lot. I mean, this is every day. You hear something new about Bud Light.
Yeah.
George Kittle,
Travis Kelce are in the spotlight now.
Yeah, and they're doing, so like during the College World Series, Peyton Manning had a Bud Light. He got killed. I'd say, he's like an investor in the company. And George Kittle and Travis Kelce have been Bud athletes since like 2020. And now they're in commercials and they're getting killed. And they're like, yeah, dude, we're cool. We don't care.
Yeah.
We're Bud athletes. We've been Bud athletes for a while.
There's a Garth Brooks versus Kid Rock fight down, the main strip in Nashville. They both have bars. And Garth is like, I'm serving Bud Light. I'm going to be inclusive. And Kid Rock, of course, takes the AR to the Bud Light cases. And I guess CNN tried to do like this sting job and go into Kid Rock's bar. And they found that Bud Light bottles were still like indeed served. So the divide is real. And
the divide is real.
That article you sent about Kittle and Kelce, it says maybe Dak Prescott is the next Bud Light endorser.
I mean, look.
Woo, that would be interesting.
It would be. And Dak would be one of the guys that I think can survive. Like, because you know why? Because he didn't care. Gronk, Kittle, Kelce, these are like, those three they're frat boys anyway. They're like, dude, I don't care about your politics. Just give me the beer.
Yep.
Like, that's all they care about.
And the paycheck.
Give me the beer and the paycheck. And I fall on that side. Just give me the beer and the pay. I don't care. Just give me beer and a paycheck.
Yep.
Like on the river, what did I have? I had America's #1 beer on the river.
What was that?
Modelo.
Oh.
Yeah. I was drinking America's #1 beer, Sean.
Now, so if you went to happy hour and all the kegs were out and the only one left was Bud Light, you would drink it?
Sure, I mean, I hate Bud Light. I think Bud Light's terrible.
Okay.
As a beer, but yeah.
Because you've been a Coors Light guy.
I've been a Coors Light guy, Corona, Modelo. I like Cerveza. Yeah, I would if that was all that was available. Sure, I mean, what the hell do I care?
Yeah.
I don't like Bud Light in general.
Yeah.
I don't like the taste of it.
I did look at the prices before Ollie's pool party this past weekend. Not for him and his little 3-year-old friends, for myself. And I was like, okay, I'm getting ready to clean up here. I want to see this steep drop, but it was like, $20 for the case. I'm not doing this rebate stuff, Bud Light. If you want my business, you need to give me the discount right there and then. I'm not mailing something in and getting to this back. I'm not going through all that crap. Make it $14. Make it $13. and I'll go ahead and buy your beer off the shelves. But same price as everything else? No. You gotta win me over. You gotta capitalize on my laziness. I'm not doing a rebate. Not happening.
Oh, the rebates are paying you because
no.
Because they're banking that you're not following through on it. That's what
Right.
they're doing. They're banking that you're going to lose it.
Yeah.
You're too lazy.
Yes.
You're too old to figure out how to work a computer.
Yes.
Whatever it may be.
All right, there's news out that Saquon Barkley could miss the opener against the Cowboys. And you ever want to make fun of an Eagles fan? Just say tush push. That's what you're known for, the tush push. And Victor Wembanyama already with something in common with Luka Doncic. Sean and RJ, joined by Roberto next.
DFW. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Davis finds Pajemski. Oh, rejected inside. Prosper the other way. Working on Santos. No! Braxton P has won it. Dallas survives in Cox Pavilion.
How could I forget this? I guess it was early evening. That's why I wasn't thinking about watching this late last night. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, joined by Roberto Bobby Belt here on 105.3 The Fan. That was the game-winning put-back dunk for the Dallas Mavericks on ESPN, the best box score of the Summer League. With Derek Lively playing 30 minutes, Bobby, he had a double-double with 2 blocks. Omax with 17 and 10, along with 3 assists. Jaden Hardy had 21 points for the starters in double figures. A.J. Lawson had a nasty dunk in this game as well. And the Dallas Mavericks moved to 2-1 with Coach K and Steve Kerr just talking the whole time. Nico had an in-game interview, and the Dallas Mavericks get the last-second victory.
Yeah, it's good to see that those guys were able to get 30 minutes finally, Lively and Prosper. But one of the interesting things about watching them play is Prosper's a much better rebounder than I was expecting. I mean, he hustles for boards. He's somebody who I think this is he's averaging over 10 rebounds per 36 minutes. He had 10 last night. So he's somebody that's been really intriguing to watch him attack the boards. One downside here was Jaden Hardy has looked not good these last 2 games shooting the ball. Yesterday he goes 6 of 19. He's 8 of 15 from the free throw line. So good. Let's get these kinks out a little bit now. Clean up your game, because you're going to be needed heavily in this rotation with as thin of a roster as the Mavericks have right now.
Hopefully Jason Kidd. Tim McMahon said someone inside the Mavs building when they traded Reggie Bullock said, good. Now, he was basically saying, now Kidd won't throw anyone else. He won't have anyone else to use over Josh Green and Jaden Hardy. So get Reggie Bullock out of the building and play the young kids. As that was a storyline last year we were going back and forth on. Come on, Jason. Play these young guys who are showing spurts.
Still Billy Bean trick. When the manager isn't playing who you want him to play.
Deal him.
You just trade the guy that he likes to play.
Yeah.
And the manager's like, well, what the hell do I do now? And he's like, well, you play the guy I told you to.
Yeah. Victor, you have anything else?
That's about it.
Victor Wembanyama made a comment that got Draymond Green and others a little bit ruffled. And it's kind of something that Luka Doncic has said.
First of all, the court is more open. It's going fast. It's less physical. And I get fouled a lot, but not as much. Nothing to compare. And yes, and players are just flying, Out there it's more underground, pushing underground, big box house. Here it's great athletes, the best in the world, way more talent. But I like this better though.
So he was talking about the physicality being more in the Euro League than over here in Summer League. And Luka had said something similar a while back, like it's easier to score here. And people are like, oh, okay. All right, Euro kid. And then he goes out and basically leads the league in scoring. Yeah. So he backed it up. Draymond Green answering back and saying, bruh, this is Summer League. You haven't played against real NBA competition. That was not a wise thing to say unless you truly enjoy bruises. So there's Wemby making his soft Summer League comment.
Look, Summer League it's awful basketball. It's unwatchable.
Pretty bad.
It's G League. It's G League light. That's better than G League.
It's more watchable than, because we're doing these comparisons All-Star yesterday. It's more watchable than, in my opinion, definitely NFL preseason and also baseball. Spring training.
More watchable than the MLB All-Star game, too.
Stop it. It's more watchable than spring training. But not,
preseason football is pretty bad.
Preseason football is really, really bad. That's unwatchable, too. The Wemby is saying something that a lot of people in the basketball industry have known for a long, long time, and that, the European League is a more physical league. The common perception is that the Euros are soft players because they're always complaining about foul calls. The disconnect there is that it's more physical, but it's called more. It's less physical here, and there's less. It's not called as well as much.
I'd also be interested. My theory is that the Euro League average age is much higher than the Summer League age, right? You're playing. I'm guessing that.
Yes, yeah. The Summer League age is 19 to 24.
Yeah.
Probably. In the European League in basketball, I mean, you're playing against 35-year-old men sometimes.
So you're going to get banged up and you're going to get hit more.
I understand the idea of what Luka talked about where he said it's easier to score because it is like it's more open, the court's not as narrow. Like there are different things that factor in that make it easier to score. I don't know that the physicality's ever been the thing that has been talked about. This is the first time I've heard somebody say it's more physical. It's easier to score because of how cramped that little area can be on those European courts, but I think in terms of physicality and getting inside and the size of these players and everything else, I think NBA basketball's generally been considered more physical. It's just it's a tighter, more confined area.
Yeah, that's the percent. Like for whatever reason, this is what everybody in like when I was working at the G League and at Summer League was always saying is that the Euro League is a more physical league, but more fouls are called, and that's why all the European players are constant complainers. Because they're used to getting those foul calls in the other league.
Saquon Barkley is trying to scare the New York Giants. His agent very clearly told Diana Rossini his status for Week 1 is in serious question. The deadline to reach a long-term deal with the Giants is Monday. RJ, the Grim Reaper of running backs, I want you to be the New York Giants general manager. They have until 3 p.m. to finalize a deal. He's not eligible to be re-signed until after the 2023 season, if that doesn't happen. So Saquon got tagged like Tony Pollard, which on the surface sounds and looks insulting to Saquon, right? $10.1 million. Mike Florio reports that Saquon asked for $16 a year, and the New York Giants offered $13 a year. So Saquon Barkley is not happy, and he's trying to threaten the New York Giants with the Le'Veon Bell card, the last player to sit out an entire season in 2018 with Pittsburgh. Well, now we wait and see what happens in New York.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Knock yourself out. All you're gonna do by sitting out, and this is what these players. And I get why he has to say this.
Yeah.
But if he really wants to go down this road, the only thing you do when you sit out, because Bobby, once you can't hold out anymore, right? That's the new rule. Can't hold out. So
you can, but you get dinged more.
Yeah, it's so penal that you can't do it, right?
Dinged and penal. Yeah.
It's once you reach a certain date as a franchise tag player, it's when tomorrow,
tomorrow.
It's sometime, then you can't get an extension done that year.
Yeah, which I think is stupid. Like, what do they care? What does the league care if you get an extension done or not? But what I would say to Saquon is like, okay, man, like you realize if you were to go down the Le'Veon Bell route and just sit out the entire year, the league is not going to look at you like say, oh man, he's fresh. No, they're going to look at you like year older.
Year older. Bobby, what does Saquon Barkley deserve? Based upon what he's done, ability, and the injury, and the running back market.
Like if I was in a front of 8 a year, 9 a year, something like that. I mean, 13 is generous. I would jump all over that. But I also understand we've seen this all offseason. The running backs are clearly taking some sort of stand this offseason in terms of their value and like what they think they need to be paid. And they're all talking about it publicly, and they're all, making the stand of, well, I'm not going to sign unless I get this or that after the free agent market went as bleak as it did. So I would do 8 or 9. I would hope most teams have learned from what the Cowboys hopefully learned when they paid Zeke.
Yeah.
Which is
you think
the first 3 games of that year, if Zeke doesn't play, they're still 3-0 like they were. And Zeke would have lost all leverage. That would have meant that the last 7 games they had played without Ezekiel Elliott, dating back to the previous year, they would have been 7-0. And it would have gone, okay, why do we need to pay this guy? And Tony Pollard looks fine. And so they caved at the last second. They paid through the nose, and it burned them. I would hope the Giants would have learned from something like this, or seen other teams.
Well, we don't want them to learn.
No, but I'm saying in terms of just logically, I would hope they would have learned from it. But I mean, look, they just paid Daniel Jones $40 million, so they'll probably pay Saquon Barkley 15, 16, something like that.
In 5 years, he's rushed for 1,000 or more yards in 3 of them. He's got 2 seasons of 1,300 or more. But if I'm the Giants, I'm like, okay, dude, sure. Go ahead. Threaten it. You can go ahead and sit out. I'm not paying you.
Look, I mean, what
You're
is
lucky we didn't cut you.
Yeah, like what is he worth? I mean, David Montgomery signed for 3 years for $18 million. Saquon Barkley averaged about 16 inches per carry more than David Montgomery. So, like, what is he worth? He's worth 6 years, $19 million. Or sorry, 3 years, $19 million. Like, that's what he's worth. He's worth $6 million a year in change. He's not worth double David Montgomery.
It's his name.
His name.
It's his name. And in New York, as Asante Samuel
He's
would
worth
say.
the veteran minimum, $1.08 million. That's all running backs are worth. Maybe $1.165 if you get to 7 years.
If you go over his last 40 games, he's averaging about 4 yards flat per carry.
For a carry.
Yep. Because his rookie year, he averaged like 5. And so that boosts his numbers a little bit there. But yeah, over basically the last 2.5 seasons, he is 4 flat.
Dallas Goedert is putting, of course, Jalen Hurts at the very top of the NFL when it comes to quarterbacks. He said he should be top 3, top 2. He said this on Pardon My Take. Hard to take anything away from Patrick. You go down the list, there's probably 10 quarterbacks that could be in the top 5. But personally, Jalen is top 2. And he was asked about the tush push. The Jalen Hurts court. Is it a dance?
Yeah, tush push, a little country line dance.
The Jalen Hurts quarterback sneak. The Eagles were 90% on quarterback sneaks last season. 37 of 41. They were 36 of 39 with Hurts specifically. And he said, teams hate it. He said it's a cheat code. Every time they call us peas, the other team is calling us soft. They tell us, run a real play. And we're like, don't give us a 3rd and 1. Don't give us a 4th and 1. So the league had discussions about outlawing the tush push. That's our only win here. That we have a funny name to make fun of Eagles fans because no one can stop the play, and the league did not get rid of it.
Yeah, bunt to break up a perfect game. That's what Jalen Hurts and the Eagles would do. They would lay down a bunt in the 9th inning to break up the perfect game.
It's quite the same thing.
It is exactly.
It is not exactly the same thing.
I agree. Run a real play.
Fine, I agree with that. I'll compromise with you. And the chicken S kneel down at the end of games. Run a real play.
Sure.
Run a real play.
Okay, but
absolutely.
this has been a real play. We say this until we can't stop it.
Yeah, like
we wouldn't be saying one thing that we're kind of cheating and being gimmicky if the Cowboys did.
Yeah,
Let's be real.
Everybody does a QB sneak.
It's dumb as often as they do.
You've never said that before last year.
Yes, I did.
Being a homer.
Yes, I did.
Being a homer.
I said it about Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart against Notre Dame years ago.
What makes their QB sneak any different than Tom Brady jumping over the line?
And no one said anything when Brady was
stupid,
converting every single sneak.
That's because Brady could throw the ball, too. They have to sneak because they don't have a quarterback.
All right.
They run out there with Roger Craig at quarterback.
You know what? You would trade Roger Craig for Dak Prescott today.
Would I?
Yes, you would.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. RJ says, okay, you want life without Jerry? Okay. Here is a little sneak peek of what football life would be without Jerry Jones. We got a hot mic moment that could get somebody fired. Ranger grades are coming in for the first half of the season. It's all next with Sean, RJ, and Roberto right here.
Fan segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
More fallout from the Dan Snyder article that dropped yesterday from our buddy Don Van Natta with some of the different juicy details. Choppy, PowerPoints?
Yeah, so they called this the blackmail PowerPoint in the NFL world. Back in June of 21, him and his legal team and select league executives, owners, etc., gathered at the headquarters in Manhattan, and he was in survival mode. Dan Snyder was. He had this defense prepared against the findings from attorney Beth Wilkinson's investigation into the franchise. The previous summer, he hired Wilkinson to look into the team, a move to keep the league's office at arm's distance, right? It's like kind of like one of those where colleges will indict themselves. They'll self-report.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We're going to impose a 2-year ban on recruiting for this guy, and they hope the NCAA accepts it, so the NCAA just doesn't do anything about
the
it.
The LSU move with all the Will Wade stuff.
Right. So the league had assumed control of this Wilkinson inquiry and quietly struck an accord with Snyder's team, a common interest agreement that the owner of the league would share all evidence and material collected. Well, it appeared that the league and Snyder had worked together to minimize this investigation's impact, but Goodell was starting to get a little suspicious of Dan Snyder and a little bit tired of him, especially during the pandemic when it became a running joke among owners that when Snyder spoke on video conference calls, Goodell looked irritated and distracted and upset. So they all get together. And
because Dan Snyder thought he did, according to this, he did Roger Goodell a solid. John Gruden had been taking shots at Goodell for a long time, and Snyder's like, let me leak these emails. Yeah. I'll take out Gruden. That'll make up with Goodell for all the crap I've been accused of for a long time.
Yeah.
He thought he was doing Roger Goodell a solid by taking out Gruden, who had been crapping on him.
Yes. So here comes the slide, the PowerPoint slide in question. They were all in the room, and Snyder's lawyers and Snyder himself begin to show a series of these PowerPoint slides. Everyone in the room becomes stunned. What was on these slides was not a defense against any of Wilkinson's findings. He didn't create this PowerPoint and say, I'm going to refute this with this, and this with this, and this with this. No. Because I think a normal person would believe he had no defense because those were all accurate. Or he just had no defense of it. Instead, what he did was he completely ignored the findings. And on these slides was a series of screenshots of embarrassing emails and texts from other top executives within the league, including Goodell and his top lieutenant, Pash.
Oh my God.
What he was doing was he was trying to argue the hypocrisy of league officials judging Dan Snyder.
He put everyone else's business on blast.
Yeah.
Basically.
He basically said, if I've got a text message from any owner, any league exec, it's going on this slide. I'm just going to show this. I'm going to walk out of the room.
I don't like Dan Snyder. I like him maybe 10% more now. This is incredibly stupid, but also hilarious.
Let me tell you how ruthless this was. The attorneys in the room felt uncomfortable. You know how hard it is to make an attorney feel dirty? They all joke. Come on, how hard it is. Hey, an attorney feel dirty. None of the content was sexist, anti-gay, or graphic, but the signal was clear. If Goodell did not do what Snyder wanted in terms of handling this report, these were getting leaked.
Woo!
And they called it in league circles the blackmail PowerPoint.
Wow. There's also another story in here. Gruden was wondering to his friends, why are they out to get me? Why would Dan Snyder have it out for me? Was it because Gruden was tight with Bruce Allen? That was always his little sidekick in D.C. Bruce Allen was one of the henchmen for Snyder. What about John's brother Jay, who worked for Dan as the head coach and told the Washington Post, Dan just comes in off his yacht, picks players on the first day of the draft, overrides all his coaches, scouts, everyone. But there was an exchange at a restaurant years ago that Gruden said, I wonder if he took this the wrong way. Gruden believes Snyder was drunk. I mean, Dan Snyder's a huge red wine guy. I know that. Not that I've drank with him. I wish I did. But Gruden believes Snyder was drunk, and he and John were trash talking playfully. Snyder called Gruden fat.
Oh.
And Gruden said, I might dribble your head into this asphalt. Both men laughed, but Gruden wondered if Snyder had taken offense. So that was a little story in there from Don Van Noot. I thought it was funny.
Man, if Dan Snyder can't take that, you know, that's harmless.
Now maybe Gruden said it with that scowl on his face, said, how about I dribble your head into this effing asphalt?
Yeah, maybe.
You know, like the way Gruden comes across, he says everything with that snarl.
Yeah.
How about I?
And he's got that gruff sounding voice, so it probably sounded super aggressive. I mean, he was Chucky, right?
He was Chucky.
If Chucky's telling you he's going to bounce your head into the ground, that might feel a little intimidating to the advertising exec, Dan Snyder. One of the other interesting notes out of there, though, in that article was the quote that Gruden is looking to burn the house down with the NFL, which is funny because I felt like he's trying to build back his goodwill and potentially try and get back in. But I guess Van Noot's story saying, no, he's completely content to just take everybody down.
I hope for that. So
I'd love to see it.
We can be entertained.
Maybe give us content.
Yeah.
You know, especially maybe do it in July during the summer.
That's right.
Whatever.
That'd be fantastic. All right, why are you talking about life without Jerry Jones?
I'm seeing Yankee fans melt down.
This is your second call out of Yankee fans this week. Well, the first call out had to do with Joey Gallo, right?
Yeah. So Joey Gallo, there was an article in the New York Post.
God, Joey, stop.
Where he is, and I'll just get this real quick.
For your own good, bro. Just stop talking about New York.
He's devastated apparently over how his time in New York went. Where he had he was hitting like 180. This year's hitting like 186, but so that's rebounded for him. But he says he's sad about how he played there, and he grew up a fan of the team. All he wanted to do was play well, and I mean the fans just destroyed him. And he's like, I want to play there again, but I'll never have a chance to. Yeah. He's like, I missed my chance, and it's like, okay,
I didn't grow up dreaming of the Rangers or watching Rangers games. It was all about New York and the Yankees, and I'll never be able to live this down for the rest of my life.
Yeah. So I saw this article, and it made me think of the Cowboys because there's so many parallels between the Yankees and the Cowboys with how the organizations are run. And I remember Jerry was like a big, him and George were very, very close, and at least professionally close. And they started the company together, Legends Entertainment, and they both opened their stadiums at the same time. And there was a lot of conversation between the two regarding that. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, what's happening now is I'm scared it's going to happen here when Jerry's no longer here, because the kids will run the things, and the kids are not their old man. George was a gunslinger, Jerry's a gunslinger, and the kids are like, I don't want to say that George and Jerry are like college men, but they're like, yeah, business people. We're buttoned up. We don't have that same thing. And this is all happening because these dopey Yankee fans are all bent out of shape because the Yankees are going to put this patch on their jersey. All right. And it's Star Insurance, which, by the way, if you're like 4 or 5 teams, you can't just go with any company. You have to go like the Cowboys and the Lakers and the Celtics and the Yankees, to me, can't just sit there and put any logo on their jersey. It has to be an equally legendary company. AT&T, General Electric, some American Airlines, whatever, right? Not Star Insurance that nobody's heard of. Can't do that, but they did it. They bought it. They sold it. But
Mr. Electric.
Yep. This is what happens though when you have somebody who's just worried about the cash and not And Jerry's number one thing is like the promoting the Cowboys. Not necessarily winning, it's promoting the Cowboys. George's all about winning.
But this is a logo on the left arm sleeve.
Yeah.
That is so much better than right there on the chest.
I agree.
It's so much better.
I agree. You can't do anything about the NBA. The NBA is what it is, right? You don't have sleeves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Cowboys in the practice jersey, they've got to wear on the lapel here, right by the shoulder pad.
This is dark. This is dark blue. I think it goes well with the jersey. Kind of, matches with the hat. The dark blue of the Yankees.
Yeah.
This isn't too bad.
I don't think this is too bad, but this I do think is what happens when the kids take off. I'm scared of this. I'm scared not of the jersey patch. This is not about the jersey patch. It's just about, Steven already is all about the bottom line.
Yeah.
And so are the Steinbrenner kids. They're all about the bottom line. They're not about necessarily, like George's all about winning and the money will follow. And then, Hal is like,
yeah,
hey,
Hal and Steven are accountants.
They're accountants. Exactly. Yes. They're accountants. And, Jerry he says he would do anything to win. He's more like a promoter. Yeah. He'll do anything to promote.
Yes.
And Steven won't necessarily do that. And the Cowboys brand is never going to go away. But I do wonder, all publicity is good publicity. Does Steven really believe that?
That's a dumb saying.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's basically the majority of publicity. Yeah, the majority of publicity is not always is always good publicity. But I think he's more publicity averse, obviously, than Jerry. Like, just listen to the way they do interviews on this station. And the way they handle things differently. Oh, yeah. It's completely different. They're not nearly he's not nearly as much looking to get a certain end across. But man, this shouldn't be a surprise there for Yankees fans or in terms of how Yankees fans were going to react to this. Because you remember, they're the ones who got all upset about the Nike swoosh getting put on the Yankees jerseys. And I mean, that you just talked about it's got to be a big brand. It's got to be a historic. Yeah. What is it? And Nike is that. Yeah. And they still freaked out when you put the Nike swoosh on there. And so, I don't know, this is very much still the Hal Steinbrenner, the Mark Davis from Al Davis. Be careful what you wish for a little bit. Sometimes it's not always better. And I think that whenever the day comes that Steven's running things, I think there will be a good majority of people, and Steven may do a good job controlling everything, but I think there will be a good majority of people that go, Jerry was better than we gave him credit for when he was here. It was better having him in charge than we maybe gave him credit for.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Did you go into the Jerry, Clarence, Thomas rabbit hole like I did at all?
No.
You have any opinion on it?
I keep all of my opinions down the middle, which is, I have respect for everyone, and meaning I have no respect for anyone.
Okay.
That's why. Do you want to stir up Twitter again?
No, I was asking for your opinion.
No, I think I think it's weird to give anybody a Super Bowl ring who wasn't with the team.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't care who they are. That's just a little weird to me. But I mean, who knows? Yeah, maybe they, now that it's all out there. I think the fact that the New York Times knew about it means that he had to have reported it. So if he reported it, then I don't see.
I just find it hard to believe that Jerry Jones gave Clarence Thomas his Super Bowl ring for a future Supreme Court ruling that Jerry was thinking of.
Yeah, I don't think people think
I'm going to plant this seed, and in case I end up in the Supreme Court, any day in the future.
Let me tell you something. I have zero plans of ending up on the desk of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, right. Just in case.
I do not. Now, maybe if you're a billionaire and you own a team like this, or you're in the NFL, that eventually you're going to end up in the Supreme Court because corporations get sued. Personally, I'm thinking to myself, you know what? My goal in life is to never end up on a judge's desk.
Did he give it to him? Do we know when he gave him this ring? Did he give him this ring maybe July of 2017 when Zeke's appealing a suspension? Was he like, hey, by the way, I just wanted to give you this Super Bowl ring, Clarence Thomas?
When he was fighting Goodell.
Yeah. He was like, this may get to you one day. Here's a Super Bowl ring.
Grades are in for the Texas Rangers first half. What grade would you give your favorite baseball team? That's next right here on 105.3 The Fan. But look, let's go ahead and grade your savings, and let's grade the people that you have made. Headlines at 7 o'clock. We have another Rangers-Rays ticket giveaway here on Sean and RJ. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Another day, another Luka workout video that Kevin Gray has posted at Kevin Gray Sports. Mr. Olympia wannabe, or RJ Choppy spraying down the room. One of y'all's rear end has taken control of this thing. There's like rotten eggs in here. It's disgusting. I'm likely to.
I have not busted you know what all day.
You haven't?
I've not.
I don't know what.
I don't know. Where is it coming from? No one's microwaved anything. No one's brought any food up here. No one else is up here. No one else is up here.
It's.
So.
I wonder if somebody left a crumb from like an Egg McMuffin yesterday.
A crumb from an Egg
like
McMuffin?
a piece of the egg. You know,
no, that would make the whole room smell like this.
It's just
smell it
taken
outside.
over.
You smell it outside.
Just leave the door open, for God's sake.
Yeah.
My Lord, just leave it
Anyway,
open.
Bobby, I'm sorry.
I was gonna leave it open. I normally hate it. It gives me anxiety, but it does smell in here.
So what are y'all making of? Let's investigate. Let's be Arnold in the Netflix documentary of analyzing Luka's workout videos. Today's core work. Yesterday was the slowest three-cone drill I've ever seen in history. He may look a little thinner. Today's got the black shirt. I cannot tell, but Mr. Olympia wannabe in your own mind, Choppy, what do you make of it? Evaluate the workout, the breakdowns.
I can take absolutely. See, this is a typical core workout. He's doing that. I forget what it's called, but he's got the bar out in front of him and he's just doing an ab stretch, out leaning out forward. The ab roller, remember the ab roller? They had the ab rocker and the ab roller. This is more the ab roller one. It's a good workout. I think we're just. I personally think we make way too much of this. Like, he's an athlete. The athletes, work out. He always worked out. Even when he was fat, he was still working out. It's just his body construct. Is he getting leaner? I can't tell if he's getting leaner. We thought he was getting leaner last year. We were duped by the same stuff last season. I always found when athletes put out videos of them working out, just like Russell Wilson, it's an eye roll because they want you to see that they're working out.
Nico Harrison yesterday in game during the Mavs Summer League win, he did mention Luka like getting in the gym day one of the summer. So I found that interesting and encouraging. But yesterday, watching him run those cones.
Yeah, if that's him getting in the gym, he should get out. All right, find a new trainer.
Man,
how many times did we see this with like Zeke, for instance, though? How many times do you see that? Do you see the slimmed down photos of him working out and then he'd get to training camp? It's like, oh, okay. Yeah, you're doing the Instagram angles. That's what you're doing. And that's what I imagine is going to happen again because I've been burned too many times here with Luka.
Yeah.
On the look how skinny he looks, but he does look thinner. He does, but we'll see.
And what in the 1987 NC State floor is this place he's working out on? This is one of those old composition rubber floors.
Well, he definitely has to be in another country.
This is definitely Slovenia, right? This is one of those like old school composition floors from like the 80s that they got rid of because they all figured out that it's terrible for your knees. Like, what is he? Where is he?
Slovenia, probably. Wasn't that where he was running up the steps where we got the earlier offseason workout videos of him?
We certainly don't have any hills that high here.
David Schoenfeld from ESPN with first half baseball grades. Let's go around the room. The Texas Rangers get a what?
Oh, they're an easy A. I don't know how you can give them less than an A. I really don't. Unless you really wanted to nitpick on the end of the first half.
Now, minuses and pluses are used here.
Mm-hmm.
So you can do that if you want. You can go A,
yes,
A minus, A plus, whatever you want.
A minus.
Absolutely.
A minus?
Yep.
All right,
bullpen makes it a minus. Losing late game leads, A minus.
Okay.
Ooh, I'd go A minus as well, just based off what they did the first 60 games of the season. They kind of fell off. If they kept that momentum, obviously it's an A plus. But if you just look at what we predicted before the season, it's an automatic A plus because they're first place in the division.
Schoenfeld said A. Are they really this good? Some saw the potential of this happening. Peyton Russell. He did not include your name in this. He should have. Schoenfeld said, I did not, and certainly not with DeGrom making just 6 starts before going down with elbow surgery, but the offense has absolutely crushed it all season. Corey Seager has a case as first half MVP, even though he missed 32 games. Jonah Heim and Josh Young have extended the lineup depth, while Leody Taveras is having a breakout. I don't see the offense regressing much, if at all, in the second half, so it'll come down to pitching, which hasn't been quite as impressive of late. The Chapman pickup was a good one, giving the Rangers much-needed bullpen depth and even a backup closer option to Will Smith, who has been solid but homer-prone in recent seasons. Martin Perez has struggled as of late, although Dane Dunning has replaced DeGrom and been excellent. If Eovaldi and Gray can stay healthy, the best record in the American League should be in play, but a 3-8 stretch to close the first half also means the Rangers' lead over the Astros is just 2 games. I would go with an A as well. So the Rangers get an A along with the other teams. The Braves got an A+. The Rays got an A. The Diamondbacks got an A. Cincinnati got an A. Miami got an A. Orioles, A-. Phillies, B. Red Sox, B. Giants, B-. Brewers, B-. Toronto, B-. So those were the ESPN grades for the first half.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think an A is completely. That's absolutely the grade I would go with. Yeah, the bullpen has struggled, and to be honest, I mean that the fact that it's, it was a bad stretch to end the season and the first half. They lose 8 of 11. That's a pretty tough stretch, and that Washington series was kind of disappointing as well. They're not a very good team, but there's nothing that is anything but fantastic about the first half. The energy around the team, and the fact that people are trying to. It's a great crowd every night. The TV numbers are going up and up and up. They're showing out that this is really the baseball town that Josh Hammond never thought it was.
Did you have the ratings?
I did not on baseball, or on Major League Baseball, not just the Rangers. Yeah, so ESPN, which you remember earlier in the season, they were flat. They had talked about how their ratings were down, but they hadn't got a Yankees or Red Sox game yet, and so there were some thoughts that maybe it just was impacted by that, and that things would continue to trend up a little bit for them. And that's exactly what's happened. MLB viewership is up now. Everything's sort of trending in the right direction, except for one particular broadcast. Nobody is watching K-Rod at all.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's really bad for them. The 4 broadcasts so far this year are averaging just 131,000 viewers, and that is a 30% drop from last year. And last year they weren't pulling great rates.
No.
It's just not a good, I don't like it.
No, nobody likes A-Rod. And people don't know who Michael Kay is.
And Michael Kay,
and they don't like Michael
kind
Kay,
of a turnoff too to those that don't know him.
Yeah, I think he's really good on the broadcast, like when he does not that broadcast, but like a regular Yankee game broadcast. But if you don't know him, if he's not your, here's the thing with baseball announcers. If they're not your announcer, at least personally, I generally don't like them. There's something I don't like. If it's not my...
Like who? Who else?
Like name a local announcer that isn't an announcer that I listen to on a nightly basis.
Michael Kay.
Well, I listen to him a lot. I listen to Kay and Raymond quite a bit. If it's not those two guys, I generally find something I don't like about the announcer.
Like Joe Davis.
Yeah, Joe Davis is fine, but I like Joe Buck better. Why? Because I listened to Joe Buck for 30 years. And it's just something to get used to. That's it.
Michael Kay is just, he can be a beatdown. And then A-Rod has obviously not garnered a whole lot of fans. I don't know why that was the pairing that they thought this would really work. Unless it was just, we need to get Alex on TV, and this is the only person that Alex is willing to co-host with.
That's probably what it was. And the other thing is, do they do a very good job of promoting it also?
All right.
I went back and looked. The Manning cast numbers are not very good either. People just don't want to watch it. They want to watch the game. We've been conditioned to watch the game.
Did we get a Mickey Spagnola moment?
Well, we'll find out.
In Philadelphia with this Flyers Zoom call. They're setting up a player interview here?
Yeah. They were doing a player interview. The Flyers social media staff set this up. And it was, they did this Flyers Zoom call. Well, one of the reporters, and I guess and you sometimes when you go to these press conferences, especially if you're in the locker room, this reporter will ask the same question to a bunch of different players. You've seen that. And I think this is what happens here. This reporter asked the same question over and over and over again, and finally the social media staff or the PR staff had enough.
Hi, Garnet. I was just wondering, as a veteran with a relatively successful NHL career, what makes the Flyers, who are in a rebuild state, a destination that was designed?
How many times is she going to ask this question? Yeah, there's really a lot of things.
Gosh. So someone did not turn off the Zoom microphone.
Nope. Neither did she, by the way. I mean, my gosh, she had to turn her own volume down because you had a lot of feedback there.
Oh, that feedback is awful. This happened, you remember this happened once during the Cowboys when they were in Zoom. Not that specifically, but Michael Gelkin was asking his question, and then at the end of it, we hear, gosh.
It was Mickey.
Yeah, that was my Mickey reference at the beginning of the segment.
Yeah, I know. I'm just like setting, I'm explaining
you
it.
don't have to set it up. I set it up.
Yeah,
I was explaining it out. I was explaining what it was.
Yeah. God. Drink your C4. God. Let's hear it one more time, Pepe. While Bobby hopefully wakes up over here.
Hi, Garnet. I was just wondering, as a veteran with a relatively successful NHL career, what makes the Flyers, who are in a rebuild state, a destination that was designed?
How many times is she going to ask this question? Yeah, there's really a lot of things.
Man, and Garnet just like he just completely went the guy being interviewed. He was like, "Get power through this one."
He didn't stop down at all. Didn't stop down whatsoever. I'm a little bit afraid to play this. I didn't listen to it. I just trusted RJ. Do we have enough time for it? Probably. Why don't you set up cut 4? Why don't you set it up?
Oh,
yeah.
You know, when all this, I mean, when everything happens, yesterday I wake up in the morning and I was just like, you know what? I really want to know what O.J. Simpson has to say about transgender athletes. That's what I woke up yesterday asking myself, and O.J., to his credit, delivered.
My thing is, why don't they treat it, especially in track and field, why don't you treat it like the marathon? Let everybody compete, but when it's over, have a category for female, a category for male, and a category for transgenders. Senator in South Carolina stated, what if Mike Tyson decide to identify as a female? Are you going to let him box women? I don't think so. I'm a golfer, and trust me, you could take probably the 350th rated male golfer if he decides, well, now that we know women are making all of this money, but if he decides that he wants to identify as a female, trust me, you would probably be a top 10 female golfer. It just isn't fair. If you're born a male, you're born a female, I don't think it's fair in sports to have them competing against one another. Give them their own category. Let the trans compete against the trans, the female against the females, and the males against the male. I'm just saying.
You messed up pulling this audio because we did not get the classic beginning.
Well, it was like 3 minutes.
Hello, Twitter world.
Yeah.
Hey, Twitter world.
George Shirley here.
Hello. I'm having fun with it, but I had to laugh when he's like, now that we know women are making all this money.
Now that we let women make so much money. But, as expected, though, many the people.
Did Derek Holland retweet this?
Derek Holland did not retweet this, but, he was, Sage Steele had spoke, Samantha Ponder had spoke about this. And then, of course, people chimed in on social media. Fights should always be fair, too. For instance, if you're going to go after someone with a knife, you should give them a knife, too.
Waiters should only fight waiters. Yeah.
Yeah. Nicole Brown deserved an equal and fair chance at life.
Oh, man.
People, presumably had their.
Does he turn off his comments for everything? Do we know? Does he just shut them down?
I would.
Hey,
about him.
He probably should. The Mavs win with a last-second put-back dunk. We got Big 12 drama. Mike Gundy saying Bedlam is over. Gold Cup action last night. And the latest NFL Hall of Fame candidates. Let's vote in headlines. Then a Rangers Rays ticket giveaway for turning it on, leaving it on next. But I want to get you covered in case you ever.
our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Thanks for waking up with us. We want to hook you up with a 4-pack of Rangers Rays tickets during the Expressway. That's coming up after headlines, your radio sports page, to get you ready for your day. A little college football to start off with Big 12 Media Days. And what was the lead headline for you, Choppy?
The lead headline for me was bye-bye to Bedlam. Mike Gundy, Oklahoma State, he had said that it's likely over. And yesterday at Big 12 Media Day, he said it was history.
No, we have 9 conference games scheduled. And then we have, I think, through 15 years, we're scheduled all the way up. And we're full for the most part. And we have Power 5 teams. And I'm going to go back to what I said earlier. Oklahoma State's not going to change what we do because Oklahoma chose to go to the SEC. They need to change what they do because they're the ones that made their mind up to go to the SEC. So with all the talk from administration and people saying that Oklahoma State needs to do this and that, all Oklahoma had to do was not go to the SEC. So it is what it is. We can cut right to the choice. So for me, I want to listen to the board. I'll listen to the president. I'll listen to the AD. If that's something they want to do, I'm good, but I don't think it's going to happen based on the way the scheduling is. And everybody needs to realize it didn't have to happen if they didn't change leagues.
Oh, look, he's 100% right, but he also is like, Oklahoma did what's best for them. They went to the SEC. They're going to get a bag of money. They're going to be a better program financially for it. They had to do this. If that's, Texas did it too. A&M made the move to the SEC years ago. Why? Well, they wanted to get more money, get out of Texas's shadow. I get it from Oklahoma State's standpoint. He's right. We shouldn't have to make. We're not the ones that end of the game. They are. And yeah, he's right on that. But that was the big thing to come out of media days. Other than the fact that Texas is going to be the favorite in the conference for the first time since 2009, when Colt McCoy was the quarterback. We're back. And then Brett Yormark, the commissioner of the Big 12, took a moment because they were talking about recruiting, or Cruton, as Texas fans now need to learn in the SEC. Cruton. Took a moment to say, hey, you know what? We're not really losing the 2 best teams in this conference.
I'm not sure they've carried recruitment. They haven't been in a championship game here for a couple of years now. And all the other schools have done an incredible job, so I'm not sure they can carry recruitment. I mean, I love Texas and Oklahoma, don't get me wrong. Like I said before, I got great relationships with them, but our schools are doing an incredible job in recruitment. Look at TCU's run last year. 80% of our teams made the ball games last year, so everyone's in a great place.
And yeah, I mean, look, what's he going to say?
Fired on the way out.
Yeah, shots fired on the way out. I wonder what kind of calls they're going to get this year. Last year, the lead, they may not get the best calls, but there's no doubt. It would not surprise. I don't know this for a fact, but I assume the conference would rather see another team win the Big 12 this year.
Oh, yes. Absolutely.
Now that may not be, they may not want to see it so much as to rig the game against them in the Big 12 championship game, but it would, it should not surprise anyone if the people inside the Big 12 office are like, yeah, we don't want to see OU or Texas win this thing.
Let me ask you guys, as a Texas fan, I need to know y'all's outside opinion. How nervous should I be that Quinn Ewers is asked about having to be more vocal and be a bigger leader yesterday? And he says, it's just what's expected of the quarterback at the end of the day. I don't really have a choice whether I like it or not. That's concerning, right? You don't want to hear that from the quarterback?
Well, not really. He's being honest. He's telling you, I'm going to be more Eli Manning than I am a yeller and a screamer. That's what I read into that.
Yeah, we want honesty from these guys. Then when they give it to us, we nitpick the honesty they give.
I don't want to hear. It doesn't matter if I like being a leader or not. I don't like hearing that. So that's Kyler Murray.
Yeah, but what would you rather hear?
Arch Manning is starting or Malik Murphy?
You want Malik Murphy or Arch Manning to start today?
Yeah,
over
right
Quinn?
now.
Because of this comment?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Not because of the comment.
Not totally. It's also just because he hasn't looked great. But I would honestly be more interested if they give Malik Murphy. Yeah, he looks great. Other than the quads, those were obviously very disappointing. Skipping leg day like Chop.
Did he not? Oh no, that's today, man. Thursday. Did he not? Has he not done very well in the spring so far?
He's been fine. Malik Murphy, I think, has looked better at times.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame announced the semifinalists for the coach/contributor category for the 2024 class. Here we go. Yesterday we spent some time on this guy. Mike Shanahan is one of the semifinalists in 20 years, 3 different teams. He went 170 and 138. The other names, Bud Adams, Tom Coughlin, Mike Holmgren, Rich McKay, Art Modell, who was Jerry Jones' initial football idol when it came to running things and getting a team. How's Art Modell not in? Dan Reeves.
He's a jerk. That's how.
Well, Dan Reeves, Art Rooney Jr., Marty Schottenheimer, George Seifert, who gave us Charles Haley on the list of the semifinalists.
I've always felt Marty was the most underrated coach. His numbers are fantastic. And the only thing he didn't do was go to a Super Bowl.
And he never had a quarterback.
He never had a quarterback. He never had a quarterback. What do you have? Rivers?
Yeah.
Rivers.
Sorry. I was just talking about Kansas City.
And Cleveland. I mean, at Kosar. Kosar was probably the second or third best quarterback in the AFC at the time, behind Elway and Marino, so he's probably the third. You want to throw Boomer in there for a year. Kosar was consistent, though.
He had Montana for 2 years. He had Elvis Gerbach. Come on, guys.
Yeah. But he won a ton of games, man.
Yeah.
He won a ton of games.
So who's a Hall of Famer amongst this list? Mike Holmgren?
I mean, he went to a Super Bowl with 2 different teams.
Yeah. I think so,
Is
probably.
Shanahan?
No.
Mike Holmgren over Shanahan.
Mm-hmm. For me, anyway.
Why?
Because Holmgren was a big part of the San Francisco coaching staffs, then went over to Green Bay, won the Super Bowl there, took Seattle, had an executive career. There's a lot of stuff that he did.
And Shanahan has 2 rings, which you're dismissing because the Broncos were already made.
I mean, they were. They were made. He stepped in. He coached them. That's great. But I mean, like we're not. It's Gary Kubiak winning a Super Bowl trophy or whatever.
You think it's like Gruden's Super Bowl in Tampa, taking over Dungy's teams? I have to see who Shanahan acquired too before I say that team was just already set up.
I mean, the biggest thing that he did was like he helped install that Denver run scheme that would, every year somebody was going to. The other thing was, you remember, like, they got penalized for, you guys cheated the salary cap during those Super Bowl years. Like, there were things that they did. I don't know. I don't feel like Shanahan is one of the all-time greats. I know he was the head coach of 2 really great teams, but I don't feel like he carried that. He was a disappointment for a lot of the rest of his time in Denver, and then obviously flamed out in Washington.
All right, so those are the semifinalist lists for the coaches and the contributors. Dallas Mavericks staying alive in the Summer League.
Davis finds Podziemski. Rejected inside. Prosper the other way. Working on Santos. No! Braxton Key has won it. Dallas survives in Cox Pavilion.
Mavs with their best box score of the Summer League. 4 of the 5 starters in double figures. You got some minutes from Derek Lively. Omax with a double-double. Lively with a double-double. And they win with the last-second put-back dunk.
Yep, just need Jaden Hardy to start sinking some free throws. Need him to start sinking some jump shots. These last 2 games, he's not looked great. Jared Dudley even mentioned something the other day about, we need Jaden Hardy to be a little more locked in, not get so in his head a little bit when things aren't quite going his way. But Derek Lively looked good, played good defense. He definitely is somebody who's going to be able to, as soon as he puts on NBA weight, is going to be able to affect shots, affect where the offense wants to go with the ball, how they want to drive into the lane, because he was very disruptive, even when he wasn't challenging shots, just stepping in the way, getting in the way, playing sound defense. He's going to be a solid defensive player.
Panama bounced the United States last night in the Gold Cup. Really, the only sports on. What else did you do last night?
I binge watched a new docuseries on Hulu that probably wasn't the best idea because it's all about you thought you were married to this sweet man, and it turns out that he had 60 affairs, and so now it's got Kristen already in her head, and she's like,
oh, great. Having 60
no, but
affairs.
she immediately goes like, why are you going to watch this? This is going to make me think like, oh, I'm married to the perfect man too, which she is. I mean, come on. And then she says, now I'm going to, like, it's going to make me think all these side things right before you go to California.
What's the name of it?
Betrayed. It's a 3-part series that just came out, and it's basically this guy was like the perfect husband, and then she like finds out, oh, he slept with 60 people over the course of 2 years, including the week we got married, and including 2 of the high school students that he was teaching.
The week we got married.
Yeah,
that seems high.
It was a big number. It was a Peyton Russell number.
The ESPYs were on last night, and as his wife said, the GOAT respectfully has made a decision.
I don't care how many more points I score or what I can or cannot do on the floor. The real question for me is, can I play without cheating this game? The day I can't give the game everything on the floor is the day I'll be done. Lucky for you guys, that day is not today.
Lucky for you guys.
God, he
lucky
sucks.
For you guys. Lucky for you guys.
He's great, but he's the least self-aware individual of all time.
LeBron James.
Lucky for you guys.
Is coming back.
All right, good. Hey, lucky for us, man. You know, when we hit this Powerball, lucky for you guys, we're going to not be coming into work anymore.
All right, Choppy, latest out of the PGA. What's going on now with the mudslinging?
Well, the players say they need to have a conversation with Commissioner Jay Monahan. They want to have words with him. Now, Monahan, this, of course, there's the Senate hearing going on. Jimmy Dunn was the kind of the power broker in the middle. But you heard a ton of PGA Tour players, including Jordan Spieth and then Xander Schauffele, say that they need to have words with Jay Monahan. They need to have his trust earned back.
You know, the guy who was supposed to be there for us wasn't. Obviously, he had some health issues. So I'm glad we got the memo. I'm glad that he said he's feeling much better. But yeah, I'd say he has a lot of tough questions to answer in his return, and I don't trust people easily. He had my trust, and he has a lot less of it now. So I don't stand alone when I say that, and he'll just have to answer a lot of really hard questions when he comes back.
Like, one thing here, though. Now, the players, I think, yes, it is a players-run league, and I get that, but does every company let you know every decision that happens? Like, if we're to merge, if Odyssey were to merge with, pick a company, are we going to know about it months in advance? Like,
No.
months before the decision? They're not going to keep us updated on the process the entire time,
No,
right?
but, in my opinion, there's a couple people you need to keep informed, like Tiger Woods, maybe talk with him, trust that he's not going to leak it, and Rory McIlroy. Like, you let this guy go out here and look like a damn fool for you.
Right.
I think they owed Rory more than just blindsiding.
Yeah, now, reports say that Rory did meet back in November about this with people from Live. I hate
Live. Yeah, no, it is similar to, to make the Odyssey analogy, it'd be similar if Odyssey was asking us to do interviews with whatever media outlet there is, Dallas Morning News or whoever else, and defend the company and say we'd never, ever have anything to do with this company, and then you merge with them the next week. That's where it would look bad.
Headlines on a Thursday here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We have an awesome Tolo giveaway for you. Rangers raise tickets for you and 3 of your buddies or family members. And today's Expressway NFL list, the tight ends. How stupid can Bobby look again? Expressway, next on The Fan. is the tight ends. Jeremy Fowler talking to league execs, coaches, and scouts. It's not a player's poll. All right, this is coming from the decision makers, and today's category is tight end. RJ Choppy, tell us who the number one tight end in the National Football League is.
He is the number one tight end in the National Football League today, tomorrow, yesterday, and for all time.
Is he the GOAT?
I believe he is.
Ooh.
Travis Kelce.
Travis Kelce. Bobby, again for you, Travis Kelce. And I love the first sentence. Oh, I love it. The Kelce-Kittle gap has now widened. And then some. Kelce dominated with more than 80% of the first place votes. I'm sure George Kittle endorsing Bud Light did not help in the voting process, but Travis Kelce blowing away Bobby's boy, George Kittle. The reasons are not hard to find. 9,400 receiving yards since the start of 2015, most in the NFL regardless of position. 7 straight 1,000-yard seasons, longest in the NFL for the history of the tight end spot. And then all the playoff numbers. One AFC personnel evaluator. You got to see a different element of his game last year as a focal point with Tyreek gone. With an appreciation and respect for what he does, he can take over a game. And then one other NFL scout, Bobby, said he has that Steph Curry thing. Like, how long can he be an all-pro? He ages well because his game is not predicated on speed.
I said you won already. I don't know what you won.
Right.
I tell you every week, basically, that you won on the tight end thing, and that's fine.
Bobby, who's number 2?
George Kittle.
George Kittle last year was number 1.
Really?
And you did have others that voted him number 1. Let me see the lowest ranking for Kelce. Someone put Kelce 3 on this list this year.
No, you can't put him lower than 1.
They gave me a vote.
Someone put Kelce 3, and some have said that Kittle is still number 1. Now, he's played with 3 different quarterbacks in 2022. 11 receiving touchdowns, tied for 3rd in the league. His 7.2 yards after catch leads all tight ends since 2017. NFL source, quote, so much inconsistency with the quarterback and durability issues have held him back a bit, but he's still top notch. He's missed 13 games since 2020. He's the most explosive athlete at the position, probably the best at creating separation and yards after the catch. Number 3, Roberto.
Mark Andrews.
It is Mark Andrews. Highest ranking 2. Last year he was ranked 4. Number 4.
Dalton Schultz.
All right, you just stop guessing.
Darren Waller.
No.
Dallas Goedert.
It is Dallas Goedert. Someone voted him 1.
No. Elliott Shore Parks.
Jalen Hurts.
Someone voted him 1. Lowest ranking was 7. Last year, he led all tight ends in filthy in yards after catch. Jalen posted a 93 QBR with 10 yards per attempt when targeting Goddard. AFC scout, probably the most well-rounded of all the tight ends. He's probably one of the few guys who ranks highly in every phase. Size, athleticism, speed, and blocking make him rare. Man, I was hoping they were going to have a fall-off after Zach went to Arizona.
Zach Ertz?
Zach Ertz went to Arizona.
Yeah.
And here they are with the 4th best tight end in the league.
Howie, man. Howie, dude. He's a beast. He's a beast.
Bobby, you're right there with Darren Waller at number 5. Let's hear about the next Giants tight end. Hard to knock him for a bad situation with the QB transition in Vegas and injuries. He's still behind just Kelce as a pass catcher. Another guy said Waller can be a high-level player for the Giants because he can still run. He still has something to prove in the eyes of some. His lowest ranking was 9. Highest ranking was 3 for Darren Waller, coming in at number 5. Number 6 on the best tight ends list.
Kyle Pitts.
TJ Hawkinson.
Hawkinson, then Pitts. So there y'all go. The highest ranking for Pitts was 7. Someone left him off their top 10. Someone left Hawkinson off their top 10 as well.
So Hawkinson's 6. The consensus is that he's been a disappointment. Is that still the case?
No, he played better last year, especially that's why he became a trade asset. But no, he was second in the NFL among tight ends and receiving yards last year.
NFC exec, he's a good player, but nothing dynamic in the pass game and average in the run game. He's the classic case of a player that does everything well, but nothing exceptional. Well, that's the write-up on Hawkinson. How about the greatest of all time, Kyle Pitts? That's what y'all told me. That's what everyone told me when he was coming out in the draft. Someone said, I feel bad for Pitts. It's not his fault he doesn't get the ball. That was an AFC scout.
It's the Pitts, man.
NFC coordinator. You're not your Pitts. That's for sure. Big athletic tight end with elite speed. He's the biggest matchup concern when you play them. Not much of a blocker, but can help in that area. You also have to factor in his quarterback as well.
Got nobody.
Yeah.
I wrote down 10 tight end names, and I did not have Kyle Pitts among the 10.
Really?
For my guesses. It's just he didn't pop into my head among the 10.
8.
No Fant.
You just stop guessing.
Evan Ingram.
It is Evan Ingram. Well done.
It's really not Michael Gallup.
Well, Michael Gallup's not a tight end. That's
that
for
is
sure.
right over as we played.
Number 9.
Number 9. Dalton Schultz.
No.
Pat Freiermuth.
Yes.
Yep,
Really? That was a joke.
That was my next guess.
We know it was a joke.
I didn't think that. I mean, I wouldn't even have thought he would be close to the top 10.
Was he
Okay.
on your fantasy team?
No.
Oh.
I just like his name. Freiermuth.
It is number 9. And number 10?
Dalton Schultz.
No.
No Fant.
No.
Dawson Knox.
Will Dissly.
Dawson Knox. Number 10. Dalton Schultz is the first honorable mention. Here's what an AFC scout said. A lot like Goddard, just a little smaller, but does everything really well. Should catch 50 to 60 balls again. An NFC exec added, very natural. The game makes sense to him. Other nominees, David Njoku, Noah Fant, Choppy, Tyler Higbee, Hunter Henry, and Cole, is it Kmet?
Kmet. Mm-hmm.
Cole Kmet in Chicago. May as well just knock out. We didn't do the first list, I think, because we were off, but it was the defensive tackles we didn't do. You want to try to put in your guesses here?
Sure. Aaron Donald.
Yes. Number 2.
Chris Jones.
Yes. Number 3. Let me say
Dexter Lawrence.
Well, I'll give you time here to put together your list, but I just want to see how much slippage they see in Donald. One NFL scout said, I would say a slight decline, not much. He's still the best. He's the best.
He's the best.
Some of that is a byproduct of what's around him. Neither side of the ball was as good for the Rams last year. Another scout said in certain matchups, he still affects the game better than anyone going against linemen who are big but don't have quickness. So his lowest ranking on this list was 3 from an evaluator. Lowest ranking for Chris Jones was 3 from an evaluator. Number 3?
Dexter Lawrence.
No.
Quinnen Williams.
No.
Mozzie.
Quinnen Williams is 4.
Jonathan Allen.
No. Oh, you don't have time to go look at the list now. You're struggling a little bit.
It was the very first list. That was the one that I would have had the most time to look at.
You forgot memorizing it.
No,
AFC South.
DeForest Buckner.
No.
AFC South.
Who am I missing there?
I have no idea.
Jeffrey Simmons.
Oh, him, yeah.
Jeffrey Simmons 3, Quinnen Williams 4. NFC West for number 5. New to the NFC West.
New to the West.
Hargrave.
Javon Hargrave.
Good job, Choppy. Javon Hargrave. Dexter Lawrence coming in at number 6.
Too low.
His stock went through the roof with that Giants playoff game.
I mean, not just the playoff game. Last year in general, he was really, really, really good. That 6 feels way too low for him.
DeForest Buckner coming in at 7. Deron Payne 8 from the Commanders. Cam Hayward still up there at number 9. Jonathan Allen. Man, the Commanders have defensive line everywhere, and it means nothing. Means nothing for them. There are no Dallas Cowboys on the honorable mention list for defensive tackle.
Because Mozzie hasn't played yet, but
That's
as soon as he plays, he'll be number 1.
Yeah.
Watch out, Aaron Donald.
He'll be at SportsCon this weekend. Shout out Andy Alberth putting that together. SportsCon. And Mozzie will apparently be there along with the playmaker, Michael Irvin. Let's hook you up. For turning it on, leaving it on, what a giveaway from the promo department. Let's do it.
All right, Tolos, that's right. Caller number 10 right now at 877-881-1053 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see your Texas Rangers take on the Tampa Bay Rays in a battle of top teams in the American League at Globe Life Field on Tuesday, July 18th. Get tickets now at rangers.com/tickets. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
All right, it's Thursday. We got to get a little grimy. We got to get a little dirty. We're going to play a Rangers edition, by the way, of High Low at 8 o'clock this morning. Woo. Who's the defending champ?
I think Robert with a walk-off. Right?
Yeah.
Bobby with the walk-off. Rangers All-Star edition at 8 o'clock. Let's get in trouble.
Warning, the following life hacks are unethical and should not be performed. Sean and RJ do not condone these life hacks. Unethical life hacks may cause financial savings, make you cooler, more popular, increase sexual encounters, and provide an overall improvement in well-being at the expense of others. Please report any and all positive experiences testing unethical life hacks to 877-881-1053. Take it away, Bobby B.
Thank you, Chris Arnold. Sean, I feel like you would probably like to just get the grime out right away, right? Like whatever the worst thing I have in here, just knock it out first.
Whatever wakes you up.
I'm awake. I'm great.
No, you're not. You're coming in here mopey, sulky. I don't know what it is.
I thought I was going to throw up this morning. That's
From
probably
what?
part of it. I don't know. I woke up and my stomach hurt.
Maybe that's the smell.
What did you eat last night for dinner?
I had a burger, like just the meat. I couldn't do the bread, but I had a burger. That was it.
Okay.
So, all right. Instead of trying to be sneaky, Chop, I'll look at you because Sean's going to heavy sigh. Instead of trying to be sneaky while shoplifting, grab the item off the shelf, attempt to return it, and then when they tell you need a receipt, you just go, oh, okay, and then you leave with it.
Oh, fantastic.
Wait, say it again? Say it one more time?
Instead of trying to be sneaky while shoplifting, grab the item off the shelf, attempt to return it, and then when they tell you need a receipt, you go, oh, I don't have it, and then you just leave.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Now, I guess this has a problem if there's the tag, like not the tag, but like the security buzzer thingy.
Sure.
Right? That would be a problem.
But as long as it's not one of those,
Right.
or if it just goes off, they'll probably go, oh, okay, sorry, and they'll just clear it.
Did you see the golf thieves from the other day, the video?
No.
Mm-mm.
These two old men, like, and I don't mean like, like just, 35. No. These were like 75-year-old men in a golf pro shop are looking around, and one guy's just looking by the putters, and the other guy goes over, takes a putter, moves it out to the side, which signaled to his buddy, those are the two you need to take. The guy takes the putters, turns them upside down, and shoves them in his pants, and then they just casually walk out.
And they got him on camera?
They got him on camera.
Wow.
Within 24 hours, they were somebody had fingered them. And
within 24 hours, you say?
Yeah, I mean, look, they knew who they were, so they pointed them out, and they caught them.
I need some good, evil life hack stuff to kind of frame somebody. So if you have any of that,
Ooh, yeah, okay.
Really?
Yeah, in my hometown.
You want to frame someone in your hometown? What'd your brother do?
It's let's not.
you know what?
It's actually not him this time.
Okay.
It's someone else messing with my pops, and I need this person to be tormented.
You don't need unethical life hacks. You just need to talk to me during the break.
Yep.
Yeah,
it's true. I have. I think I've been disturbing people around here the last couple weeks with how sick my brain gets.
It's not good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love it, but I will need your help.
I'm on it. Borrow money from others and just keep it for a day, and then give their money right back to them. This then builds a false trust that you're reliable.
Okay, say it again.
So you just ask to borrow some money. You hold on to it. You don't even need it for anything. Just, I need to build trust with this person for whatever reason.
Oh.
And then you give it back to him the next day. And it's like, wow, what a quick turnaround. This is a reliable individual who pays me back my money really fast.
That's it's a long play.
Maybe throw a couple bucks on top, just as like some interest too.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, like, hey, here's some interest for next day. It's like, this is a great guy. I can trust him with anything.
That's a long play. It's a good one. I like it, but definitely is like you're playing a long con here.
Any people owe you guys money? People, like, it could be petty. It could be small. It could be $20. It could be $10.
Yeah.
You've kept.
I got big chicken money come my way. Waiting for that one. I can't tell you the amount of hot chicken places around town I can't wait to go to.
You got chicken money. You got Christmas light money.
Christmas light money.
Swimming pool money.
Yeah, so I mean, I got money owed to me all over the place, man. I wish I kept tabs and receipts. It's amazing. They start owing you money and they don't text you back anymore.
I know, it's amazing.
It's a wild. And now
they don't listen anymore.
As Sonny,
they don't tweet anymore.
As Sonny said in A Bronx Tale, for $20 you never see this person again, and that would be true for $20.
Yeah.
But not for a couple thousand. Once a comma's involved, I want to keep hearing from you until I get my money.
Yes.
Work the Cowboys pregame show. You'll get some free chicken or something.
Pay any of your FaceTime friends from last night owe anybody money?
Oh, in college, the Uber money just never seemed to happen to their Uber app. Never seemed to work. So I was always getting the Uber, even though it'd be like $20-$25 split 3 ways. Never got my $8.50 that I was owed. So I had to keep a tab.
I know there are people who owe me money, but it's,
like people you work for. No, your job.
A lot of times
he doesn't put in for the expenses.
Here's the way I look at it.
Honestly, can't wait for you to go to training camp.
I think I expensed 2 of the Cowboys road trips last year, and that was it.
They make it pretty easy now too. Thank you, Odyssey, for that.
They do. It took me 4 months to.
That's your fault.
I kept trying.
You taught me how to do it, and you just delayed and didn't do it yourself.
I tried to do it on the app, and it wouldn't work. I couldn't get it. I couldn't figure it out. Finally, one day, literally, I did nothing different.
Oh, sure.
I'm serious.
And it just magically worked.
I did. I just kept pressing the same button over and over, and I kept getting an error message.
That's the trick. Just press the button over and over.
I kept pressing the same button over and over again. I kept getting an error message. I go back, I press it one more time, and it goes through.
Magic.
I couldn't. I was so. I wanted to throw, and I wanted to throw this phone across the room.
Conveniently, it happened the time that Gavin was probably like, let me see what you're doing.
Yeah.
Whoa, it worked this time. I don't know what changed.
Gavin probably approved something finally behind the scenes.
No, the way I've always looked at it is if I'm willing to lend you money, it's somebody that I trust or have a strong enough relationship with that I don't want to make it. I've got to write it off my head as if they never give it back, I'm willing to lose the money in favor of I trust this person. I want to help them. And I generally don't even bring it up after that.
I'm going through this with my dad right now. I lent him a significant amount of money.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 2 approaches, right? It's like you stay on them to pressure them and be in the back of their mind to give it back. Or my approach is hands off. Hey, man, you gave me a great life. I had a silver Dak Prescott spoon. You got me. You paid for my college. You would help me in any way. So I haven't said a word about it. And the other day he goes, I want to get this money straight. And I was like, okay, just send it back whenever. You can wire it. And he's like, I'm not talking about that money. I'm talking about another thing. He's like, you'll get your money when you get it. And I was like, whoa. I haven't bugged you this entire time. We're talking about a lot of money. And after 2 months, I finally said something because I thought that's what he was referring to. This is the danger. This is the danger of borrowing money back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, like for instance, the
Dak Prescott offensive silver spoon, not the way he grew up.
The Korean barbecue place that Choppy got kicked out of when we were in Oxnard.
Yeah.
For instance, as an example, we were trying to make it as little complicated as possible, and so I said, I'll put all of it on my card, and then they're like, we'll Venmo you. Like the 9 people that were there said they'd Venmo me. Most of them did not. Even though they asked me what it was, I was like, I'll tell them one time what my Venmo is. If they send it, they send it. Great. If they don't, they don't.
Oh, you got to tell me those names. Those people got to get called out.
I'll tell you the names during the break. I'm not going to name the names on the air.
Choppy, all right, Choppy, you tell me who was at the dinner, and I'll tell you who skipped out.
Casino. Was I at that dinner?
You were kicked out of it.
I was kicked out of that dinner. Let's see.
Zach and Eric.
Yep, Zach, Eric. I think Broadus was there.
Okay.
Let's see. Was Corey there?
I don't remember. All of the Oxnard friends we made out there were too. Like I'm including people who were like there that we met, not necessarily people from the station.
All right.
Oh, those 3 or 4.
How many from the station didn't pay you?
It's irrelevant.
Wow.
Do you and your partner?
I know Wolchuk was one.
Do you and your partner want to visit historic buildings, museums, but you can't afford the entrance fee? Pretend you're engaged and are considering the location as your wedding venue. They'll probably give you a free tour.
Oh,
that's pretty good. You just say, hey, we want to get married. Oh, yeah, we'll take you all over the place. And it's a good way to go see the museums.
Yes.
I don't know that that's how I want to spend a weekend is going to a museum or whatever.
You could do that for the Arboretum.
Sure.
Dang, what's this red building over here? It's where my wife maybe take our engagement photos. I could have used that. The awesome looking red. Is that the Perot Museum?
Perot's in by the AAC.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Isn't Perot Museum like silver though? It's like a It's like a silvery color. It's a big box.
I have no idea.
It's got glass windows.
I'm uncultured.
They got them, sweetheart. If you're listening, probably not. Text me what it is, but it's got like a awesome greenery in the back with trees and everything. And just go up there, say we're thinking about this for a wedding venue, and yes, free tour.
It's not a bad idea. You just go up to the Arboretum, like you mentioned there. That seems like the perfect spot for, okay, yeah, we'll show you around. And then you just to get to enjoy it.
That's where I made her carry around a selfie stick. This was my first fight of not hiring a photographer. And I was like, no, we have a selfie stick. We can take the man, she was seething. She was burning up, but we're sitting there taking the selfie stick engagement photos. And she was hot.
This is one that in my more immature days, I was guilty of. Sean, I feel like right now, if you're looking to poke anybody specifically, like get at anybody, this is a good one for you.
By the way, people are saying it's the old red courthouse.
The what?
The building you're talking about is the courthouse.
Well, I wasn't at the courthouse. I've messed it up. I'll find out here in a second.
If you're annoyed with someone or you want to send a special message to somebody, okay? Post on Facebook, your Instagram story, whatever else, and set the privacy settings to where only that person can see it. That way they think you are sending out a broad message when in reality it is targeted just to them. And so you can say some petty, like emotional things that then you normally wouldn't want to broadcast to everybody, but if you then set your settings to just one person seeing it, then they see it and they have no idea the rest of the timeline.
People do that on Snapchat.
Yes, they do.
Yep, they'll put out a story that's just one person. They'll say,
and you have no idea who saw it.
Oh my god!
Like they have no way to tell they're the only ones who see it.
I'm doing that. That's and I have used that feature before, like where I've said no to one person's plans, but I'll make a post.
And you cut them out of the
post. And I cut them out of the post. And you remove them, you block them from seeing it, so they don't see that you instead did something else. So, but I'm gonna destroy and take apart this person I'm talking about and just make it visible to that person.
Yeah, or maybe,
but no one's gonna comment on it. It's not gonna get liked.
That's thing. Or maybe you have a couple other people. You let Choppy and I see it. You let me see it. You let Amanda see it, and then we can like the post,
and comment,
and then it's like, oh look, there's clearly other people who can see this.
Yes, thank you. You made my day.
So that's a good one there. Let's see here.
Unethical life hacks every Thursday here. How many more of these do you have? These are good.
I've got a running Word document where I'm Xing them out when we use them. If you really need money, this is so bad. This is, again, unethical life hacks. We're not endorsing these, as Chris Arnold tells you. If you really need money, call your oldest relative asking for money from a burner, and then the next time you see them and they mention it, explain phone scams to them and that you never talk to them.
Oh, I thought you were going to say wait for them to drop dead, and you never get it back.
That's something devious. Because you can get my mom, my aunt, the
ice cream crier,
the ice cream lady. She is ripe for these schemes. I think she could be got.
Really?
And I may
you should give her number to the, waffle cone girl.
Yeah, I may need to get back at her. I may need to do this.
Man, she sounds very unpleasant. Does she listen?
No.
Oh.
No, we're not.
We're not own.
I think own is too left for her.
Is it?
I think she's like right of Newsmax.
The Nasher Sculpture Center. That's where we were. Okay, that's where we were.
This one is perfect for you if you ever decide to go back to the DC area, Sean, where seafood is a big deal. Create a frozen food sea company called Fresh Off the Boat so that restaurants which buy from you can claim their seafood is fresh off.
The foreigners.
So restaurants which buy from you can claim their seafood is fresh off the boat. You can charge a premium from other frozen food suppliers, but they pay less than buying fresh.
I feel like you get exposed with that.
No, you don't, because they can just say it's fresh off the boat. Or you could go name your company Farm to Table or something like that. Hey, This is Farm to Table. All right, this is for those of you who are inclined to...
Is there any type of slogan that you always fall for with that? Whether it comes to food or, the best. Man, if I hear, voted the best.
If I hear ergonomic for some reason, I'm like, that sounds like good. Like an ergonomic chair or a desk. I don't even know what that really means. It means like built for comfort or something.
It's like, for your spine and stuff, like
ergonomics.
Chair?
Yeah, like that would be described as ergonomic, and I'd be a dummy and buy it.
Man, I bet there has to be those buzzwords these companies use that that trigger me. I just can't think of any off the top of my head right now.
What was you remember the old 4 out of 5 dentists approve, like one of those little slogans that always seemed to get
Jay
moms
Slater's
in the
commercial.
90s. I feel like something like that. I remember one of the best commercials. It said 4 out of 5 dentists approve of the gum. It was like a Trident commercial, and they said, what happened to the 5th dentist? And you see them testing it, and somebody's chewing the gum, and a dentist goes to swat a fly and accidentally hits the guy in the head, and he falls over and hits the no. And so that was a little creative way to do that. If you're reefer friendly, old reefers.
Now, what do you mean by that?
You know what I mean.
Okay.
If you take
lunch
part.
in Deep Ellum yesterday, and as soon as I got out of the car, wham, hit me. 11:55 a.m. out there.
All right.
If you partake, but you're too broke to purchase, search Craigslist for houses that need roommates that describe themselves as 420 friendly. You show up to view the place, eventually comment on their paraphernalia that they have out, and they'll probably smoke you out for shul to make sure you're cool enough, and then you just say thanks and you leave.
And then send you back on the road.
A little of the ganja?
Yeah, pretty much. So that's what Babe would do there. If you don't want to make a resume, you can claim to be hiring for your job. Once enough people send you their resumes, find the one that suits you most and change the contact information for a free resume. It's pretty good.
What is it again?
If you don't want to make a resume or you feel like you're not good at building resumes and you're trying to put one together for a job that you're applying for, you can claim to be hiring for a similar job to the one you're applying for. And then once people send you enough resumes, then you find the one that suits you the most and you change the contact information for free and you get a resume.
So my buddy is so bored. I don't know how. He's applying for like different jobs just to see how far he can get in the process.
That's pretty good.
John,
I like that.
you met him the other day, John. And he's like, well,
he had some awful DAC takes.
He texted me. He's like, can I put you down as a reference? I said, for what? Are you giving up your laundry company? He goes, no, I got a final call at Lucchese. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
Put Kelsey Charles as a reference. She works there.
And then he's sitting there showing me like, oh, Odyssey's looking for part-time broadcasters, da-da-da. And I'm like, you need to have another child. You know, some of you who have 2 or 3 kids already and you still have time to be doing this stuff, good Lord.
Well, here's the good news. If you have a common name like John, well, there are people on LinkedIn with much better CVs than yours. Their references should work for you.
CV?
Yeah. What is it? Curriculum,
resume.
whatever it's called.
Yeah, CV/resume.
But yeah, in general, if you then...
You didn't know it was a CV?
A resume?
Yeah.
No, I knew it was a resume.
Oh, okay.
So I had never heard the term CV.
Really?
No.
If you've got a name like John Smith and you just go look on LinkedIn for, John Smiths, their references should work for you. Because they'll call and say, hey, tell us about John Smith. And it's like, oh, yeah, I know that guy. He's great. So that you can get good ones there. The 10-minute temporary McDonald's QR coupons that exist in the app, they have these little pop-up ones that are quick, that are temporary. They last for a certain amount. If you screenshot the QR coupons, they will work if you just go present the thing. It doesn't matter that they've disappeared from the app. People use them all the time, apparently, and there's no issue. They don't time out at all.
Let me give a standing ovation to Chick-fil-A, by the way.
Best app.
My wife put in an order, and it was a little bit confusing. She used points from the past. She bought extra for, Ollie's gathering, and I was nervous going in there that it was going to be a hot mess, and I'm responsible for the food pickup and everything. And these people, you combine Chick-fil-A's service with Costco workers, the country would have no problems.
Amen.
At none whatsoever. Are you kidding me? You talk about stealing from stores and self-checkout. I'd feel guilty stealing from Costco because of the amazing service. You get bum rushed by help. Well, let's gather. You don't have to take anything out of the cart. They're scanning it in there. You get little boxes to take out all your stuff in. You are in and out like clockwork. Chick-fil-A, 12 different people. I had to finally tell them, guys.
Yeah.
I've been helped. I was blown away. And I said, I gotta give these people credit on the radio. Manager coming out. We've relayed the information. We had a meeting about your order at 9 a.m. I was so happy. I was blown away.
I look, Chick-fil-A
they deserve tips. Not you crooks in other restaurants. What's that place? Derek Holland's place, Moxie's, with your drink gratuity that you add on 4 drinks. These Chick-fil-A people deserve the gratuity and the tips and Costco.
And they don't even ask for it.
But it's their pleasure.
So
they don't need a tip.
Yeah, and I hate that because I want.
And they're
them to
not
say
advertisers. I wish they were. I
need
I just had to highlight them. Whataburger, Popeyes. You should learn.
They should all learn. They should all learn from Chick-fil-A. I've been to one Chick-fil-A where it was slow.
My previous visit to this one was really bad.
Was it Walchuck's Chick-fil-A?
No, it was in McAllister, Oklahoma this weekend. It was like a 30-minute wait in the line.
Yeah.
Like the line was so long outside, we went inside. And that line was even worse.
Yep.
And it was like 30 minutes to get the food. It was awful. Food was cold by the time we got it.
Yeah.
But it was turd.
So impressive. So impressive.
Yeah.
And
Sounds
Costco
about white.
And Costco.
Costco's great, man. You know, they're annoying me, constantly asking me for the picture on the card now a little bit.
Yeah.
But I get it. You know, it's like they're trying to protect me, so I get it.
Yeah.
My investment.
When you're buying gifts for parents,
last one.
Get things of lasting value like art or jewelry because it's probable they're eventually just going to come back to you. So buy the things that you want that are of high quality that will last a long time because it'll get passed down to you, and then ultimately you're just buying something for yourself.
Pretty dark.
Yeah, it's pretty dark.
Pretty expensive. I'm not investing. I'm not going to buy them art.
Like, you're betting that you outlive with your parents. Okay, I get it. It's generally a
Bobby
safe
did.
bet.
Like, Sean, get you a nice, long-lasting TV for your parents.
No, that's so bad. That's so bad. Oh my God.
Nobody.
Nobody responded.
I'm just numb.
Pain's in vacation mode.
I'm just numb to you like breakdancing over my mom's grave that it doesn't even register with me yet. It's very sad, Sean. Her lungs basically failed on her when I was 16.
877-881-1053.
She'd just given birth to our ninth child.
Turn off his mic. All right, we hook you up during the expressway. It's Life Hacks here on DFW Sports Station.
You feel good about yourself?
I don't. I really don't feel good about myself. Let's change things up. Let's make me a loser yet again with a Texas Rangers All-Star edition of High Low next on The Fan. Now I'm like, what I want for dinner, I'm like, I need to make these eggs. Like
Did you watch the video?
I did not watch the video. I have watched Gordon Ramsay videos, but
I'm bringing a hot plate in here this week. I'm going to plug it in, and I'm going to make eggs on the air.
It's really irritating me. Like, I can't make these scrambled eggs like Bobby can.
I had to pull him. I forgot about this. I had to pull a man card over the weekend. I had to. My guy Wes, he was making eggs for breakfast in the morning, and I had to body check him out of the way.
Why?
He cracked the eggs into the pan.
Yeah, that's what Bobby's saying.
What I did. Right. Okay, but then he scrambled them in there, and then he put them onto the stove.
Yeah.
So you get egg skin. You got to heat the plate. You got to heat the pan to medium, and then put the eggs in.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope. Cooks too fast. I did the Gordon Ramsay
You
method.
keep moving it. That's why you got to keep moving it.
You keep moving it. You take it on there cold. You put it onto the hot.
No,
you
absolutely
do.
not. And ask any chef ever.
I did.
Gordon
Ramsay said to do it that way.
Gordon Ramsay's a moron. Gordon Ramsay doesn't cook like this. Okay, you can actually cook eggs off residual heat. You don't even need to have it on the stove.
This man comes in yesterday in an American flag cutoff, and he's like, Gordon Ramsay does not know class.
You know who knows how to cook eggs? Americans, not Gordon Ramsay.
Kid Rock. Have you ever had Kid Rock's eggs? Have you ever had a Kid Rock omelet?
You have to heat the pan. It should take you 90 seconds to scramble eggs.
Do you think blind taste test your eggs would beat Bobby's?
1,000%.
Zero chance.
There it is.
You know what? I'd be able to look
Friday
at the pan.
breakfast.
I would be able to look at the pan, and your pan, you would have egg skin everywhere.
Nope.
All right, nothing's more disgusting than egg skin. And then you would have all that the crumbles on the egg.
Nope.
It would be my pan. You don't even have to wash my pan when I'm done with it.
Fluffy. You'd bounce a quarter off my eggs.
Blind taste test. We got nothing going on in the sports world. We got to do this tomorrow. Eat breakfast with eggs. All right, it's Sean and Gordon here on 105.3 The Fan.
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on your home for Rangers baseball. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Bobby Belt with you. We got Peyton and Rai in the back. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby Belt is your defending champion. Peyton has cooked up a little game for us to celebrate your favorite baseball team on the team's flagship station. Pepe, over to you.
That is right, guys. I will be your host today for a little High-Low Rangers All-Star Edition. These will be current or former Rangers All-Stars. Now, there's plenty of them. I know, there's a lot out there. But we can only narrow it down to the top 9.
Clarification. Are these all-stars, like players who have made all-star games and played with the Rangers, or they had to make it with the Rangers?
They made it with the Rangers.
Okay.
So Bobby is the defending champion. This is how the game goes. It's simple. I'll play a 10-second audio clip, either high or low, depending on whichever one Sean, RJ, and Bobby request. If they can guess it on the first try, that'll be worth 3 points. If they get it wrong or can't guess it, I'll give the first clue for 2 points. If they don't get that right, I'll give a second clue for 1 point.
You look more confident today, Mr. Baseball.
No. Okay. I still don't know how this is going to go, but we'll give it a shot. The old college try, even though I didn't go to college.
So, Bobby, you are the defending champ. That means you have the floor. High pitch, low pitch.
What do you think I'm going to do, Sean?
Hi, Gene.
I think you're going to go high, but you might be a little arrogant coming off the W, and you're going to go low to give me a chance.
Wrong. High.
Did a great job. I've never worked with a real estate agent as efficient and on top of stuff as he is. And he put me in a great home at a great price. Really big help for me and my family at the time.
The hell is that?
I like it. I like explain it after this. I have a theory.
Who was talking real estate?
Ian Kinsler.
No. First clue here for 2 points. A power hitter, but could only show it off during the regular season.
Oh.
No. Joey Gallo.
Be wrong.
Do you know it, RJ?
I thought I did. I was going to say Gallo.
Ooh, okay. For 1 point, this is clue number 2. Proved to be Eric Gagne's daddy while pinch hitting
Hank
in the
Blaylock.
All-Star game. Okay, well.
Wow.
Okay,
That's good.
I will give you guys, unless you find it real quick, $100 if you can find any press conference of Hank Blaylock on YouTube out there. There is not anything out there.
But then you should have gotten a more notable person.
Well, these clues were passed down.
What? Spittle? You throw him under the bus. I know you want to.
Wow, we're going to the next
the
one.
boss gave you the name. Then if it's someone you can't find any information
I did. No, I found the clip. The clues were fine. The clip was hard to find as well. But I thought it was funny to play, that. And
what was the first clue?
A power hitter but could only show it off during the regular season because he never made the playoffs.
During the regular season. Okay. That's tough. That was very difficult. But Bobby's not upset. He's not mad.
He got a point.
That's point. Good job that it was Hank Blaylock. Okay, let's go.
So, Sean, you're up next.
Let's go low.
Ooh, low for 3 points.
Like a man.
I try to prove everything, that's why I be here. That's why I'm working every day, I don't want to prove why I'm just keep singing, betting K's, why, doing the working out, because I try to be better at everything.
Nelson Cruz?
Nelly. No. So now we go 2 points. Clue number 1. This left-handed bat's contract angers many Rangers fans to this very day.
Rugi?
No Rugi.
Never made an All-Star game.
Clue number 2 for 1 point.
It was a good clue.
Was it?
Yeah, I think so. I thought I gave it away. I thought it was a little too easy, but it was a good clue.
Played for both Ohio.
You're too easy.
For 1 point, Sean, to tie Bobby. Played for both Ohio teams, but born outside the United States.
Cleveland and Cincy.
Uh-oh.
Chew?
Yes, there it is.
Oh, thank goodness. Had about half a second there before I had to buzz you, but
I'll be honest. I thought it was a Latin player.
I did too. I did too. I would not have gotten that on the initial. I would have gotten that on the first clue. That thought it was a Latin player too.
I got a clue.
RJ Choppy.
Gather the foreigners.
High pitch, low pitch.
Yeah, it's baseball.
Let's give the kids a chance. Let's do low.
Okay, low.
Good job.
I mean, he threw the ball pretty well. He got one mistake against Franco. But besides that, he threw the ball amazing. The bullpen sharp like usually. The kid from Rose.
Bobby thinks it's easy.
I think I know it.
Not a lot of white people early on.
No.
Or the later rounds. There was.
Nelly Cruz.
Yes!
Oh, my goodness.
That's garbage.
That's right. That's right.
Had a lot of Latin players to choose from, but chose Nelly Cruz.
That's right.
Wow.
He wouldn't have got. I gave you the answer. Freaking A. Joke. Let's go.
All right,
Actually, to
Bobby.
be honest, I didn't have Nelly Cruz's name written down initially.
Yeah, I know. I just told you. I gave you the answer
you
with my guess.
You did. Thank you.
Round
All right.
2 here.
Hat tip.
All right. In the name of keeping competitive with RJ Choppy and not trying to flex, we're going high.
Oh.
High for 3 points.
I mean, it's been hard, but I mean, I'm trying to, deal with it the best way I can. Trying to, I'm coming here, every day, hanging out with the guys, so that helps a little bit. But, just trying to make the best of it, I guess.
Just buzz him now.
Kinsler. No clue.
Okay, clue number 1. His time here in Texas was cut short due to injuries.
They won 58 games during his time. Thanks, Peyton.
I think it's a good clue, Peyton.
Prince Fielder.
Ooh.
Idiot.
Whoa!
Shut up, Bob.
Get him, Pepe. Get him, Pepe.
Oh!
Put that finger on the camera, Bob.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Right over here.
3-3-1. I desperately need this.
Read between the lines.
Hi.
Not helping you after all.
Let's
High
go.
for 3 points.
If I keep doing this, it's going to be a pretty good year. It's unbelievable how this team fights to the end. And I mean, we're just here to play hard and try to win some games. So it's really fun to be a part of.
I think I got the cadence from Los Angeles Laker fan Michael Young.
Oh,
man. That was good. I tried to drag it out.
Gosh, you did.
Clue number 1. Don't mistake this one-time all-star for owning a barbecue restaurant.
I don't know.
Buzz him.
Do you know who it is?
Oh, okay. Clue number 2. He turned out to be a pretty big piece in the trade that sent Elvis Andrews to Oakland. So barbecue restaurant.
Oh. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's wonderful.
One-time all-star piece. Mike Minor?
No.
Oh.
Jonah Heim.
Jonah Heim. Heim Barbecue.
I was about to say, R.A. Dickey didn't make the All-Star game with the Rangers.
Wow, it's good.
With the
Good.
barbecue clue.
Good callback.
Okay, so what's the score right now? We have 3-3-1. 3-3-1. Okay. RJ.
Let's go low, Gene.
Low for 3 points.
Both of these happened while I was pitching. The first one, the water sprinklers in Texas, so I had no idea what was going on the next day. And then the homer hose, Cole Irvin and Keegan Aiken did the homer hose during my start here.
This is where he magically gets one last second.
Derek Holland. All-star. I have no idea.
Oh, no.
I don't want to give you guys a name. I'm going to throw out a name.
All right. Clue number 1 for 2 points here. This player began his all-star season with the Rangers, but ended it with the Phillies. So he began the season with the Rangers, but ended that same year with the Phillies.
Yeah, we heard.
Kyle Gibson.
Very
That's
nice.
right.
Very nice.
That's right.
Please win, Bobby.
You're giving teams they played for.
Oh, yeah, like we're just supposed to know. Everybody who got
The injury thing didn't give it away with...
So is that 5?
That's 5.
5. Bobby has 3.
And we are in round 3, by the way.
Hi.
Now, wait, it goes back to Sean because it's the lowest, right?
Well, I mean, if he gets 3, he's got 4.
Yeah.
And he still loses.
Yeah, why don't we just
okay.
I'll bow out.
All right.
I'll bow out.
Okay.
I'll be Mookie Betts.
High.
High for 3 points.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really tough division. I think the Angels got better. I think the Mariners got better. Obviously, the Astros are on top. So it's a very, very competitive division.
Come on, Bobby.
Do you know it?
No. I'm rooting for you.
Cole Hamels.
Damn it. That's good.
Okay, so you can tie.
All right, this is for the tie. Clue number 1 for 2 points. He was always against swinging at the first pitch while leading off.
Huh?
No, okay, you don't watch Ranger baseball.
Oh, not a Ranger
after
fan.
2016. I got you.
He was swinging at the first pitch while leading off.
He was against it.
Marcus Semien. No idea.
That's right.
We'll give you clue number 2 here.
GD clues,
Hang on,
Peyton.
let's hear it.
He was a teammate of Derek Collins, but wished the Rangers to go 0-162.
Ian Kinsler.
Yes!
I guessed him 2 other times.
RJ Choppy takes back the crown. You have a final one?
I do.
Let's hear it.
You want it high, low?
Let's go low, Gene.
Low. Okay.
The way he pitched, made me some chasing pitches to let me off balance a lot. I try to stay back and let him pitch and let him make mistakes.
Satan.
Punch. Juan Gonzalez.
No.
Franco.
Ruben Sierra. There we go.
RJ Choppy.
If we do high-low next week with Jeff Carroll filling in, maybe I'll have a chance because he will be able to come up with actual clues that are understandable. I hate you, Peyton.
Whoa.
Wow.
You want to fight me?
877.
I'd love to. Come in here.
877.
Figure out the egg game first.
What'd you
Get in
say?
here, push
Figure out
tush.
the eggs game first, Bobby.
Oh.
Go make some eggs.
Go make some eggs. That's right. We're supposed to get a hot plate in here for you and you versus Choppy with the scrambled egg challenge.
Your mama.
877-881-1053.
He's dead, Chop. We went over this. Chuck, he couldn't breathe. It was a whole month in sedation.
ChuckRec.com text line here on DFW Sports Station. So Rangers off one more day, and then they're going to take on the Guardians tomorrow. Guardians just even though they're sitting there in the top of the Central.
Crappy. Well, yeah, I mean, being on top of the AL Central is not something to write home about. They've got Ramirez, and everybody loves. He's great. He's a really good player. But Bieber's not the same guy he used to be. They're going to wind up that division might be won with a below 500 record.
45-45. They're a half game up on the Twins. -7 with the run differential. They are the second team in baseball that's leading their division with a negative run differential. The other is Cincinnati.
Yeah, the difference is Cincinnati started off really, really bad. And they have since, done very good and very well. They've played great baseball since Ellie De La Cruz got there. And they've taken over the AL Central and had a really nice start to their season, but they started off poorly.
Life tips. The perfect girl for Peyton. We may have finally found her. And the perfect curse word has just been created. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan.
But let's
And by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or just go to truckwreck.com.
Powerball has ballooned to $875 million after we have gone nearly 3 months without a winner. The next drawing Saturday night would be the 7th largest lottery in U.S. history. Who went rogue and went and got their own tickets after we failed to team up yesterday? Choppy did. Pepe, did you get some tickets?
I did not. I saved myself $20 because I would have won.
Well, you could have won.
I could have. Yeah, that's right. I could have won.
You could have won. Bobby, did you get any tickets?
I did not. As we do this moving forward, are we going to play both, or are we just going to play the Powerball?
Oh, no. We play both.
We'll play the Friday and Saturday one? Okay, so I'll go buy the tickets today for both. I will give you and you my Venmo and Peyton's cutout.
Why?
Because he gives S clues during high-low.
No, we need more hats in the ring.
Ryan, you want in?
He can't hear you because my microphone's on.
Well,
Well, he monitors the show with his headphones, Peyton. I'm not an idiot.
He doesn't want it because he knows he's not going to win.
Ryan, you want in? You know what?
I'm gonna donate
he said
tickets.
Yes. He said yes.
All right,
Buy him a
Ryan's
ticket.
in. Perfect.
Can we trust Ryan?
Yes.
I think he's a trustworthy young lad.
I think, but watch, he'll win and cut all of us out.
No, Ryan.
Although you control the money.
I control the money.
Control it.
I have the money. I have the power. To quote the Lookout, you gave Ryan lots of great praise for his Jerry Jones video that he threw up there yesterday while you were talking about it.
Apparently, his college has asked me to come in and speak.
Well, Choppy.
Or was it a broadcast? It was like coming to do a broadcast.
Choppy criticizes his driving and says he speeds too fast. So he might cut out Choppy, but the rest of us, I think, would be fine.
All right.
I just made a comment that I saw this giant box on wheels flying right by me on 4-inch tires.
How much money am I sending, Bobby? What is it, 20?
I mean, you're not sending me anything other than if you just want me to pocket it.
Okay, I'll send it to Kristen.
Twitter.
Whoa! Okay.
Twitter Finance with the 5 things you need to do as soon as you win the lottery.
Okay.
Hire these 7 professionals: lawyer, security, accountant, tax attorney, financial advisor, estate planning attorney, personal assistant. And then they go and give all the reasons why. You have to go and hire all of those individuals. Never sign the ticket until you get up a trust to protect your assets and confirm that you can accept the millions anonymously. Only 16 states allow you to accept it without disclosing your identity. Never tell anyone so you don't become a victim of robbery, extortion, or death. Do these 3 things to go private. This is from Andrew Loknath on Twitter. 70% of lottery winners end up broke and 33% declare bankruptcy. Delete social media, change your address, get a new phone number and email address. You got to go into freaking hiding. The 12 states that allow you to remain anonymous, Texas is one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Say, it'd be.
People are going to wonder when none of us show up for work.
I know. Yeah, you got to keep working for a little bit. Like, if we win this
throw
thing,
people off the scent?
Yeah, I think so. Start a podcast. Yeah, I'm just going to go.
No, this show will be 7 to 10 if any of us win.
Yes.
Oh, wait, I have some.
I'm sorry, 8 to 10.
I have some demands.
8 to 10.
8 to 10.
Yeah, I don't need 3 hours.
Or 7 to 11.
7 to 11?
7 to 11. No.
Oh.
Absolutely not. That's too low. It's 4 hours.
Yeah.
We're not really doing it.
We're not live.
Nope.
Not live radio over here.
I hit live.
So those are the suggestions if you play. And both of them are through the roof. It's not just the 800 million.
The other one's over 4.
All right. We have some
it's
other.
over 5.
Oh, it's over 5 now. Yeah.
We have some other life tips.
Yeah. So this is a 71-year-old shared 22 things that he wished he knew earlier in life.
71?
71 years old.
All right.
Some of these are, obvious, but some of them are also like, okay. And one of them is listening. You got to listen.
Okay.
Like if you're talking more than you're listening, you're not learning anything.
What'd you say?
It's right. One of the things he also says here, which I found to be I was like, whoa. He says, if you're the smartest person in the room, you're in the wrong room.
I need to get in a different room.
I love that. Because, that part of my whole bit shtick is that I'm a moron. Now, in truth, that's not really a bit. I am a moron. But I like to play that moron too. I really enjoy being the dumbest person in the room. So this is not a difficult one for me in general because I already am the dumbest person.
I have heard that line a lot, by the way. So is one of these tips like a Dove Kleiman or an Ari Myrov tip of just like take other people's things and pretend like it's your own?
Yeah, I mean, this is surround yourself with smart people, seek out advice. Don't act like you know everything. I have no problems admitting my stupidity in many facets. Yeah. And I go ahead and hit up this person. That's why my wife is like, Mike Fisher would always say this. Oh, being out with you, all you're doing is interviewing people. It's just like a talk show. You're just interviewing. Yeah, curiosity. And I know that you probably know more than I do.
One of the other ones, I found this to be interesting. If you have rude people around, if someone's rude around, very, very rude, treat their rudeness like an illness or an affliction, and it will diffuse the situation.
Okay, what does that mean?
Like, you won't get into it. You won't fall for their trap of getting into a conflict with them if they're rude. You just kind of treat it like an affliction, like an illness. It kind of goes back at them. You're kind of condescending towards them in that. I'm so sorry. And then it kind of diffuses the situation. I don't agree with that.
I've never known being condescending to a rude person to make them go, "Oh, sorry, I was wrong."
I don't think I'm capable. I would call out the rudeness to the person right there in the moment.
Yeah, like that waiter at the airport.
I really would. I'd be like, don't be a jackass, like either in front of the other person or not. Or when they walk away, be like, hey, you're a little bit much there. A little bit much.
Yeah. I do feel like out of everybody at the station, Sean is the most likely to just call out somebody's rude behavior in the moment. Just like, why are you being a jackass? What's your problem?
Although people would probably accuse me, they would think, the listeners, that I would be guilty of that the most, of being rude.
I don't think, I'm trying to think. I don't think there's anybody here who's really rude.
I know. I'm trying to
remember who you're talking to.
Like, not Kevin, not Corey. You think Mike could be rude?
No. Like, I mean, maybe in certain situations. See, like
Mike
Broadus now. He can come off a little.
No. He's very non-confrontational, I think, in that area.
Yeah, if he knows you, he can be confrontational.
Well, Wolchuk's in the Bahamas. He's not listening. We'll say it's Wolchuk.
Yeah, very.
No, there's no way Zach is.
Except when he's telling you to light his cigar.
There's no way Eric is, and probably not Dawson either. Man, I don't think we have any rude
bunch
people.
of softies, man.
Yeah, we do have a lot of softies. That's good, though.
The only time I'm rude is as a bit, usually.
No, I can see you. Your mannerism comes off as rude.
People can interpret things certain ways. I think generally in person, like dealing with people, I try to be deferential and be kind to people for the most part.
Next life tip.
Know when to give up on something.
Ooh, this is very difficult for me.
I think it's very difficult to do for everybody. Know when to quit.
Cut your losses.
Cut your losses with a friend, with a job, with a relationship.
Casinos.
Stock market.
I'm
like, no, I'm just going to wait. I don't care if I'm 80. Once to get back to even, then I'll sell
Sunken cost fallacy.
Yeah.
Next one. Stop trying to do everything. Just be an expert in one thing. And then go from there.
Isn't that the exact opposite advice that everybody's been saying lately should be given to the young athletes of our day? Is that like, look at Shohei, like he's great at both. Don't just make somebody focus on one. That limits their potential.
That's fair.
Revenue streams, entrepreneur. I don't know. You have these people who are spacey, and every other month they have a project. They have something else they're doing. They have another idea. Those people, nothing's ever going anywhere. Focus on one thing.
Push your kids to ask the question why.
Unless it's to you.
I don't think they have to be pushed.
Yeah.
No, but a lot of coaches in football hate this. Hate when they hate the Y quarterback.
Yeah, ask
Sam
Amari
Rosen.
Cooper.
Right? They hate the Y guy. But that really is what you want, right? You want somebody who will challenge norms. Norms don't get changed.
If it's someone whose intelligence you respect, If it's someone else who is just like, you don't have the mental capacity to even absorb what I'm about to give you in response, then don't waste my time. You are too dumb to be asking why. If it's someone who, the exchange of idea can increase what you're trying to do, it can be beneficial, then do it. Otherwise, just shut your mouth. You're too stupid. Just do what I tell you to do.
Like DJ at Super Bowl doesn't want to hear me say why.
Right.
Like he's not interested in my why.
Right.
So,
always tip 20%.
No.
Cheap.
I'm going low. Bobby's going high. I'm going lower.
As usual, just like the last game.
And then higher.
Let's see.
What is the reasoning for that? You can't just do a crappy, in my opinion. I know, Samir's going to text me that I'm a jackass. You can't just do a horrible job and I just pretend like you didn't do a horrible job. If we come in and do a horrible job every day, we have to face the TruckRack.com text line. So, no, I'm not going to. You are judged individually in that service moment. I'm sorry if you're having a bad day. I'm sorry. But, no, I'm going to tip. Now, 95% of the time, 98% of the time, I'm giving 20%. You got
half the way it's out of laziness because you don't want to do math.
And you got to really screw it up to get less. But if you do a horrible job or it's an awful experience, no. I mean, it's got to be really, really bad.
Yeah. I agree. It's got to be really, really bad for me to do
like like that pizza delivery person. Like they come and say, wow, you live in way too nice of a house and you give them $5. Okay, I'm going back on the app and I'm canceling the tip.
Yep.
I'm erasing it.
Yep. Jealousy tarnishes joy more than happiness. More than money buys happiness.
Yeah, I'll have to wait till I'm 80 to
Who wrote this?
Get this. A 70-year-old.
Some 70-year-old man.
But 70 is not like getting to 100. Like, I mean, plenty of people get to 70 now. Why is it like these are your life tips for getting to 70? This just sounds like generic advice.
Yeah, it does. It does. And I disagree with this last one here. Don't want what other people have. Bro, that's what keeps the economy going.
That's jealousy.
Yeah, he's just like using different terms to describe the last. What's your biggest tip, Sean? What's your biggest tip for somebody making it?
Oh, I need way more time in order to come up with something really good.
You know what I've learned? Don't say everything that pops into your head.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm still learning
obvious.
that one. Yeah. Nah, well, not to me.
We've done a great job of molding you.
There's a couple. Don't say no. No is not an answer.
Don't say no.
Don't say no.
Be a yes man.
No. Like when you're like, I guess like if you're like just getting in the working world, like don't say no. Like just you're up for everything.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say that's not great advice.
The best ability is availability.
That's good. Be versatile. What's the perfect curse word?
This is from the aid of artificial intelligence. This is gonna end artificial intelligence. They came up with the ultimate curse word. They should end it right now. They found the perfect curse word. There's 186 offensive terms in the world right now. 186, and the computer came up.
You're gonna say it?
Yeah,
it's their own made-up word.
It's a made-up. It's already a word that we use.
Okay.
Oh.
First of all, we already have the perfect curse word.
Yeah.
Okay.
The perfect curse word is the queen mother of all dirty words.
F?
It's the F word.
Okay.
That is the perfect curse word. It can be used in any situation. I believe it is 100% the best curse word.
How did that even get what was the origin of it?
It's so
French.
It's like you're saying it's perfect?
I'm saying it's so cathartic. Like yesterday during the break when I said it about 30 times. You remember when we were talking about
when you're talking about the bosses?
No, stop that. Do not start that. No, when I said about 30 times that break, by the end of the break, I was like
the Hank Blaylock clue.
I was like, oh, okay, I feel a little bit better now. And I feel like that word helped me achieve it.
Yeah. I think the F word is the best word, period, in the language. Not just the best curse word. I think it's the best word in the English language. Altogether. It's definitely the most versatile.
Okay.
But the computer model found the best curse word starts with the letter B and has an ER at the end. So it could be beer. I mean, if you wanted to. But they came up with the word banger.
Oh, like bangers and mash?
Like bangers and mash. It's one way to go. Boy, the song's a banger.
The song's a banger.
That's not a curse word.
I know.
Well, Mike Breen says it too. Bang.
Bang.
He doesn't say banger.
Well, he needs to say it.
They're saying that's what the computer model came up with. I hope this ends artificial intelligence. We need to go back.
Cancel it.
We need to cancel our AI and go back to people having normal jobs at grocery stores and not the self-checkout.
The NFL teams most likely to end their playoff droughts in 2023. That's next in Below
the Belt.
Right here on The Fan.
Let's get you over to
The great Bobby Belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off
no,
my belt.
we're not. It is a great time to be a New York Jets fan.
Yeah.
Allegedly. I don't know. We'll see if Sean's right. I don't think Aaron Rodgers is going to do anything special. Will Brinson seemed to be a little cagey on his prospects. That makes me feel a little bit better about that. Where'd the music go, Peyton? Jeez. All right, so Adam Shane, what is it? Yeah, I knew you'd love it. As soon as I said the name, I knew you'd always roll your eyes. Adam Shine wrote for NFL.com. Which NFL team is most likely to end their long playoff drought in 2023? And some of these were actually kind of surprising that I didn't realize it had been as long as it had. So he's got a few names here, a few different teams. Number 1 is
Jets.
The New York Football Jets. New York hasn't.
He doesn't
reached...
get credit for that. We just said it was a whole Aaron Rodgers buildup. We know
I guess
the
they're right.
Jets.
New York hasn't reached the postseason since Barack Obama's first term as president. Damn, that really puts in perspective how long ago it was. It would have been the Rex Ryan team. It would have been butt fumble. Like, that's how long it's been for them. Says that at 39 years old, Aaron Rodgers is no spring chicken, but don't mistake his age for an expiration date. Rodgers is rejuvenated with a chip on his shoulder to prove he can win outside of Green Bay. He can still spin it, and most importantly, he's a gargantuan upgrade over what the Jets had at the position last season. Furthermore, Rodgers has a fine supporting cast in New York. He raved about wide receiver Garrett Wilson, the reigning offensive rookie of the year, whom Rodgers compared to Devontae Adams. New York also has quality depth in the receiving core and a top-notch defense. How confident are you? Does this just come down to Rodgers? If Rodgers is the MVP type guy that he is, that the Jets are in. If he's not, they're out.
It comes down to the division as well, which he conveniently left out. This is a brutal division. The Jets can be good and still miss. If Buffalo repeats as the favorite, is Miami still lethal with Tua health? And then, the Patriots can be annoying.
They can be annoying.
Patriots can win 8 or 9 games.
Right. But if Aaron Rodgers is it plays to his, MVP caliber level, they're gonna make it.
Oh yeah.
Like that's not really a question. But the question is does he have MVP caliber level?
Number 2. The Detroit Lions. Yeah! Last time they made the playoffs. Anybody want to guess?
2016.
The game where they got cheated against us?
Nailed it, 2016.
2014. Right?
They did not get cheated, okay?
That was a bad call.
That was 2014.
It was the right no call, okay? This is the
Homer Bell.
Yeah, that was 2014, but 2016 was the last time they made it.
What a homer.
I'm kidding. It's just what you remember. There was a face mask. Somebody illegal hands to the face. He was grabbing the face mask of Anthony Hitchens. You conveniently leave out the offsetting penalty there, Sean. Winning 8 of its final 10 games last season, Detroit fell just short of the playoffs. Now the Lions head into the 2023 campaign carrying the kind of buzz that is completely foreign to football fans in the Motor City. The Packers are now living in a post-Aaron Rodgers world. The Vikings, who won the division by 4 games last season, have since parted ways with a number of starters. The Bears can be frisky, what an odd term there, if Justin Fields makes the leap, but they're fresh off an NFL worst 3-14 season. Long story short, it's the Lions' time to shine. And do you know what I cannot get out of my head right now when I think about the Lions? Every time I hear this buzz and hear them talking about it, this reminds me so much of the year 2000 Dolphins in Nick Saban. You remember Saban got them to like 500 and everybody's like, whoa, this is a team on the rise. Yeah. Saban's going to bring him to the top. And then they were completely mediocre. This feels like one of these teams that we're all building up and it's going to be a complete letdown.
Yeah, I'm a seller, on the team and the quarterback, but this is very legitimate because of the division and the conference. Their division's awful, we think. Jordan Love, Justin Fields, and the Minnesota Vikings trying to sell. And then the conference is a joke. The worst conference I can remember covering in our 12, 13 years of doing this show. So even if they don't win the division, still get in as a wild card. So I buy this not because I like the Lions or believe, but because of the state of the NFC.
I mean, the division's terrible. I mean, if the Lions, this is one of those things.
As I just said.
Yeah, well, this is one of those things. If they don't win it now, they'll never win the damn thing. But the Lions, if they don't get a home game in this year's postseason, like they're never going to get one. They haven't had a home game in the playoffs in like 35 years. Like they're never going to get one.
The next team on this list, the Atlanta Falcons, have not been to the playoffs since 2017. He says, I really like the feel of Arthur Smith's team, largely because of, well, Arthur Smith. What is with the, like, Justin Fields and Arthur Smith have the same PR guy, I guess? Because I don't understand the Arthur Smith love. He comes from, his whole offensive genius was built with a team that plays 1992 run the football type of offense. And
that's why they drafted Bijan.
He's what, like 12-22 in his couple of years here?
He's gone 7-10 in the past couple seasons. But everyone has thought that the Falcons were going to stink, so 7 wins has seemed respectable. I'm in that camp. Who is their quarterback? Is it Desmond Ridder?
Probably Ridder.
Okay. Yeah. Is he in a Sam Howell category? Are we believing more in Desmond Ridder? What do you remember about Desmond Ridder coming out?
He reminded me of a guy that was in Atlanta recently. He reminded me of Mariota coming out. And I was not a huge Mariota fan, but I mean, he's kind of similar. Now, generally, Ridder was thought of as a better prospect than Sam Howell was. And he does have, wait for it, great personality. He does have the leadership traits. Apparently, that is a big check in his favor.
This is another division pick. You could pick anything in the South and not look stupid. With Tampa Bay supposedly awful. The sexy pick is to get Carolina up there. Some people going with the Saints. So, I mean, nothing can look really, really dumb in this division. I don't think.
I would honestly put Carolina in there today, because I mean I think Bryce Young is one of the more pro-ready quarterbacks to step in. He's immediately going to make them better in that sense. They fought down the stretch. Like I think that Carolina in a really bad division can absolutely compete.
I mean, I could see it. There's nobody in that division that really stands out. Like I think any team but Tampa, I could make a case for any team but Tampa winning that division. Less for Atlanta than the other two, but it's clearly New Orleans and Carolina's division.
Did Justin Jefferson leave Kirk Cousins off his top 5 list? Some real honesty. Mahomes, Rodgers, Burrow, Hurts, and Josh Allen. I don't think I've ever seen that. I mean, he's right. I don't think I've ever seen it. Sorry to interrupt you, Chuck. I wanted to read the names before it jumped off the screen. But we were talking about the North just a second ago. Justin Jefferson leaves Cousins off. You could have thrown him a bone at 5, bro.
Could have left off Rodgers.
Huh?
Could have left off Rodgers.
No, you couldn't have.
Yes, you could. Who are you swapping? You're going to swap out Hurts or Rodgers, one of them.
Yeah. Either one. I mean, take off Hurts. Well, yeah, that's Hurts tough. Or Rodgers.
I mean, all the Vikings fans hate Rodgers. That's the one you should have left off.
Yeah, you're right. That's hilarious.
Wow.
That's hilarious. Good for you, Justin Jefferson. He got that power and clout, too.
Yeah, he does.
Kirk has to throw the ball to him.
One of the things that's interesting, too, about Atlanta that sometimes...
By the way, my buddy said that he tried last night. We were saying, what are we watching on sports? What are we watching? He said Gold Cup, and then he said, I tried to watch the beginning of the Netflix quarterbacks, but he had to turn it off because of Brittany Mahomes. I think Cousins is in the beginning of that. He's one of the 4 featured on there. Sorry, Bob.
Shout out to the Dallas Wings yesterday, by the way, beating the Minnesota Lynx by 40, 107-67.
Now you trying to get tickets.
I'm just telling you, they won big. You could have watched that. Instead, you're watching the Gold Cup or whatever. What's the Gold Cup? Is that soccer, tennis?
That's soccer, USA and Panama.
Okay, all right. Number 4.
Let's go back and pull his women's college basketball opinions since he's now Mr. Advocate. Go find LSU's run.
I don't believe we talked about that.
We did.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we did.
I was glued to the ESPYs last night with LSU accepting a trophy or something.
Yeah.
Did they do that? I don't know. Number 4, the Denver Broncos. Did you realize that the Denver Broncos have not made the playoffs during Dak Prescott's time in the NFL?
That's crazy.
Last time they made the playoffs was the year they won the Super Bowl.
It's it. They have not made it in the post-Peyton Manning era, which is why it does not feel like they've struggled that much since he left. But it says, I don't think the Broncos are going to make the playoffs in the loaded AFC, but with Sean Payton wearing the headset, you can't rule it out. There's a realistic chance Russell Wilson is cooked. If anyone can get him back on track, though, it's Peyton, the Super Bowl winning head coach, is an amazing play caller who runs a tight ship. I feel like there is zero chance. I was really high on the Broncos heading into last year. I feel this year I feel like there is zero chance that they're competitive in the West.
I think Russ is
unless Randy's healthy.
I think Russ is a prime candidate for comeback player of the year.
Ooh.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
They lost a few games last year.
Oh, no, Choppy. Don't go there.
Hang on. They lost a few games last year because of the end-of-game situations that they butchered. Now, they weren't a very good team, and he did not have a very good year. But how different does it look if those 4 or 5 games are now wins? It looks much better on Russ, even though his numbers weren't going to be
They
great.
had an all-time franchise bad offense.
Oh,
they weren't losing 27-24
No, they were losing like
games.
13-10.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they were very good.
They scored
at all.
17 a game last year, lowest in the league.
Yeah, I'm not saying they were very good at all. But they lost a few games that they should have won, which, if you flip them, things look a lot better for the quarterback. More respectable.
So that's the list from Adam Shine. By the way, I want to point out, because you rolling your eyes, this will probably make you roll your eyes more. He also has the Panthers there at the bottom, who we just talked about. Those 5 teams that he listed are literally the only 5 teams in the NFL that have a drought from the playoffs longer than 3 years. So he literally just named every team sort of that has a drought as the best to end their drought.
Cool.
Forbes.
Way to do something new.
Forbes has a report that the National Football League, there's never been a better time to be involved with the NFL if you're wanting to make some money. Their revenue in 2022 was almost $12 billion, 7% more than the 2021 season. It says the league's 32 teams each took in $372 million from national media rights, league sponsorships, merchandising, and licensing. How much of their revenue do you think is made up by media? So not ticket sales, not,
like the TV deals?
I
Yeah.
was
60%.
going to say 70.
Pretty close, right between 67%. 2/3 of it is
Where's the ringer?
TV deals.
There's the butt. No.
That's a good buzz.
In addition, teams total about $200 million in revenue from non-NFL events such as concerts at their stadiums. Thus, when final local figures are tallied in and added in, the NFL likely surpassed $20 billion in revenue before deducted revenue used to pay down stadium debt.
And
now
why
they close their gambling deals, and they are just the rich get richer.
And that is why they're fine with their fields being awful, because you just cited concerts, because they're not giving up that concert money when games aren't being played.
$200 million though, that seems awfully low for a league that's making $20 billion. I'm sorry, but if you're making $20 billion a year, you said it was $200 million for concerts and such.
Yeah, I think they're saying that each team was averaging $200 million in revenue.
I propose that we stop talking about gambling altogether after what was just sent to me involving Dame Lillard, the Dallas Stars, and something that will scar you for life. To start off the final hour, Thursday edition, no more gambling talk after this on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to
From our fan studios, secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Davis finds Pajemski. Oh, rejected inside. Prosper the other way. Working on Santos. No! Braxton Key has won it. Dallas survives in Cox Pavilion.
I love how this producer back here behind Peyton, who's taking over for him next week, is looking at everyone fist pumping like, what the hell is going on here?
Get ready.
You freaking weirdos. That's what he just said to me.
Well, get ready. We'll do it next week.
Initiation.
Yep.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube with Bobby creeping you out as normal. The Mavs win with a last-second put-back dunk on ESPN. They beat the Warriors to stay alive in Summer League. Derek Lively and Omax putting up some double-doubles. Once again, Jaden Hardy leading the way with scoring. Final hour, Thursday edition here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto. Some other NBA thing. Oh, by the way, Steve Nash has picked his presenters. Oh, Steve Nash. Why'd he give it away, idiot? Dirk has given away the presenters for the Hall of Fame induction ceremony. It's going to be Nash and Jason Kidd.
Okay.
Were you thinking it could have been anybody else?
I was thinking it could have been Finley with Nash.
Yeah.
That was the big three.
Don's dying.
Get Don Nelson up there.
Old Nelly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cuban?
Would you have Cuban present you?
Well, what type of sweetheart deals is Mark giving Dirk post-retirement?
Well, it's not enough to equal up the sweetheart deals Dirk gave Mark over the years.
True.
Yeah, right?
Very true. I don't know. I always feel like there's like a 5% part of Cuban that like irritates Dirk or like rolls his eyes like, hey, arm's length.
Why not Holger? Get him to do it. His shot doctor.
I don't think Holger, that would be a nightmare for him to get up on stage and do that. He'll be in the crowd. He'll be crying. He'll be in attendance. But you don't need him to present you. But Nash had to be one. But I guess I was a little bit surprised it was J Kidd. Maybe he loved J Kidd when they were playing together.
I mean, he might have. It would make sense. I mean, he was after Nash. He was the only guy, even with like, he was the only guy to get him the ball exactly where he wanted the ball.
Yeah. I mean, Nash was really good with Dirk for only about 3-4 years. Like, I mean, they played together for a while. They came here at the same time, but like Nash and Dirk were both playing at a high level for only about 3 years together. He played with Kidd for a longer extended period of time.
All right, I'm going to see if you can guess the other presenters. Good Lord, Popovich.
Oh, I got it.
Do you know it?
I'm just going to assume I've got it.
All right, go ahead.
I'm being cut. Well, who are the people? Name them for me. Like who I'm going to, I got to guess who's presenting who.
Pop.
Oh, Pop. Pop is being presented.
Peyton's supposed to be the only one checking out today on vacation.
It's got to be.
It's past 8:30.
Bernie Sanders.
It's no. Duncan and Robinson.
Yes.
And Ginobili and Parker.
Yes.
And Sean Elliott.
Robert Horry.
Robert Horry.
No, it's 4 of them.
Bruce Bowen.
Come on. 4 of them. This is like having 12 best men. Robinson, Manu, Duncan, and Parker. All right, let's go Tony Parker. He only has 2.
Not Eva Longoria. But Manu and Duncan.
Yes. Dwayne Wade.
Ooh. Pat Riley.
No. Good guess.
Gabby Union.
No. Although I wouldn't put that past them. This is a fellow Hall of Famer who Wade never played with.
A fellow Hall of Famer who Wade never played with.
Great clue.
Better than your clues,
Take a
Peyton.
lesson.
Oh, okay. Trying to compliment you and it backfires.
You made it that yourself, really.
Can you give me the
Carmelo
team?
Anthony.
No, but in that era.
Chris Paul.
Icon. I mean, a stylistic fashion.
Chandler Parsons.
A style icon.
Style icon.
A style icon.
Not in terms of the way he dressed. Like, image.
Baron Davis.
Same position.
Style icon. Okay.
I won't say style icon. I mean, like, his level of fame was like Mike Vick level.
Wow. Iverson.
Yes.
Interesting.
Allen Iverson is Dwayne Wade's presenter. How weird is that? So typical for Wade to do something stupid like that.
Was that like his idol growing up? It must have been.
It must have been. I mean, how much older was Iverson than Wade?
I mean, Iverson was like, he started playing like mid-90s
96. He was the number 1 pick, and Wade came out in what,
03, 04? So he was early teens, preteen.
Jim Valvano, presented by John Calipari. Paul Gasol, another international influence.
Mark Gasol.
No, but that would have been really good.
Phil Jackson.
Older, tied to Phil Jackson.
Mitch Kupchak.
I said international influence.
Oh. Arvydas Sabonis.
Tied to Phil. Vladi.
No. More closely tied to Phil.
Drazen
Kukoc.
Petrovic.
Yes.
Oh.
You might as well go home.
Wow. I just
you are done for the day.
Drazen.
Your brain is a mist of gray cloud. You may as well go home.
Your
are
brain's
done.
cloudier than my lungs are.
So
right
long. Let me get it. Good Lord. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line. Other NBA notes. Dame Lillard's interest level in the Clippers and the Celtics is a resounding no.
Oh.
According to Shams, Pascal Siakam's name is heating up on the trade market. There's a chance he could be traded before Dame and Harden, according to Mark Stein. The Pacers have emerged as a legitimate landing spot, and it's conceivable that Toronto could be moved before one or both of them, given the Siakam trade chatter has started bubbling at an increased rate. Dame trade favorite, if not Portland or Miami. Vegas has kind of shifted this a little bit. If not Miami or Portland.
Brooklyn.
Good job, Bobby. Brooklyn, the favorite. Not a heavy favorite. Then Boston, Philly, New York. First reporter to break the Dame trade. You can bet on this. Bet online.
God.
Kevin Gray.
Jake Fisher.
Don't buzz yourself. You're not right.
It's Shams.
I would say it's probably going to be Shams. He's been front and center of this thing.
It's Woj slightly.
Oh.
So if you think it's Shams, plus 170. Plus 170. By the way, Shams have been breaking the Kyrie stuff, so that tells you that Kyrie's people prefer or like Shams. That's my opinion.
What is Woj's number?
Woj's number is plus 160.
Okay, what's Windy?
Any other reporters plus 750. Haynes is third. Chris Haynes plus 200.
Any other reporter.
I don't know if Windhorst has been breaking them. He gives you like the great hints.
Yeah.
He throws out the breadcrumbs.
He knows everything.
Yeah.
What is going on in Utah?
What is going on?
Will Dame hold out if not traded? Minus 400, no. Will Harden hold out if not traded? Minus 500, no. Zach LaVine's next team? Old Maverick discussion. If not Chicago, Miami, Brooklyn, Knicks, Hawks. Tyler Hero's next team. If not Miami, Brooklyn, trade partner. Portland, Atlanta, Chicago. Most improved player next year, Jordan Poole, who dodged the Draymond Green. Man, how about that reporter? Talk about being desperate for a story. Some Wizards reporter asked Jordan Poole, have you heard from Draymond? And Jordan Poole just went and whoop, head to the other side.
It's a good pick for most improved player, but yeah, that was and that was not the only question he got about Draymond. He got several tied in there, and I understand some of them were relevant, but that one, have you heard from Draymond? Like, okay, cut it out.
What was one of the relevant ones?
Talking about, I'm trying to remember what one of them was. They were asking him about basically growing from the butting of heads and how he's moving forward. I mean, it was relevant to his play in Washington.
Man, I know you're getting paid, but it's got to be miserable to go from Golden State to the Wizards.
Oh, yeah. NHL. Although Jordan Poole, he just seems like he cares about just scoring, getting shots up. Who's the favorite? Hockey hamster?
Boston.
Although with some of these odds, man, you might need Boston is 16-1.
Ooh, they lose some people, I guess. Colorado.
Good job. 8-1 favorite. Who's second?
Toronto.
No.
Edmonton.
They're tied for second. Good job. You want to guess the other team?
Carolina.
Carolina. Good job, Choppy. And New Jersey. 3 teams tied for second to win it all. What about after those 4? You can participate as well.
Vegas.
Good job,
Yes.
Pepe.
Yeah, so I think they're going to lose some.
All right, you take Bobby's spot. You are third right now.
What?
For the rest of this segment.
The hockey horse.
The
is what I'm gonna
hockey
do now.
horse. All right, after
Because of your horse teeth.
After Vegas.
Edmonton.
We already named them.
We already
All
named
right,
it?
you're in the 2 chair. You're in the 2 chair now.
Hang on.
I'm back, baby.
I said Edmonton. I already said Edmonton. I thought you said no. I couldn't remember.
You were wrong.
I couldn't remember if you said no or not. All right.
Team in the East.
Rangers.
Yes. 12-1. You're back in the 3 chair, Peyton. All right.
Wow.
After that.
Did we say Florida yet?
We did not say Florida. They're not on there. I'll just give it to you.
The North Stars.
Edmonton.
Boston.
Tampa, Toronto. I hesitated for a second, then I looked at him. I knew he was joking, but he got me for a second. Tampa and Toronto, 14-1. The Stars are 16-1, tied with the Bruins. Wow. So we're all the way down here after making it to the Final 4. The Dallas Stars being disrespected.
I love being tied with the Bruins. I didn't think it would be that low.
Right.
Where's Edmonton?
Up your...
Yeah, right.
Whoa. Okay. Shohei team after the deadline if it's not the Angels.
Dodgers.
Deadline.
It is the Dodgers. Right now, the Angels minus 475 to keep him, and then the Dodgers are plus 500, followed by the Mets, the Yankees, Padres, Giants, Cardinals. And now I have, this fight, by the way. People are going crazy about Tyson Fury versus Francis. They're going to box. Fury is minus 1,000. 1-10. Wow. Ngannou is plus 600. And then Canelo Alvarez is taking on, is it Jermell Charlo? Canelo is the favorite. But now I get to, and I'm about to write this guy back who sends me these odds from Vegas and take him off my email list. Unsubscribe. I don't know where this came from. I have not been following the story of Zuckerberg and Elon Musk. You heard the latest challenge proposed by Elon? First off, did you see Zuckerberg kind of shredded up yesterday?
Yeah.
Training?
Yep, I did. I saw that. This is the measuring contest, huh?
Yeah.
Whose is...
and I have the odds on who has the longest.
Let's go.
And everything else.
All right.
Who has the longest... I can't read what
Who has
they
the
wrote.
longest yard?
Who has the longest yard if they have this measuring contest?
Elon.
I'm gonna
minus 110.
Oh, man.
Minus one tip.
Minus one tip. I'm going to say...
Edmonton.
I'm going to say Elon.
It is Elon. Minus 200. Way to go, Bobby. Way to tune back in for the penis measuring.
Yeah, I didn't have hockey, but I got the odds on this locked down,
All right,
baby.
Dude, I got an over-under, man.
Oh, you do it.
They set me an over-under on it.
Oh, okay.
Should we guess the number?
That's what we're going to do.
Oh, I thought you were...
You know, why can't I have an off day like this?
Well, you gave me the 4 seed after I was a 2.
Why do I have to deal with all this? Length, Elon over-under.
5.5.
It is!
Yes! Wow.
You should not be this accurate or celebrating this much. Zuckerberg, same thing.
5 flat.
Yes!
Look at that. Look at that chop.
There we go.
Yes.
This is Elon. I cannot believe they sent this to me. You can
Standing, Ryan.
You can bet on this. Yeah, because you're excited.
Gotta flip it. Never mind.
The exact measurement, the exact Elon measurement during the contest. No over-unders.
Does it have eighths?
No, it's inch.
Okay.
It's an inch.
6.
6?
I don't know. If the over-under is 5.5.
No.
Then 5.
3 or shorter is plus 1,200.
Oh.
3.1 to 4 is plus. I can't.
All right. I got to sit here and say.
Is 600. 4.1 to 5 is plus 400.
That's embarrassing.
You know what? I think you are right, Bobby. 5.1 to.
Yes! Both. I think
this
both.
whole effing segment is embarrassing.
Both men are going to hit the over.
Screw you, Bet Online. Go bet QL.
Both are going to hit over.
Both are going to hit the over. Because all you got to do is go do a hand test. All right, and
move my commercial. I'm not reading this commercial after this.
The hand test is if your ring finger is longer than your index finger.
Wait, say it again.
So it's if your ring finger is longer than your index,
if your ring finger is longer than your index,
you're well equipped. Right. If it's not, you're not.
Mine's
both
dead even.
Well, I can't help. I have no idea what the hell that. Maybe you're just flaring the average. I don't know what that means. All I know is if it's longer, and both men have a index finger slightly longer than their ring finger. So there you go.
All right, my ring finger is
just put your hand up.
Barely longer.
Just put your hand up.
Oh,
my ring finger's just slightly longer.
Let's see, Choppy. Oh, Choppy's ring finger is significally larger than the index finger.
Congratulations.
Congrats, Sarah.
It's not coincidence.
Wow. All right, so there it is. The dirtiest segment. All betting, gambling is canceled.
Don't own a tripod for nothing.
Stop it.
Here on out. We're going to crosstalk with KMC at 9:40, hopefully with something better to discuss. But the newest Hall of Fame list is out. Which NFL players belong? Let's have a little show debate around the NFL. Next on The Fan.
to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels at 214-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
All right, let's go around the NFL here on your home of America's team. It's Sean, RJ, and Bobby. We'll crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. Since we are now talking NFL, I do have the last remaining undefeated team this upcoming season. Who does Vegas think it'll be? You can bet on it, bet online. Last remaining undefeated.
Kansas City.
Yes. Plus 750. I'm not going to waste your time with the others. I'm just going to tell you, if you think the Cowboys, we can look at their schedule, will be the last undefeated left in the league, 12-1 odds on that. The teams above them, Kansas City, Cincinnati, Philly, San Fran, Buffalo, and we're tied with Baltimore.
You know, I could see the Cowboys easily being 4-0.
Ooh, okay. I'm not going to have Saquon there as he's threatening to hold out with the Giants.
Giants, Jets, Cardinals, Patriots. They'll be favored in every one of them. Maybe not the Jets. They would be. It depends. It's a home game. And then San Fran is the fifth one. That's going to be a tough one. And then they go to the Chargers as well.
Yeah, I mean, Rodgers has never lost to AT&T. He reminded them of that the last time he won a game there as he ran to the locker and said, I love it here. I never lose. And so he'll have that mindset going in there to play Mike McCarthy that day. But yeah, I would imagine they'll be significant underdogs regardless of how they start the year. I would guess they're underdogs against San Francisco and San Diego, or Los Angeles.
They're favored in 11 of 17 this year. The Cowboys are. So, and San Fran's one of the games that won't be a favorite.
Last remaining winless team this year. Who will get their win, if they even get one, the latest?
Arizona.
It is.
Gotta be, right?
Man, no, it doesn't have to be.
Well, I'm just trying to think. Like everyone's saying they're the presumptive number one, right?
Yeah, which with this level of quarterback talent, what is the over/under for Arizona? I got to see if this is a bet to win.
I think it's like 4.5.
I think it was 4.5, 5.5 when we looked at it.
I think it's a good bet. Like Kyler's a good player.
Like they're 5-1, and the Texans and Tampa are 10-1. Like they're saying it's easily Arizona. And I'm like, if it's 4.5, is that an opportunity to go ahead and hit the over?
I mean, they're in a relatively bad division, comparatively speaking.
Well, you got to remember he's not expected. Kyler's not expected to be ready for week 1.
Oh yeah, how long out?
They don't know, but they said that even with successful surgery back in January before Cliff got fired, Cliff said he's not likely to be ready for the start of 2023.
Like, does anybody think Seattle is going to be another 9-win team? Does anybody think the Rams, like what are the Rams? It's basically San Fran. San Fran might win the division by the end of October. So it's not a great division. They could easily pick off Seattle and LA at home.
I guess that is totally the Kyler timeline. Who's their backup? Still got Colt McCoy?
John Skelton?
No idea.
Neil Lomax.
Hall of Fame semifinalists for the class of 2024. Some of the coach and contributor names standing out. Tom Coughlin, Mike Holmgren, Robert Kraft. God, how much did Jerry love getting in before?
Hello, Patriot fans.
Rich McKay, Art Modell, Dan Reeves, Art Rooney Jr., Marty Schottenheimer, George Seifert, Mike Shanahan. All right? This is a pretty weak class overall for 2024, at least with the names that have come out. The senior semifinalists. Ken Anderson, Otis Anderson, Carl Banks, Larry Brown, Mark Clayton, Roger Craig, Lester Hayes, Joe Jacoby, Clay Matthews Jr., Sterling Sharp, Steve Tasker, Everson Walls.
My next-door neighbor as a kid was a huge, at the time, Redskins fan. And he would...
The Hogs.
He wanted to like be like a restaurateur when he grew up. So he kept always coming up with like names for food items that he would have in his restaurant. It's like a 13-year-old kid. And he came up with the Joe Jacoby burger. And it was just this honking burger of like 17 different meats and patties and fried egg on it. And it's always stuck with me. It's like, if that thing's out there, I want to try it. It's the only thing I ever knew about Joe Jacoby. Because he was kind of before my time, right? But that was it. Cool story.
Yeah, the names that really stand out to me here is like the two that make the most sense. So this is basically it's 31 or it's 29 semifinalists here with or 31 with the players, and they will get it down to 12 on July 27th, and then they'll get it down to 3 on August 15th. And to me, if 2 of the 3 are not Roger Craig and Lester Hayes, the list is wrong. I mean, Lester Hayes and Roger Craig both were on the all-decade team. Roger Craig completely, I know he had 3 seasons of 1,000 yards rushing, but he completely changed brought the running back position in this modern era where, you know, they could be receiving threats. He led the NFL, I think, in receptions one year as a running back. He was an incredibly dynamic threat. Roger Craig, everything about Roger Craig outside of statistics says if you watched him play, you say that's a Hall of Famer. That's one of the best players I've ever seen at the position. Just naturally, I think that's the way you look at it. And then Lester Hayes, being a 6-time All-Pro, he was NFL Defensive Player of the Year. He won 2 Super Bowls. He was the interceptions leader in 1980, all-decade team in the 80s. I don't see how he's not in yet. Texas A&M alum, by the way. Gig him.
Oh. Nice.
Meanwhile, last night during the ESPYs, they were honoring Damar Hamlin from the Buffalo Bills and the medical staff, and Pat McAfee became an instant hero to me while presenting.
The situation unfolding on Monday Night Football as Joe Buck and Troy Aikman were trying to navigate the waters, and we all at home feared for the absolute worst. And Skip Bayless was like, get that dead body off the field. We got playoff implications on the line. He said it. The tweet's still up. Hashtag delete the tweet, Skip. Come on.
So good. Gosh,
Shannon, RJ, and Chop.
Yes. Well done, Pat. Oh, one more Hall of Fame note. There was a rumbling being made for Andrew Luck yesterday.
Oh my gosh.
On the socials.
This has to stop, okay? This was just a like a random Twitter account. Not really. It was NFL Rookie Watch. It's a verified account, whatever that means in 20.
It means they
23.
pay.
It means they pay.
That's what they make.
And it says, I'll read it. Andrew Luck will officially be eligible for the Hall of Fame in 2024. Over his first 6 seasons, his stats were mind-boggling. 3rd all-time in passing touchdowns, only behind Marino and Mahomes. 4th all-time in passing yards through 6 seasons, only behind Manning, Marino, and Mahomes. 3rd all-time in passing yards per game, only behind Stafford and Mahomes. One of the best quarterbacks before he retired.
This is all Terrell Davis's fault.
Yes.
It's all Terrell Davis's fault. I went back and I'm looking at Terrell Davis's numbers right now. It's even worse and a bigger joke than I originally remembered. Do you know what they are?
It's like,
how many total seasons did he play?
He played parts of 6, right?
He played 7. He played 7 total seasons. His first 4 seasons, he was a monster. He ran for 1,100, 1,500, 1,750, and then the 2000 season. His last 3 seasons, he played in 4, 5, and 8 games. This man had 4 outstanding years, and they put him in Canton. And I love Terrell Davis. Nice guy. Comes on the show. Great smile. All the above. But this opened up Pandora's box for the Andrew Lucks, I think.
Now, the difference is that, you know, Terrell Davis was the catalyst on 2 Super Bowl teams. You know, like in an era when running the ball still mattered and the running back still mattered.
I don't care, man. That's not enough.
I agree. It's not enough. It's not enough. But Andrew Luck, like, you have to be a game changer to make it in over that. Andrew Luck, like, Shohei could retire tomorrow. And it's like, okay, did he change the game enough? You know, now he wouldn't be eligible, I don't think, because you need 10 years. At least they used to have 10 years in baseball.
Andrew Luck, 6 years, TD interception. I'll give you the counting numbers. And the QBR I'll give you. He never had a QBR above 69.
Nice.
Really?
64, 64, 64, 52, 66, 69. You surprised by that?
I'm a little surprised, but those are good numbers. Mm-hmm. You know, those are good quarterback QBR numbers.
TD to picks, 23 to 18, 23 and 9, 40 and 16, 15, 12, 31, 13, 39, 15.
Better case than Matthew Stafford.
I mean, sure, I agree. I don't disagree.
Yeah, I'm just saying, people argue for Matthew Stafford presently as like, oh, he should potentially be in the Hall of Fame. Andrew Luck had more 11-win seasons than Matthew Stafford, even though playing less than half of his career. He had more seasons with a QBR over 64 than Matthew Stafford has had. He's made 4 Pro Bowls. Matthew Stafford made 1. Like, the credentials look better for luck than Stafford.
Here's the issue, man. Like, quarterbacks are judged totally differently. Like, I hate it, but I mean, you can't be a quarterback and make the Hall of Fame, I don't believe, and never make it to a Super Bowl. It's just really, really difficult.
Ooh, Mr. Playoffs are overrated.
I agree,
over
but I mean, like, we know who's voting on these things. I'm not saying that like that should be the way.
Oh, okay.
That's just the way it is. Like,
right.
You can't play in one conference final, and that one conference final you only got there because Denver had quit on their coach, and you wind up beating them, and then you get trucked by the Patriots. Like, it's just not going to happen.
There's only 3 quarterbacks in the Hall of Fame who never made a Super Bowl. Warren
Fouts?
Moon, Dan Fouts, Sonny Jurgensen. That's it.
I mean,
That's
Andrew
tough.
Luck, I'm saying no. And Matthew Stafford, I'm saying no. Sorry, Orlovsky.
If you had to put one in, though, let's say one of them has to get in, Sean, which one would you put in?
How many years has Stafford played?
Like 14?
Yeah, I mean, I would do that just by default.
You would take Stafford over Luck just for that he played 14 years?
I mean, like Andrew Luck is a better player than Matthew Stafford, in my opinion.
Yes, if I was drafted number 1, I would take Luck over Stafford.
He put together more
I'm not
elite
gonna-
seasons than Stafford
I'm not
has.
even going to answer the question. I'm not going to even.
What?
I can't even suggest that one should be in the Hall of Fame.
The correct answer is Phillip Rivers over both.
No doubt.
Yeah.
No doubt. And Eli?
No.
Eli, Luck, Stafford. In order.
Luck.
You would put
Luck, Eli, Stafford.
You would put Luck in over Eli?
Mm-hmm.
Are you being a homer?
No, Eli's Jim Plunkett. I'm not putting Jim. I wouldn't want Jim Plunkett in either.
Would you put Eli in first? I would say Eli first.
I would say Eli first, and I would put Jim Plunkett in.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece next on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's
is now time for Crosstalk. Does Pepe know who this is?
Third Eye Blind.
Can you name the song? What's the name of the song?
Dang it.
Oh, it's do.
Semi-Charmed Life.
Yes.
Semi.
No.
Semi-charmed.
It's Two Princes by Spin Doctors.
You know what? That's
It
really
sounds
funny.
similar.
That is exactly what my wife thinks.
I know, most people
What's
do.
the song about?
I used to love the Spin Doctor.
Crystal
My
meth.
life.
It's about a parking lot.
No, it's about
crystal meth.
taking meth.
And a bump.
Is it?
It's
It's
seriously
all about
about
drugs.
that. He
It's
says
about
doing
drugs.
crystal meth will lift you up until you break.
Oh.
Crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece. Corey Majors, what's coming up?
Hold on, Sean. 1 second. Are you good with knowing what songs are usually about, or do you just
No.
like a song? That's
Nothing.
what I'm like. People are like, you know what that song's about, right? Oh, no. I just thought it was catchy.
What, any Toady song?
Yeah.
Do you know what Puff the Magic Dragon was about?
That was about weed.
Oh, I thought it was about a dragon.
Oh. That one I do know.
Can you name
Puffing on
artists
magic.
quickly?
I think I could do better at that than the meaning.
Who's the best on your show musically? Corey?
Yeah, for sure.
Mike's really good at like music to ride a Peloton to, though.
Yeah.
That is true. Or if you need a
But don't tell me who
recreation,
the artist or the song name is.
if you need a recreation of a song, Mike's our go-to for sure.
I like a truck.
Yes, exactly.
Guys, today on the show, right out of the gate, bold predictions for the Rangers in the MLB season, and Marcus Stroman's the answer. All right, and then also at 11 o'clock, former Texas baseball player turned world long driver
Damon Buford.
Bryce Verplank, the nephew of Scott Verplank, will join the show. He'll be in studio hanging out with us today. And my buddy's an idiot at 11:20. And during the C block today, 4 hours from now, because I heard the 4-hour tease is important, I started watching Quarterback on Netflix. So I'm going to give you all a little breakdown on that. I did have something I wanted to.
Was it good?
It's great.
It is.
Yeah.
Have you watched the golf and Formula One one?
Yes.
And it's in that
It's
category?
right there with Full Swing. Wow. Yeah, it's right in there with Full Swing. And I'll say this, just a little note. Mahomes, every time he's on screen, it's entertaining. Kirk Cousins is still weird, but I found a little respect for him, and I've never had any. Marcus Mariota is the most boring character on the entire thing.
I'm just waiting for his meltdown at the end of the
Yeah, that's
season.
kind of what I'm waiting on, too.
Did you see Justin Jefferson? I mean, he's right, but I've never seen it.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson named his top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL, and Cousins was not one of the top 5.
I mean, because he plays in the NFL. Like, I don't think anyone should be mad at him for that.
Except Kirk.
I mean, he's got to know, right?
No, I don't think. Watch this, and I think Kirk probably doesn't care.
Yeah.
Kirk's probably like, okay. I did want to. I was up at 6:30 this morning, and I wanted to call you guys.
Hell yeah.
I wanted to call in, but it was like 6:34, and I was like, they're about to get out. So y'all were talking about the patch on the shoulder for the Yankees, and Choppy, you said you're kind of scared when Jerry Jones leaves and turns things over because it's going to be different. And you pointed out that Jerry and George Steinbrenner were gunslingers. And those are guys that like they were doing something different. And these guys that are coming up behind them are businessmen.
Polished.
And yesterday, lucky for you guys, we had Shawn Michaels on the show. And
I don't know why we didn't play that intro for him.
He said something that I thought was really interesting. It was a question from Derek too that led to that. He said, it's interesting to watch the kids coming into it now because they walk into an arena and see 80,000 people and they're like, wow, I want to do that. But whenever we were doing it, it was cool. It was outlaw. We were doing something different that nobody else was doing. And that's kind of similar. Yeah. I thought that was a really interesting comparison, the way that Shawn Michaels talked about it, to what these owners doing. Because when they were doing this in the league, they were outlaws. Jerry was out there he's a wildcatter and doing his thing.
Did he do his own Pepsi deal or
Yes.
something like that?
Pepsi and Nike. So he is a businessman. I wonder, that could be a question for Jerry of, would you ever is there a price to make you put an advertiser on the uniform?
Does the NFL allow it?
I don't think so.
I mean, the NFL, to your point, though, the NFL had a locked-in beverage, locked-in alcohol deal, and he was like, pass.
Yep.
So
don't they have it on the training camp uniforms, like on the camp, at the camp,
But
which I'm looking forward to.
Would that be a no-no for him? Like, I'm not touching the jersey ever? You think he would do it?
Give him the right amount of money.
I mean, you give
That's a great number. Yeah.
Everyone's got a price.
You give him
he doesn't have a
$30 million a year.
He doesn't have a price for selling the team.
That's because it's his legacy.
Yeah, no, you're probably right, but deep down somewhere, I believe like the PIF could roll up and be like, no, we'll find a price.
20 bill. I still don't think he'd do it.
50?
I mean, the very fact that he hasn't created, like, hey, we're revising the jerseys, we're changing them so that people buy all these new jerseys, and like he keeps the jerseys the same way, I would imagine he would not take it.
What do you think, Mike? 50 bill?
I think you'd have to consider that, but I do think it's a 50-50 at that point. I do think 20 is a no-go, 25 is a no-go, 30 is a no-go. I think you have to get to $50 billion in 2023 for him to go, should I sell this for 5 times the value?
Like the Lakers have alternate jerseys. They got like the white jersey.
A zillion jerseys.
Yeah.
The Celtics have an alternate. They have a black jersey, right?
Yeah, and they have their the City Connect.
Yeah, like the Yankees don't have a different jersey other than the City Connect. The Cowboys will occasionally wear something. They wear the old school throwback white helmets.
I did that one-on-one with Charlotte last year.
Wow.
Yeah. I kind of got roped into that, but it was awesome. She's great. And that's when she did tell us, look, we have always wanted to, honor the past by keeping what we've had around and the present, which is what we have. And she said, for the future part, we have to get the NFL to give us a third jersey. The NFL has to approve letting us have 3, and then she was like, black jerseys might be in the making for that. Ooh. So that's why we went with the Micah Parsons matte black helmet for the Autograph for Peace-a-thon last year. That was awesome.
Yeah.
You okay, Kevin?
25 mil, they might do it.
Did you? I'm sorry, I got caught up watching that commercial for that weird ear washing system. Looked very inconvenient.
Is it called irrigation?
No, that would be. It was called Try Whoosh.
What a missed
opportunity. Have you never had that?
I guess
your ears washed. Oh, it's fantastic.
Well, he pulled out. He was like, "Look how convenient it is." But no, he had this model of an ear that he held down by his shoulders, and I thought, okay, well, already you're losing me because that's not where your ear is.
Yeah.
And then he took this little thing, it looked like a gun, and shot in his ear. It didn't look convenient at all.
So last night was the most dead sports night of the year, unless you were watching the Gold Cup. So I would love to know what Kevin and Mike watched or did with a quote-unquote night off of the sports world. Corey, we know you watch Netflix.
I have not watched the ESPYs in years and years and years.
Mina Kimes is pregnant.
I did not. Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Who's that?
She's the football analyst on ESPN, the brunette that a lot of people like. Go ahead.
I don't know. I'm good.
Boston Radio likes her as well.
Stop it.
No.
I believe it in 48 hours.
I do remember that.
So you didn't watch
That's
the
an
ESPYs?
Odyssey station.
What else did you not watch? Because that could be a forever list.
No, okay. So we finished The Bear and ended up watching Renfield.
The Cocaine Bear?
The Bear is fantastic.
No.
The Hulu,
the show
The Bear.
on Hulu.
The Bear is fantastic.
About restauranting and whatnot.
Oh, what's it about?
About
restauranting
and whatnot. I don't.
Sean, I think you'd love it, dude.
What is restaurant?
It's about a guy who comes home and takes over the restaurant that his brother had basically financially driven into the ground, and he's trying to revive
really
it.
fast-paced.
It's really good.
There's a
As
lot
soon
of
as he
food
puts in
porn
butter and salt, Kevin's out. He's like, no.
Turn it off.
Just grill the chicken by itself.
Stupid.
What did you watch, Mike?
I watched the Mavericks play at 4:30 on NBA TV.
You watch it live, right?
I watched it live, which is really tough because you can't fast forward through the crap players playing. And then after
did
that,
you hear Nico say on his own that Luka has started, working out early?
But he also said he pretty much, and I get where he has to do this because he has to say we're done with the team building, right? Because he has to say Rashawn Holmes, we're so happy we had him, even though we all know that they didn't really want Rashawn Holmes. It was the price to get the 24th pick. But anyways, they couldn't trade him at least now, so he has to be like, yeah, we're done. And it's like, well, gosh, what press conference did you guys hold with Michael Finley and yourself when you're like, we have to redo this team? You're like, you got Grant Williams and Seth Curry. That doesn't feel like redoing the team too much, but things fell through, didn't work out. Maybe nothing works out in the next month or two, and this is the team. So he has to, during that interview, be like, this is a great team. We did everything we wanted to this offseason. And so watching that interview, he pretty much said, we did everything. We did it. We solved our problems.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I think you're kind of rewriting history 2 weeks later when things didn't work out the way you wanted to work out.
Bobby has.
And then I watched my son play basketball at PSA.
Was he better than Derek Lively?
Oh my God. Why did you do this, Bobby?
He had a better line. He had a better box than Derek Lively did. But Derek Lively, look, there's potential. There was in the second quarter, around the 2-minute mark, he had 2 really nice rebounds where he attacked the ball off the rim. A lot of his rebounds just come to him. So there's times where guys sneak in between him and kind of his box out because he doesn't want to go get the ball yet, which is probably tough. He's played 1 year of college basketball. At 7'1" in high school, I bet it's pretty easy to get rebounds. Yeah. So he's struggling right now, which is fine. He's 19 years old. On how do I attack a rebound? How do I get it off the rim? Because there's going to be these 6'5" guys and 6'8" guys in the NBA who just get into me and quickly get past me and jump up and grab the board before it comes to me. So it's a process. I agree with Tim McMahon. I do think he's probably in November, December, more of a G League player to get expanded minutes. And then hopefully right around the start of the 2024 year, you feel more comfortable playing Derek Lively. The other thing too is, can you put on 10 pounds of muscle in August, September, somewhat October? Yeah. And then you're going to lose weight during a season, possibly. He's a thin guy, right? Like people like Zion and Luka. There's people that put on weight really easily. You eat a cheeseburger, you put on 2 pounds. I'm sure that Derek Lively eats 3 cheeseburgers and he loses half a pound. Like it's just, he's going to have to work really hard to change his body. And I don't think in 3 months you can totally change it into an NBA body. But I like the potential there. I like Omax Prosper's potential. He made some big 3-pointers where you see catch and shoot ability. He's a guy who's working his ass off on defense. Jaden Hardy's not a point guard. He's still young too, but I mean, there is no ability at all there to play the point guard role, but I think he's going to be a valuable guy to play off of Kyrie and play off of Luka and knock down shots.
Good luck to everyone playing the lottery.
Oh, what's it at?
$875 for the Powerball.
I got to get a ticket. Has anybody ever won in Dallas in the 50 years, or maybe less than that, 30 years that the lottery has been taking place? Has anybody ever won the big number in Dallas?
In Dallas?
In Dallas. Has anybody ever bought a ticket at that 7-Eleven downstairs?
Right.
Or
where I was.
Or the Chevron? Like, I always feel like it's small town USA. I've never heard of anybody from Dallas in this, like, huge area the computer ever generating the right numbers.
I got some Dallas $1 million winners, Arlington residents 7.5.
Ooh.
But I'm not. Colleyville 95 mil.
Okay, so that's a big one.
What?
Yeah. How much have
they
you
sold like somebody in Colleyville needed an extra $95 million.
Oh. It depends on the part.
It's not about need though. How much have you spent on lottery tickets?
Or we're going all in again.
All in, baby.
Yep.
Except
Peyton.
How much money do you think you've burned in your life on lottery tickets?
Oh.
You ever calculate that? Do you ever think of it?
Probably like $300.
$65.
Yeah.
No.
Like
I very scarcely bought
$20 to $50.
That's it?
Yeah.
Oh, like $1,000.
$1,000?
I like scratch.
Dude,
tickets.
we go to Oxnard. First thing he does when he gets to the grocery store is find the
Finds the
scratch
weed
offs.
dispensary.
And just,
You can go here and get a lotto ticket. You need to get one in California.
Yeah, but you want some different stuff.
The G-Bag Nation is next on 105.
Oh.
KMC.
Oh my God.
What the hell, Sean?
You had a perfect game today.
Gold as always. Thanks so much for asking, Sean.
Last batter.
Yeah. You don't want to tease rage or whatever? Okay.
That is
Thanks for asking.
I just realized what Mike
Josh
did.
and Elf next.
But hit the button. Hit the button.
Be a part of the show. Fan Studio, secured by DFWSecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Alec Medford, who has been with us all week. I'm sure he will continue that trend.
He's off tomorrow. He's off
and
tomorrow.
What?
Yeah, he's off tomorrow. But I've enjoyed having you around this week, Alec.
Thanks for having me.
Been awesome, dude.
Yeah, Kevin told me last night, he called me and he said I'm only allowed to turn my mic on 3 times today. So
Okay.
this is one of 3.
Yeah, and then he was like, and this is why you aren't here on Friday. That was a tough.
None of that.
It was a really weird moment after yesterday. So
yeah, we'll try it out one more time, but maybe next week. Or the Rangers are playing tomorrow.
Yeah, baby, let's do it. Hey, where's my pen?
Against the Guardians. You can have this one if you want it.
Okay, this is a captivating start that we have here. So we can take this from the broader perspective of Major League Baseball, because CBS has 5 bold predictions for the second half, and one of them is really bold. Or we can focus in
Athletics win the division.
No, okay, not that bold, but their prediction is that Acuna will go 40-70 and have 40 home runs and 70 stolen bases.
That'd be awesome.
I think if he's healthy, I think that'll happen.
You think he's trying to do that? Do you think
he desperately wanted his second year in Major League Baseball to be a 40-40 guy, and he got hurt in September and fell 3 short of the stolen bases. He had 41 homers and 37 bags. Obviously, it's a lot easier to steal this year. You're seeing the numbers go up. I thought it was really cool, actually, in the All-Star game that a couple guys tried to steal second base in the All-Star game. Usually you don't see guys try to steal bases in an All-Star game, but that was cool. And so I do look at Acuna, and if he stays healthy, I do think he can get to 40-70.
That was I found that very interesting during the All-Star game, listening to Buck and Smoltz and them talk about him specifically and how he had, all the talent, and he, with wash around, the work ethic to go along with it. But then the year away from the sport, put a different perspective on it for him. I really liked hearing that conversation. That was I'm rooting for the guy.
He already has 41 stolen bases.
Right, so that's why I'm saying
he just has to pick up the pace home run wise.
He's 23. How many home runs does he have?
He has, I think, 21. He has 21. So
he's that 40 home runs going to be the tougher one.
Yeah, so he's got to pick up the pace. But I mean, that would obviously be truly incredible. But I think the one that we zeroed in on is the second one on the list. Marcus Stroman will be the biggest name traded at the deadline. So I want to talk about that, and then is this the real target for the Texas Rangers at the deadline?
I don't think that they're going to be that specific.
Okay.
I get that Stroman is probably more available right now than Dylan Cease. Stroman is more popular than Dylan Cease. He is better this year too, without a doubt. He's better, but
he's a sub-3 ERA.
But Stroman, I'd have to look. Do you have his contract status?
Yes, I do.
So how many years does he have left?
So after this, he has 1 year, and it is a player option at $21 million. So
he's not going to opt into that.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. And so this is another.
So he's a free agent.
Probable rental here.
I don't mind that at all for the Rangers. I would like that. Now, that being said, he is a very, I don't know if you want to call flamboyant. I mean, he is putting on a show on the mound, and I think some people really hate it, and I think some people somewhat enjoy it. I know that he can be a good teammate, and at other people, like you just talked about Ronald Acuna Jr. You know who didn't like Ronald Acuna Jr.? Freddie Freeman. They did not get along at all.
I do remember that.
And so, because Freddie Freeman's like, hey, I get it, man. Your antics and all the things that you're doing. The pitcher's too small, doing a lot of LeBron stuff. But we want to calm that down a little bit and pick your moments. Because when we're down 5-1 in the 8th inning and you hit a solo home run and you celebrate it like, hey, look at me. It's kind of like, no, look at us. We're losing 5-2 now. That helps us. We're getting a little bit closer, but it's kind of like being down 21 in the fourth quarter with 2 minutes to go, and a guy gets a touchdown pass, and he's like, look at me. I've now changed the world.
I still remember the most famous version of that for me is when A&M had a player who got a sack when they were in the midst of losing to Oklahoma 77-0, and he started to celebrate, and I was like, yeah, you did a really great job, buddy.
I will say that the Rangers have really good team chemistry. I'm not saying Stroman will ruin that at all, but Stroman will be a very, I don't know if high character, because that would say like he's a very high character. He's going to have things that could turn some players off, and you're going to have to be okay with that.
And does, at least for the past several years, and this year in particular, does he have the results to kind of back that up? Because it seems like he does.
Yeah, I think the other thing too, Mike, probably the most important question is, does Chris Young, is he okay with that? Because when, somebody was pointing out, maybe it was Sean, was all the Rangers players that were in the All-Star game, you were like, what? There's no single like standout personality out of that bunch except for maybe Adolis. Adolis, and he's even got a unique, he's under the radar personality.
Sure.
But Stroman is very different. So if Chris Young doesn't improve, because this is a dude that I think we all understand, Kevin, this is Bill Walsh level. I'm paying attention to the announcer. I don't like what he's doing.
Right.
Get rid of him.
Right.
He's paying attention on a very different level than everybody else because he wants to recreate the brand or live the brand of the Rangers. So if he doesn't like a guy, I don't think that he's there. I do wonder if he's like, hey, Boach, what are your thoughts on this guy? Can you handle him, and will it work?
I do think the Rangers are okay for trading for him. I think that they're okay adding, from what I understand, because obviously Stroman's name over the last month has been brought up. And I think the Rangers are interested. I think the Rangers would be willing to trade for him and go, hey, we understand he's a very individual person. He's going to put on a show on the mound, and hopefully he's putting on a show because he's getting everybody out so he can put on a show. But I don't want to say this is their specific target. This is the Rangers have now looked in on Marcus Stroman, and anything else will be a failure if they don't get him, or they can't believe that they can't get Stroman from Chicago, so they're just going to add like Luis Giolito. Like, I don't think they'd be disappointed with that. I don't think they'd be like, man, we tried for Stroman first and couldn't get him. I think there's still, with 3 weeks left, there's still quite a few options on the table that the Rangers would be happy with, and I don't think they've ranked Stroman as the number one target.
Can I ask you about a couple of options that have come in on the fan text? Because one of them we have talked about for, I don't know, like 2 weeks, and I'm curious if you still think he's a good choice, is, well, first off from the 714, Lance Lynn, but then also I want to circle back to Max Scherzer. Now, Lance Lynn is not having a good season.
But you had the but?
Go ahead.
Oh, he's been great lately.
Yes.
Horrible start to the year, but if you look at maybe his June and July stats, they're going to be very different from his season stats. And I'm not saying,
believe it or not, his June stats are not that great. But his last start in July is fantastic.
His last 5 are weird. Like he had
give the stats on each individual game.
All right.
Because I talked to Gordon Beckham about this, and he's like, man, Lance Lynn's been pitching really well for us lately.
All right. I'm going to give you innings pitched, runs, and strikeouts. Okay, hits. Okay.
I need to know kind of whip to give you an idea.
Furthest back. 5 innings.
What date?
6/13.
Okay.
5 innings, 6 hits, 4 runs, 6 strikeouts.
And 2 homers.
Okay, so that's not good. That's a below average start.
7 innings, 4 hits, 3 runs,
very
16 strikeouts.
You should win most games. If your starting pitcher does that, you should win most games.
I don't put that. I don't put that on him.
5.5 innings, Kevin, or like whatever.
5 and a third. 5 2/3.
6 hits.
That's okay.
3 runs, 7 strikeouts.
So that's okay. That's an okay start.
4 innings, 6 innings, 8 hits, 5 runs, 7 strikeouts.
Who's that against?
3 home runs.
That was against LA.
Dodgers?
Okay. No, I'm sorry.
Angels. Okay.
And then the last game was fantastic.
He was off.
7 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 11 strikeouts.
Okay.
So all I was saying is for the month of June, his ERA just for June was 6.28. Okay. Now this last
you can probably get him for nothing. I'll say that. Those numbers right there at his age, where Chicago's at, you could trade, and I'm not trying to throw anybody under the bus. You can trade your 10th round pick from this year and be like, you're fine. They'll take it.
Scherzer, because
he's struggled lately, but
that's what I was curious about is, and like Lance Lynn has worked here before, and
would want to be here.
Yeah, and you're right. If you look back, 2 of his last 4 starts were phenomenal. The ones around them are, they're fine to subpar. Whereas Max Scherzer has an amazing track record. He'll go to the Hall of Fame and all that good stuff. But his last couple starts have been his starts in July. Because he had a run in June where you're like, hey, let's go get him. 8 innings, 6 innings, 6 innings, 1 run, 2 runs, 2 runs. You're like, hey, maybe July's been rough for him. How would y'all look at I know it matters what the Rangers think, but Stroman, Lynn, Scherzer, do you still default to Scherzer, or would Stroman be the guy depending on the price?
So this is, you can't answer it. It's a good question. I'm not saying you have a bad question, but you have to know
the price.
Yeah, you got to know the price. Stroman's going to cost you the most. Stroman's 32 years old. Scherzer's 38 years old with $43.3 million on his contract next year. Plus, you're picking up the $20 million left on it this year. So you're looking at a year-and-a-half pitcher at about $64 million. That's going to be a lot different, but that's also going to cost you a lot less to get. Stroman is going to cost you a little bit more to get. If I had to rank them, in the playoffs, starting game 1 or game 2 for me, let's just say Evaldi's starting one of those games, I want Scherzer.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe I'm totally wrong on that. Maybe I'm going way off of too much history, and at 38 years old, we're seeing the downfall of Max Scherzer. That being said, I don't think I have to trade much for him, and I'm not picking up all that money. I am telling the Mets, here's the deal. You want to get rid of that money? I get it, man. You spent way too much. Not that Steve Cohen's not in any type of financial ruin or anything, but you got to pick up $13.3 million next year. The reason I say that exact number is I want to get his number down to $30 million next year.
Okay.
So I will pick up the $20 million this year and the $30 million next year for a $50 million pitcher. At that number, I will give you Justin Foscue trade over.
Okay.
Done.
Yeah.
So I don't know. What do you guys think if I give up? I'm not saying that'll work. I don't know how the Rangers rank their guys as much as, I see Baseball America or whatever. But if I just have to give up Justin Foscue and I get Max Scherzer for this year and next year to take DeGrom's spot.
I think it's worth considering. I realize it's going to bother people because that's shorter term view. But as we've talked about several times on this show, I think maybe you should have a shorter term view of this club in some perspective.
Also, I'm kind of in a mindset, Mike. I think you might be able to get a one-stop shop in Chicago and get a relief pitcher in addition to it, as opposed to the other two. I don't know about the other two teams.
I'm guessing Stroman's going to cost you a good pitching prospect and a good player prospect, but I'm not saying Evan Carter. I'm not saying
nothing to get.
Lance Lynn will cost you nothing. Pitcher in addition, but that's the scary part is you might get Lance Lynn and he might put up a 6 ERA here too.
And I do hear that. I take some odd comfort, especially if the price is low, in having another option. Like I feel like we've kind of gotten in a little bit of a spot with the Rangers as your option is, I don't know who's available because of the injuries you run into versus I would love to say, well, you got to pitch Lynn because he's been doing well, or you got to pitch this guy because he's been doing well.
So I wonder this too. Maddox had Scherzer. He's been his pitching coach before.
Fair.
So I don't know when you go to Maddox, if he starts looking, if they say, hey, I want you to look at Max Scherzer's last 2 starts and you tell me what you see. You've had him. Why is he getting hit so hard? And what could you, if we traded for him, could you change him back into the Max Scherzer people know? Or is this a deal where you watch him and you go, hey, his stuff isn't breaking the way it's supposed to break because it happens to everybody. Everybody ends up failing in their sport and they can't do it anymore. Is Max Scherzer failing because he can't do it anymore? Or is Max Scherzer somehow failing because of pitch sequences, stuff like that? In a weird way, I don't know how he's 8-3. On a team that's that bad.
Yeah.
That's the one thing is like he's still winning games.
That is true.
And I thought Colby Lewis was one of the best I've ever seen at that is pitching to the score.
He's getting a lot of no decisions and losses. So take that for whatever you want.
It's interesting. If I'm just ranking them, I probably shouldn't rank Max Scherzer number 1. Just to be honest, I probably shouldn't.
I might go Stroman.
And then Stroman and then Lance Lynn. And Lance Lynn's by far the third. There's no way I can rank Lance Lynn anything but third.
Two of Scherzer's best years in the last 50 years of his career here have been with Mike Maddox. I'm just pointing out he was good with Mike Maddox.
I put Stroman 1, but I'm not dismissing the Scherzer idea.
And I'll be honest here. Stroman at times drives me insane.
Sure.
His antics. I'm not crazy about them. So there's a little bit of a bias, probably. Like, I'm being honest here. There might be a little bit of a bias. One, Scherzer's greatness. Two, Stroman irks me at times. The other thing, too, is he was with the Blue Jays. Does that irk me at all? Like, I'm trying to go inside my own head, like doing my own therapy here. Right. Of like, does Stroman irk me because of 15 and 16 and him being on the Blue Jays?
That's a fair question.
And so, because Stroman's been really good. The Rangers would be a lot better if they had Marcus Stroman. The Rangers would be a lot better if they had Max Scherzer. But if they only do that, and then they go, this is our bullpen to save the last 3 innings, it's not going to work. Yeah. To Corey's point, you either need to get a reliever also in that trade, or you go, this is one trade. Now we need to trade for 2 really good right-handed relievers.
And just for all the people asking, here's what you need to happen. Because people are just asking about Ohtani in general, Ohtani with the Rangers. We've talked about that many times. Here's what you need. The Angels went into the break on a 1-9 run. You need them to go 1-9 in the first 10 games of the All-Star, after the All-Star break, to be like, well, crap. This ain't going nowhere. For that to even be in the realm of possibility that he gets traded. I'm not saying traded to the Rangers. I just mean traded, period.
To the Rangers.
Well, that would be great.
Okay.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the biggest roster hole for each Super Bowl hopeful. What is it for the Cowboys? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Miss any show segments? Tisk, tisk, tisk.
Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
Snap to Prescott. Blitz up the middle. He avoids. Oh, there he goes down. Boom. That was Pollard unable to block the great Devin White, and White gets the sack, the first of the night for Tampa, and here comes Brian Anger to punt again.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. What I'd really enjoy on the text, Twitch, YouTube, you go ahead and send in what the chorus to this song is. If you know it, 87. You can text it
Radio
in.
version.
877-881-1053. If you want to hit us up on Twitch, on YouTube, I would love to see how many people know this song. Now, we played that specific cut to tip my hand for what I think. People know that song, Corey. You know they do. You clearly know that song. I was reading an article about roster holes each Super Bowl contender must fill before 2023. Before anyone gets too bent out of shape, this article, not me, lists the Dallas Cowboys as a Super Bowl contender.
All right, Kevin's list here.
Okay, so I think this works in cooperation from something, Corey, I know you were looking at on CBS Sports, and that's one overvalued NFL player.
Yep.
So we can attack this from a couple of different ways. What's the hole you most want the Cowboys to fill, and which player do they overvalue the most? Because for me, they work in cooperation. It's still the offensive line, specifically left guard. And the CBS article says Tyron Smith is the player that they lean on too much. And I agree, because this line is being constructed. It feels like at times as if they're depending on more from Tyron Smith than, like, I guess recent history would tell you they'll get.
So, and this was my question to you with the CBS Sports article is I don't think anybody fan-wise overvalues Tyron emotionally, right? Like it's not like we're sitting there going, oh my gosh, he's just so important to this team. He is important when he's playing, he can still be a good tackle for you.
Sure.
But I think, and I wonder this from you, and Mike, you too, do you still feel like the Cowboys overestimate his availability?
Yes.
Yep, you do?
Yes.
And the reason being that for me, I agree. My reason being they didn't address a real backup situation for it. We're kind of still going, I don't know what this their addressing of it was, well, let's get a guard that could take the place of Tyler Smith if we need to move Tyler Smith out to left tackle.
Yeah, and I guess I just wish that when we heard about the Herculean comeback efforts of Terrence Steele, you already locked it in. You're like, all right, Steele and Tyler Smith at the tackles. And then if you want to go Edoga or however you want to go, let's just say Edoga and Martin at the guards and Biotish at the center. But I feel like we have seen, take OTAs for whatever you will, but we've seen a whole bunch of different combinations that lead us to believe that they're still like, oh yeah, we still kind of want to see how this is all going to play out based on Tyron. And it's not my favorite. I get why it happens, I guess, but it's not my favorite.
I've had this feeling, and I again, at some point we're going to have a discussion about the word homer, because I think it's a stupid word in sports talk.
I just think it's used incorrectly.
Yeah. But when it comes to the Cowboys, I think that since McCarthy has gotten here, they've done a good job at getting rid of coasters and getting rid of people who are just like, hey man, I'm collecting this check. It seems like the McCarthy group is like, hey, and Micah's, a huge part of that. We want dudes that are here to win. We want people that are here to put that work in to win. And I don't think Tyron is a coaster by any means. I think
I don't either. Yeah, I want to make that clear.
But we got to make sure that he can make it, that he can be available to you for that. And so that's where I look at the overvalue part, and I'm like, I understand financially his contract, Kevin, it's still a reasonable contract for a left tackle.
Yeah.
Like a very reasonable contract for a left tackle. But I look at him and I'm like, that's the only thing. I don't think the Cowboys still overestimate him in the terms of, I think they go, yes, we know he's going to be a problem, but we'll figure that out when we get there. As opposed to we already have a solution.
I want to shout out the wide swath of people that know that song is called Closer. But we're quick to point out the specific lyrics we were probably referencing in the chorus that are not radio friendly whatsoever. Some people went super in depth on those lyrics, and I appreciate that very much that you guys are familiar with that 9 Inch Nails song.
From the 817, I spent my vacation down in Cancun this summer, and Tyron Smith swam up to the bar, and we end up having a 4-hour conversation, which I can't believe. But Tyron, he's awesome, dude.
He is awesome.
We know the dude.
He's not a huge talker.
No, he's not a huge talker. But I guess if you kind of loosen him up, he can. But here's the part. It's hard to believe that this guy is too old for the position. He's a beast. He is a physical specimen for any position in football.
But that's a trap you fall into.
And, yes, and has more tread on his tires because he was so young when he started in this game. So, like, just all the things have built up over time. We're looking at Max Scherzer, right, in the last segment, having that conversation about, what, he's 38 at this point?
Yeah.
Like, we're having that conversation, and he's pitched a lot of innings. Tyron has had a lot of wear on his body. He was very raw when he got here. He peaked. He played at a very good level for a very good time, a very short period of time. And now he's in that kind of, will he be available or not?
And I think, like, I honestly do think, outside of the history part, and I know the Cowboys, like, love the people that are loyal to them and everything, is you fall into that trap of this person looks all of the part. Like, there used to be, I don't know if this will speak to anybody, there used to be this UFC fighter, Czech Congo, and I thought, that guy will destroy everyone in his path. And then you watched him. Czech. It was like Check, I want to say. He was huge. He was like, you know when Jerry or whoever's like, or Jason Garrett's like, he's built out of granite.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like he would be impossible to defeat. And then you would see him fight, and he was good, but never really great. I think that's the problem that you run into is everyone's like, yeah, but when Tyron's healthy, he's X, Y, and Z. Agreed. He has the biggest hands of any human being I've ever met in my entire life. He can do it all, but the key is when he's healthy. And sometimes it bothers me, and I'm sure all other fans of other teams feel this way. Sometimes it bothers me that it feels like the Cowboys still build a team off of what they hope will happen.
Well, and add this too. They feel like as long as they have Tyron, that he is a progress stopper to whoever else they want. Like if they were to draft a first-round tackle, they would be like, well, Tyron's a progress stopper. We either have to cut him or whatever, but he's a viable option, and we'll just have to patch it together, time and again. We're fine with that. That's where we all, I think, as fans differ with the Cowboys' perspective on that is I don't want to look at it as progress stopper. I want to look at it as, do I have my best out there? And if one of them goes down, can I immediately plug the next one in and not thinking about 10 years down the future, what happens in this game?
Now, are there other positions? Because I know we've talked about the offensive line. We've talked about Tyron. Are there other positions that you still look at this roster and you're like, I have some concerns? Because there's at least one other position for me, and I think it could match Bassick, but I'm not 100%.
I would probably think we're probably all in the same boat. Is it linebacker in general?
I'm at running back.
Okay.
Honestly.
I see both of those. I was thinking linebacker, but then when you say running back, it'll be interesting on the 24th when we get to Oxnard, and we'll be there through August 4th.
Yes, we
is what will Tony Pollard look like? I know he's not going to be doing all the drills. I know now that he's the number one. I mean, running backs do very little in training camp because of what they have to go through a season. But I really want to see him like running without a limp and looking pretty good, because if not, and we turn it over to Ronald Jones or Vaughn or somebody else, I always forget 34's name. I'm sorry.
Malik Davis.
Yeah, Herschel Walker.
Herschel Walker.
Is that it could get scary because Dak needs that. Dak cannot do what Patrick Mahomes does. Dak cannot do what some of the greats do. And I'm not trying to say Dak isn't good. He's good, but he cannot run an offense well turnover free without the running back really eating up some valuable time and valuable yards.
This I think, Mike, maybe it might have been the day that you were at the Super Bowl by yourself on air when everybody went to the bathroom and you had to bring it back.
Okay.
And I think somebody compared DeMarco Murray that day to a steam engine, and they're like, on time. That's what this offense has to be. They have to be on time with Dak Prescott. And it just has to be, all right, we expect to get this, we get this. And like the extra thing might come from a Tony Pollard. But Mike's right. With the running back situation, you have to expect all of those things to work on time.
And I think that's one of the issues is I still think the Cowboys running back position could turn out to be really good. Really good. But that's if Tony Pollard is back to what he's been. And then
You have a lot of are you really concerned about that? Because I am.
I'm concerned but optimistic. Can you be that? Can you be concerned but optimistic? Is that a thing?
Broken bones are easier to recover from than ligaments, right? And that's weird to me.
And so my concern then is, let's say that it's not optimum. Man, you have a lot of projection off of all the other people. Well, did you see Malik Davis in short doses? If he does that full time, or hey, did you remember when Ronald Jones was used more? Don't worry about last year, but when he was, hey, if Deuce Vaughn gets used the way, okay, great.
Mm-hmm.
If all of those things happen or any of those things happen, you'll probably be fine. But what if they don't? Like, what if Malik Davis is just best used in the smaller role that he is? What if Deuce Vaughn takes a while to transition as a new player in the league, as happens all the time for players? And what if Ronald Jones is closer to the player that you saw last year when, was it Kansas City? It was like, oh, I don't know how this is supposed to work. Like, those are my concerns.
What, do you want Zeke back? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Yes, Mike,
No.
Are you ready to bring Zeke back, Mike?
I don't want him back, and I don't think he's horrible. I wouldn't put it past the Cowboys, though, if you get to August 15th and you're running a few preseason games, and I do think this. I think Ezekiel Elliott is better than Ronald Jones. I do. And I don't know how releasable Ronald Jones is, but if you get to August 15th or August 20th, it's not like Zeke's going to struggle with our system or our players or anything. And I get Mike McCarthy will be calling it. Maybe some things will be a little bit different, but Zeke's an easy guy to bring in here. And if he's to the point where nobody wants to bring him in for more than league minimum or more than, let's say, $3 million in 2023 with limited guarantees, I could see him being back.
At the moment, Kevin, Malik Davis, Deuce Vaughn, Rico Dowdle, Ronald Jones, and Tony Pollard. Those back four, the back three are really bodies for camp. Deuce Vaughn is a hopeful body for camp. Dowdle often gets injured. You can't rely on him. Malik Davis you're like, okay, I saw flashes last year, but I really don't know what to expect out of anything other than he was playing in moments where he could flash.
If you want to move on from Ronald Jones, it costs you $300,000.
Okay.
So, it is irrelevant. You can move on from him if you want.
I'm interested to see Mike McCarthy's plan for running the ball versus Kellen Moore's. And I think there's a lot of recovery from Kellen Moore that the Cowboys fans are going to have to get over at some point this season. The linebacker position's still there, though. That's still something that depth is a concern.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassett.
All right. Who's selling jerseys? Next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Find shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Basak.
All right, so I've been holding on to this throughout the week. Here it is Thursday, and I can finally get to it. So we talk about jersey sales a lot in the NFL throughout the season, and we talk about it sometimes in the NBA season. We don't really do it too much in the MLB season, but they do have it here through MLBshop.com. Who are the most popular jerseys in 2023? So they've done this throughout the 2023 season at the All-Star break. Who do you believe has sold the most jerseys in baseball?
Ohtani.
Yeah, I don't want it to be a give-up answer, but I feel like that makes a lot of sense.
Ohtani's dropping the deuce. He's number 2.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe you said it that way.
I mean, I'm going off of my All-Star rankings then. Acuna
is number 1. And I wonder this, guys. When I did the pre and post for Rangers Braves, when the Braves came to town, tons of Braves fans, tons of Braves jerseys. When you go to the Angels and they play here, Ohtani just hit 5 home runs in the series or whatever crazy number. It might have only been 4, but it felt like 5, and it might have been 5. There weren't zillions and zillions of Ohtani jerseys. That being said, it's still, he's number 2 on the list, but I just don't think the Angels are kind of like the Clippers in LA. And I don't know when we get to the jersey sales in the NBA, how many Paul George and Kawhi Leonard jerseys are being sold versus the Lakers jerseys, and LeBron mostly, maybe Anthony Davis. I bet this year, that kid Reeves gets a lot of jersey sales. He seems to be a very popular player for the LA Laker fan base. So it is Acuna 1. It is Ohtani 2. Guys, I'm going to have to give you number 3 because I don't believe you could get this right.
Can I tell you what my guess was going to be then?
Sure.
Aaron Judge.
Aaron Judge is number 4. This guy, you would think, because he's getting booed around the country every time he takes the field. They left him off the All-Star game because Tatis Jr. So
he's 3rd?
He is number 3 this year. He's having it really good. Should have been an All-Star. But the players voted, and the players didn't want him in the All-Star game. It was interesting during the All-Star game when they announced Kyle Tucker and Yordan Alvarez. They also said Framber Valdez, who wasn't there. But did you hear the boos that they got? It was huge. The funny thing is none of those players were on the 2017 Houston Astros.
Just get booed by
Dusty Baker was not the manager of 2017. So it was interesting hearing all of these major boos. Now it's in Seattle, just like next year when the game is Texas Rangers are hosting the All-Star game next year. They're going to boo the crap out of Yordan Alvarez, who will probably be an All-Star, and Framber Valdez, who will probably be an All-Star. And they had nothing to do with 2017. So it's interesting on the hate that the Houston Astros get. It's just, you're a Houston Astro. We're booing you for 2017 when all the people they announced during the All-Star game weren't there. And did you also hear this as I get a little bit off topic? That they screwed up because in alphabetical order, it goes the Seattle Mariners reserves. And they got so excited that they forgot to announce Shane McClanahan and Wander Franco.
I did see that.
So they didn't even announce them. They just had to walk out. The cameras didn't catch them because the hometown announcer forgot to announce the Tampa Bay Rays reserves.
My other 2 that immediately jumped to mind were Julio Rodriguez and Mike Trout.
So Julio Rodriguez is 7 and Mike Trout is 10. Now, you did mention this guy a second ago. Number 5 was Jose Altuve, or is Jose Altuve.
Okay.
So it does go to show this. I wonder this. How much do Houston Astro fans, they have become many over the last 5-6 years, and I totally get it. They keep winning the division. They've been in multiple World Series, whether they lose to the Nats, whether they beat the Dodgers, right?
There.
I mean, they won last year. You look at it and you go, gosh, they keep making the World Series. Whether they cheat or whether they don't cheat, they keep making it. But it feels like the Astro fans have really rallied to become hardcore Astro fans because of the hate around the country. And I think that's part of becoming a bigger fan base is when the country hates you.
I mean, I think that too. Like we've talked about this. If I ever found a Duke basketball fan, you're like, God, everybody hates us.
Yeah.
So like
it rallies you
yes.
even more to like, I'm going to fan even more because of the hate that we are getting.
I think you're onto something there.
Patriot
really
fans,
do.
I think obviously the hate that they've gotten over the last 20 years have really rallied them. And I think the Astro fans, when we see them here in Arlington or when you see them out and about buying jerseys, because who would ever get Alex Bregman's number 9? That there would be another Astro in the top 10. But I do like Bregman's a nice player in Major League Baseball, but he's not a future Hall of Famer. He's a really good player. But you just look at the Astros and they have 2 in the top 10. And I think it's because the Astro fan has really rallied around the hate nationwide.
Should I assume there's not Rangers in the top 10?
There are not Rangers in the top 10. The only one that I haven't mentioned is Mookie Betts at number 6. So it goes Acuna, Ohtani, Tatis Jr. as your top 3. Judge and Altuve round out your top 5. Mookie Betts, Julio Rodriguez, Matt Olson of the Braves,
I wouldn't have got that up.
Alex Bregman, and Mike Trout round out your top 10 jerseys. Now, there is one Ranger in the top 20. Would you like to take a guess on what Ranger is selling this year, 2023, as a huge jersey sell on MLBteamshop.com?
For me, it's my favorite number and the dude that shares my name. It's Corey Seager. It has to be. He's everybody's favorite player around here.
My guess is going to sound really dumb, but my logic is he switched teams. He's a huge name. I know he got hurt. Is there any chance that DeGrom pushed a lot of jerseys early on?
I'll tell you what. Did you call yourself dumb?
Yes, I did.
You are, because it's Corey Seager.
Get some, Mike!
It's Corey Seager at number 15 overall. Now, I will say this. I don't know because it says .com, so I'm assuming online jersey sales. Because here's something that has irked me a little bit about going to the Globe. My son really wants a Josh Young jersey in blue. They only make in white everybody's jersey.
Oh, okay.
Here's what I don't understand.
With their name on the back?
With their name on
Okay.
the back. So you can get a Josh Young, you can get Jacob deGrom, you can get Taylor Hearn. If you want to buy a Taylor Hearn number 52 jersey, it's hanging up there. Obviously, it's a premium jersey. It's going to cost over $100. I don't remember the exact price. They have like your $400 game jersey and kind of maybe more of your $150 to $200.
Yeah.
Looks very much like the game jersey, button down, really cool base type of material that you can wear. But what I'm confused with at Ranger games, and I don't know this, and maybe I need to ask the person in sales or whatever, is how come they're only selling white jerseys at the game with the name and number on the back? Now, they do sell the City Connect jersey. Obviously, they don't have their name on the back of the real jersey, so they don't have the name on the back of the jersey they're selling in the team shop. But I don't know why they're not selling the blue and the gray with names and numbers on the back. So I might have to buy the Blue Ranger jersey, then go to where you can get it personalized, but I'm not personalizing it like Bassick 51, which was my number. I have to personalize it Young 6.
So you have to pay extra to put another man's name on your back.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to do that.
And maybe
Kevin.
that's what they want. Maybe they're like, we're not going to print so many jerseys. But look, a couple of years ago, I was like, hey, I don't know what to get you, buddy. Because he's like, should I get a Jack Leiter jersey? When the Rangers drafted Jack Leiter, the Rangers' best player was Joey Gallo. And it was already being determined Joey Gallo doesn't look like he's part of the future Texas Rangers. So I'm like, there was literally no player to buy that you felt like was going to be here long term. Once they signed Seager and Simeon, you're like, hey, you can buy their jerseys. They're going to be here for a while. And now you've added Josh Young, and you're like, you can buy his jersey. They're going to be here for a while. But why I can only buy the white jersey if I go to the game?
Yeah, and from the 817, there's a station. That's what Mike was talking about. You have to
you can go to the station and go personalize it. You can put your name on it. But I feel like if you printed out 1,000 Josh Young blue jerseys, they're going to sell pretty quickly.
I agree.
And maybe Mike, there is just a question, like a concern about being able to sell them. Maybe there was for a long time, like you said, there weren't jerseys selling for the Rangers. Right. So there were, maybe now they're like, oh crap, we need to go ahead and do this.
When I went to the Washington National Series, it was really fun, but there was not I don't recall seeing a current player on the team's jersey. Now, I don't include Steven Strasburg. By the way, his career is over. He's never going to pitch again, even though he's under contract for a long time. I don't even remember seeing a Patrick Corbin jersey, who he was on the championship team in 2019, but I saw Bryce Harper jerseys. I saw Max Scherzer's jerseys. I saw Trey Turner's jerseys. Like, I saw all of these players from there, a lot of Juan Soto jerseys. It's interesting when you go to a place like the Washington Nationals, who just won a championship in 2019, and now they're currently rebuilding, and it doesn't seem like their fan base is connecting at all with, let's say, CJ Abrams or Lane Thomas or Gray, who was their all-star representative. You just see all of these Nats jerseys, but they're all of the 2019 championship Nats. And I just wonder, like, when I go to Ranger games, I don't see a lot of Michael Young jerseys or Ian Kinsler jerseys. I do at least now see a lot of Seager jerseys, Jonah Heim, Simeon.
Won the World
you
Series.
see kind of Adolis. My kids have Adolis and Seager in white and baby blue. I just really hope that maybe here, me saying this would be like, hey, let's take these blue
Josh Young
jerseys
hype machine
and let's
going, yeah.
print out some blue jerseys with number 6 Young on there so you can already get it done.
It feels like a simple equation. You make the All-Star game, you should have multiple options of jerseys for people to purchase.
And then my last thing on this, it looks like the 2 most popular jerseys are Braves and Dodgers. If you take out, because the Braves have 4 guys on the list and the Dodgers have 3 guys on the list. So if you're looking at most popular, I guess the Astros have 3 too, because Yordan Alvarez comes in at 17.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next in studio, former Texas baseball player turned World Long Drive winner Bryce Verplank joins the show next right here on 105 through the Fan.
DFW's #1 Cowboys podcast. 1.2. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and we're about to have the glory days of the Big 12 because you've got me, Kevin Hagelin, from Texas A&M. You have Corey Majors from Oklahoma.
Well, he roots for Oklahoma.
Don't worry about that.
UNT.
Mike Bassick, who could have gone to Texas Tech if stupid Major League Baseball wouldn't have been bothering him. And with that in mind, we bring to you former Texas baseball player turned World Long Drive winner, Bryce Verplank. Welcome to this hostile environment.
All right, yeah, appreciate you guys having me.
We'll be super nice, so don't even worry about it. Now, you were just telling us your saga before we get into the World Long Drive stuff about playing baseball. Was it at Marcus?
Yes, Flower Mound Marcus.
Okay, and then you originally went to Oklahoma State.
Did you cover him while he was at Flower Mound Marcus, or were you out of
the
biz
When
by
did you
then?
go to Marcus?
I graduated from there in 2015.
Okay, I probably would have been gone.
Okay, all
doing
right.
the radio thing.
Gotcha.
Because we used to work at like the Flower Mound Leader and all the little community papers and everything like that. All right, how did you end up at Oklahoma State and then I guess Texas?
Yeah, so got recruited out of high school to go to Oklahoma State as a outfielder and first baseman. Went there, was there for a year and a half. They decided, hey, you probably have a better future pitching. And so I hadn't really pitched at all. I mean, here and there, just had a good arm. And so then I transferred from there to go learn how to pitch to a junior college out in California called Cuesta in San Luis Obispo. And then pitched there, basically learned how to pitch, and then ended up going to Texas and walking on there.
What goes through your mind when they're like, hey, I know you play these positions. We just want to change it, and you can go pitch.
Yeah, it was kind of a whirlwind because, practice, I was still doing all the outfield drills, all the hitting drills, and then come the pitching drills. And so, I'm going full gas the entire practice, and it was pretty exhausting and trying to learn new outfield things, new hitting things, and then obviously learning a whole new craft of pitching, which I never realized how meticulous it is until I got to that level.
Were you a golfer from an early age?
Yeah, I had always played golf growing up because my uncle was on the PGA Tour for a while, so it was always in the family.
That is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so it was always in the family. My dad played college golf, and I was pretty good at it as a kid, but little hot-headed. Golf really wasn't for me. It hit one bad swing, and the round was over, and so.
Hold on, wait. Let's pause real quick,
Mike,
because it sounds like you have a lot in common with our co-host Mike here, who pitched in Major League Baseball and is also well known as a golfer who can lose his temper.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
No, nothing. I just was like, you guys should talk some more. It sounds like you have plenty in common.
Yeah, I don't think you're not a competitor if golf doesn't get to your head because it's such a meticulous game and it's so hard that, like, especially when other athletes come to play it, they don't realize if the ball's standing still, I should be able to hit it good every time. But in reality, you're off 1 centimeter and it's just an awful shot.
And I'm wondering this, your father or your uncle, you're playing golf with them, whether you're 10 years old, 15 years old, at what point were they kind of like, hey, maybe playing the whole round of golf isn't the best, but you hitting the ball off the tee, my God.
That was never, I had always hit it far, yes, but that was never
a thought
across the minds. No, it was always just play golf. And then when I got to high school, I was pretty good at baseball already. And then I kind of wanted to occupy my time in the off season. So I also played basketball in high school and was on varsity for 2 years there. And so there really was no time to try to play golf in high school.
Wow.
Is your longest drive 489?
It was,
What?
yeah. Earlier this year in Colorado. And there's about a 3 to 5 mile an hour tailwind, nothing crazy. So if it was a little windier, I might have hit the 500 mark.
How long did it feel like it took for that ball to land then? Was it like, oh my gosh, let's eat a sandwich, guys?
Yeah, I hit it and it kind of just disappeared. And I was like, that one's going a long way.
You knew it immediately?
Yeah, for sure.
Was there anyone next to you that was like, for the love of God, I'm out. I quit for the day. I can't hit it that far.
No, so so you hit, like when you're hitting, you hit with 3 other competitors on the tee box usually, and one of the guys had put up 460, which at the time was the longest drive of the event, and he came to me after the set and he's like, I thought 460 was definitely going to win, and then all of a sudden you pop up 467 and then 489, and we just joked about it,
All right, so Bryce Verplank is joining us right now, long driver. So I've kind of asked you a few questions about when you knew you were a long driver, and you talked about your high school career playing baseball and basketball. You talk about college, and you become a pitcher at UT as a walk-on. When do you start hitting a golf ball off of a tee and go, maybe this could be a career?
Yeah, so it's actually a pretty interesting backstory because I played my junior year at Texas and then ended up getting hurt, and then I didn't end up finishing my senior year. And at that point, I was ready to call it a career with baseball. I was content. So then about a year went by, was just working, doing my own stuff, was kind of bored, missed the competitive action. And
did you turn your regular jobs into competitive action where you're like, I have to do this?
Kind of, yeah, because I was doing just entrepreneurial stuff.
Okay.
But so I decided, hey, I've always been decent at golf. Let's see what I can do with that. So I just started playing some amateur tournaments, and then I befriended a couple pros at the local course. And one day he's like, you should swing as hard as you can. I was like, why? I never hit it straight when I do that. He's like, just trust me. And so I was hitting on a TrackMan. I was hitting on a TrackMan, which measures like your club speed, ball speed, and those are just metrics that people go by to see how far you hit it. And so I did that, and my numbers were really high, like in 210 to 220 range, first time ever.
Is how fast you
was ball speed.
Wow.
Correct, yeah. So for reference, PGA Tour average is 172 miles an hour.
And you're rocking like 226?
That's what I hit the winning ball on this last weekend.
But you're 210, so he tells you to do it, and the first time you do it, you're in the 210 to 220 range.
Correct, yeah. And so he's like, you really should do long drive. And I was like, okay. And I trusted him. He's a friend. Shout out Brian Dwyer. But so then the next long drive event happened to be the World Championship in 2021. At the time, it was the Pro Long Drivers Association, PLDA. And you usually have to qualify for it, but due to COVID, the entries were down. So I was able to sign up for it. And I went out to Mesquite, Nevada, which is the home of long drive, and just got a 48-inch shaft and was hitting a 7-degree head because most guys hit 3 to 5 degree heads in competition. And so I went out there without ever trying and ended up finishing 3rd in the world, my first ever event.
Wow.
With long drivers like this, is it chest? Like what? I'm very curious why you can hit further than everybody else.
And so dang hard.
Yeah, and hard. Yeah.
Yeah, so a lot of it just comes from athleticism. Like all the competitors are freak athletes. Like you go out there and the smallest guy you'll see is 6'3", 220. And so, all these guys are big, freak of natures who played baseball, hockey, basketball, you name it. And basically we're all just big human beings who are strong in every asset. We know how to use the ground. We understand biomechanics, and just swing hard and square it up, and it goes far.
I'm sure it's a long answer, but when you say you know how to use the ground, can you expand on how to use the ground to get your best drive?
Mike's trying to get a lot of tips right now.
Absolutely. I can't wait to see how this impacts.
Yeah.
He's going to be
change.
like, Verplank's a freaking genius. I just dropped.
Oh, well, and the other thing too is I've had 2 back surgeries, lower back, because of pitching for such a long time and stuff. So I know, I'm not a long drive guy. I could never get close to anything that you do, but when somebody says use the ground, you hear that in baseball, the ground is your friend when you're hitting, and sometimes you just say that, and a kid or an adult listening that plays golf would be like, all right, use the ground. Can you explain a little bit more on using the ground?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's eerily similar to baseball. Like when you're pitching, you're really pushing off that back foot, using the rubber to propel yourself forward, to just make the biomechanics work, to make your arm whip faster. And so in the golf swing, it's pretty similar to where when you're taking the club back, you want your mass going back and up a little bit. And then as the club loads at the top, you press off your front foot hard enough to where your leg straightens out before you make contact, and your front leg is flying open to your left if you're a right-handed player, and your back foot is going forward through the ball. So it's almost like a rotating motion of the ground. So like when I hit on the range, doing long drive along with all the other guys, like there's severe footprints in the ground, like big divots, because we're using so much force out of the ground, and that energy from the ground just translates up into your body, eventually through the handle of the club, and then creates that whipping action.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, the tournament that you just won, you originally were not in the elimination round, in the round of 16, right? How did you get there, and how did it go from there?
Yeah, so I can give you a little backstory on how the tournaments work. So basically, usually there's 64 guys in a tournament, and then they split those 64 guys into groups of 16, 4 groups of 16, and then those groups of 16 are a round-robin format where there's 5 rounds, and each round is a set of 6 balls in 2.5 minutes, and you hit with 3 other players on the tee box, so 4 total guys. And then when you hit, whoever hits the longest out of those 4 guys gets 200 points. Second is 100 points. Third is 50 points. Fourth is 25. And then if you don't get one inside the grid, that's 0 points. And so you go through that whole thing, takes about an hour, and then they take the top 8 point getters. And then they just continue to do that. So it goes 64 to 32, and then 32 to 16. And then when it gets to 16, there is it's just head-to-head match play.
Okay.
Based off the seeding of how you did in the previous point bracket. And so for this specific event, there was only 48. So we went 48 to 24, 24 to 16. And in the morning, I was not hitting the ball well at all. I'd missed the grid twice, and then ended up with like 350 points. Actually got into a playoff for the last spot, and then I had the lead in that. And then fellow competitor Sean Johnson 6-balled me, hit it 400 on his last ball down in crunch time, super clutch shot, and so I was eliminated at that point. But the world champion in 2019 and 2021, his name's Cal Berkshire. He's also from Dallas.
UNT, baby.
Yeah. Yep. He unfortunately got injured. He pulled his oblique, and so he pulled out of the final 16 because he was already in. And since I was the next one in line, I ended up getting his spot. And then basically when I got there, I was playing with house money, and I figured something out on the range, and the rest is history. Yeah.
How much do you practice on the range? How much do you lift when it comes to something daily? Like what are you doing to make sure that you stay at the top of the competition here?
Are you just country strong, or is this like
No, definitely go to the gym probably 5 times a week, and then I'm hitting golf balls almost every day. As far as like actual long drive training, it's pretty taxing on the body. So I try to do that 2-3 days a week, where it's called speed training. You're just going swinging as hard as you can for 75 to 150 balls, just depending on how you're feeling. It can get pretty hot here in Dallas, and that gets pretty exhausting.
That sounds exhausting. I'm not even a golfer, and that was that noise. I was like, oh my God, that sounds terrible.
I have no clue about this, but if you go to I'm just using PXG for an example, and they have all those training things where you're hitting it into a mat. Do you put a hole in the mat?
At some places, yeah. So
awesome.
It depends on the
Dick's Sporting Goods or whatever, where they have those mats to try out clubs. They're like, you can't do this anymore.
There's a picture of them up there.
I haven't been to Dick's in particular, but there's definitely places where the screens aren't thick enough material, so we got to put up extra force or a net or something to slow the ball down a little bit.
Mike, we just got a text from the 972 that says, this kid can absolutely crush. We paid for him to drive us on a hole in Buffalo Creek recently. He drove over a lake and a creek where no one ever lands, and we had no idea where the ball was until we got there on our approach. It's that's Hey, will you please drive this shot for us?
Do you get a lot of those like requests for some sort of tournament, charity tournament, whatever it is, to come out and you're on one of the par fives and they say you can pay to have Verplank hit for you?
Exactly. Yeah. So that's kind of a blessing within this job is, I get to go out to various charity events and help raise money for those charities, and then also entertain people and meet a bunch of cool people. So it's pretty cool.
Did you send a thank you note to Kyle Berkshire, by the way? Not that he got hurt on purpose, but you're like, hey, thanks. That was really clutch.
Oh, yeah, no. Whenever he pulled out, he came up to me. He's like, you better win now that you got in. I was like, I got you.
Nice. I think the other day I was scrolling through TikTok and I don't know if this is him or not, but I think it was Martin, is it Borgmeyer? Yeah, I think I saw him drive like maybe 400, 380 with a putter or something.
Oh, yeah.
Is it? Yeah, dude. He hits his putter. Do you hit putters further than most people hit drivers?
Well, funny enough is like the loft on a putter is usually about 3 to 4 degrees. And so all the drivers that we use, like the one I game, is 2.5 degrees. So it's actually less loft than a putter.
Mike's just over.
Well, I mean, just playing golf, I use a 7.5 because I hit the ball too high. So to try to hit the ball lower, I have to get a degree. Usually guys playing golf will use like, let's say a 9 to 11 degree driver. I have to go lower. Because I come down on the ball so much because I have a baseball swing, baseball background, and instead of kind of a swoopy motion, I get more down on the ball, which causes the ball to go up higher than kind of it should. So 2.5 degrees is just insane. You should be hitting ground balls with that.
Now, for people that are curious, how can people follow your exploits or check you out on social media?
I like his hat.
Hitbombs.com.
That's awesome.
Oh, yeah. Hitbombs.com. Yeah, you can follow me on Instagram, Twitter. Mostly active on Instagram.
What's your handle?
It's kind of funny. It's just, I made it in like 6th grade. It's at Bryce Verplank, like BUH Rice, RICE Plank.
All right. So
kind of confusing, but
they really got to search you out.
Yeah. I think if you just search my name, you'll be able to find it.
When you play golf now, are you okay with it, or do you still get mad when you play golf?
I've definitely matured in that aspect and accepted the bad shots because they're just bound to happen.
They're going to happen, man.
I mean, he only needs like a wedge and a putter. Like there's not a hole that you can't drive. You probably confuse like when it's a 400-yard par 4, you're like, well, I guess I have to take out a utility club here.
Mike, we were at the Celebrity Invited Classic in Las Colinas this year, and he was you caddied for
I
your
caddied
uncle.
for my uncle. Yes, sir.
That's got to be so. Does he carry just two clubs in his bag too, or is it,
no?
It's a heavy bag there. Yeah.
We convinced at that event. We convinced Annika Sorenstam to just jump on the air with us randomly to talk about sandwiches. So that was super fun. Her and her husband overheard our conversation. They're like, all right, let's get in.
I'm going to go talk to these guys. It was great, man.
Now we welcome you to the family as well. Thank you very much. Good sir. Congratulations on the last win and best of luck going forward. I know next month you're going to be on the Golf Channel.
At the end of August. So there will be August 28th. It'll be on the Golf Channel. And then at the end of September to beginning October, there's another one in California. And then the World Championship, the big one, is October 22nd, and that'll also be on Golf Channel.
Okay.
Flower Mound Zone.
Yes, that's what you better say, Marcus.
Oh,
you know how.
I mean, it's
last question. We're doing this, but I have another question. People that are on the tour that obviously they play better golf than you, but they can't hit the ball near as far as you. Do they come to you for advice on how to possibly hit the ball further off the tee?
Not necessarily me, but
the coaches you use.
Yeah, the coaches, because it's all just the biomechanics of the swing, and there's little ancillary things that you can add to your swing to gain a little bit of speed, which gives you a little bit of distance, which makes a big advantage, as you saw what Bryson did with all the distance and speed that he gained. And so definitely
Instagram.
Yeah, there you go. Bryce Verplank.
Amazing.
Coming up next, it's Tom from My Buddy is an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion, or can they not hit a golf ball 400 yards? Let us know. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Always a welcome sign.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Window Nation and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the fan. Shout out again and thank you to Bryce Verplank for joining us in studio right now.
And teaching Mike everything.
Man, they
were...
That was a 5-minute session.
At least Mike was loving life in the commercial break. Bryce is super nice. Maybe he was also loving life. But I know Mike was loving life in that commercial break. It's time for My Buddy's an Idiot. Does your friend have a terrible sports or pop culture opinion? Let us know. And I want to start with, I think I might be an idiot because I switched back from the other day, Corey. You told me, I was like, is it wrong if I was happy somebody got stabbed? And you're like, it is wrong. You should feel bad about that. And you could just like, it could just be a thing that happened and you don't have to feel bad for them. And so I took your advice and I was not happy that Larry Nassar got stabbed. But then I changed my mind again because allegedly, keep in mind, this is the quote unquote doctor at Michigan State with USA Gymnastics that was sexually assaulting and like to hundreds of girls and young women. Supposedly the reason he got stabbed in prison is because there was an argument over the TV and he wanted it on Wimbledon because he said, quote, I want to see the girls. It might have just It might have just been that choice.
It's very on brand.
Girls versus women, but something like that, man. I'm sorry. I might just be a bad person because then I was like, you deserved it. You're the worst.
It is again, this goes back to Kevin, if you're in prison right now and you want to text in 877-881-1053, the truckwreck.com text line. By the way, that's the Frankels.
I do that.
So if you're in prison, it always seems like they have their own form of justice in there. I know that's a weird thing to say. I've never been there. But like it seems like that's always like Dahmer, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to use that as an example. Everybody's like, you can't do that, dude. You're done. And so this dude was miserable. Kevin, he is an idiot for even talking in that room. Just should have just stayed in a corner and just stayed there forever.
He is the worst. From the 682, my buddy's an idiot. His wife had a baby on July 3rd and he didn't Tolo for a week. Get it together, bro. Babies need sports news and laughs too. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we should cut that person a break. I remember
having a baby
last year, and then somebody called and then they're like, yeah, can you believe the news about JD? And I was like, what happened with JD? Oh, he got fired. Just because you're very insulated in your hospital world with baby, and obviously it was with Jess. It can be tough.
So you're saying you can't just turn a radio on and leave it on all the time?
You can.
Yeah, I can.
The person who gave birth to the baby in that moment might not feel super stoked about you being like, hey, I'll get you something in a second. I got to flip the radio on. So you got to be discreet about it.
Well, here's how it works, Kevin. You wake up in the morning before them, all right? Tolo, all right? And then just do that for the rest of the day. You don't have to worry about anything. And then you bring her back a cup of ice water. You always hand her a cup of ice water when she's breastfeeding. Okay. That is a known fact. Women are thirsty whenever they are breastfeeding. You make sure they have ice water. You don't have to worry about anything else. They're not thirsty for that, Kevin, because that's going to take a long time before they can get back to that.
Yeah.
Months, maybe.
Fun fact, if you didn't know that, if your significant other, wife, whatever, has a baby, it's gonna be a minute.
It takes a minute, yeah.
From the 409, my buddy Zach Wolchuk is an idiot for not hanging with me and Bobby Belt after the July 2nd Astros game. Did he have to go off for his
baby?
Cruise?
Oh, okay.
No,
sorry.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like I would be stunned by that. I don't know the inner workings of Wolchuk's personal life, though. Maybe he was going off for his vacation.
I did love Broadus's remark about that yesterday, and I hope this is okay to say live on radio. He was like, I love that he took a picture of the lifeboats on his cruise ship. Have you seen this? Have you seen it on Instagram and Twitter?
I just saw the pictures of the lifeboats for the cruise ship.
I'm getting ready to go on a cruise, y'all. Here, let me take a picture of the lifeboats. I guess because of the whole Titanic thing.
If we're being honest,
or is the
that
Olympics.
First trip you make with a significant other puts it to the test, right? Especially if you're not married. If you're married or you like live together, you probably have an idea. If you haven't and you go on a trip together,
you might need that
lifeboat. That could be a crash course, and you're like, oh my gosh.
You don't say crash course with a ship, dude.
I took one cruise, and that was for our honeymoon. And I feel like in the first 4 hours of being on the cruise, you have to go through, I don't know if it's still like this, but you have to go through some sort of education on if
stuff.
we have to get onto one of they do have quite a few boats. If you have to get onto one of those, and where to get your life vest, and how to get on kind of maybe a boat that is not maybe reserved for you, but the area you should go to get on your boat to get off of this sinking cruise ship.
I have a question about cruise ships, Kevin, because you said you're not into romantic getaways. All right, like we've discussed, you're like you can do romance at home. So then are you like, hey, I have to have a plan for every day of something to see on the ship,
so
instead of romance?
Jess has told me she knows how I feel about things, that I will get the biggest kick in the world out of normal things you can do while on the ocean.
Oh yeah,
like because whenever they show
watching a movie on the ocean,
yes, and there's a pool on these cruise ships, and I'm like, what?
With water slides.
You're in a
You
pool.
need to go to a cruise to Alaska, though. You want to wear as much clothes as possible.
That is true.
And you're like, we're not getting on into a pool when it's 14 degrees outside.
That's right.
You can play basketball on a cruise ship.
And like, I think it's crazy that you can watch a movie or you're eating on a giant floating boat. Like, you're just
which basically is land.
Yeah. Yes. And you're just in this room and you have no idea you're on the water if you're not thinking about it. And then you walk out, bam, there's the ocean.
Until it gets rocky, and then you're like, oh my gosh, what's going on here when you hit that kind of stuff?
Speaking of water, by the way, I know he said this, I think it was yesterday or the day before. Is Dan Orlovsky an idiot for tweeting out acceptable amount of days to go without showering in the summer as long as you go in the pool? You can't sub the pool for a shower, right?
A little bit, but not a lot.
I'm with Mike on this.
Okay.
Lake, no, you cannot substitute the lake water.
Yeah,
but
people poop
pool
in
water, and fish do too.
What are you more concerned with, fish poop or human poop?
That's a great point.
I don't know why, but I'm more concerned with human poop.
Same here. Same
Okay.
here. I agree.
I feel like the bacteria levels.
I hope people aren't pooping in the lake. I understand that
happens.
peeing in the lake.
Yep. I've been to lakes, Kevin or Mike. I've seen it.
Have you pooped in the lake?
I can't go. It's very.
That seems really tough. You're going to pull off your trunks, which do trunks float? Do swim trunks float? Do swim shorts float?
So, because they have that net in there, right?
I don't think they do.
Or you're holding them.
Because if they sink and you can't see in a lake, and if you have just dropped in the lake, I don't know if I want to put my head in if I've lost my shorts.
It floats right up to the top.
The poop does?
Yeah, it goes right up to the top.
No.
Density and water levels.
I guess it does, right?
Yeah. So
That's why they're called
here's
floaters.
the thing. You're right, Mike. It was very difficult for my son. Like, I remember being in the ocean.
Pooped in the lake?
No, he was like, I got to go back to the room to go number one. And I was like, just go in the ocean, dude. It's fine.
100%.
And he was like, what? And I was like, I'm
It's the
going right
ocean.
now. Yeah, it's okay.
It's just your giant toilet?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
I think a swimming pool, it's gross to pee in a swimming pool. Have I done it before? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. And if I have the opportunity to go onto the side of the house or to go inside into the bathroom, definitely do that. That is a small body of water.
Yeah.
And if everybody is urinating in there, disgusting. That's why I would never let Jeff Kavanaugh come over to my house.
I will add this too, Kevin. When it comes to the pool, there are days where I will get done, and I talked about this with our Carter, where you get done with something like a long run, long walk, and you just jump into the pool. And it's like, oh man, that was refreshing. But you got to wash the chlorine off at some point.
True.
The kids, Adrian's like, every time you get out of the pool, go take a shower. And I'm like, I'm not so much with that. So I see where you're going with that, though.
There's been a few times, like at night, because I shower usually twice a day. Mm-hmm. So at night, you get in the pool or you get in the hot tub during the fall, winter time, and you're like, that's good enough. I don't need to shower tonight. I'll shower in the morning.
Yeah, it's my pool.
It's not, my reaction is not at that. My reaction is the astonishing amount of feedback in different circumstances from different people about pooping in bodies of water.
Okay.
There is a lot of feedback.
Do they always? Sometimes it sinks. I guess you're really hoping it sinks.
It's density.
Does it matter what you ate? I guess you're like, oh, I ate meatloaf. I'm okay.
Why are you asking Corey? He's not a scientist.
But if you eat like a lot of fruits and vegetables, you're like, these are going to be floaters.
He doesn't know. Why are you asking him that?
I don't know the answer to that. I'm just dealing with simple density.
This is a horrible conversation, but it is a conversation.
I mean, it happens.
I've never gone bathroom that way in a body of water, and I don't ever plan on doing that.
Thank you very much for that. Now, Corey, I know we mentioned it in crosstalk, but do you think Justin Jefferson is an idiot for not putting Kirk Cousins in his top 5 quarterbacks, or do you think he's a hero?
I think he's being honest.
For sure.
I think he's like, look at how good I make Kirk Cousins.
I don't even think Kirk Cousins' mom puts him in the top 5 quarterbacks in the NFL.
He's not.
Here were his quarterbacks in order. There's only one that doesn't totally fit for me. Patrick Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen. That makes sense as a top 5. I
don't
push
mind that
Aaron
list.
Rodgers further back.
I understand, but
it's not like he goes and Tannehill and left out Kirk Cousins. He put the big names out there.
And at 1 o'clock, I'll discuss this more. I think I have a different respect for Kirk Cousins. I've never had any respect for him, but I have a different respect for him now. But I think even Kirk Cousins doesn't believe he's a top 5 quarterback. So I don't think he's sitting there going, Justin, how could you do this to me? But it would be nice for your teammate to prop you up, though, right? If Mike's out there and somebody's like, hey, Mike, what do you think about Corey? And Mike's just like, worst. I hate that guy. I would be very upset. But it's our jobs as teammates to be like, nah, man, this is great. There are these things, but this is what this dude excels at.
If somebody said, who's better at radio, Howard Stern or Corey Majors, I might have to go, well, I think there's a lot of things that would point towards Howard Stern.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
And I wouldn't be taking a shot at Corey. It would just be like, this guy's a legend in the world of radio.
And we're working on our way to be legends.
And I was like, well, if you're talking about Kirk Cousins, if you eliminate all games besides Nooners, he might be top 5. But you have to actually play at times in the afternoon at night.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And by the way, for people who are saying y'all are disgusting, not all of us. Coming up next.
None of us. It was a little bit of a disgusting conversation, but look, sometimes you have to have those.
That is very true. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Does this count as a mind-boggling stat? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Coming out tonight on the The Odyssey app.
When you value real independence, you own it at Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. Shop new Silverados with once-a-year July 4th savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com, but hurry, the best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference. Find new roads.
He is to the left of Brown. 3rd and 12. What a good play by Everson Wall. He tipped the ball, caught it. Came back out to the 40-yard line.
No, because I can see the look on both of your faces. Everson Walls is not coming back, but we will talk about him as we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Was that Pat Summerall?
I think it was.
He sounded different, but with age, your voice can sound different. I just kind of remember Pat Summerall maybe at a later age.
Everson Walls is on the list of 60 seniors, coaches, and contributors that moved one step closer by being named semifinalists to the 2024 Pro Football Hall of Fame.
A list which includes Ken Anderson, Otis Anderson, Carl Bank.
No. Are you going to do this in alphabetical order? We're not doing that.
Roger Craig.
That sounds awful.
How many people are on it? Don't name all of them.
60. There's 60, and I'm not going to read it all. But that's awesome. He belongs there, dude. He did something special. He was a special player.
Now, Sports Illustrated has.
You don't think?
Oh dear, Mike.
You don't think Everson Walls was a special player?
I think there's more deserving former Dallas Cowboys. I'm not trying to take
Darren Woodson.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that I even say I'm not trying to take shots at Everson Walls. Do you think he had a better career than maybe like Nate Newton had? Nate Newton's tough because of what happened going to jail and everything. Really, I think took him totally out of the running.
I think he did. I think
you think Everson Walls was better. I know totally different position.
First
obviously.
half of the '80s, dude. Everson Walls was the man, like the man.
The man of like all cornerbacks.
Yeah.
He is.
I totally disagree. Ask Brian Broaddus if Everson Walls was the best cornerback in the NFL in the 80s.
In the first half of the 80s. Because then Darryl Green came on, and I mean, he led the league in the first 5 years of the 80s, he led the league in interceptions 3 times.
He's tied for 13th all time in interceptions total.
I think this is really tough for us.
And he was first team All-Pro. That's all I was going to say.
Okay.
11 interceptions his rookie year.
But hold on. But my point is, even if you don't think he was the best, my point is he was one of the best in football. So I might give it to Everson Walls over Nate Newton, but I do very much appreciate how good Nate Newton is.
And Mike, thanks for bringing that to the table, man. That's a good conversation. It is a conversation.
Yeah.
I also am with you. I don't think he's the most worthy Dallas Cowboy.
I agree.
Yeah. I just feel like when Everson Walls retired, I don't remember everybody going, that's a Hall of Famer.
Did he retire at the time whenever Cowboys weren't were they going through that transition?
Well, he had moved on. Obviously, he was on the 91 Giants team that won it all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, if I have that right, was it 90 Giants, 91 Redskins?
That is correct.
Okay. So, yeah. I just don't recall. That being said, I'll tell you this. I played against Barry Larkin. I didn't think I was playing against a Hall of Famer then. I thought he was a really good player, and he ended up making the Hall of Fame pretty darn easy. So
yeah. All right, let's go from that to people love football in Germany. It took just a matter of moments.
Dirk.
For
Detlef.
Maybe is the tickets to the Patriots-Colts game sold out in an instant. Like literally it's called in an instant. Do you know, I told you this a couple months ago. I don't know if you remember. Do you know how many people were on the list to try to buy tickets for that game?
278,000.
Well, wait, let me look at. Now you're making me look up how many people are in Germany.
Okay. I have no clue.
649,000.
More.
You're kidding me. For a game in one stadium.
A game
in one stadium
that holds 51,000.
So It says here, if this is right, the population of Germany, according to this census in September of 2022, is 84.2 million.
All right.
Wow.
All right.
Okay.
I'll take 1% of that.
No, I'm going to take 80 million.
Okay, that
only 4.2 million people didn't want to go to this game.
Some of those are okay.
800,000.
Okay, that is much closer.
48 million.
No.
Let's think about.
I told you 800,000 is much closer.
Oh.
You didn't get close enough to 800,000. It was 700,000.
Okay.
So 700,000 people were on the list to for an opportunity to buy 2 tickets to these games, and there was 3 million in the digital queue that were next up.
Dude, and Mike, like when we talk about how much we love football here in America, they want it. Now, that's pretty clear. They want
for sure.
I mean, I guess I don't know. That's 1% of
but
the country.
This is my
That's a lot of
this is
games.
my opinion. Is we would love to see Man City's best team since they just won everything
One time.
versus Real Madrid. But if you move Man City to Dallas or you move them to Frisco,
Sure.
like I think that it's a different thing. It's because it's the popularity and then the rarity of that game is like this is our opportunity maybe once a year, maybe every third year to see a real NFL game with real stakes on the line.
If the team there was good, it sells out every time. I mean, the NFL do most teams sell out every game
No.
here?
Yeah, they don't.
Interesting.
So it was an interesting article. I just have an issue with the title more than anything. It was from Sports Illustrated. Mind-boggling NFL stats for every team. The stats are interesting, but do you think this is mind-boggling?
Where it bottles the mind?
No, that's mind-boggling.
Right.
Is Tyler Smith, as a rookie, allowed 40 pressures in 17 starts. Compare that to Charles Cross and Evan Neal, who gave up 50 and 52, respectively. Like, that's a neat stat.
How many did you say for Tyler?
40.
The only Evan I know
impressive.
is Carter.
Yes, not Evan Carter. I feel like he would give up more pressures. But yeah, basically, in terms of pressures, he did better than Charles Cross and Evan Neal. I think that's an interesting stat.
I need a different stat. I need somebody to go for. And by the way, Zach Martin gave up 900. You know what I mean? I'm like, whoa, hold on, what happened?
And they're all like that. Like the next one, for example, is Denver. They had the worst average starting field position at the 26.5-yard line. Like, that's interesting. It's not, it would be like at the 2-yard line. That'd be like, what?
Yeah.
I just think this is a poorly titled article that has good information.
That is not mind-boggling.
All right, that is true. Let's go from that to the dispute with Saquon Barkley. We brought it up yesterday, and now this is how the process always goes. The Giants allegedly offered $13 million per year. Barkley supposedly wants $16 million per year. Both sides are arguing that their numbers are being misrepresented. This is pretty much the standard, and you have until Monday to get it all done. Also, Josh Jacobs is somebody that we're keeping an eye on Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram, Josh Jacobs, Saquon Barkley. All of those get done by Monday? Long-term deals, that is.
I feel like Evan Ingram does. And what's that guy got?
He's got Trevor Lawrence.
He does have Trevor Lawrence.
I don't want to do a long-term deal with him. He's hurt half the time.
He is.
That's true.
He definitely is. I think Josh Jacobs can, although he felt a level of disrespect too. Like he was really upset about it. I don't know about Barkley, dude. I really don't. I think
sound great,
It
right?
just seems ridiculous that they're like, Daniel Jones, we're giving you 45 a year, bro. Even though you're not the best player on this team.
That's a great point, because it's got to be a tough pill to swallow to be like, Daniel Jones is at least 3 times better than you. And you're like, the hell he
No,
is.
he's not.
But that's just how football works. All right. I think, I don't know. I think maybe only one of these gets done.
Do you think it's Barkley or Josh Jacobs?
I go with Jacobs, but like you could still play on the franchise tag and obviously see how it goes from there. But in terms of a long-term deal, Monday is the deadline.
You hope he sits out game 1 against the Cowboys?
Yes, of course.
It doesn't matter.
We're gonna destroy.
It's a W.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not saying destroy, but
okay.
They'll beat the Giants by 6 to 10 points.
I
hope it's more. I hope it's more than that, but I
Yeah.
think the Cowboys are going to win that by more than a field goal.
And by the way, something to keep an eye out on is we're inching closer to the sale of the Commanders. There's a report in the Washington Post overnight that, all these leaks, and they've been like, hey, Daniel Snyder was responsible. And I was like, I kind of felt like I knew that. And they're like, the NFL was responsible. I was like, I kind of felt like I knew this. But supposedly, potential lingering legal issues revolving this and some other stuff could hurt the ability to finalize the sale. Because remember, they're looking to finalize the sale before the season starts. I think it's on the agenda this month. And so the Washington Post overnight said it's a significant issue, and their unnamed source said, hopefully it gets resolved, but at this point, it's a serious problem.
Is Gruden's legal issue part of this too then?
I mean, it's...
Because I know he's still going after him.
It could be an
or
issue.
His lawyers.
Well, the reason why it could be an issue is if, in fact, Daniel Snyder, I know multiple sources have said, is at the front of this, then that becomes a legal complication for him. And remember, one of the things they fought about is Daniel Snyder's like, I want all legal protections. And they're like, no. We'll give you some legal protections. So does that fit here? Not entirely sure just yet.
I think I've come to, on a scale of 1 to 10, a 1 on the Washington sale at this point.
You're just
done.
Just do it
I'm
or
like,
don't.
I don't care.
You want to move on.
Whatever.
But
I get
if it
that.
cracks open all of the bad things and behind the scenes in the NFL, are you back at a level 2 at least? Did you hear a word I said?
I was looking up. Moses Brown is playing
The
right
answer
now.
is no to that.
And I'm like, what team is he on?
The answer
He's on
is
Toronto's Summer League
no.
team.
Coming up next, which Rangers player will come back to earth in the second half of the season? 877-881-1053. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
Nighttime on The Fan. Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I hate asking this question, but I feel like it is a fair question. Which Rangers player will come back to earth in the second half of the season? 877-881-1053. Do you want me to play an audio clip of mine, or are you going to boycott this segment?
No, let's go, Kevin. Let's do the huge negative segment of how many Rangers are going to stink it up in the second half.
Hey,
Hold on!
Mike, I know you had this great trip and everything, but what was the negative part of it? That's Kevin's whole... Let's go, Kevin.
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you this, Kevin. If I was to combine a Belgian waffle, a pancake, and French toast all into one, would you still look for the negative on that, or would you be like, no, that's just magic?
Man, that does sound like magic. I would love to know the intricacies of what construction that is.
I got a video I'll send to you.
Oh, my God, that's a real thing? Yeah. All right, I'm super excited about this. All right, look, just hear me out before people get too upset.
Gotcha.
Jonah Heim already, all-star break, has a career high in RBIs. Leody Taveras, and I know some of these players are younger. Right. Most home runs, most RBIs, going to be most games. Ezekiel Duran, already a huge jump from last season. Andrew Heaney has already pitched 13 innings more than he did all of last year. Nathan Eovaldi, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 5, because this is going to be my vote right here.
Rangers leading it 2-0. 2 out, nobody on, top of the ninth. The 1-1. Breaking pitch is lofted out into left center field. Bubba Thompson is there. He's got it. And Nathan Eovaldi has a complete game shutout of the New York Yankees.
Bubba Thompson, though, can improve. He's only a 170 hitter this year. I get that he made that play.
He's a work in progress.
But, like, you're saying he's going to be worse than 170 with a 283 slugging?
Not Bubba, but Nathan Eovaldi. Oh. And coming back to earth doesn't have to mean you have a terrible second half of the season by any means. So for Eovaldi, for example, his current ERA is 1.21 better than his career average, but also it's a half run better than he's ever had in any season of his major league career. And we have so many of these anomalies. Yeah. So I'm going to go with Eovaldi. I hope they're all great. I hope they're all even better. We win 100 games and everything is great. But if you have to pick a Rangers player most likely to come back to earth, who will it be?
Can I just say, I think Eovaldi finishes with a sub-4, but it's like a 3.1, 3.2 ERA.
Which would still
be pretty. I mean, like, he's at a 2.83. That's not.
Wouldn't you say he's just going to be above a 3 than a
just
sub
above
4?
A 3. Yeah,
because he's way below a 4.
Yes, Mike. Yeah, he would be just above 3. Is what?
Yeah.
I was going to say 3.2. Yeah, you're right, Mike. But that's kind of. I don't think,
because then I was like, doesn't that get back to his career?
And I also think a couple things about him, and Mike, you and I you were showing me Baseball Savant even on a deeper level, but I think he's with maybe the best pitching coach he's ever been with. I don't know that for sure. I mean, his history.
In your face, boss.
Yeah, I'll just say, Mike Maddox is my favorite.
It's fair.
So I think he's with a really good pitching coach, but I understand too he will be facing, the opponent's ones on night. So wins might be a problem there sometimes. But I don't want to agree with you. Okay? I can see it. I know where you're coming from this. I don't want to agree with you on him, though.
Can I just...
But you've also been out to get him since day one.
No.
I agree.
But, shut up, Mike, is if he finishes with a 3.2, that means his ERA in the back half of the season will be about a 3.7, 3.8.
And still the best of his career.
No. And it's still really good, but, like... That's a come down right there. And so it doesn't have to be like these players are trash, but that would be coming back to earth.
I think that's why the Rangers are looking into adding a starting pitcher and maybe a guy that looks like a 1. Can Dylan Cease become the Rangers 1? Can Marcus Stroman become the Rangers 1? Can a guy getting close to 40 years old and Max Scherzer become the Rangers 1? Because do you believe this is a question the Rangers are asking themselves. Do they believe that Nate Eovaldi is a 2.5 ERA guy in the last 70 games of the season? If the answer is yes, you got your 1. But if you go to y'all's point, hey man, he might be more of a 3.5 ERA in the second half of the season. Well, that's a guy that might have to match up against Framber Valdez or a guy that might have to match up against Shane McClanahan. How do we feel about those situations in a major we need this game situation? Would we feel better if he's matching up against the other team's number 2?
Yeah.
And that's the question the Rangers are asking themselves. And then how many wins are we going to get in the second half to put ourselves in a position to play in the playoffs? I think this, expanding on what you guys are talking about, instead of going so negative, and I'll go negative and I will pick a person here. But Marcus Semien is a guy I don't have to worry about, because even when you look at his OPS at 775, he's had plenty of seasons where his OPS has been higher than 775. So I don't think there's going to be like a regression with Semien, because I think he could even progress from where he's been in the first half of the season. Nate Lowe needs to be better in the second half of the season. His OPS is 781, and we need that to be better. 9 home runs in the first half for Nate Lowe at first base needs to be better.
Can we stop on that for just 1 second? Doesn't that show you, too, how much of a part of this thing Nate Lowe has become? Is like, those are not bad numbers by any stretch of the imagination, but that shows you how much, like, people believe in him, that, like, hey, you still need to get better.
And here's what I don't know. In the second half of the season, and this is the person I'm going to worry about, okay? And I'm not predicting a regression, but I guess I am, because I'm throwing his name out there. Is Josh Young. I just gave you Nate Lowe's numbers. 9 home runs, 45 RBIs, batting third almost every game he plays. Josh Young slipped into that batting third for a little bit here to close the second half, and then they moved him back to 5, and maybe it just matters the pitching matchup and the numbers inside the numbers of Josh Young versus Nate Lowe versus certain pitchers. But Josh Young has 19 home runs, 56 RBIs, and 835 OPS. His rookie year. He's never played in 88 games in his career in a season, and we're going to ask him to play in probably, let's say, another 65 games, giving him 6 games off for rest purposes. Can he keep up this pace with his body never going through a major league season with his, and then there's going to be the pressure. We've seen where younger guys, through the pressure of September baseball, not that they fail, it's just a lot. It's a lot to ask his body to go through the first ever major league season, and then he's going to be going through really high leverage September baseball situations. And I hope he A-pluses through this situation, wins Rookie of the Year, has a great close to the season. But this is going to be a lot on Josh Young through a lot of different variables.
Just a note about Josh Young. I'll try to shoot the article over for you if you haven't seen it. Is yesterday Evan Grant had a piece out talking about Josh Young's preemptive attempts to be prepared for the second half of the season. And they talked about one of his mental experiences. And I know this goes back to high school and things along those lines. And the pressure is going to be different. But some of the things he carried around were an actual brick, which is a reminder of the mental bricks that can trip you up. And then somebody gave him a miniature foam toilet to remind him to be able to just flush bad days, a bad series, or anything like that.
Yeah.
And he talked about all these different mental things that he had worked on. I just thought it was really interesting.
I love him, and I think he's my favorite Texas Ranger now. Current Texas Ranger, not of all time. That's
Young? I'm sorry.
Yeah, Josh Young right now is my favorite current Texas Ranger on the team. My son asked me that question. I was like, I don't really have one, but if you're forcing me to do it, I think it'll be Josh Young. I love the way Josh Young plays. I think he's going to be a pillar of this franchise for the next 8 to 12 years. At the same time, I wonder about how his body is going to handle the 162 game grind of a major league season. And then you put on that, it's going to be meaningful September baseball. The Rangers have put themselves in a position where even if for some reason Houston overtakes them or Seattle gets really hot, they're still in September going to be playing for whether it's a wild card spot or the division. They're going to be playing for that. And let's see how Josh Young handles that. But I don't have the one guy that I'm not worried about is Marcus Semien.
I like this from the 469, Kevin. I really appreciate them. You're really asking who overachieved in the first half. That's what let's spin it that way instead of who's going to fall, who's going to, all the helium sucked out of their balloon.
I feel like that's too dramatic.
And I'll tell you this, I don't know if people are typing in to the fan text. I don't know if they're typing in Tavares or Ezekiel Duran, because I think those are prime candidates to maybe go down a little bit. And this is where I wonder, Leody and Ezekiel Duran are in your everyday lineup at the bottom of the order and just tremendous. One of the reasons the Rangers are in this position is because they have a 1 through 9 lineup. If you have a 1 through 4 lineup or a 1 through 5 lineup, you'll run into issues. Ask the Anaheim Angels how that goes when you run into issues that 6 through 9 are not premium spots and you feel like you're giving the team 9 outs. Not free outs, they're major league hitters, but 9 easier outs in a game than the Rangers give you. It makes pitching a little bit easier.
All right, so I'm glad you brought those 2 names up, but I'm going to go more, and this isn't even actually in this conversation. Sorry, Kevin. Do you think, Mike, it's easier to keep those 2 names from affecting your 1 through 9 because of the type of season Jankowski's having? And these other guys that you keep plugging in that you're like, man, it seems like anybody that we plug in seems to do their job for the day or two that we ask them to do it.
Or can Mitch Garver be healthy enough to bat in the second half of the season if those guys start struggling a little bit?
Yeah, and then the Evan Carter, we may not even need Evan Carter this year because we were hoping that he would have a shot by July, but they've done a good enough job plugging those with Duran and Tavares.
I'm 50-50 on Evan Carter, though, still coming up in August. Not early August, but mid-August. And look, I hope he doesn't come up. And here's why. because Leote and Ezekiel Duran, and I'll throw Jankowski in there too, maybe even Grossman, that they are doing well enough that you're like, we don't need to force a 20-year-old into this situation.
And just a note from Major League Baseball, they've been releasing the schedule for 2024 today. If you like to plan really, really far ahead, is the specific date of the All-Star Game will be July 16th, 2024 at Globe Life Field. And the Rangers will open their season March 28th. That's a Thursday, of course, hosting the Chicago Cubs.
Very cool.
So when they steal
Marcus Stroman starting for the Rangers against his former team.
I like that.
I do agree with this from the 214. No one's going to mention Seager. It's very hard to keep up a 350.
True.
And that is, you're dead on there, man. Like, I don't want the dude to fall off the plate because he's been so good, but I guess maybe that his dip was was it 5 weeks that he was missing?
Yeah.
Maybe that was the dip for him this year. And he was just like, no, I will be back to consistency, and he'll be hitting at a very high level. But you're right. It's so difficult to play at the level that Corey Seager's playing at right now. It's MVP level. I know Shohei is MVP, but he is playing at an MVP level with Shohei wasn't around.
Yeah. I do know this is what's tough when you start looking inside these numbers and career numbers for these Rangers, because obviously Seager, without the injury, he is having career numbers when it comes to average, OPS, stuff like that, right? Runs per game, RBIs per game. He's having a career year. When you have this many guys having a career year, you should have a better record than what they have. That's a little bit of the scary part. Being 13 games over 500 is awesome. Being 2 games up on the Astros is awesome. When all of these guys have put up the numbers that they did in the first half of the season, you should be closer to 20 games over than 10 games over. A major reason is because you couldn't hold leads late in games. Yeah. If you would have held way more leads in the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, you would have about 5 to 7 more wins, and you would be 20 games over and feeling way better about this season. That's why I believe Chris Young understands that. He knows that. He's going to bring in 2 right-handed relievers to help them hold on to these hopeful leads that they will have in the second half.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, I'm really excited about this segment. It's time for the Combo Platter. It is Embrace Your Geekness Day. Give us a sports opinion, and then what is the geekiest thing that you love besides Alec? We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
2, and here it is. A high drive, well hit to deep left. Pilar going back, and that one's gone. Up into the second deck. 3 rows into the second deck for Ezekiel Duran. His 6th home run of the year. The Rangers get one here in the bottom of the 8th and lead it 7-4.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. I did not know this was a thing either until a few days ago. Today is Embrace Your Geekiness Day. So it's time for the combo platter. 877-881-1053. You want to text in. Also want to hear from our Cholos and YouTubers. Give us a sports opinion first. And then, what is the geekiest thing that you love? From the 210, the Rangers will win the West and the pennant. Oh my God, that would be awesome. And they still love to play Dungeons and Dragons at almost 50.
Does the pennant mean the American League?
Yes.
Why don't they just say that? I don't even think people understand, like, win the pennant anymore.
You don't like that fancy
I get it. The Giants win the pennant. Yeah, but I feel like that's past our time, because it used to be you go to the World Series. If you win the regular season, you just go to the World Series. There wasn't anything to play for in the American League or National League. You just had the best record and you went to the World Series. And eventually they got to, all right, we will have a playoff between the 2 best National League teams and 2 best American League teams. But now with so many teams in the playoffs, I feel like they win the pennant. You should just say they win the American League.
From the 575, the Rangers will win the division. I'm a huge geek for pocket knife and kitchen knife metallurgy. I will turn my nose up at low-end steels. That is fascinating. I could not personally be able to be like, oh yeah, I can tell you the difference between those two. No chance I could accomplish that. From the 817, a lot of Rangers positivity. I don't know why I said it like that. Rangers will win their next 3 series and quiet any talk that they're a flash in the pan. Every time my wife watches a sci-fi movie, she pauses to indulge my geekiness.
Cleveland, Tampa, and Dodgers I think that I have that right. Then Houston after that. So I mean, that would be a heck of a time to turn it around, because you have 4 quality opponents coming out of the break.
I would feel like a statement.
100%. I will say this about this Rangers positivity. You guys have been unbelievable fans this year. You guys have been great going to the games.
Appreciate it.
I will say this. There has to be a little bit more energy. There's been good energy this year in the building. I've appreciated the energy that the fans have brought. I think if you are listening right now and you're a season ticket holder and you go to the games, I think you need to do as much as you can in your section, in your area, when a Rangers pitcher gets 2 strikes, when there's 2 outs in an inning and you need to close out that inning, you need that shutdown inning. Other fan bases around the country do a much better job of finishing out an inning, of irritating a pitcher. So when Josh Hamilton, I know this is now a decade old, but when he said this isn't a baseball town, well, obviously it's a football town. Everybody knows it is. I mean, we're Cowboys, right? But I will say, when you go to other stadiums, baseball stadiums, they do a little bit of a better job of understanding the moment and the situation in baseball than at times our audience does. So I would just say, I know we love baseball. The audience has been great. Ticket sales have been way up this year. You guys are doing a great job. But situationally, you guys need to do a little bit more. Let's push this thing over the top.
So expectations for the fans have been raised as well. Not for the team, but for the actual fans.
It's on you now. It is on you, fans, Tolos, to go help it propel this team to a championship.
I mean, I haven't seen the rotation. I should have already, but I'm sure the Rangers have put out their rotation for Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I
actually don't know if I have seen that either.
Yeah, and I don't know if I have either. I'm going to assume John Gray's pitching tomorrow and Evaldi's pitching Saturday or Sunday. That's going to be my assumption of what is going on. But if John Gray in the first inning has a runner on second base and 2 outs, and he has 2 strikes on, let's just say, Jose Ramirez, you guys need to be up and cheering. There's nothing against standing up with 2 strikes and 2 outs in that situation in the first inning to really get it going. And the other thing too is the other team feels that. They're like, damn, This place is like into the game in the first inning. They're not just sitting down eating their hot dog. Like they are into the game right now.
On Embrace Your Geekness Day, sports opinion and what's the geekiest thing that you love from the 903, Derek Lively will be the backup center for the Mavs this year. Geekiest thing I'm into is Super Mario Golf and the Nintendo Switch. My kids love it, and it lets me relive my glory days. From the 214, the Eagles break the NFC East curse and win the division again. I'm a nerd for anything Final Fantasy VII related in books and comics. That is such a big sigh.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I save this for the C block or if I want to say it now. So I'll just go with this. I'll go with the Rangers will be teased by Shohei Ohtani.
Oh my goodness.
The Rangers will tease us around trade deadline time that we are in the mix for a Shohei Ohtani deal. But ultimately it will come down to they want one thing that's too valuable, and we're unwilling to give it up.
Unobtainium.
Unobtainium. It's something that, by all means, is unobtainable. And a lot of people have never seen it because of the attainability that is necessary to see it.
Alec, have you ever heard our theory about how unobtainium got in the Avatar movie?
Excuse me?
Okay, so they were writing a script and they're like, I don't know, like let's just call it unobtainium.
We want to call this metal.
Yeah, I know that's a stupid name. Just put it there for now and we'll change the name. And then it was finally time to shoot it and they're like, oh my God, we never thought of a new name.
Yeah, what do we do?
They just stuck with unobtainium.
They were like, there's nothing better. We can't come up with anything better right now.
Can't do it.
My geekiness.
Sure.
I don't know. I guess my Star Wars is well behind y'all. Y'all are nerds beyond years with that. I enjoy the heck out of it. So I will go with video games. I play a lot more video games now with the excess, even still. But Kevin, my buddy, recently moved, and he is without home. So he's like living in like random places right now, and he's the one I played most of the games with.
Okay.
And so now I don't have him, so I just find myself spending time with my family and doing work.
Gross. For a time, would you have said it was your love of the Dark Tower series? Because I swear, there's like a year where every day Corey and Colby would have a talk about, what'd you think about chapter 3 of book 4 of the Dark Tower? And I was like, I get it.
There's 8 books.
I heard they're awesome, but I'm out on these conversations.
It is from listen, I will tell you this. If you're going to read the Dark Tower series, read the Gunslinger because you have to, okay?
Okay.
You have to read that book so that the totality of the series gives you, you're like, oh, okay. And then at the end of it, you're going to trust me on that one. But the rest of the books, they're fascinating.
Corey.
Fascinating. And nobody will ever be able to put it on scale on TV or Hulu or Netflix or movies. They just can't do it. You can't encapsulate what Stephen King did and use your own imagination to make it happen. It's not going to work. Not even, who's the guy? Ron Howard. I don't even think Ron Howard could do it. All right.
And he runs Imagine.
Opie?
Yeah.
Corey. I don't know if this is allowed. I would like to change your answer for you back to the Dark Tower. If you give a statement that includes totality and how no one can ever get it right, that's your thing. Like, that's what it is. Welcome.
The other thing, too, like Colby always says this, and he's totally right. I bought the series for my son. So I was like, and he is reading it this summer. But Colby's always said, I wish I could erase my mind and relive reading it the first time.
Yeah.
And he's right, because there is something that happens after doing it and exhausting yourself through the series, because they're long books, dude. They're not easy to get through. But after exhausting yourself through it, you have a moment where you're like, you son of a bee, Stephen King. And then you laugh, and then you're like, gosh, I'll just remember living that. It was awesome. You're right, Kevin. That time of my life was my geekiest moment.
From the 806, Ohtani will play for the Mariners next year, and I waste too much time on Twitch or YouTube watching you guys and playing video games. Not watching us. That's not a waste. Video games, I'll let you determine that for yourself. Now, Mike, you already kind of gave us a sports opinion. Do you want to give us another one, or
Yeah.
do you want to throw out your geekiest thing that you
I want to
love?
give you another one. Deal with it.
I will. I'm fine with that.
Cowboys are going to start off 4-0 this year.
Oh my gosh.
September 10th. I don't care if Saquon Barkley plays. Big effing deal. Okay? Play, don't play. It doesn't matter. He ain't that good. Okay? I've seen him run for 17 yards a game against the Cowboys and blow out an ankle or knee during the game.
My goodness.
Tell me I'm wrong. Every time he plays against the Cowboys, that guy gets hurt. All right. September 10th at New York Giants. Double U.
Okay.
Then you come home against Aaron Rodgers. I mean, does that guy crap in 74 beds every year when it comes to the start of the season?
That is a good point.
If you're playing the Jets maybe later in the year, I don't know. Maybe Aaron Rodgers has proved he can play football at that point. But he's not a good starter to the season.
Okay.
Double U. Next one, at Arizona. They're the worst team in the NFL.
Yeah, I think they
Who's
do.
their quarterback?
I don't know. Probably, maybe Johnny Manziel's coming back to snort it up and play. I don't know.
Goodness, Mike.
And then October 1st, home against the Patriots. Patriots are a solid team.
Yeah.
That's going to be a tough game. You're going to win. You're going to win that game at home.
Who do they play
4-0.
after that to stop?
At San Francisco. They're going to lose. Okay?
Okay, I get it.
So, you started the season 4-0.
Okay.
And maybe you are feeling great about the San Francisco game. Honestly, I don't know if Brock Purdy will be playing to start the year. I don't know if they'll go back to Zach Sorensen's best buddy.
Who?
Not Zach Sorensen, Zach Wolchuk.
Okay.
I was talking about
Trey
Zach.
Lance?
Who the hell were you just
I know,
talking about?
I was
My
like,
shortstop
who?
in AA and AAA.
Okay,
He's the Atlanta Braves mental coach. I listen to his Hard 90 podcast
Yes,
all the
it's a good
time. So Zach
podcast.
Sorensen's in my head instead of saying Zach Wolchuk.
Zach Wolchuk. So Trey Lance, because when you said that, I was like, I'm usually good at these, but I have no idea who that is.
Sorry, I messed up Zach's last name.
Okay.
But I don't know who will be the quarterback for San Francisco in Week 5. I don't know who will be their quarterback in Week 1, but I feel like
I don't either.
That's going to be a very tough game. But I just looked at the schedule and I was just like, I want to predict the Cowboys to be 13-4 this year.
Okay.
You know, as we get closer to the season, we'll have maybe a little bit better grasp on where the Cowboys sit.
Yeah.
You know, injury-wise. Offensive line, has Tyron Smith already been ruled out for 12 weeks, or is he possibly going to play in Week 1? We won't know that yet.
And the geekiest thing you love?
Probably sports cards.
For sure.
Obviously, the Dallas Card Show somewhat starts tonight. It's kind of, you know, VIP party tonight. But yeah, I mean, I really enjoy sports cards, probably too much, but that's probably the geekiest thing that I enjoy.
From the 817, Mavs will get another piece to the puzzle, and the geekiest thing I do is collect cards at an addicting level. And that's the thing. I don't mean geekiest. I don't mean it to be a derogatory term, because there are many things that I put on the list, and I'm like, hey, you can like whatever the heck you want to like. From the 214, Mavericks will be one game better than 500, and hobby board games. So maybe they're saying like 42-40.
Yeah, because I was going to say that's my prediction for the Mavericks this year.
42-40?
As of now, things can change. If they get Clint Capella, things can change. I will probably predict 48 wins if they get Clint Capella from 42. So that's how much I think that can improve the team. But yeah, you can't be 41-40. Maybe you could. Maybe you get to the championship.
What if 42-40?
That championship, whatever tournament they have.
NBA Cup.
And they're like, yeah, you got 83 games this year.
Alec on national.
I mean, if there's one thing I know about Kyrie Irving is he wants to play more basketball.
Okay, Mike, I got it. On Embrace Your Geek Day, give us a sports opinion, and then what is the geekiest thing that you love?
All right. Sports opinion, I think the Texas Rangers are going to add a starting pitcher in the next 14 days via trade. Don't know who. I'm torn on that, but I feel like that's a need that's come up with Andrew Heaney struggling. You mentioned the innings pitch has already surpassed that of last year. I think it's something that later in the year, if you don't add to it, you're going to regret it. And the geekiest thing, I would say Star Wars, but Hagee has me beat there. I do have a Mandalorian tattoo, though.
So maybe I don't have you defeated.
That's a little bit up there. I would say pro wrestling, but you have me beat there. So I'm going to say Lego sets.
Oh,
I really enjoy building things, period. And when I found out a couple years ago, especially during the pandemic, they started marketing towards adults with those old diorama sets that are meant to be built and just sit on a shelf. I love that. And I've spent way too much. Yes, they're so expensive now. I've spent too much money on some of these sets, but I have all the Star Wars dioramas. I have the different Infinity Gauntlets from the different Avengers series. I have a little baby Groot thing. I have all kinds of stuff.
Dude, that sounds awesome. I'm going to show you a picture in just a few minutes. From the of Lego stuff.
What'd you think, Mike?
Brett Favre, honestly.
Come on, what the hell, dude?
He's sitting there. He's like, "Here are my Crocs," and
but like, I don't know. We probably don't want to rank these things.
Alec has an opinion on Crocs and weightlifting. By the way, have you heard this opinion?
No.
Yeah. What was your opinion? Your tweet the other day?
Yeah, I was at the gym and a high school kid walked in Crocs and got on the treadmill in Crocs and started deadlifting in Crocs. And I said, if you show up to the gym and work out in Crocs, stay as far away from me as you possibly can.
Yeah, that does.
He's lifting weights. What is he? If you're a high school kid, stay away from me is usually the way I feel about it.
Yeah, I'm at that age now. Yeah.
There's usually like 6 of them all on the bench. You're like, come on, guys.
Yes, it happens every time.
Just go over to some other machine right now.
Hey, the thrift store was already closed for the day. They got to make their way to the gym for the 682.
What's that song?
Thrift store?
What just happened?
Yeah. Is that Macklemore? Who sings the thrift store song?
Yeah, it's Macklemore.
Yeah. He was on a lot of the stuff
but you
for
can
the
see
MLB All-Star game.
But your point is
he's
well
from
made.
Seattle.
But when you look at us and go, what's that song? And it was Thrift Store by Macklemore because he was on the All-Star game and stuff. We didn't know all of that other stuff just
Wake
yet.
up, man.
Okay, I'll work on that.
Hey, who's that person?
You know what? Can I tell you a story? When I was at Blockbuster,
Ken Griffey Jr.
Damn it, you do.
When I was at Blockbuster and we were doing our training where they said, hey, don't chase shoplifters. I guess I tuned out at that part.
Yeah.
Is they go, you need to like be able to get the process along. Like if I walked up to you and they go, hey, do you have that movie with that girl? And I looked at her and I go, Breakfast at Tiffany's. And she goes, that is exactly the movie I was thinking of. And
Adrian and I play that game a lot too, where I'll be like, hey, who's this person? And she'll go, all right, give me a second. And a lot of times she nails it. I'm like, wow, that was impressive.
That is impressive. From the 469, Mike, you'll love this one. The Mavericks will win 55 games this year. And they love Settlers of Catan. Is it Catan or Catan to play that for hours? And from in 682, the Mavericks will beat Denver to advance to the NBA Finals. And I love to read books. Are all books just inherently considered geeky, or does it have to be like sci-fi or steamy romance?
So I listened to a book recently and really liked it. Do people that read books look at book listeners going, you're not reading?
I don't know.
I think they do.
Really?
I think they do.
I think they need to have the respect for people that there are multiple different types of learning. And
like my free time,
some people are auditory, some people are visual.
I agree with you.
My free time is more in the car driving places. Like I have to drive to Bishop Lynch every day of my life now. And so that is a 25 to 30 minute drive, then a 20-minute drive here. That's my 50 minutes to really get in, maybe either listening to the Phantom or like I'm listening to a book.
Yeah,
and then I can say, hey, I read this book, but I really didn't read it all. I listened to it.
I listened to a bunch of I've listened to a bunch of books,
sure,
like a bunch, and read a bunch. So in my opinion, and I'm not a bookworm that's going to be snotty like that,
dude. And I'm not saying I'm clearly not me.
Yeah, you hate reading books. You only like reading articles.
If it's not about a wrestler or Star Wars, pass.
I think like
or
when it comes to that, you're just like, I think if you can, the most important thing is, can you see the story? Can you visualize it? Can you create it in your own imagination? That's what having a story told to you or reading it is about.
That might make a great social media poll question, but I've heard from some people, it sounds like some book readers look down on audiobook people. I don't think that they should. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for some Mike Likes It.
I don't know if you noticed or not, but I tried to stay away from Mavs takes right there as people put in positive Mavs takes or average Mav takes, because I wanted to talk a little bit about watching the Summer League game yesterday and watching a lot of Mavs stuff on YouTube. And I'm going to give a shout out here. I think we might have done commercials for them before, but the Locked On Mavericks podcast. I've enjoyed their coverage of the Mavs this offseason. And I will say I'm not as optimistic as Nick Van Exit is his name on Twitter. And then Isaac Harris, I believe, is the guy that also does it too with them. But I've enjoyed their work on YouTube. So I think if you want to watch something on the Mavs kind of daily, I think they do a very good job. I've watched, I believe Chuck Cooperstein's son is Jeffrey. He's on another one. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting the name of it. And it's fine. Like, there's times where I've enjoyed that. Other times where I'm like, I think they're maybe a little bit too optimistic. And this is maybe me. Maybe I'm not coming from as optimistic a standpoint as, I'll just use Locked On Mavs, because I've enjoyed their podcast. I actually texted Nick yesterday going, hey man, I really enjoy your coverage of the Mavs this offseason. He was in Vegas early on covering the Mavs first few games, and he's back in town now. But I watched that game pretty much from start to finish. I did leave with about a minute to go because I had to drive out to Plano for my son to play basketball.
And like you said earlier, you watched it live, so we're not fast forwarding or anything like
but
that.
I've watched these games, and I see the potential of the 2 draft picks. Okay, I see the potential. I watched Tim McMahon on his Howdy Partners podcast the other day with Brian Damaris, who's one of Cuban's guys who is now out of the Mavericks as an analyst guy and is analyzing games more on YouTube and at times on Bally Sports Southwest as a pre- and post-game guy. But Tim McMahon, I agree with him more on this, okay? Tim McMahon on his podcast said he sees Derek Lively getting as much G League minutes this year as he does NBA minutes.
Makes sense.
Oh, okay.
Because he sees him as a developmental big. And that's such a tough spot to come into the league and make an impact on quickly. When you're 19 years old, your body's not ready to handle real NBA players. And it doesn't mean Derek Lively's going to be a good or bad player for his career. It just means the position he's playing, they're grown effing men playing that position. Bam Adebayo's body, or when you look at, when you're taking on Denver, when somebody says we're going to be better than Denver, who in the effing world is going to make Jokic's life a living hell on this Dallas Maverick team? Nobody. And so you just start looking at Derek Lively and watching him yesterday. I believe he had 11 points and 10 rebounds. And there was a stretch there with, I believe, 2 minutes to go till half. Right around that moment, he had a really nice defensive possession. He had a really nice offensive possession. And I'm like, that 1 minute of basketball, if you just watch Derek Lively, if you condense Derek Lively's game into that like 1 minute stretch up and down the court, you'd be like, yes, he is going to start. He is going to be good. But if you watch the whole game, the guy he was going against had 17 rebounds. A backup guy who played 30 minutes, who I don't even know is going to make the Golden State Warriors. I don't even know if he's going to be in the NBA, because Derek Lively was struggling with the physicality of this young man because of Derek Lively's body's not ready to handle the NBA. And I'm not saying he didn't have a good game. Derek Lively did a lot of good things yesterday. Derek Lively also gave up a lot of rebounds yesterday that when he develops, as long as he develops his body, he develops his education, he develops his IQ, he'll get some of those rebounds and eliminate those boards from the other team. Guys get better. Derek Lively throughout his career he better get better, or he is going to be Moses Brown, and he's going to be searching for teams every year to pick him up on 10-day contracts. I don't think that's going to be Derek Lively's career path. But I watched Derek Lively yesterday and I go, guys, I'm way on the Tim McMahon train here. He's probably going to have to play some G League games to get minutes, and he's going to struggle to gain the confidence of the coaching staff to really play meaningful games and meaningful minutes, especially the first 2 or 3 months of this upcoming season. And that's why I think the Mavs, one of the reasons I think they're going to be a 500 team is they suck at the center position. They suck right now at rebounding a basketball when you look on a piece of paper. And it did not get any better from what the Mavs did. I like what I saw from Omax Prosper, man. That dude is playing hard. That dude is playing defense on multiple guys. And I'll tell you one thing that he does well in this summer league is everybody who's aged 19 to 22, they go for every pump fake I've ever seen. I don't know what to tell these guys. Hey, and I know they're not on drugs, get off the Adderall or whatever when you see a guy pump fake. You do not need to jump 18 feet in the air every time somebody shows you a basketball. Omax does a pretty good job of that on defense. And I will tell you this, Derek Lively does a pretty good job of staying on his feet when he has to close out on a three-pointer. Now, he doesn't really contest either. He's like, I'm not going to pick up a foul this far away from the basket, so I'm not really going to contest this either.
And especially just because of how tall he is, I don't know about the recovery speed if he got beat off the first
if he gets
step.
off of his feet.
Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
So I do like what I'm seeing from these two young guys. I really do. I like what I'm seeing. Am I seeing guys that on October 30th or whatever, I don't know what opening day is. It might be October 20th now.
Yeah.
Whenever the start of the season, do I see these guys getting on the court and making an impact for 5 or 10 minutes or 15 minutes in an NBA game? No, I do not.
Okay.
Do I see them making impact as the season progresses? Yes, I can. But I am concerned about this Maverick team going into the season. And the other thing too is, and I understand what he has to do. Nico was interviewed for 5 minutes during the game, and the Mavs played very well during his 5 minutes he was getting interviewed. And the two young guys played very well during those 5 minutes. But he made it sound like this team is done. This is our team. He has to. He can't go, okay, he goes, I know you're asking me about Rashawn Holmes. I really don't want him on the team right now. Like, he can't answer it that way. He has to talk positively about Rashawn Holmes making an impact on this team, or he has to talk about this is the team that we have, because he can't go, well, we're trying to get rid of Hardaway. You know, he can't say those things. Hey, we're trying to get rid of Hardaway so Hardy and Seth Curry can come off the bench and play the minutes that they are programmed to play. Because if he does have Tim Hardaway Jr. on this team, Tim Hardaway Jr. is playing 24 to 30 minutes a game, which means Jaden Hardy's watching basketball. I mean, I hate to tell you this, but if they don't make a trade, Jaden Hardy, there's no minutes for Jaden Hardy on this team unless there's injuries or guys sitting out for stuff like that. So anyways, I enjoyed watching the Mavs yesterday. My dad thinks I'm effing crazy for watching Summer League basketball.
I mean,
but
I told you that too, just because sometimes I think it makes you disproportionately angry.
I'm not angry about it. What makes me angry is this. Mavs are going to win 55 games. Derek Lively's going to make an impact. And I'm like, I just think these guys, I'm just saying in general, I think those are very young people who have not watched the NBA very much and understand how tough it is for rookies that aren't considered going to crap teams. Nothing against the dude from Duke. Help me out here while I'm drawing. Paulo Banchero. He went to a horse-ass team. Guess what? Who gives a crap if we lose 55 games? We're kind of planning on losing 55 games. Wemby, San Antonio's planning on losing 50-plus games next year. They're not planning on making the playoffs or making a run. If they do, it will be unexpected. But they're going to give him 30 minutes a night, all the time that he needs to develop the ball. Who cares if he plays really crappy tonight? We're not planning on winning anyways. But for Lively and Omax, that's tough. The Mavericks are trying to make the playoffs this year. Do you know how unhappy Kyrie Irving's going to be if the Mavericks lose 45 games this year?
Yeah.
That will be a disaster trying to keep him happy if he's here playing on a nightly basis, losing more than he wins. They got to try to win 45-plus games, and that's very tough on rookies to fit in on teams that are trying to win 45-plus games. Now,
I agree.
That being said, I did want to get to this. Maybe it's for a longer segment, but I'm going to push it in here. MLB.com has the starting pitching power rankings. So we're not going to guess here because it would take too long. Framber Valdez is the number one pitcher for starters right now, according to MLB.com. I agree with that. I think he's freaking awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. That's Houston. That's an issue that they have the best pitcher in baseball, according to MLB.com, going into the second half of the season. Power ranking pitchers right now. Spencer Strider is number 2 of the Atlanta Braves. He's a guy that strikes out a ton. He has been a little bit inconsistent, but he has reeled off 4 straight victories with a 1.38 ERA, 39 strikeouts to 4 walks in his last 4 games pitched.
Garrett Cole, number 3.
Shane McClanahan is number 3. Garrett Cole is number 4. Nathan Eovaldi is number 5. That's why I wanted to bring this up.
You love
so
to
right
see
now,
it.
as they're power ranking the starting pitchers in baseball going into the second half, they do have Nathan Eovaldi's season is the 5th best pitcher in all of baseball. Zach Gallen, who started started the All-Star game, is number 6 on here. Kevin Gossman, number 7. Blake Snell has had a resurgence throughout this season.
Yeah.
He's done really well lately, so they have him number 8. Clayton Kershaw is number 9, and Logan Webb of the Giants is number 10. Those are the top 10 starting pitchers. going into the All-Star break and headed out of the All-Star break. By the way, Shohei Ohtani is not in the top 10, but did receive votes. Marcus Stroman, who we've talked about, did receive votes, just to give you an idea of a couple guys that maybe you're like, how is Ohtani not on this list? And then Marcus Stroman didn't make the list, but did receive votes.
Because just in general, and they ran this on Fox Sports off of the All-Stars, you'd put Ohtani as a better hitter than pitcher, right?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Started watching Quarterback last night.
Ooh.
It's exceptional. Next on The Fan.
fan studio secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. A couple of contractual notes for you. The Dallas Stars are bringing back Ty Dellandrea. 1 year, $900,000 deal for the former first-round pick.
What a steal.
And then the Jets have agreed to a 4-year, $96 million extension with Quinnen Williams, with $66 million of that coming via the guaranteed money.
Can I add something to that? Of course I can. It's the C block.
Ooh, not until officially we say it's time for the C block, starring Corey Majors.
Quinnen Williams is now the first Jets player selected in round 1 to sign a second contract with the Jets since Muhammad Wilkerson in 2011. Ooh. No Jets player selected from rounds 2012 to 2018 had signed a second contract with them. And you're betting that Zach, oh man, what's his last name?
Wilson.
Yeah, the MILF hunter. You're betting that he's probably not signing a second contract with them.
I definitely would make that bet.
There you go.
He's about to turn the corner.
What is it?
That's a backup?
Yeah.
What does it say when a team doesn't re-sign their players they draft in the first round? Either they are they bad at it?
They have appropriate discretion on how good their draft picks actually were.
Yeah, you know what? I think sometimes they are smart, not always. Obviously, they've made a bad pick, but I think sometimes teams can get into trouble going, we're not giving up yet. And it's like, look, it's obvious, man. They've played 4 years in the league, or at least 3. They're not going to get it.
All right.
Let's go, Cowboys.
Now we dip into quarterback. Now, Mike, I learned the other day you've given up on Netflix. You were out on Netflix.
We'll get it back in, I believe, September or October for 2 months. We're going to be a 2-month on, 2-month on family because they don't do enough good things to keep them year round.
That's a really intriguing idea, by the way.
But 2 month, that gives you an opportunity still to catch something that they released. Do they stick around for about 2 months? Things that were released?
Oh no, they'll stay there for years.
They're just not they're not as good of a product as people think they are. Again, whatever. What is it? $15 a month? I can't remember what
it's
it is.
Like 19.
Yeah, so it's just not
21.
They're not doing enough things to have them on a year-around deal.
I found myself on Apple TV a lot more lately.
Well, because Apple TV, I get their strategy is they're like, hey, let's make good things. Netflix is like, let's make a lot of things. Mm-hmm. And surely some of them will pick up traction somewhere.
Now, here's where I think, Mike, you might want to snag or be able to find this show.
All right, give me your login and I'll do it.
All right, deal. That's fine. That's easy. Patrick Mahomes, basically this series quarterback on Netflix follows Patrick Mahomes, Kirk Cousins, and Marcus Mariota.
I care about one of them.
I do too. And I have some notes here. Patrick Mahomes is easily the most interesting of the group. There's no doubt about it. Every time he is on the screen, I am captivated.
You think Derek Holland will be there because they work out at the same offseason facility?
Well, that would be cool.
Mahomes' trainer in this area is on, and he talks about, it's fascinating, Mike. He talks about his ability to turn his head as being a major factor in what he does.
Like an owl?
Yeah. And he uses that term exactly. He says like an owl. He says Mahomes has the ability.
Wow.
And
Don't
he said,
you ever look at me like that again, Kevin.
Kevin definitely gave Mike what are you doing, you idiot
look, to be sure.
I'm going to call you after the show for that one look. But no. He says that his ability to turn his head and also still see peripherally on the other side is one of the reasons he can make some of these wild plays. But he says his spine has strength, athleticism. He just goes on and on about his spine and how important it is that he trains his spine. So it is really interesting to see the work that he does. And you're right, Mike. Derek talks about Patrick Mahomes like he is a work rat. That's all he does. Once he gets ready to go, I can't think of another word.
Workhorse or gym rat? Was that a combination?
Yeah, I don't know if this is his ability to play through pain, his ability to... How he got back onto the field for the AFC Championship game, I have no clue.
Yeah, we probably won't know.
And just probably, obviously, a lot of therapy, a lot of possible, pain-killing situation stuff. But, that was just amazing to me that he was able to play in the AFC Championship game, play in the Super Bowl, and play at the level he played at with a major injury.
From the 682, that yes, this person says that he kind of looks a certain way because he basically, Max Crosby kind of does a little, he taps him on the arm 7 seconds after the play is over, and Mahomes just loses his mind about it, and then scores a touchdown on the next play. And this is the great thing, the access to the audio is awesome. He's like, I blacked out. I just went into S-Talk mode and just said, and he was basically, Andy Reid had to pull him away because he's screaming, I'm still here, and he's going on, and he's like, look, with Andy Reid has to grab you, that's a problem. I needed to cool down just a little bit. But I think Mahomes is captivating. He's just entertaining, the stuff he's doing. They show so many highlights and the stuff that he's saying after the highlights. That play that he made, Kevin, where he spun and he's on the sideline and flips it at the last second.
Yes, that was awesome.
Right after that, the touchdown happens. There's 3, I don't know, is it Bucks players laying on the ground? And he's like, I'm like that. And just the S-Talk is really fun to hear from these guys. So that's cool. It's on the level of anything you've seen with NFL films.
Okay.
I like it more than I like Hard Knocks. I think Hard Knocks it's forced. There's a lot of storylines you probably don't care about.
Doesn't totally feel necessary anymore.
Yeah, and I think what the great thing about this is you're getting perspective of that position, which Peyton Manning is he's the guy that's the executive producer, and he starts it. He's like, it's the hardest position in sports. And he says, and maybe he said football, but he's like, he explains why he thinks that, and explains it all. And so you get to see the perspective from the best, a dude who is not quite the best, and then a dude who's never lived up to what his billing was coming out of college.
Okay.
And so I think that's kind of an interesting perspective on this. With Brittany Mahomes, I just can't. Okay. And I'll be very honest about this. When she's on the screen, my first thought is, please do not say anything. I do not. I'm sure. And here, listen.
Oh, no.
She loves Patrick so much. They have a middle school relationship that has grown into what they are now. I appreciate that so much.
A little bit like Luka, right? The person he got engaged to. There's pictures of them together at 12 years old.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
And the story, I think, goes that they met in middle school. He always was in the friend zone with her, and he's a year behind her. And then he did something as a joke, and then they've been together ever since. And so, congratulations that they love each other and that they're together for this. I just ask politely, please don't talk more.
Yikes!
Listen, Mike,
that makes me kind of want to see the show more.
Yeah, and then you'll be like, weird? Oh, okay, I know exactly what Corey's talking about here. But again, I hope that everybody out there finds a woman to love them or a person to love them the way that she loves him, because it seems like a real love.
Okay.
Now, Kirk Cousins is still weird to me.
Why?
He is a wholesome Christian dad who plays football on Jesus's day. All right. There's nothing wild about this guy. He wears shirts that his wife picks out for him. And she's like, oh, I just thought it was yellow and fall. It goes great together. He's just very wholesome. After a game that he wins, he goes and has a little fire with his kids by the fireplace. And I burned my sweater. And this is my new campfire sweater from, it's just very wholesome. I really like this part. They
that
showed him.
You?
Yes, no, it doesn't infuriate. I actually have another level of respect for him now. I have a new respect for him. After the Eagles game, they show him go into the mental health resources department.
Okay.
And he's talking with the mental health, I guess the therapist there. And I really appreciated that. And the more I watch this, the more I've
hired by the Vikings.
Yes, it is Vikings people. And I understand how you
the
feel
Vikings
about
guy
that.
goes and talks to the coach and the general manager and tells them all their thoughts that they have. And then screws
Sorry
them
about
over.
that, buddy.
But I respect that he does this, but here's my take on Kirk Cousins now. He is basically a guy who's been told his entire life that he can be great. His dad was his high school football coach, and his dad told him in a note that he wrote to every player on that team, but in the one he wrote to his son, he had very specific, like, here's your positivity, here's your bads, here's your good traits, here's your bad traits. He said, you can be an all-conference player. And when he said, I read that, and I thought, man, my dad thinks that about me. That's great. But I don't think he believes that he can be a great player. I think he's one of those guys that's just like, I'm too humble for that. I don't.
Okay.
Like, you go, he takes you into his trophy room, and it's so funny to watch him like brag about it. He's like, look, I didn't want it to be out in public. I want it to be hidden. So we made this little Murphy door here, and and he goes in. It's a really cool room of all the things he's had since he was a young kid. And I think there are moments when he plays great. There are moments when Kirk Cousins is really an exceptional quarterback, but it's like there's you got to know that guy that is, you like that? Remember that?
Yeah,
that dude?
of course.
That was an attitude, and he's not always that guy. And I think he needs to find that guy somewhere to be great. That's what I've taken from this. Is I think Kevin, his head coach, Kevin O'Connell, is, you watch him, he's more often telling, and no, I'm not spoiling the whole show. This is 2 episodes in.
And I think it's 8 episodes.
I'm only
right?
2 episodes in, so I don't know anything other than that. But his head coach is always telling him, you're going to be great. You're going to be a hero. You're this, you're that. Because I think his coach realizes he knows all the X's and O's. He knows the plays he's supposed to make, but he doesn't believe in himself. I think his head coach knows that he doesn't believe in himself. I think sometimes his teammates don't know that he doesn't believe in himself. Hell, that's why Justin Jefferson's got the throw the damn ball, or the whatever ball, Kirk, which we've heard many times before. I think he's a guy that has a lot of skill, but just does not believe that he's the dude, and he needs to find that. Now, do I ever hope that he does? No, because it helps my narrative that I don't think he's that great.
Any chance in the next 6 episodes, though, you'll change and you'll be like, oh, man, I guess I do kind of want him to win.
I am rooting for a dude that is as humble as he is.
Okay.
Like, he is the most humble dude I've seen in a long time.
Have they done an entire episode about what he was cooking on the grill that one
Not
day?
yet, man.
Okay.
I really do want to know, because it was insanely weird looking. But like I said, very wholesome dude.
Okay.
He's going to mental health resources because he needs it.
Which is super cool.
He needs the what's the word I'm looking for? When you know something but you need it again.
Like a validation.
Yeah, he needs some validation. He needs the secondary push on things.
And I appreciate him like allowing that to be shown.
Yeah.
That's something that maybe not everybody would be in favor of.
I have zero interest in Marcus Mariota in this show.
Even at the end?
I haven't gotten to the end yet. I'm 2 episodes in.
Oh, okay.
Right now, maybe later in the season.
When he just walks out from his team.
My feeling on Marcus, is it Mariota? Do I keep saying Mariota? Yeah. My feeling on him is everything is based on like his career, which has been underwhelming, to say the least. He was billed as, is it him or Jameis Winston that's going to take over for Peyton and Tom Brady? Sure. And neither one of them lived up to anything close that we were told that they were supposed to be. And that's why I'm like looking at this thing going, all right, I just don't care. I'm just not interested right now. I'm sure there's going to be a moment. Because it is, the one interesting thing is he has a connection with Arthur Smith because they were together at Tennessee. And then he goes to Seattle last season, and he had fumbled early in the season against the Saints, goes to Seattle. There are a lot of people that he knows there because family from Hawaii has traveled up to Seattle, and he fumbles again. We saw this in the season last year. He fumbled again.
Yeah.
And they somehow win. It wasn't his win, though. That was the team's win.
Right.
He should have been the one to win it for him. So other than that, though, Marcus, he's later in the season. I'll keep an eye on this. It is shot very well. The behind the scenes stuff that you're getting is very interesting. And if nothing else, you're going to be dazzled by Patrick Mahomes, and you might even like Kirk Cousins just a little bit more.
And the show is just called Quarterback?
It's called Quarterback. And Peyton Manning, you know the Mannings, dude, they do things right somehow. Like, he's the executive producer. He's getting really good content out of this thing. So if you get a chance, if you have Netflix or if you need to borrow one, we'll help you out with that. But check this show out because it's a lot of fun.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a bold column suggests maybe the TV ratings back it up. Let's just get rid of all-star games in sports altogether. Agree? Disagree?
No.
Let's do it next right here in The Fan.
We have your latest.
And Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel and Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-333-3333.
3-2, one out, pitch. Tavares swings, and that one is driven to right center. Springer back, bullpen shot, out of here! Two-run home run for Leody Tavares, and the Rangers lead 10-7.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan, where you never want to forget that your home of the Texas Rangers is 105 Through the Fan, and that's the first place. Texas Rangers with the second half of the season getting started tomorrow for Texas. So there's a couple things on the baseball front, and then we can expand to sports in general. Is the MLB All-Star Game hit a low for viewership, 7.01 million viewers, down 500,000 viewers from last year, which was the previous low for the least viewers ever. They've set lows in 16, 18, 19, 22, and 23. Now, part of that is just the changing nature of television and how this all gets consumed. But there is a USA Today column out today that said, let's just get rid of all-star games and sports altogether.
You shut your mouth. You want to get rid of the Pro Bowl? Fine. You want to get rid of the NBA All-Star Game? Fine.
Yes.
Want to get rid of the skills competition in the NHL? No. Do not get rid of my MLB All-Star Game.
I do want to get rid of the NHL All-Star Game, too, because they don't really
But the skills competition's dope.
Sure,
like, hey,
sure,
how many
sure.
of these pigeons can you break in the goal?
And so essentially the article was just saying that people have become less interested in these entities. And then in certain sports like hockey and basketball, players have become less interested. Do you think the concept of the All-Star Game is passé? I do not.
A little bit,
Okay.
but not a lot. I mean, a little bit, obviously.
It's an exhibition.
When we were growing up, you could only watch the Ranger games on HSE, and not all those were available. You couldn't watch Nolan Ryan's seventh no-hitter. It wasn't available.
Oh my God, I forgot about that, Mike. Thank you.
You couldn't buy any type of package to watch all the other MLB games. Like if you're a big MLB fan, you're like, yeah, I'll pay $200 a year. I'll have every game. If you're an NFL fan, you're like, yeah, I pay $200 a year. I have every NFL game on television. You know, it's one of those things where it was a big deal back in the 70s and even 80s and kind of in the 90s because you were very limited on how many times you could ever see Mickey Mantle play baseball or certain people play baseball because it wasn't on television. You got to watch a Major League Baseball game. If you grew up like my father, you got to watch one baseball game a week. That was it. There was one baseball game on a week, and that was it. And then you had the World Series that was on, and that was all the baseball you could ever watch on television. And now you can watch not only baseball or basketball, whatever sport you really enjoy watching, then you have all these other options of entertainment to watch stuff on your television or computer or phone anyway. So I get why ratings are down from all of these things. It's not like, oh my gosh, I get to see Mookie Betts face Nathan Eovaldi. I don't know. They were teammates a few years ago. I've seen them. Like, it's just not as big of a deal as it used to be.
I want to add this, Kevin. I think that old burnout writers and people that have been around it so long that they're just like, oh, I've seen 50 of these. Should retire. Like, come on, dude. Let somebody else enjoy those. You let the younger writers that are popping into the biz be excited about it. Because I do think that sometimes reporters or whatever get into it and they're just like, I've done this 1,000 times. It's new hat. It's not as exciting anymore. Now, I know that's different than the audience, but I do think that like those are the people that are delivering why it's exciting. And some of those storylines for those guys get stale sometimes. And I totally understand that part of it. And Mike's dead on. That was the only time I got to see Bo Jackson standing next to Pudge Rodriguez. So those were really cool things. I do think, and we talked about it the day after, it seemed like a competitive, those guys were trying hard. That's the one sport where they're not like, hey, I'm really worried about this guy getting rolled up on and tearing his ACL for the rest of the year.
Now, one of the things you said is don't take away the NHL skills competition. What if you just eliminated the All-Star games, but potentially expanded the festivities and competition?
Yeah. And hey, you know what? If you want to shorten the All-Star game to like 6 innings, I'm fine with that. That's
not
fine
even
by
7?
Yeah, or 5, whatever.
Okay. Now, also in the baseball world, Corey, you have an idea. I don't think you've told everyone your idea just yet.
The loser of the home run derby gets traded to the winner's team.
Oh, okay.
Like the championship round or the guys that like a
The championship round. Yeah, the championship round. Whoever loses in the championship round
We have to trade Adolis to the Blue Jays now? Oh, man. I meant more your idea off of the story that the Yankees are going to add advertising to the jersey sleeves for approximately $25 million a year. Do you have any problem with this if the Rangers were to do it? And who is your logical sponsor? 877-881-1053 if you want to jump in on that.
Mike, when I saw this with the Yankees, it wasn't like eye-popping. It didn't change much for me. Actually, I just looked up and saw the Astros have Oxy on their left one. So
Cotton on their right.
Well, no, that's different. My uncle worked at Oxy for a long time.
My gosh.
But I was like, the Rangers don't have that right now, right? They don't have a sponsorship on their jersey that I can think of.
I don't think they do, but I could be forgetting. Obviously, they have the Nike logo on there. Everybody has that because they're the ones that make the jerseys.
It doesn't offend me to have like the Mavericks when they had Chime or whoever that it is. Doesn't offend me at all. It's very delicate.
I'm with you.
I like the way
care.
it's done.
Yeah.
And with the Rangers, I think there's only one. Like there's one of two sponsors that I could think of. One, Nolan Ryan beef.
Oh yeah.
Like just put Nolan Ryan beef right there on the arm, and let's just talk about it that way. Nathan Eovaldi from the same town as Nolan Ryan.
Oh.
Having Nolan Ryan beef on his right arm.
I thought you were going to suggest that Nathan Eovaldi becomes the sponsor.
Oh, yeah, that'd be cool.
I was really oddly intrigued by that.
The other sponsor, somebody said the Chuck Norris water for Ranger sponsor. The other sponsor I could think of is Whataburger. Makes a lot of sense, except for I guess they're not Texas anymore. Mike says they're Chicago now. So
I don't know if this is Wolchuk or not, but Baby Doll as the official.
Smart. That's smart. I like that.
I don't know if he
Brought
would
us to
support that. Oh, Buc-ee's. Yes.
Hold on.
That.
You want the Bucky logo?
Hell yeah, dude.
You want that beaver right there on their arms, showing his teeth off and everything, going, what's the thing that they have there? Bucky.
The Beaver Nuggets.
Oh, the Beaver Nuggets.
The Rice Krispie treats are good too.
Such a Buc-ee's.
Would you rather Buc-ee's or H-E-B?
Huh.
Or 105.3 The Fan. We're already across the ballpark.
Dude, that would look sharp.
That would be awesome.
I don't want to do I don't want to do. I do Buc-ee's because I don't think that they look at the Trinity River as we could never go past there.
Okay.
So that's HEB.
Okay.
That's good, Mike. I like that a lot. Isn't 7-Eleven? Isn't 7-Eleven
It's from here.
Texas?
Yeah.
So what about Nah, I don't like that.
So you don't want to just sell out to the highest bidder. You want like a Texas
Yeah, I want something
corporation.
strong that like
makes
goes
sense.
well with the Rangers.
It definitely makes sense.
Like
Oh,
105.3
Dr.
The Fan.
Pepper.
Ooh, that's nice. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. I will say this. I know I'm a kind of a nut for it, but Petticola's logo is kind of dope. If you're looking for a beer company
Do
to
they
throw
have
in
the
that on.
money to make this happen?
That's a lot of money, dude. In beer, it's tough to make a lot of money.
All right. I've got another local sports story for you that we didn't get to yesterday. Did you see Ed Belfour and Ken Hitchcock named to the Dallas Stars Hall of Fame? What took so long? Why are they just now getting in? It feels like they should have been.
Hitch came back.
That's true. And they're like, you're not eligible right now for our Hall of Fame. We'll get back around to that.
Eddie, I don't know.
He might
Hitch,
be able to,
because he was coaching other teams maybe and stuff, and they were just like, let's wait till
Yeah.
he's kind of retired, where we know he's not coming back.
if we're going to cross the stories, Ed Belfour might be able to sponsor the Rangers, right? He has $1 billion.
Well, he also has. He also
You
has.
never heard that story?
Oh God.
He allegedly tried to bribe a cop by telling him he would give him $1 billion. $1 billion.
Well, how did he get it? NFTs?
Actually, he has.
Story happened too long ago for that.
He was really innovative. He's like, there's going to be these things called NFTs that people are going to stupidly buy.
He has a whiskey company, so maybe he could rock that out instead.
All right.
It's a cool looking bottle too. So,
But safe to assume we both feel that Ed Belfour, all jokes aside, and Ken Hitchcock are very worthy additions to the Stars Hall.
the Stars Hall of Fame.
What did Belfour do besides win one cup?
But that's the only cup we ever won.
Yeah, but he failed tremendously against the Devils.
It's supposed to be like an honor for people who aren't going to get their jerseys retired, or I guess Ken Hitchcock doesn't have a jersey to get
No,
retired.
they both deserve it. I'll stop goofing off.
Who has?
I mean, I'm sure all those players will be really excited to see Hitch. They seem like they really loved him as their head coach.
I thought you just said you were going to stop goofing off. You are not stop goofing off.
So all I see right now, and correct me if I'm wrong, is Sergei Zubov,
who got his jersey retired.
Guy Carbonneau.
I'm not 100% on that one.
Eric Lindros went in 2016.
In the Stars Hall of Fame?
What it has
He was here for like 5 seconds.
Texas Hockey Hall of Fame.
Oh, okay.
I mean, this is the Dallas Stars website.
Man, I've still objected.
Texas Hockey Hall of Fame. Popeye Jones' son should be in there. Wasn't he like the first guy from like here to kind of make it into the NHL?
Sergei Makarov, Mike Modano, Joe Newendike, Ed Belfour, and Brett Hull.
What? How are they like? I know Eric Lindros was really good at hockey, but he's not known as like a Stars player.
This is wrong because it says Belfour was inducted in 11. So
okay, well,
it doesn't make any sense to me.
This Dallas Morning News article came out yesterday, so I know sometimes they're behind, but that is a shocking disconnect if that is the case. I got 2 more notes for you. One of them is really sad to me. Did you see the news about Dick Vitale, where he did in fact say that he has vocal cord cancer? That was going to be my sports opinion, is somehow, some way, he will find a way to keep fighting and beat that and be back on college basketball broadcasts for the upcoming season, which he said is his goal. And so, yeah, that's just a bummer. Maybe I like Dick Vitale because he loves Duke. But he is the unquestioned voice of college basketball, always will be to me. And so I hate seeing him go through those struggles. And then speaking of struggles, their FIFA is giving away approximately 20,000 tickets to the Women's World Cup for free because of poor sales in New Zealand. Now, it's also happening in Australia. And apparently in Australia, they're doing great.
So that happens in like 8 days, right? I think I saw a commercial. Is it July 20th that starts?
I think it is pretty soon. Yeah, July 20th is correct.
Yeah, they played 1,000 commercials of it during the All-Star game, so I found out. Like Cheeto is some girl, Dorito is some other girl.
So in New Zealand, they just haven't been able to sell tickets, and they're going to be
Dad
giving
ate the
away
goalie.
20,000 tickets to the Women's World Cup. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming out tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG, Matt Hicks.
105.3 The Fan. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific. How are you, Hagee?
I'm doing excellent. Thank you very much for asking. And part of the reason
I'm terrible,
is...
Hagee.
Oh, no. Why are you...
That's soccer. Soccer got me down last
night.
Yeah,
Jesus Ferrara tried.
I think his like that injury in extra time took something out of him.
Yeah.
I don't think he was as good as he needed to be there on those the penalty kicks.
Yeah. No, I could...
Sad.
I could see that. I was excited, though, because the Rangers get to open at home next season again, and they draw the Cubs, and all teams are going to play on March 28th of 2024. So for your more traditional opening day, I know
just not the Reds.
I know they've are the Reds?
Aren't the Reds always the team that did that first, Michael?
They do, but they usually will now start them at like 11 a.m. or like the earliest time of opening day. So they're the first game that like kicks off opening day.
Yeah.
But yes, they've always been in the history. I don't know when it started, how it started, but the Reds are always like, they get to play the first game of the season.
Did you ever open with the Reds? You ever on a team that played?
I only was one opening day in my life, and that was with the Mets when it was really cold and I sucked and we lost by a lot of runs because of really Tom Glavine first. He was the one that first stunk, and then I really made sure we lost.
You just nail the nail in the coffin. As
Corey Patterson, if we see like, hey, who's had the best opening days in Cincinnati or in Chicago Cubs history when the Rangers taking on, they'll be like, Corey Patterson, he hit 2 bombs on opening day. That was me pitching.
Hey, Kevin, can I ask one more question of Mike, please? Mike, the other day when I was watching you on the broadcast, again, I thought you did a hell of a job.
Thank you.
Nats but when people like run clips of you, they ran the clips of you having like the really good when you went 7 innings.
Yeah.
And you were unhittable.
Yeah.
But then they showed the Bonds thing.
Yeah.
Did you just kind of laugh that off, or you
it's
like when you went to break?
Barry Bonds will be on our show on Monday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I haven't talked to Barry Bonds since a couple days after. We went to Arizona after that series in San Francisco, and we talked on the phone for a while. And from that point, I've never talked to him ever since.
Is he an instructor somewhere? Is he?
No.
Is he doing anything?
He was a hitting coach with the Giants for a minute.
Marlins.
And the Marlins.
Yeah. Okay.
He's like a special at times. He'll be a special instructor in spring training, kind of like how maybe Colby Lewis was this year when we had him on the air. But I don't mind it because
bicyclist. Yeah,
because he used to be good at cycling.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
career pursuit.
It's the reason in a weird way, it's the reason that I got into media is after giving up that home run, I was decent at it. And so people asked me to do more things. So in a weird way, giving up that home run
career path
kind of gave me this career path, which I don't know. I don't know if and in a weird way, I only played for the Rangers for 3 weeks, but as a 3-week Ranger, it means I'm a Texas Ranger.
Right.
Right? It doesn't mean, well, you're only a 3-week Ranger. It's like, no, you're a Texas Ranger. So I think that helped out
nice
later in life
jacket.
doing, it's really nice too. It's black.
Yeah,
Rangers used to have black jackets. They're cool looking.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's funny because, like I say, you always take it well. When we were all eating dinner that time in spring training, and the waiter thought he knew trivia better than anybody.
Oh, yeah.
But he didn't know that you had given up.
It was a good baseball savant.
It was a good dinner. And all of a sudden,
Mike
hated that guy.
He botched one of his stats of the day.
Like, nope, never won a World Series. It was Nolan Ryan, and we're all like, no, he did. And he goes, nope, never happened. It's a pretty historic team.
It was the Mets, right?
Yes,
the
Amazing.
Show on Hulu that's out right now.
Yeah, he's like, nope, never ever happened.
I thought you hated him because he messed up your order of chicken strips.
No, I also
different guy.
It's
a different restaurant
he hates
that
servers
made.
who talk.
Yeah, that's
he hates
right.
servers who talk to you. If you talk to
no,
Kevin, it's
no.
wasting your
He
time.
wants to do the sign language thing.
To you,
just the eye contact of like,
but
you know what I
they
want.
show up and they're there to be your best friends.
Or they catch you mid-bite. How's the food? You're like,
You just prefer to hold up the menu, point to what you want, and then just kind of shrug.
Just grunt and No, I just have you ever had a waiter who like sits down at your booth? Or
I used to do it all the time.
Kind of puts his arm
It was
around
my go-to
you.
move.
I hate
the
that.
ladies
I
loved
really
it.
do.
At Hooters, it works quite well. You order a lot more.
He's always selling those desserts.
Yes, I could see
Oh,
how
yeah,
that
you need a
might
queso.
work
Yeah,
better.
the key lime pie looks good today. Yeah.
Definitely. Now, you brought up the Cincinnati Reds. Interestingly enough, we got this Twitter thing that said the Cincinnati Reds have the friendliest fans, and the Rangers have the fourth friendliest fans. Bottom of the list, the Red Sox. I don't know how much of that is just straight racism from the fans or just general demeanor, but they're at the bottom of the list.
Even when they're saying nice things, it like the tone is that of something that like, is this guy angry right now?
Do you have a Boston accent?
Do I have a Boston accent?
Can you try one out for us?
Park the car. Isn't that the one? Get some coffee. I was hanging. I actually went. There's a total shout out to Boston Nick. He hooked it up when the Celtics were in town watching the Mavericks last year, and he kept talking about Marcus Smart whole game, and it was I loved it.
There's no letter R. Right? Is that understanding?
They omit all the R's.
My friend lived in like Iowa, and she used to say bag of bagels instead of bag of bagels, and that doesn't make any sense.
Well, that's in Wisconsin. They would say bag.
Yeah.
Paper, plastic, bag.
Yeah.
And I go, excuse me? Paper, plastic, bag.
I'm not begging.
Yeah. I'm like,
whichever.
How much do I owe you?
Yeah.
What does this come to?
Now, we were having fun earlier today. It's
really?
Yeah.
On this show?
The show's very popular, brought us. Is Embrace Your Geekness Day. What is the geekiest thing that you love?
Brought us his cups.
Just
right?
Cups in
like player, like worn.
Yeah.
No.
What?
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Only the authentic one.
This jock smells pretty good.
I've got this. I've got this Steve Yeager from 1973. A sweated in Johnny Bench.
That's how you know it's authentic.
I got the cup that Bill Fossey got destroyed in the All-Star game by Pete Rose.
This guy really did crap his pants.
Oh, my. What is happening?
Mike, those cups have come a long way, haven't they?
Yeah.
Like when you were like first play, they've come a long way. They're making them better.
Like hockey goalie.
What are the advancements in the cup?
The
It's
curvature.
A question I
the
never
curvature.
thought I'd have to ask.
They used to be kind of a
They're also
flat
and
thing.
they're softer. They're kind of more, I don't know, rubbery on the sides where they're hard plastic in the middle, so they have a little bit more give. So if your legs come close together, there's a little bit more movement there rather than it being so stiff. Because if it's all plastic, it's not going to bend.
Sure. No,
But
I
if you
get
give it
that.
a little rubber on the sides, it has bend to it.
Thanks,
I'm a massive geek.
Okay. What's number one on the list then?
Thanks for the cups, Mike. I'm
trying to rank them. But I think a lot of
Gavin's
people
gadgets all the
would
time.
call like soccer the geek sport. It is in America.
Okay.
Then you go to yoga / meditation. Okay. That's associated with kind of your geeks, like your Steve Jobs type of dudes.
Yeah.
John Daniels. Then you go to online poker. Okay.
Which you're back into, I heard the other day.
Yeah, I'm kicking ass too. Made a final table last week.
Did you get real money?
Yeah, it's fun. And then I think the crown jewel, though, is definitely the crypto NFT scene that I'm into.
Okay, how often do you hear Mike's general thoughts about NFTs on air?
Oh, I love it. Yeah, it's great. Yeah.
I did see. Wasn't there I made fun of it, but wasn't there a monkey that's like Justin Bieber that like sold for 84% less than the person bought it for or something? Or was it Justin Bieber who bought it and sold it for 84% less of the value?
I think he still has it, but the value's just plummeted ridiculously.
Yeah, there's one that looks like Eminem and one that looks like Justin Bieber. Dez had like 13 of those. But those assets are way down. So
I think the main thing that agitates him about it, though, and if this wasn't the case, he'd move on, is the Mavericks NFTs of all the Spares
that was a disaster.
It was like they're like, hey, guess what? I had Sean Rooks, a third string center from the Mavs in the 90s, Bill Winnington, the towel waver, who ended up
a champion,
winning 3 championships with Chicago.
Right.
I like Tim Legler. I get he's on ESPN, but I'm like,
always looks tan.
This is horrible. I did get Dirk on Dirk night, right? But you're just like, God, are we this bad as a franchise that we're handing? I was like, the next one I'm going to get is freaking Donald Hodge or Chris Anstey. And I'm just like, this is horrible.
Sometimes I wonder if he's out on NFTs in general, or if it was the Mavericks that pushed him down that path of hating
because
NFTs.
you don't get a ticket anymore, so you don't have something from the game. So when I went to all the playoff games with my boys, they'd be like, hey, you went to this Utah Jazz playoff game. Here's an NFT of the final score. And I'm like, what? Like, what is this? I got a final score of a picture? Great.
Yeah,
I think those are cool. Like if you could have an NFT ticket stub as a collector's item where it actually looked like an old one, that might be a neat idea. I think they kind of messed up their whole program over there at the Mavs, though, with the low-quality players they were making NFTs out of. And it's not a fun time to be involved in them right now because they're so down. But I would say, before too long, they'll reemerge and everybody will be like, oh, my goodness, this is the coolest thing ever.
I feel grateful that I didn't understand it, so I didn't invest.
Okay.
And I feel like, okay, and maybe I dodged something here. Gavin's kind of told me, you need to think about getting back in sometime. He hadn't said that yet, but I kind of feel like that maybe I dodged that because I could be very impulsive when it comes to buying stuff.
The closest I got was I flipped a lot of Top Shot when it was really hot.
Oh, nice.
And it literally did not matter who you got in your pack. You would sell it for a profit
really?
as long as you could get packs. So it's a low level.
I remember when I first started on this show that Gavin was they were always waiting in line.
Yeah.
It was always like, okay, here we go. Oh, we're 1,007 in it. We're going to get it. Yeah. That kind of thing. Everybody was always
I just bought and hold. Like I have lots of those Top Shots that are worth like 3% of what they were. Yeah.
Sorry
brutal.
about
I remember
that.
watching an HBO Real Sports where some guy had like $20 million worth of Top Shot or whatever, but this was at the peak, and I'm like, it might not even be worth $1 million. And I don't know if he sold them or not, but like,
yeah.
Mark Cuban.
What? Yeah.
Clash of Clans for me, by the way, on the geek side of things.
What is it?
Clash of Clans.
You still play?
Ooh,
I haven't
okay.
played in a while. The fatherhood thing is kind of taking it away from me, but that was the one.
Stupid kids will ruin your
activity. Well said, Iggy.
It changed the Royals season. Remember we had that, this is a long time ago when the Royals won the championship with Chris Young. They had a team meeting, and the manager said, I think it was Ned Yost, but I might be wrong on their manager.
Coach Yost.
Is like, you guys got to stop playing this
You worry
Clash
about
of
that
Clan
offense.
things. Like, you guys are taking, like, we are playing tonight. Like, we're playing the Minnesota Twins. Can we please concentrate on the report of the Minnesota Twins over your Clash of Clans?
You have no
game?
idea how much more elixir I need, though. And I need it now.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today? More of that, I hope.
Pure Gold as always. Thank you so much for asking. Our countdown to camp continues, and we'll have lots of Cowboys talk over the next 5 hours.
All right. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Come back with us tomorrow. Broadus knows it, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say adequate, Kevin.
Still?
Yeah.
Adequate.
100,000 watts. From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour one of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I hope you're having a great day as we're off and running on what is the slowest day of the year when it comes to sport. We don't have any MLB. We don't have, maybe we'll have some NBA Summer League we'll check in on. But of course, we're going to be rocking and rolling here. We don't miss a beat over the next 5 hours. We'll be talking a lot of Cowboys here with you. Every day at this time, we check in with everything that's been developing in the world of sport. And right here locally, we opened with an excessive heat warning, guys. It remains in effect. It's going to feel as high as 115. It's actually only 104. But bottom line, hotter than hell out there.
Woo! Yeah, it was eye-opening this morning when I walked outside. Extremely early. It's still, the sun has not come up out of the sky yet, and it was disgusting. I'm like, oh no. And I knew this actually on Sunday because I was at a wedding, and one of my buddies there is a landscaper, and he looked at me and he was like, hey, after Wednesday, it's about to get turned up even more. And for the rest of these forecasts, you're looking at triple digits guaranteed.
And it seems like it's rare that we go to the lengths we are now as far as the temperature. 104, you know, they're talking about 106 next Saturday.
Yeah,
like we're usually like, hey, 101, 99, bam, we're going to 105, maybe to 110. That's the definition of excessive right there. Now, I do want to throw something out to you guys, and I want to know how we feel about the high dollar water. Okay, does that give you extra protection? Because last night, I was coaching my squad, Dallas Surf, 2011 girls up there at Pitt Plano, and it was hotter than hell. I was sweating like a mofo, but I felt great. And the last time I remember feeling that great amid excessive heat was when I was consistently hitting the high dollar water. Veered away from that because I got shamed into that I was polluting the environment. You know, we got all these, because I was doing about 3 of them a day, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so you're just tossing plastic bottles?
Yeah. And I had these mountains of plastic bottles forming in my garage. I was like, this ain't right. I shouldn't be doing this to the whales or whatever.
Yeah. And I'm glad you're not doing that with the Diet Coke anymore either.
Well, you appreciate that.
What's high dollar water though?
That's like the expensive water at the convenience store.
I mean, come on,
like
I know what high dollar.
$3.
This guy just re-explained it to me again.
More expensive. So you have one water that's one price, and then you have one that's more expensive.
Like, how is this insanely? And it's usually the one that's like alkaline. Properly
okay. Alkaline water is definitely different. Distilled water is definitely different. Spring water will hydrate you better. You know, those type of things.
Okay.
But you can get like 5 gallons of alkaline water from Whole Foods for like $2.
Okay, maybe that's what I need to be doing.
In the big joints, and you just fill them up and blue, blue, like you know,
the blue thing, and you
like that. Yeah.
See, I need to get one of those dispensers because that's a steal.
Yeah.
My wife has me out here buying the gallon jugs at $1.19 a pop of the distilled.
Okay, drink the spring, bro. Drink the spring.
Drink the spring.
Yeah,
okay.
Unless you like getting ready for a fitness competition while you're drinking distilled, you're ripping the minerals in that sense.
Okay, see, so I don't even know. This is all over my head. I'm just doing one of those things. Happy wife, happy life. I
have no idea what I'm doing. You know? I feel you, bro. But I know that it's expensive. Yes. I know that every 5 seconds it's like, hey, we're out of water. Hey, we're out of water. And it's like, okay, so we're spending how many? Like probably $15 to $25 a week on drinking water, and it's going up in the heat of this summer for
sure.
To
add what Dawson was saying, though, I feel like the alkaline water is much easier for me to drink because I drink like a gallon a day, so I drink like big gulps at a time. You know what I'm saying? Try to take it down. Much easier for me to drink than just like the store-bought stuff that you would just get at a convenience store.
So do you feel like you could, like, with a blindfold on, do the taste test water and know where the quality is? Maybe not necessarily the brand for sure, but know, like, hey, this is a low level, this is a high level?
Yeah, I could, because some of them has like a salt kind of taste.
Yep.
Some taste like Dallas water. Respectfully, I say that respectfully, Dallas. And then some has a real pure, like you can just drink it all day kind of feel, and that's that alkaline.
Do you ever drink tap water at all?
If I have to.
It's so bad, dude. The tap water is, I mean, that's one thing I have learned. What if you're getting it out of the fridge filter? I think that is probably a step up of than just the kitchen sink, but I think even the fridge filter would surprise you at the amount of crap that's in that. What about the filter in the kitchen here? Yeah, this little one here.
When the machine works.
Yeah, that's the one. I would definitely take that over the sink one, but I mean, at some point you just say it is what it is.
That's like a $1,300 machine right there, though. So it's doing some filtering.
But when that guy came up here and cleaned it, he looked me in the eyes. He was like, holy hell, that thing was dirty. And I was like, wow, that's great.
Is that why it's broken right now?
It's broke. I don't know why it's broken, honestly. Yeah, it's in a bad place, and that's why I've been going to the bottled water. And I tell you, last night I was in a different level of comfort with that heat. Now, maybe I've just gotten used to it after battling this heat for a month. Maybe my body's just like, hey, it's fine now. Or maybe I just hit like peak hydration.
I think you're
going on. I think you're in the physical prime as well.
If we did the urine test on you, would probably be level white.
Yes,
yeah,
clear.
You would clear.
Yeah, that means you can play for the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah,
you can go out there and lose 5-6 games a year for the Longhorns right now. They'll let you.
Yeah,
you pass the P test. Well, I'll let you know. I'm back on the high dollar water today, and hoping for the best this evening. As I know a lot of people are.
How are your young ladies? Were they hydrated? Were they okay?
They were feeling great too. You know, they weren't complaining at all. They weren't complaining about the heat, and they had been steady complaining about the heat for like 6 weeks. Like, and I'm just like, stop even thinking about it. What are we doing?
Sounds like you got a disciplined team on your hands there, Dawson.
I think what might have happened is our bodies were getting accustomed to it.
Yeah.
And now we have hit that natural stride that a lot of North Texans that spend time in the outside hit about mid-July, where your body's just like, this is fine. I'm used to it. I'm the ultimate survival machine that Mother Nature has ever seen. I'm a human being. Let's do this.
It's the mindset.
Yeah.
I think I'm to that point because, again, I passed out in the streets the other day. I'm like I am trying not to go outside. I literally am like from like house to car to job to car to home.
Okay, this is perfect then. Try this high dollar water.
I'll test
Get into the alkaline. Yeah.
I've been walking.
Spend $3 a liter.
And have been fine. The other day, and it's my medicine. It's my blood pressure medicine. I'm not used to.
Is that what the doctor said?
Yeah.
Good.
Put that Irish sea salt in your life. It'll change everything.
Lucius, you told me that. I need to do that.
Just like a little bit, just a pinch on your tongue, and then drink you some water.
Okay.
Boom. It's like recovering from a hangover. It's amazing.
I'll give that a go. But yeah, that
You'll
that
feel
was
like
scary.
Wolverine coming
Yeah.
out of
But
water.
I've found I'm avoiding going outside at all costs. I really am.
No, you treat yourself the same way that guy did in Benchwarmers, the weird brother who just hides in the closet. When the door opens to the sun, he screams and freaks out.
Yeah. I never saw.
He eats mayonnaise out of the jar, and that's in your future.
That's in my future.
It's a bright one.
Mm-hmm.
That's when you know you've had it. I think
getting close.
Clear sign.
Getting close.
Well, at least you're adapting. In whatever way is most comfortable for you. I think the top thing going down for the sports scene right here, though, is the rookie doubles last night in the summer league. Prosper was 17 and 10.
Yeah.
Some Mavs fans talking on Twitter that maybe spotting the rotations in the cards for him, possibly starting at some point. I guess I could see that if there's injuries, but I don't know. That's a big leap from summer league competition. I can't wait till we get to the preseason though, and that's just about 2 months away. Then Lively had 11 and 10 in 25 minutes of action. Some really good defensive possessions as well. I like his mobility. I like his defensive instincts as far as closing space. And he's awesome at sort of recognizing where to go. And I think that was a big need for the Mavs. So I would not be surprised if, because of their need for athleticism from the bigs, Lively has a spot in the rotation this year. I don't know if it's more than 12 or 15 minutes, but it's long term. I'm more encouraged after getting a chance last night. They were playing while we were on the air, but last night went home, digested quite a bit more of that game, and I like what I'm seeing from these Mavs rookies, and they'll play again tomorrow. It's actually going to be on regular ESPN at 6 o'clock. If you haven't had a chance to check out the rookies and get a view for yourself, go ahead and check that out. But guys, that's interesting to me because if they can develop quickly and, like, let's say a couple of months into the season, both be rotation players, they have the types of game that the Mavs drastically need.
Yeah, that was the thing about the draft. It was like, okay, you got what this team needs. Now, how quickly can you use these guys' skill sets? Because it seems like they do both have bright futures, but how quickly can you get them into helping your team right now? And that's something that could take this team to maybe the 500 team that Broadus is thinking they are right now, to all of a sudden maybe they are closer to that 50-win team if they get these guys developing at a quicker rate. And there's no way to really predict that. You can certainly hope for it. And when you see small glimpses of moments in the Summer League like yesterday, especially from a guy like Omax, you're like, all right, maybe there is a chance here. So I'm excited, but I don't expect either one of these guys to be starting unless there's drastic injury situations going on.
I found myself last night being encouraged, but then I think Mike Bassick made a really good point. I was listening to him driving in. It was
impossible.
It was, it's like
against all odds.
One of the Warriors had 17 rebounds last night on him, on Lively. And now you're worried about, and Mike brings up the point about the body type. When you're starting to talk about night in, night out of the NBA and the type of players, you don't have players to deal with Jokic and others like that. But there's some guys you're going to play against that are just bigger than you and stronger than you. And I don't know, at 19 years old, Tim McMahon makes the point, in his podcast about, he thinks that Lively's going to play more G League minutes than he does like regular NBA minutes, because he's just, the body type is just not.
He's just not strong enough.
He's just not strong enough.
Lanky.
He's 19 years old.
Yeah,
and that's the thing.
It.
And that's where I kind of feel like that I don't think the Mavericks are going to be a playoff team because I don't think defensively they're good enough. I just don't. Yeah. I don't see where they've improved at all defensively. And I worry they don't have what's going on at center right now. They got their future's with a 19-year-old at center.
And Mark Cuban's pretty bullish on this Rashawn Holmes. He keeps throwing his name out there, and so I think in their minds, Rashawn Holmes that they're getting is going to be the one that looks like the one from a couple of years ago before Sabonis came in there and kind of took his minutes in Sacramento. That's what they think.
Yeah.
And then you hope Josh Green takes a step defensively, and then Grant Williams is better than Reggie Bullock. Yeah. So there is improvement there. But I'm with you. There is not anywhere close to enough defense on the team right now as it stands to feel like they could be a playoff team.
They need Prosper and Lively to be, good defensive players for them to be an acceptable defense.
Yeah, I just feel like that at 19 years old, it is a strong ask for him to come in here and be like this guy. Great that he got the 11 rebounds, 12 rebounds, but he also.
How many did he leave out there, kind of thing?
Well, the guy he was playing against got 17. That's the kind of stuff that you got to be.
Old Perry off the bench gave him 30 minutes and all the boards.
You got to be a little nervous about those kinds of things.
Well, it's definitely progress from a guy that averaged 5 rebounds per game in college to have back-to-back double-digit rebound games. I'm encouraged by that, but it was more like his ability to move. And at his size with his wingspan, like maybe he'll have a lot of blocks, maybe he won't, but he's going to discourage a lot of shots.
For sure.
He's going to shift and rotate and know what the offense is trying to do without a coach yelling at him. So I can definitely see why they like him coming off the experience that they did with Christian Wood.
And Mike was talking about this, and I totally agree. He had a segment last night where you saw a really nice offensive on the offensive side of the floor and then a defensive back-to-back. So if you want to just evaluate, it's like, and scouts are taught, hey, if you see it one time, you'll see it again. And to Gavin's point, the mobility, the lateral agility, things like that those are things that are positive with this player. I just feel like that Mike's right, and I think McMahon's right. The body type to me right now, I don't think is NBA ready.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that might hold him back.
Maybe against all of the bigs, he will not be able to be effective, but I think there will be some combinations, especially when a team goes small, where I think Lively's lack of strength won't be a problem, and his length will really be a positive factor.
See, the points that everybody's talking about with Wemby and all that with San Antonio, that San Antonio's not expecting to win games. They're going to be a team that's probably going to be struggling. So they can afford to play Wemby. They can afford to play him 30, 35 minutes a night and be okay.
Mm-hmm.
They're not. This team's the Mavs are expecting to win.
Yeah.
You think Kyrie's coming back here to be on a team that's not winning?
Well,
there's going to be hell to pay. For Mark Cuban, if this thing turns into they're well below 500 and scuffling around trying to win games and stuff.
They'd be looking for a new coach before the All-Star break.
Yeah.
A lot of heads could roll if they're not good this year.
Yeah.
And that's possible. I think Mikey B earlier picked him to win 42 games. We'll talk about that a little bit later on here.
I agree with him on that myself.
Rangers have just one more night before baseball returns. We will be at the Globe Live tomorrow starting at 2 o'clock. Please come by and say hi if you are in the building. As they host Cleveland, pregame at 6:30. Matt Bush comes back in a minor league deal yesterday. If you missed that news, find out pretty soon if he still has something. Guy was in prison for a while. You know the Matt Bush story, right, Brian?
Sure do.
Yeah.
They worked him out. Didn't he pitch at a restaurant? He was working at a restaurant, and a scout brought him out in the parking lot and marked off the mound level, and then here they go. So a fascinating story. It really, really is.
Okay. And
sound like it's something Netflix need to be looking at
right
there.
Yeah. Just a really interesting.
We got a writer's strike and everything. It looks like we won't be getting TVs or movies till next year.
Hey.
Maybe.
I think this story's already written.
What's the documentary guy going to do without all this, Lucius?
Going to be hurting, bro. But I have PBS and I pay for it, and there's a whole genre of everything is in there for me, bro.
Yeah, I guess there's always there's always YouTube, right? YouTube's always
my
cranking
favorite.
the content.
Yeah, it's the world's public library.
My favorite. It's a great time machine, is what YouTube is. The great time machine.
Hey, Saquon wants a new deal, not seeking record-setting money is the story there as the franchise tag is approaching. There's no real buzz on Tony Pollard. It seems just like kind of a foregone conclusion that there's not going to be a lot of movement there. But Bill Barnwell did a great story today on the evolution of running back value and what all led to the point that we're at this year, this offseason, with so many huge names and teams just not interested. And we'll talk about that in depth coming up at 4 o'clock today. All right, G-Bag today is coming up at 2:30. Let's do some Cowboys and NFL offensive line ranking. Ooh. Should they be this high? It's next right here. G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We're counting down to Cowboys training camp. A lot of interesting stuff going on. Have some offensive line rankings. How good is this line? How much, would that change if Tyron Smith cannot stay on the field? Is that what this kind of swings on? And what do you expect in that department? Tyron have a chance to stay healthy for a training camp, let alone 17 games? It would be a game changer, wouldn't it? The truckwreck.com fan text is open at 877-881-1053. Last year, they were average. Segment's brought to you by Soda, and it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck, so companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel, and Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. The Warren Sharp guys got him at 8th, Brian. I thought that was massively huge. I guess that's assuming health from Tyron and Terrence Steele, hurt late in the year, coming back from an ACL. He's likely not going to be as good as he was at the height of his powers last season. What do you say, Brian?
Well, I'll tell you what, I've seen him working out a couple of different times, and the flexibility, the agility, all that stuff looks good. I mean, they show him getting into bags, coming off, and the whole thing is how well does he and Zach Martin, can they work together to get back to that level when they're really good, as when they can, those combo blocks and stuff, man, they could get some movement. They get guys sealed off. So yeah, but we'll see. But all the drills part of it looks like there's no little limping or anything. And I know there was a couple of times when I was out there for draft coverage for the draft shows, I was watching him work with Britt Brown, and he was moving around pretty well on that. And so I'm hopeful that everything will be okay there. But there's always those questions, like you say.
What do you say, Chief? 8th? Will they finish the season that high?
I think this speaks to just how bad offensive lines are across the league. Like there's not that many good ones. Everybody can know, oh yeah, the Eagles got a really good one, and then it's like, who else is really doing it well on the offensive line? I think Tyron Smith matters a ton here, but I don't know about you guys, but I'm playing under the assumption we're getting at most 5 games out of Tyron Smith. So I'm not.
I think that's a fair over/under. It could be ideal though, and he could play the season, but I think the probabilities are fairly low on that.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm expecting him to miss majority of the year because that's just what history shows us over the last few years, and so I think this is just going to be. I mean, if Tyler Smith takes a giant step forward and Terrence Steele is able to at least maintain the exact same level of play he had last year, then I feel pretty good about it. Like if you're going to have a weak spot at left guard, if Tyler Smith's playing left tackle because Tyron's out, and then you have Biotish, who I think is an above-average center, you have Zach Martin, you know what you got there, and then if Terrence Steele can be his old self, you're looking at a solid offensive line. It's not going to be great. Dak is still going to. I mean, didn't he have him as like the 20th best pass-blocking offensive line? Isn't that what Sharp had mentioned about him?
And some metrics say worse.
Yeah. So, I mean, part of this is the Cowboys, and you still have the names of Tyron Smith and Zach Martin. And so, but to me, you're probably looking at 8 being the ceiling for this offensive line.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it.
I'm one of these guys that if something's going to happen to Tyron Smith, it's going to sound terrible, let it happen to him early. So they can shift everything around to where it needs to be. I don't, if something happens in like week 7, now, the offensive line's having to shuffle around. If something's going to happen to Tyron Smith, and
with an incentive-based contract, I'm sure the Cowboys would appreciate that as well.
I mean, just feel like, to me, I don't want it to be.
It's all about the playoffs, though.
Yeah, I don't want it to be week 7, week 9 or something, and all of a sudden Tyron Smith's out, and now they're having to shuffle everything around. I'd love for him to make all the games. But if it's going to happen, just let it happen so they can say, okay, we're kicking Tyler Smith out to left tackle. Here's what we're going to do with Farniak's the left guard, and now we're going to go. And they have time to pull all that together is what I'm looking at.
The 806 says, I listen every day. 806 living in the 405 decided to join the text line. Welcome in 806 there. The truckwreck.com fan text is open. It would be so awesome if he does stay healthy, though, because Tyler Smith at left guard could really move mountains, and I think him and Tyron together could be as devastating as Zach and Tyler were last year, probably even more. And but the problem is once that happens, now you set off a domino effect where Tyler's got to move, and you're bringing in a guy to left guard that might be a serious problem with getting pressure up the middle. So it's huge. I think you keep Tyron Smith healthy. Maybe at the end of the year, you might have an argument to be like, okay, Eagles, you have the best O-line, but we're not that far behind. Tyron gets hurt, and now you might fall all the way out of like mid-range to bottom third of the league.
Yeah.
With how Terrence Steele could bounce back and some of these other unknowns.
And I do wonder, speaking of unknown, having the new offensive line coach and Mike Solari, like what that adds to, like, does that add or does that take away from what the offensive line already was? I mean, we're all thinking it should help in the run game to some extent, but that's what Sharp Football notes is last year Dallas allowed pressure. So when they're pass blocking, they're allowing pressure in 2.5 seconds or fewer on 23% of dropbacks last year, which was 20th in the league. So, I mean, yeah, Dak's going to have to make some plays under pressure, and he's capable of doing that, but against the best defenses, that oftentimes can end up being a bit of a kryptonite.
And that's who you see in January. Okay, other takeaways from this. The Eagles do have the best line, number 1, according to Warren Sharp's crew. Lions 2, Ravens 3. Chiefs are 4th, and the Browns are 5th. Now, the other really interesting thing here, the Giants are 27th, the Commanders are 30th. So you want to look at why they are, probably still pretenders, even though they're getting better. Can those quarterbacks be expected to win a division behind a poor offensive line? I don't think so. Rams, by the way, at 31. A lot of talk about them having a potential bounce back. I would say they got to F them picks and trade for some better linemen if they want to do that, Brian. Can you imagine Matt Stafford leading a team to a Super Bowl with the 31st best offensive line?
It's not going to happen, and they proved that last year. They can't win games. I don't care if they have some of the best players at wide receiver, defensive tackle. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. If your offensive line is poor, you're going to struggle. You really are.
817 says plan to play without Tyron and use him when we need him. I love Tyron. We need him in the playoffs most. Yeah, I take it real easy on him in training camp, but I also feel like he's got to rebuild his game. He missed so much time, and the regular season game and the playoff game that he played last year didn't go a long way towards giving me confidence that he can rock still.
Right.
So I think he's got to use this training camp kind of like how Creed did. Once he realized he was going to take on his buddy. You see Creed 3?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he needed that training. Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking Apollo Creed. My apologies. I haven't seen any of the Creeds.
Creed 3 is pretty good. I watched that on vacay. Yeah, watched that with the family.
I need to dial up those Creeds, man. Maybe in Oxnard I'll get some movie nights going. You guys can come over to my place.
They need to figure out, though, he needs to get back working on that left side, though. He really does.
One of the things that stands out to me, too, by the list, Aaron Rodgers is apparently dealing with the 24th best offensive line in the NFL.
Okay.
So that might sting the Jets a little bit this year.
I like it. Here it's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup we go. There's Lucius Alexander.
Do you know where you're going to? Do you like the things that life is showing you? Where you going to? Hey, do you know? What's up?
Hey. What's up?
What's up, bro? Let's see. G-Bag of the day here. Our winner so far is the Philadelphia Flyers social media team caught on a hot mic during a Zoom call. They had enough of this question.
It's called going full Mickey.
They don't even believe in their squad, bro.
They do not believe.
Hi, Garnet. I was just wondering, as a veteran with a relatively successful NHL career, what makes the Flyers who are in a rebuild state a destination that was designed?
How many times is she going to ask this question?
Yeah.
There's really a lot of things that go into it. When I look at it, it's an organization.
This team is stupid anyway. The co-side from the old girl in the back, bro, is amazing. Yeah, because the Flyers suck.
What was your last job, ma'am? Flyer social media.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be the hype men, basically. The hype men and women for the team.
Yeah.
They are the hype.
Oh, we love that video in this office. We play it every other day. That's you guys. Come over here. We got the guys in here. These guys said the Flyers suck on that video that we like.
Hey, Sergi, would you please do this video for us?
No.
No.
Can you get a photo for the office? We're not going to hire you, but can we get a photo for the office?
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. Let's take it to church real quick for you fellas. Yesterday was a church day. Hope you got your blessings. We have a looks like a Baptist preacher right here. He is tired of the hypocrites and the pretenders in his church. He calls them out.
And then it's like they're yelling amen one day, and then 2 days later it's like, oh, I got to leave the church because I don't believe in the Trinity. You say, I'm not comfortable with this. Then just take a hike. Go take a hike. You know what? You ought to be thankful that you have a pastor who stands on Bible doctrine and doesn't care what people say. And I don't care if 90% of people get up and walk out or 50% of people walk out. I don't care. Because you know what? I'm not going to pastor a oneness cult. I'm not going to pastor a Pentecostal church. I'm the pastor of a Baptist church. And if you're not a Baptist, then get out.
Wow. Turned up, bro. What? You don't believe in the Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. You can get the hell up out of here. We ain't doing all that dancing, shooting, hollering like the Pentecostal. Hold on. We ain't doing all of that. We come to get the wood up in here. We come to get the wood.
It's pure grace right there from that guy.
I thought it was great. Stop it, Dawson. All right, let's see. Let's go to another one. This one, I got this sent to me by so many people. There was a couple upset that the cat apparently likes the neighbors, likes going over to the neighbor's house and chilling out. A little bit more than he likes hanging out with the couples, apparently. So the couples accused this man of harboring a cat, like harboring a witness. Yeah. You're harboring my cat, man.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our...
By the way, harboring a cat isn't a law. It's like against the law.
Okay.
Unwritten rule out here. It's called handcuffing. All right, here we go.
You're unreasonable people. You're holding our cat.
How? I'm not even in there. I want you to explain how.
If you would go in your yard and say, Mercury, go home. Don't come in our yard anymore.
She will not listen. She's a cat. She doesn't speak English.
Really? This doesn't mean go home?
No.
Huh?
Hand signals don't mean anything. It's a cat, dude.
Really? Okay.
Hand
So the
signals.
cat doesn't eat and drink anything over there, right?
No.
Oh, no, never. Right? No, never.
No.
No, never.
Never. Yeah, never.
Yeah, you cat pervert.
I've done nothing to bring the cat. I've done nothing to bring the cat.
What's happening, bro?
This dude's
Cat
lost.
pervert.
This dude, he's lost it. He's lost it. Oh no.
Cat pervert.
Cat pervert is fantastic.
I mean, the label, but the context. You know what I'm saying? The label fits, but the context, it's not the same.
That is amazing. Wow. Congrats to Mercury the cat, by the way.
Mercury the cat got him fighting
Star of
over
the
that.
show.
That must be some good cat.
Oh, man. The neighbors had to come over. Our escape artist, Pug. He's the most athletic pug ever. You think of pugs as like slow and fat?
Bro, I seen one swimming online. I was like, I didn't know they could swim.
Okay, so that one might be more athletic than ours. But
Ours is athletic, but not to that level.
Yeah, as Usain Bolt of pugs.
Bro is clearing 4-inch fences.
Whoa.
Like a German shepherd. We can't keep him in. We had to get a tether for him. Because we've tried everything. Like, seriously, 3 different weekend projects to try to keep him in the fence.
Poor guy's tied up.
Guy's a good
Well, we only leave him out there for like...
Yeah.
We get him in the back corner, so if he does that, he won't hang himself. He'll just hang by his back. And he actually did that last night.
Just sit out there and dry out.
This dude is amazing.
Guy's got bunnies.
He's a 40-pound beer keg with 4 legs, and somehow he's got hops, dude. He's like a damn kangaroo pug.
Charles Barkley.
We love it when the thick or large, potentially even fat athlete is an athlete. You know, so kudos.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're mad because he's going over and harassing the cats or the chickens over there.
Oh yeah, chickens. Yeah, they do like those damn chickens.
Yeah,
they're so scrumptious.
I don't think
Chickens
he'd
have
be
no
able to kill
idea
them.
how delicious they are, bro. If they only knew how delicious they were, bro, they would never be around us.
They are scrumptious.
What are you looking
That's
at?
half our commercials is chickens. They looked on some TV. They be like, "Oh my God, we gotta get away from these fools." Let's see what I got. Oh, let's go to church again right here. The WAP. The WAP. Not like you think WAP. I'm talking about praise and worship.
Okay.
WAP. WAP. Let's see. Bro, just chill out, bro. Just chill out. Just chill out. Just roll through it.
Just go through it.
Just go through it.
Try and get to the end.
Just go through it. There's a drummer in church that he thought he was at the Blink 182 tour, basically. Oh. And this happens a lot with the praise and worship guy. He starts thinking he's a superstar in the church. Believe me, our praise and worship guy thought he was a part of Nirvana, like the lead singer. Yeah. More love, more power, more of you in my life. Like, he really thought he was the one, bro. He had his guitar up there. Shout out to Ryan Gray. But listen to this drummer right here. Thought he was on the Blink 182 tour. Blink 182 tour, but it was really church.
When oceans rise, my soul will rest in your embrace, for I am yours, and you are mine.
Good job.
Come on, bro.
Is she looking at him right now like, dude?
I can't keep up. I can't keep up.
Oh, no. Oh, you're very good at it.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Kind of petered out. Back.
All the small things.
It was a drum solo from the worship and praise drummer. Is it Mercury the cat who found himself a cat pervert next door? Baptist preacher tired of the hypocrites and pretenders in his church you can get? Or is the Flyers social media team pulling the Mickey Spagnola? I'm going to go with Mercury the cat, buddy. How about you, Chief?
That drum solo is making a play right now, but I'm going to go with the champ.
Shoot!
This is another one of those songs, Chief, you were talking about that was out for a while, and then you realized, oh my God, this is one of the greatest songs ever. Turn it up anytime you got it.
The band I played before it is the same band. Hold on, I'm gonna show you, bro. This is the same damn band.
What?
This song they sing like fast, but this one they sing like.
Y'all dance. Wow, a lot of range.
When I first saw you, you had a sparkle in your eye. All right, same damn band though, bro.
Hey, they were trying. They were going to find that hit one way or another.
All right, we need to drop this kind of church music we're doing now. We need to do more of this club stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Flyers social media, is that your vote?
That was mine.
You're to Lucius.
I'm to Lucius. All right. Where are you going, Lucius?
Handcuffing that cat.
2-1, Brian.
2-1. Flyers.
We're tied at 2. That means you're going to want to jump onto @GBagNation's Twitter account. That's @GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. I'm going to create an Insta poll here at the break. You'll vote them up, and we'll come back with Krusty's Corner. Where are we going with that, sir?
Hey, Cowboys might have a battle at wide receiver. Let's see if my guys can figure that one out next.
Coming up Friday morning on
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year 4th of July savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Oh, thank you so much, Lucius. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now for Krusty's Corner. Here's the king of the Krusties himself, Brian Broaddus.
Thank you very much, General. Appreciate that. I had a guy, it's interesting. I don't think I'm any good at this Twitter stuff.
Yeah.
You think so?
No, I think you're pretty solid. You got like 125,000 followers. You're doing something right over there.
The guy was not happy with me today. As, you know, this guy, and he actually follows me because there was a question about one of these offensive.
Hey, Twitter world.
This offensive lineman with the Denver Broncos.
Just don't get into no Twitter arguments with OJ.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the question is with Dalton, the offensive lineman with the Dalton Reisner, is that his name? From the Denver Broncos.
Yeah. Was he free agent still?
Yeah, he's a free agent. So somebody asked me about him, and here it goes. It says somebody from my Cowboys family asked me this question: what about offensive guard like Dalton Reisner, free agent that played with Denver? And I said I was hearing from my pro scout buddies that he was done. Okay, that they felt like that he was done. So Landau Performance, who happens to work with Landon Dalton. Or not Landon Dalton, Dalton Reisner. Dalton is not retired. He's been busting his tail in the gym since January 5 times a week. He's in the best shape of his career.
Of course he is.
And this is from Lauren Landau, who is from Landau Performance. Okay, cool. So now I'm sitting there, and then this guy comes I go back to the Landau Performance. I said, hey, thanks for the update. My thoughts were from the men and women who pick players for these teams. You might want to take that up with them and not a radio guy. Okay, was that a bad answer on my part?
I don't think so.
I mean, I said you might want to take it up with the guys and gals that are picking these players and running these teams, not me.
Like, tweet this at Will McClay.
Yeah, or people, yeah. I mean, like the people I talk to that – generally, I try and when I do my Gang of Seven, I'm asking people questions that are watching the film every day, or picking these players or talking about, hey, we'll bring this guy in or bring that guy in. It's so I just kind of said, hey, take it up with with them, not with me. I'm not a radio guy. And then this other guy came in, AZ. He goes, that's an odd way of saying I had bad information and I was wrong. I'm guessing not everybody realizes there are no standards for radio guys. That was his response to me.
I think he might be trolling you, dude. That's pretty funny.
And then I go, well, as a radio guy, I tend to ask questions of those in the know. That's the standards I work under.
And you're doing a hell of a job at it.
Okay. And then he goes, asking questions isn't a standard. That's your job.
Gotcha, bitch.
A standard would be vetting the information you receive or admitting it was wrong when it was, in fact, proven wrong.
Yeah.
Okay. Getting defensive and saying, don't come after me when you use your platform to report it ain't it.
Or do you want to catch me outside?
Well, all you did was say, like, from the perspective of objective eyeballs,
yeah.
He looks like somebody who can no longer play at this level. And then the people that are working him out just responded saying, well, he's still trying, he's still working out, he doesn't want to be retired.
Right.
So those are two different things. So you weren't wrong at all.
No, I'm like I say, I just wonder sometimes if the meaning of Twitter, what you're trying to say is like, hey, I'm trying to ask people who evaluate these teams why he's not, why they don't feel like he's done.
Yeah.
I mean, I talked to 4 different teams about it, and they're like, no, this guy's done.
You essentially told them to not shoot the messenger. And they were like, no, we want to.
But this guy, and he's like, well, you've been proven wrong. He's working out every day.
Yeah.
Well, he must take the word done as being retired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, that's what this is. This is a miscommunication because you're just saying that your guys are telling you he's not good enough to play anymore, and the people that are training him are saying, well, he hasn't retired yet. He's still working out. He wants to keep playing. So you didn't have bad information. He can still not be good enough to play, but still be trying to play. Both those things can be true.
That's why my counselor says don't argue via text.
Yeah, that's good. I get in way too much trouble on this Twitter. Way too much trouble for me because I'm not clear. I don't. Yeah. I get I get in trouble all the time, and I try and respond to people.
Yeah.
I try and I'm like, hey, this is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And people are like,
I think it's because at times maybe we assume that people on the other end are intelligent and fair and emotionally in control, and that's not always the case. These people out here are just reacting on a whim and trying to cobble together whatever kind of logical sentence that they struggle to do, right? And that,
I apologize if I'm not clear.
Yeah, I think you are. I think you are. I think people come after you because you give them uncomfortable truths about their football team, and they don't like it. But they can't really logically disagree with you because you're a former scout who studies this stuff every day. So they come up with some crazy crap, and in their mind, it's true. But it's all they got.
Yeah, if I don't know, I'm going to ask.
Yeah,
like I'm going to ask. All right, here we go. I didn't mean to sidetrack, but I always do. Reed Hansen from the Cowboys Wire. Battle for Cowboys' last wide receiver spot promises to be fierce.
Oh, who are the candidates?
I love a good seventh man fierce camp battle.
You like that? Okay, Reed's got this. How many Cowboy wide receivers ultimately keep in 2023 will be dependent on the talent pool itself, as well as the depth of other positions. Totally agree with you there, Reed. Roster building is a zero-sum game, so if the Dallas goes deep at one position, they are likely to go shallow at another. Okay, I totally agree with that.
Got to.
Most roster predictions have the Cowboys going with a 6th wide receiver on their roster this season. Dallas may need to go deeper than normal in the secondary on 2 lines, so they'll be challenged to carry more than 6. Locks. Lamb, Cooks, Gallup. All locks to make the team, right?
And Sharpie.
Yeah. Here we go. They're talking about that. Okay, those are the locks they're talking about right there. Gallup is the wild card since 2022. He was underwhelming by standards last year. We all know that. The favorites. Jalen Tolbert is a favorite as one, so that gives you 4 right there. Simi Fehoko. Are we getting in questions now about, is Simi Fehoko a guy that is he more of a favorite?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm optimistic going into camp that he's one of the top 6 guys they got.
Okay. So Simi Fehoko, he would probably be a guy for that Noah Brown, the blocker, special teams guy. He's got to prove
strong.
He can do that. Okay, Turpin has the inside track as the return specialist. Okay, made the Pro Bowl his first year, has speed, change of direction, all that stuff. 5'9". Challengers. Here we go. Dennis Houston. Surprised everybody last year making the cut.
Dak likes him.
Yeah, he sure does. Jalen Brooks, the Cowboys' final 2023 draft pick, enters the camp with a little draft pedigree, but attractive measurables at 6'2" and 205.
He's got a big opportunity. They really only have 3 guys, so I can't wait to see him in auction.
David Durden is an undrafted free agent from West Florida. He's got production returnability. He's 6'2", 200.
I like his brother Tyler better.
And then Jose Barbone and Jalen Marino Cropper.
Oh, yeah. The old hyphenated last name. Odds are stacked against him.
Do you think any of those guys that I just mentioned, like, there's always, like you say, we were surprised about Houston last year, right?
For sure. Yeah. Because the standard was just simply, do you know where to go? That's all it was. This guy is going to run the route that he's supposed to. My God, that's it. That's enough. You make the team. Tolbert can't even do that.
I'm going to make a prediction right here. I think Jalen Brooks, who they picked, the final pick of the 2023 draft from South Carolina, I think he's going to show up better on special teams during training camp, and he's going to make some plays in the field. He's got that ability, crossing routes, underneath stuff. He's kind of one of those guys that can catch. He's kind of a bad ball catcher that I saw.
Yeah,
so
dude.
My
BBC's.
prediction would be Jalen Brooks. If they keep 6, Jalen Brooks would be my last guy that I think that they keep.
Right on. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Brian. Brought us in Krusty's Corner every afternoon. The text has your back, by the way. I know you've gone back and forth with those guys as well, but they all love you right now.
Well, I'm sorry if I'm not clear. I really am.
They accept your apology.
Thank you.
And appreciate your content. NFL news of the day coming up next, Chief. Where are we going with that?
Big man got big money. Belichick on the hot seat as well. NFL news of the day next year in the nation.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go, Hour 2, G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We're about to do the NFL news today. Forgot to mention it last segment, but Mercury the Cat wins the G-Bag of the day in a vote-off against the Flyers social media team.
Well deserved.
And a texter pointed out something very accurate. Mercury the Cat knows what he's doing. You know, that's a cat-loving family next door. His official family does not know how to take care of cats. They're talking to the damn thing like it's a dog. You got to treat him differently. Mercury the Cat's going over to the cat people next door, and official owner's jealous.
I kind of thought of the movie. I was talking, remember The Patriot the other day with Mel Gibson?
Oh, yeah.
If you remember The Patriot,
Aim small, miss small.
He's got those, the British general has the special dogs, and he's like, the dogs want to be with Mel Gibson. They don't want to be with the British guy anymore.
They got that vibe.
And then he's leaving after the prisoner exchange, and he whistles, and the dogs take off, with Mel Gibson going into the woods.
That main British guy was one of the best villainous characters. He was as hateable as it gets.
Yeah.
For a movie.
He leads the charge.
You couldn't wait for Mel Gibson to just slay him.
Exactly, yeah.
Boy, did he ever.
All right, we're watching NBA Summer League as well, but the countdown to training camp continues. We're at 13 days now till the Jerry press conference right here on The Fan, and here's the Chief with your NFL news of the day.
Okay, we got Belichick potentially on the hot seat. I also have Pro Football Focus has come out with their highest graded single season performances at each offensive position since the year 2006. So I'm about to give you guys what Pro Football Focus believes to be the best offensive player at each position over the last however many years it's been since 2006. And Broadus, if you have your calculator in a couple of minutes, we can get that figured out.
Yeah, we will. We'll work on that.
In the meantime, I did want to point out that Quinnen Williams has just become the latest defensive tackle to sign the mega contract this offseason. He goes 4 years, $96 million. Ooh. He's a gentleman out of Alabama who was as impressive as it gets as an interior defensive lineman coming out, and he has been a sack machine. He's honestly been probably underrated, I would say, for how dang good he's been. And now you add him to the list of big men who have been paid. Aaron Donald is still the average per year leader when it comes to the millions of dollars, 31.7 for old Aaron, but Quinnen Williams is now number 2 at $24 million a year. Jeffrey Simmons, Dexter Lawrence, Daron Payne, Javon Hargrave, all have been paid pretty big money this offseason. And so we see that the interior defensive lineman is starting to become more and more a premium position. If you're going to be a lights out kind of player, teams are going to be willing to pay you. So, and it was, Dexter Lawrence and Ed Oliver was the other guy who's been paid. Now you got guys like Chris Jones looking to get more money. Christian Wilkins was in that same draft as Dexter Lawrence and Jeffrey Simmons and these guys. So he's probably due up next, but 4 years, $96 million. That's some coin.
I'll tell you what, man, it looks like good value at these defensive tackles. Every one of those guys you named are, game wrecker type players. I'll say this though. If you remember with Quinnen Williams several years ago, probably 2 years ago, there was some whispers about him getting traded, and Michael Gallup's name was thrown in there.
Yeah, that would have been something.
Would you have thrown in, the question was, would you trade Michael Gallup to the Jets, who were dying for a wide receiver at the time? Would you?
And Quinnen Williams hadn't quite broken out yet.
He was. But
you wanted to do it.
Yeah, he was in the doghouse. He was in the doghouse with Jets, with the management and all that, and coaching staff. And man, he's turned into a really good player.
Yeah, he really
second
is.
best defensive tackle in the NFL, I think, right behind Aaron Donald.
Yeah,
Depending on how you do it, a lot of people go Chris Jones for the
Payne.
Chiefs. Yeah, Payne is certainly a stud. But these guys that are getting after the passer, I think we're going to be blown away. I'm about to give you the Quinnen Williams sack numbers as an interior defensive lineman. I think we're all going to come away pretty dang impressed here because I saw it. I saw it maybe earlier in the offseason or someone was like, ooh, I don't even think I realized just how impressive.
Yeah.
We're talking about 12 sacks last year.
Yeah.
12 sacks last year for an interior defensive lineman. That's getting it dang done. What was Micah? 13?
Yeah.
13-something sacks? So, I mean, that is, and right up the gut there, we know that was always sort of the Brady kryptonite, but he's 7 sacks.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7 sacks, 6 sacks, 12 sacks, and 27.5 in his 4-year career. I mean, that's pretty impressive. And so if he can keep building on that, I mean, my gosh, this 12 sacks is just really, really impressive. Bill Belichick might be on the hot seat. Might be on that hot seat, man. Robert Kraft already made it clear. This is Ben Volen, Boston Globe. And he says Kraft has already made it clear in March that he wants the Patriots to make the postseason, not only make the postseason, but win a playoff game as well. They haven't won one in 5 years. It's kind of been a quick 5 years. It feels like just 5 seconds ago, the Patriots were running the sport. It's already been half a decade since they've won a playoff game. That feels weird to me.
If Belichick was available and it came down to him and Dan Quinn for your Cowboys.
Go ahead and take Belichick.
Yeah, I want Belichick, even though he's got to be, 12, 13 years older?
Yeah, he's in the 70s right now, right?
Yeah, he's got to be in his 70s.
Close,
71.
71.
So
I'll still take him. I think he'll be good till at least to 77, 78 years old.
So if you said Dan Quinn or Bill Belichick, how about you, Chief?
Yeah. No, I'm going Bill Belichick.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm going to go Bill Belichick. I'm not going to do the same thing those Michael Gallup fans did a few years ago when they could have had Quinn and Williams for him.
That was a discussion.
Hypothetically, of course.
That was a discussion.
I just think he's unfireable. You know, if you're
Bill.
Robert Kraft, you can say things to him like, hey, I want to take away your power on offense.
Yeah.
I want to look at things differently and maybe invite him to resign. You can't fire Bill Belichick. You would have to sell the team and have to have Jerry Jones do Tom Landry. That's what you would have to do here.
I feel like that there's a lot of anxiety going on up there, and it's not from Belichick. It's anxiety from ownership because, again, they feel the fans and all that. But
fans want to change.
I think Belichick has had enough. I think he's had enough of Kraft.
You think he maybe wants out just as much as they potentially would as well if the season goes haywire?
You keep poking the bear is going to finally attack.
Just ask Dylan Brooks.
Yeah, and I think that Belichick is in that mode right now where he's like, listen, dude, I've won all these damn championships for you. Shut up. And he's not shutting up. He might run Belichick off on his own, like what Jimmy Johnson did with Jerry.
Yeah.
Just leave.
Well, because they note there that Gerard Mayo, who is the assistant head coach on the team, they kind of money whipped him.
They don't want to lose him.
They don't want to lose him.
Yeah.
They say he was paid handsomely to keep him off the coaching market and is likely viewed as the team's coach in waiting. And Belichick's friends.
Oh, not Steve Belichick?
No, I don't believe.
What's his?
It might be a package deal.
What's his son's name?
Yeah, it's Steve. You nailed it.
Yeah.
Belichick's friends have privately said they're actually worried that Bill is on the hot seat in 2023. So I don't know.
Bill quits before that happens.
Yeah.
Bill's the one that will walk away from this before he lets Kraft.
Yeah, he's not going to let a Bill Belichick fired headline get made.
Yeah.
Right. He'll get ahead of that. So found that to be pretty interesting, and I don't think the Patriots are going to be overly impressive this year. And I mean, maybe they make the playoffs. I won't put it past them, but winning a playoff game is certainly going to be a challenge. And if that's going to be the standard, then this time next year, maybe there is a new sheriff in town. And if Bill Belichick, I do wonder what the Bill Belichick sweepstakes would be if he became a free agent head coach on the market. What type of teams would be all over the idea of money whipping him to come to town? Or has the shine worn off? I don't know. I don't think it's worn off. Not enough for some of these teams to be like, okay, you're definitely much better than what we got or what we've had. Now, I tease the best players, the best offensive players at each position.
Yeah.
So it's the highest graded single season at each position in the Pro Football Focus era for an offensive player. So you're going to get one quarterback, one running back, one wide receiver, one tight end, one offensive tackle. They're going to give you two guards because there was actually a tie, and then the center. Now, do you want to make any guesses here at any of these positions? How
about Zach Martin at the guard? Since 2006?
Yeah, it's since 2006.
Okay, how about Zach Martin?
One of these guards' names is going to be one that I believe most of the audience won't know, and it was jarring to even see that he was in this, to be quite honest with you. Now,
Zach Martin wasn't one of them?
So Zach Martin is not one of them.
Oh, really?
One of the guards, and this makes sense. This dude was really, really good some years ago, 2013.
Randall McDaniel.
Philadelphia Eagles Evan Mathis. He was a good guard. The other guard they have on here, who is tied, which is the only reason why they have two of them on here. It's Chris Lindstrom. In its last season with the Falcons.
Wow.
Had, according to Pro Football Focus, like the best guard season they've ever seen.
Congrats to him.
For whatever that means. Yeah, congrats to him. And they're going to need all the Chris Lindstroms they can get because they're just going to try to run the ball all over everybody. And I think it's probably going to work too. You got two San Francisco 49ers. You got another Falcon. You got a Viking. You got a Packer. And you got another Eagle.
Did Aaron Rodgers have the best year because of the 2 interception season?
The 2020 version. I don't know if that was the 2 interceptions or not, but the 2020 version of Aaron Rodgers.
Was that 48 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, one of those things?
Yeah, it very well could have been.
Yeah.
They gave him the 95.1, and they're calling the 2020 version of Aaron Rodgers the best quarterbacking that Pro Football Focus has seen since they came into existence.
I'll take 49er linebacker Patrick Willis.
Okay, so I'm going to find
this offense.
Yeah, I'm going to find the defensive players, but this one is strictly offense.
So this is not, is it Trent Williams involved?
Trent Williams, 2021's version of Trent Williams with the Niners, 96.6. That's the highest grade on here. So they have him as the highest graded offensive player that they've ever seen.
Give me George Kittle as the other Niner.
George Kittle, 2019. Nice work, Dawson, 94.4. That's the best tight end among all the Gronk years.
Yeah, he was next level that year.
I mean, even the Kelsey
he was
stuff.
like white trash Gronk, just dominating.
But he was,
you gotta relax, bro. You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
He was a menace, dude. He really was. I remember him dragging the entire New Orleans Saints defense by his face mask at one point through the Superdome.
Maybe
for like 60
a Joe
yards.
Dirt Gronk.
Yeah. Absolutely. I think he'd appreciate that. That's actually respectful.
Is that talking in code?
So we got a wide receiver that still needs to be mentioned. We got a center and a running back.
There's a Kelsey on the center.
Kelsey, boom. 2017's version of Jason Kelsey at the center position for the Eagles, 94.1. So I was thinking maybe we could get a Travis Frederick here and there, but I guess they're loving this. 682 asking about Calvin Johnson. That would have been my first guess as well at the wide receiver position, seeing as he had like a 2,000-yard season at some point in the last decade. But no, it was not a Calvin Johnson season. Another 682, Adrian Peterson.
Yeah,
ding.
That's what I was going to go.
Ding, ding, ding. Adrian Peterson, 2012's version, 92.4 was the grade they gave him. And that might have been the year that he was coming off the injury.
Yeah.
When he's like off an ACL and he's offensive player of the year. And
there's some questions how he's going to look after the knee surgery.
Those
Minnesota radio in June.
Those were put to bed very quickly as he was running through Brian Urlacher's face for 4 quarters.
Yeah.
The wide receiver. Who's the wide receiver, man? This has been a good wide receiver. I mean, since 2006, the amount of incredible wide receivers.
Larry Fitzgerald?
It's not Larry Fitzgerald. They did have the side note that from a rear end standpoint, he has the number 1 rear end in sports since 06.
You gotta relax.
That's just a fact. That's patented.
Odell Beckham Jr.
Could have been Calvin Johnson.
Randy Moss's huge year with New England.
No, that would have been another good one.
How about a guy with the Rams?
Cooper Kupp.
Cooper Kupp.
That's a great one. Not the right one though.
Andre Johnson.
I like that. Not Andre Johnson. This is a 2016 wide receiver, not Anquan Bolden.
I'm just
Art
going.
Monk.
Yeah, exactly.
2016.
Flipper Anderson.
2016.
2016.
Man.
So
JoJo Townsend.
Yeah.
Antonio Brown.
No, that's the other one that I'm like, really? It wasn't Antonio Brown.
So this was
But this is a respectable name. This is a damn good Julio Jones.
Yeah.
Julio Jones.
I said, like I knew it. I
kept going away from that because of the touchdown thing, but I guess he did have the touchdowns that year.
Maybe. Let's look at 2016 Julio Jones because, he was always great, but there were some years where he was dominant, but the touchdowns weren't quite there. The 2016 version of him was 1,400 yards and 6 touchdowns.
Wow.
So it wasn't crazy.
Must have been getting all the first downs.
He only had 1 double-digit touchdown season in his career.
It's been a struggle for
and
that.
It was his second year.
Yeah.
But otherwise, it was mostly just 8s, 6s, and then some 1s and 2s in there as well when it comes to the touchdowns. But 2016,
Matt Ryan.
Julio Jones is apparently the best wide receiver that Pro Football Focus has seen since 2006. And I did want to point out as well, the famous Kansas City Chiefs fan that we talked about earlier this week, Chiefsaholic guy, he is officially under arrest. And the number, that he stole several bank robberies across 5 states, close to $844,000.
That's not bad.
And it was all just to attend as many Chiefs games as he possibly could, man.
Pretty good run.
Pretty good run.
I bet he gets, 10 years? 10 years in the joint for a run like that? 15, 20?
Yeah, that's a
I mean, you are stealing from banking institutions. It could be life.
Multiple states.
Yeah.
That's the other thing that gets you.
Crossing lines,
Are you buying or selling this team as a contender in their loaded conference? They are on the Cowboys schedule week 2. It's next in the G-Bag Nation.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truckwreck.com fan text line. Plus, enjoy responsibly. Visit revolverbrewing.com or on Instagram and Facebook to learn more.
Welcome back. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan.
He said, "Hey, Daddy," and Dawson said, "All right, we're back, boys and girls."
It's on. Food news coming up at 3:40. Right here, are you buying or selling the Jets as an actual contender in this loaded AFC? I mean, sight unseen, I think the highest you could put them is 4th, but maybe you think they're going to rival the Bengals and the Chiefs for AFC supremacy. It is a good roster, and now they have Aaron Rodgers. What is that worth for the Jets here when it comes to the wins, the losses, and trying to make some history there in the conference and knock off the champs? Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. You know, the Cowboys play the Jets week 2 out there at AT&T, but there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers, put them in a big truck, should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. You need Frankel & Frankel. Consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. 405 says, "I'd just like to salute you guys. This is the most dead-ass part of the year, and you're just trying to find content to talk about. Thanks for the grind. Training camp will be here soon." Yeah, we're good. You know, I don't mind if there's sports or no sports. I just like getting together and talking with these guys about whatever's going on in the world. Most often it is sport, but on a day like this where you had the ESPYs last night, it's a little dry. But the great thing about the NFL is they are masterful at making it a year-round pursuit of greatness. And the conversations are always there to be had, especially now with training camp coming up just 13 days away.
With this writer's strike and this actor's strike, they're going to have the NFL game every day of the week pretty soon in the fall.
Yeah,
they're going to need it.
That's what they should do. They really should.
No
go
actors,
there.
no writers. How you going to have anything to put out there?
Well, shout out to the cat perverts of the world. You know, keeping the content alive.
Yeah, it's time for you to shine out there if you're making content.
These guys do need to be compensated.
Yeah, 100%. They're really fighting against that AI situation.
Really?
Like, yeah, there's money involved. They're talking about money, but then the AI changes it all.
They're not hiding from the allegations coming from Mel Gibson and other people this week.
Yeah, ain't worried about
as far as the
allegation. Ain't Mel Gibson. He can't say nothing about it.
Hollywood's dirty little secret.
It's always been out there, by the way.
Yeah. No, it has.
It has.
It's not that shocking.
Corey Feldman tried to tell y'all.
Yeah. I mean, shoot, just look at the main guy there who was producing all the movies. Weinstein.
Harvey Weinstein.
I mean, that guy's a super predator.
Douche nozzle.
Okay, we're talking Jets here, though. The league believes in them. I saw you mentioned it yesterday, Warren Sharp's breakdown of how advantageous their schedule is. The league's trying to make them an early season favorite and storyline to get there. You know, the TV loves them because it's New York, and there's a lot of Jets fans, even though they're a pathetic franchise and nobody should like them. I mean, they should be like as unpopular when it comes to national TV ratings as it gets. But people still love them. You know, those New Yorkers are rabid about their Jets for some reason.
Fireman Ed, you know, I mean, he's one of the. I mean, when you power rank the all time like synonymous fan to fan base kind of deal, he's the number one. Like, I mean, is at least top 5, right? I mean, this Chiefsaholic guy's certainly giving him a run for his money. But
if you're robbing banks to go to the game, I think you're number 1, don't you?
Yeah, well,
I'll give it to you for sure. But
longevity, your fandom, you're willing to go to jail to go see your team play.
Yeah, you laid it all out there.
You did.
That's an interesting dude. That's a movie right there. Are you mentally preparing yourself for a team that is about as good as the Bengals, about as good as the Bills?
This is my hope.
Or are we looking at a pathetic franchise still, Brian?
This is my hope that, remember last year that the Bengals came into a week 2 game against the Cowboys. They couldn't block. They couldn't protect.
Yeah.
Couldn't do a lot of things. Couldn't figure, it looked like Joe Burrow was going to take 120 sacks kind of a thing. I'm kind of hopeful that the Jets come in here and there's a lot of confusion. That, Nathaniel Hackett, they're not on the same page.
I love that they got Hackett, dude. Yeah. That makes me so happy that they did that.
I think the Jets are a team you don't want to play late, especially if.
Well, Rodgers has struggled early.
Well, yeah, if Rodgers all of a sudden like Garrett Wilson and Alan Lazar, all of a sudden Corey Davis wakes up from this slumber that he's been in, and they figure out things with their offensive line. Because I absolutely love Breece Hall, the running back there.
Yeah, too.
And, I think to me that I believe you want to play the Jets early as opposed to playing them late. much like what the Cowboys did to the Bengals last year.
So do you think late they're going to be as good as like the Bengals and Chiefs?
I don't think they'll be into that level, but I think as a team, like Rodgers will start to kind of figure it out who he can use, who he can't, And
I think that's a big part of it. Like, how good do you think Aaron Rodgers still is?
Yeah.
Is he in contention for second or third best, or is he falling significantly back?
He's got a play caller that's totally comfortable with him, a guy. I mean, and Aaron Rodgers he'll call his own damn plays.
For sure.
He doesn't have to have Nathaniel Hackett tell him what to do.
Well, the Jets have been a terrible franchise. The worst record in the entire league since 2016. I think it's 286. Over a 6-year period, or 7-year period, that is just absolutely brutal. But their defense has been legit, and it's ranked 4th overall over the last decade. And most of their struggles have come from lack of quarterback, lack of wide receiver. They've addressed wide receiver with the rookie they had last year, and adding some veterans that work well with Rodgers this year, plus Mecole Hardman.
Yeah.
Now, the offensive line is still suspect, as we pointed out last hour in Warren Sharp's rankings, and I do think that could have a big impact with an older quarterback.
They have a rookie center, and Joe Tippmann, and he's from Wisconsin. He's a good center. He might have a little bit of problem playing with leverage, and he gets a little tall, and so rookie centers tend to have a little bit of that learning curve right off the jump, or you're fortunate enough to get a guy like how Travis Frederick just was plug and play. I don't know if Joe Tippmann is a plug and play guy, but that's always would worry me, is starting a rookie center. But you got a veteran quarterback that can get the protection right. It'll be up to Rodgers, I think, early to try and kind of be the guy that gets everything set up for these Jets up front.
Would you say his name was Tippmann?
Tippmann.
Okay. With a P, like Tip Man?
Tippmann.
Okay, Tippmann.
I think that's a bad offensive line name.
Yeah.
We don't need
Cow Tippin.
That's a
Joe Tippmann.
Yeah, Tippmann.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't sound great. And I imagine Aaron Rodgers just blasting him in post games. Flipping Tippmann, man.
Oh, for sure.
You got to know the play call. Some of these guys just got to try harder and figure it out and stuff like that. Rodgers always
have we done some stories about Mikael Becton? Like that he thinks.
Yeah, he wants to be left tackle, but they're going to make him the right tackle. There's some controversy there. They have a 38-year-old Dwayne Brown. Who is, I guess, looking for a renaissance sort of season there.
Sure.
That offensive line is going to be troubling. Despite the offensive line, the roster looks pretty good. Their defense should be really dang good.
Yeah.
But there's just something to the idea of the Jets not being able to have nice things. Rodgers is already straining calves, in early OTAs.
You saw what they did. You saw what they're making.
He's going to get banged up. The offensive line is going to be too much.
They had the guy pushing weighted sleds.
It is a loser organization,
I'm firing the strength coach if I see that. Who gave you that idea?
Things like that don't happen by accident. 40 years of failure. Meanwhile, running back Breece Hall, he was hurt last year in week 7. I think that's a legit factor as well. I don't know if he can be the player that he was by the time that you see him in week 2, but he was doing over 100 yards from scrimmage per game. But Garrett Wilson, Alan Lazard, and Randall Cobb, the other players now joining Aaron Rodgers. They're coming to AT&T Stadium week 2. Jets do play the Chiefs in New York October 1st. It's going to be a Sunday nighter for the ages. We have a look at the top 10 tight ends here for you, G-Bag Nation. Which Cowboys tight end is most likely to join this group next year? I can't imagine they have anybody that's on this list currently, but I do believe the Cowboys have upgraded at tight end. I'll tell you what, I think Dalton Schultz was just sufficient at everything. Now they have what should be a great blocker in the rookie Scooney, and I think they have playmakers in Ferguson and Hendershot. Chief, do you have those top 10 tight ends for us here across the NFL?
Yes, sir. Now, the tight end position, this is an interesting one. It's kind of like those offensive line rankings when you look at it team by team offensive line rankings where you're like, okay, I just don't think there's that many great offensive lines in the league. I think we're in a world now where there's not that many just great tight ends. When you hear some of these names in the top 10, you're going,
Yeah.
Gosh, okay, if this guy's top 10, this is a tough position to be a super stud at.
Yes, and it is amazing at how difficult it is to break in there and how these guys aren't being compensated more because they're rarities.
Mm-hmm.
They're more rare than a franchise quarterback.
Right. Yeah, no, they really are. They really are. It's a tough one to hit on. We talked about that when it comes to this last draft because there were so many good tight ends. But as you go down the list here, I mean, who comes to mind for you guys when you think of great tight ends currently?
Kelsey
for sure. Okay, he's going to be number 1. Kittle's still on the list, or have the injuries robbed him of it?
Kittle's still there. He's sitting at number 2.
Atlanta guy from Florida.
Kyle Pitts.
Yes.
And he's been underwhelming. A lot of people are already hitting him like, is this guy going to be a bust? He's number 7.
He's had some great stretches.
He's the 7th best tight end in the league.
How about
And
our
at
guy,
times you're wondering about him.
Baltimore's
Mark Andrews. Absolutely. Number 3. Oklahoma
Does Schultz
zone.
hang in there?
Schultz, OLI. First one, first honorable mention, outside looking in, Dalton Schultz, Houston Texans.
Waller.
Boom.
Giants.
Darren Waller.
Yeah.
He's number 5.
Goddard.
Number 4. So you got 2 top 5 tight ends in your division, according to, these the scouts and stuff like that. Now, Waller's been a little bit down over the last couple of years, but if he's not banged up, you still think he's probably going to be pretty good, especially with Dable. They'll figure out a way to work him in respectfully. But, yeah, Dallas Goedert, that's a no-brainer. I mean, those top 4, those are guarantees. Kelsey, Kittle, Andrews, Goddard. If you want to mix and match your order, that's fine. But those are your top 4. And then once you get from 5 to 10, now you're just kind of saying, okay, who's that guy? Darren Waller, sure, we'll give it to you. We've seen you be a stud, an absolute all-pro stud.
I'm just guessing here. The guy at Buffalo?
Yeah, Dawson Knox. Gavin
yeah.
Dawson Knox coming in at number 10.
Oh, is he number 10? I'll tell you what, Hayden Hurst played really well at Cincinnati last year, but he's not in the top 10.
No, he is not. And in fact, I don't even see.
You don't see that?
I don't see an honorable
he was a
mention
good. He
vote
was
either.
he was a good get for Cincinnati. He helped them.
T.J. Hawkinson.
Yes, that's the name I was
That was a
trying to
good
come up
trade.
with.
That was
Yeah.
a good trade. Yeah.
Yeah, a division.
Yeah.
An interdivision trade.
Yep.
Lions to Vikings. Cowboys ended up playing him twice last year because of that trade. He is a good player though, and he's a former top 10 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle Pitts, as you mentioned, is number 7. Evan Ingram.
At Jacksonville.
Barely.
Man,
That's
that friggin' Doug Peterson, I'll tell you what, man, he is a damn good coach.
Yeah, he
I know
doesn't
he's
get
a friend
enough
of mine. He doesn't get enough credit for, he went in there, that thing was such a train wreck.
Yeah.
And he turned that thing, he got the players believing he's a good play caller. Man, he's a buddy of mine, but Evan Ingram, I can't tell you how many times I've like the Cowboys are playing the Giants, and every pregame show, and Evan Ingram, and he didn't do nothing.
Jason Garrett didn't know how to use him. Pat Shurmur didn't know how to use him. Bob McAdoo didn't know how to use him. Doug Peterson's like, I know how to do this thing.
Yeah, dude, it's amazing. Doug's a damn good coach.
Yeah, he
really
is. One of the most underrated in the sport. I'll 100% co-sign that. Pat Freiermuth.
Pittsburgh.
9th best tight end in the National Football League.
I was going to throw him in. I was going to say Pittsburgh, but I wasn't sure.
Then they brought Darnell Washington in from Georgia. We'll see how that two tight end set looks. We'll see how that knee goes. And then Gavin Dawson Knox there at 10. Dalton Schultz gets the honorable mention. I think David Njoku with the Browns should have been in the top 10. I think he's underrated.
I haven't seen him play enough.
He's started to come into his own.
Okay.
Noah Fant, Seahawks, Tyler Higbee. You got Hunter Henry and Cole Kmet. This is what you're talking about of just missing the cut.
Cole Kmet, Chicago Bears?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
And everybody's thinking every year there's a couple more guys that could match that description of the absolute freaks, but there's only a couple of freaks and then another 10 guys who are pretty good. That's what we're seeing. Even a guy like Kyle Pitts can't take over the league with the greatest trait profile that guys had ever seen, at the position. It's like a magical combination of traits, of toughness, of awareness, of routes, and it is super hard to find. Hopefully the Cowboys can pluck one out of the group they got right now. We got food news coming up, though, featuring potential state fair items with Eric Chiafalo. What would you like to see out there in a couple of months? It's next in the nation.
Coming up tonight on the Get Right with Reggie KG, Matt Hicks joins us at 8:20 to get us ready for the Rangers' second half of their season and who should get the most touches in these crowded groups, including your Dallas Cowboys. Join us 7 to 11 on The Fan.
Gilbert worked in retail and restaurant management.
The All-Star break is about over. The Rangers open up a series with Cleveland tomorrow night at Globe Life Field. Hi, everybody. This is Matt Hicks, inviting you to join Jared Sandler, Mike Peasley, and me. Our coverage of tomorrow night's game gets underway at 6:30 on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Shoot, yeah. Welcome back, nation. Massive report from Bill Barnwell on the state of the running back and how it all got here. That's coming up at 4 o'clock. Even if you're well-versed in this conversation, I think there's going to be a number of angles and insights onto it that you'll find interesting for the conversation. Okay, speaking of interesting conversations, though, it's time for some food news featuring the Chief here. Potential State Fair items, broski.
That is correct. We get to that in just a moment. I have a question for you guys, though, and allow me to wish you a very happy National French Fry Day.
Oh.
Hope we are all celebrating according. Is this news to you guys, or did you know about National French Fry? It's a huge holiday. Can't believe we're working.
It's cool. You know, French fries are kind of mid to me.
Wow, that's a take, Lucius.
Unless they're seasoned fries, and I'll consider them.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Our curly fries that are seasoned.
That seasoned curly fry. Whew, that's a dominant fry. My question for you guys on National French Fry Day, before I give you the National French Fry Day PSA moment that you've all been waiting for, I do have a question for you. You got one fry and one sauce to pair it with for the rest of your life. What is that fry? What is that sauce? You have until the end of the segment to let me know. It's a tough question. It's a brain buster. I feel bad only giving you 10 or so minutes to deliberate amongst yourselves. You got one fry, one sauce the rest of your life. 877-881-1053. What is your pairing? As soon as you feel confident in your answer, you can just buzz on in, folks. Buzz on in. Now, the PSA, of course, is that the king of all French fries, McDonald's, doing a little giveaway today. National French Fry Day. All you got to do, order through the app. You can get a free French fry of any size. Wow. Now, I'm seeing conflicting reports, and I'd like to apologize for this. Some are saying no purchase necessary. Some are saying with the purchase of any type of item. Nonetheless, though, you go in there, you get you on a hot day, their vanilla ice cream cone still hits to this day.
Yeah. Oh, it's a good one.
You get one of those. You're crossing your fingers, obviously, that the ice cream machine's working.
Yes.
But if you fall into good fortune, then you spend the 99 cents or whatever on the vanilla cone. You pair it with the free large French fry. Again, it's any size, free, boom.
Can you supersize things there still?
I don't know that they're supersizing it anymore. I don't know that that's a question they ask you. I don't even think Whataburger asked you. Well, yeah, Whataburger's still doing the what a size.
Boy, in 1997, I don't know how long this stuck around for, but they had the bucket of fries. Wow. You could get a bucket of fries from McDonald's for like $1.99. It was giant. It was like popcorn size, like you get in a movie theater.
Did it have like a handle on it? Are you carrying this thing like a pail, or are you having to two-hand it?
No, it would be like the small bucket.
Small, okay.
Yeah, kind of shaped like a 2-liter. But it was just stuffed full of fries.
That's special. I think Five Guys is still trying to do something like that. And then, of course, Baskin-Robbins with their just bottomless fries.
Baskin-Robbins has fries?
Yeah, or excuse me, Red Robin.
Oh,
Red Robin. My apologies. I got my Robins confused.
Steak
fries. Yeah, that's exactly right. Thank you, Lucius.
I'm trying to pay attention.
When you guys, when you come up with your answer, let me know. But there's your PSA of the day.
Can I? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Go ahead. Go, Lucius.
No,
go, Lucius. Go.
Sweet potato fries with ranch as the dipping.
Okay. All right.
Sweet potato fries.
Yeah.
Dawson's face is so disgusted.
What's more disgusting, the ranch or the sweet potato fry?
Definitely the ranch. Definitely the ranch.
He's so disgusted in me.
I think the ranch pairs best with the sweet potato fry, though, Lucius. I'm with you. If you're going sweet potato fry, I don't know how you go any other sauce.
I kind of
maple syrup, maybe.
Damn, that's
actually. I bet that would be amazing.
I was going back
You're
and
doing
forth
something over there.
I was going back and forth between the Arby's curly fry.
Yeah. And the Jack in the Box curly fry.
The Arby's.
Yes, but yeah, Jack in the Box back in the day did that thing called the fring, where it was fries and onion rings together.
Wow. I think they're.
Are they trying to bring it
I think
back?
they're bringing it back.
Okay, that was back in the 70s.
Maybe it's Sonic that's doing. Somebody's doing that right now.
Okay, but
y'all was getting wild in the 70s, bro.
Yeah, we really were.
Jeez.
That's weed. That's weed.
Yeah.
That's weed. Yeah.
That's grass, man. Little grass. Reefer.
Nobody stepped on it. Yeah, but
Chiba.
It was. But then I thought about like the Chick-fil-A waffle fries.
I'm here for the waffle.
Because I like when you can get the sauce in between the fry, like not on top, but it gets in between. That's why I like the waffle fry. But I stuck with Arby's. But I want to pair it with the Whataburger spicy ketchup.
Yes.
That's what I wanted.
I think we're going to get a lot of that. I was going to go that route.
Can we cross over? Can we cross over?
100%. Yeah, absolutely. That's the beauty of this hypothetical.
Okay.
You can cross over. You can take a McDonald's French fry, dip that bad boy into some Chick-fil-A sauce.
I will take an onion ring over a French fry any day, just to go on record. Just to go on, or a tater tot. I'll take a tater tot.
That's fire.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, these French fry takes out of you and Lucius right now are they're not necessarily off-putting, but they're surprising. I will say that. I thought we could all agree, just as a world, however many billions of people there are. I thought the one thing
Wingstop fries are the nectar of the gods. I just want to say that.
Figured
nectar
out
of the gods.
Yeah, the
sugar
Wingstop
content. They figured out some sugar sauce or sugar salt. They put
it's a
on
sweet salty.
Yeah.
It's an incredible combo. Now, and do you want to go specific with the Wingstop ranch with your sweet potato fries?
Wingstop ranch with everything.
Yeah.
The second one, best to Wingstop ranch is Golden Corral. Surprisingly, has fire ranch.
Wasn't expecting that one.
I was not expecting that one at all.
That used to be a Sunday after church staple, man. And I haven't been to Golden Corral in a while.
Yeah, we used to go there before we send the family off on the planes. Let's stop by Golden Corral. Or it was Ryan's. Let's go by
Ryan's. Yes.
That's a really good one. Okay, 972 Pollo Tropical has bomb waffle fries. So just as a little side note there. Chick-fil-A fries with cane sauce coming in, 903. I like that idea.
Oh, man, good call.
That's a pretty heady play right there. Popeyes fries, underrated French fry. I know they get soggy. You're not sure
heavy.
like how long ago did you guys make these from when you gave them to me? Because it feels like it could have been upwards of an hour.
Is that part of your tackle box that you get? You get the fries with the tackle box? Okay.
Yeah, it's a good item.
But it's a good French fry and it feels like it's a good potato, you know? But the sweet potato fries with a marshmallow dip on the heels of your maple syrup idea. I think, I like where our minds are going.
I like the marshmallows on some yams or a sweet potato pie. I bet that works.
That works well.
Special. Waffle fries, Whataburger ketchup, Chick-fil-A sauce with any French fries.
There you go. Yeah.
Potato wedges with a Whataburger ketchup.
Steak fry kind of a thing.
Yeah.
You know, have you guys ever been to a steakhouse that's got like the stringy French fries with like garlic?
Yes.
You know, and it's just like you're not going to get that level at a fast food, but that's the best fry to me.
Maybe like a Parmesan garlic sort of French fry.
Oh my goodness!
I'll tell you
breath
what,
is horrible for 3 days,
but it's so worth it.
You're sweating, smelling like garlic.
In Denton on the Square, we used to hit LSA Burger all the time because and they had a good burger and good vibes. But it was those Garparm freaking French fries that stole the show, dude. Those things were special.
Garparm.
Okay, and I did want to give you guys an update on the Wooly Bully. We have at least part of what he's consumed. We have one shred of photographic evidence of the Wolchuk Booze Cruise consumption. And it is going to be an espresso martini. I see him choosing.
Oh, man, those are fire right now. Espresso martini has been going crazy lately.
That's what Gavin had the mistake of, right, at that deal?
Yeah, accidentally had a sip, and it was delicious.
Yeah. They've been going up lately.
They are good.
Yeah, when done right, it is like a holy crap, I didn't think this could be that good. Yeah. I've had one that was like, we might, if I was a different person, I'd be sending this one back. But they are good when they're done right. He's mowing through those, cheersing boomerang style. He's doing the cute little boomerang story with the girlfriend cheersing.
No.
It's adorable. It's puppy love. And then it looks like they're doing and they're getting the same dish. So they both have.
Are they splitting dishes?
No, they're not splitting. This is a cruise. This is we're getting as much as we want. So they're both doing the espresso martini, and then they're both doing what looks to be a chicken parmesan on top of some spaghetti pasta.
There you go.
So my guy's getting the carbs in. He's getting his protein. He's boozing his face off. Shout out to the Wooly Bully, man. Getting it done right there. And, yeah, if he's
getting ready for that belly flopping, I think. I think he's carbing up for belly flopping.
That's prep.
Yeah, I think you have to, man.
Yeah,
especially if that's going to be, I don't know how many rounds those things go. But, if you're going to have the stamina that it's going to take to go 3-4 rounds with some of the best across the country in a belly flop contest,
world famous doing this.
You better prep the body.
Yeah. See, if you're sitting there on a cruise, it's basically you're just like a killer bar for a week, and there's a water slide next to you.
And
that's
a
what
cafe.
I imagine. Yeah.
Yeah, like your lunchroom, like I don't know, a high school lunchroom.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to that thought in the middle of it. You know, it floated around. I kicked it up like a soccer ball, dribbled it for a second, then found its way out.
I have a theory on what you mean. The cafeteria.
I was thinking on that cruise, you probably just post up with a really good seat and watch people go by and just drink all day, right?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Just like kind of just.
And there's always like activities out there on the deck. Those people come outside.
Yeah, people are like kind of walking in and on. You know, you're talking to people as they're going by, but they're not really staying. They're just
People
kinda,
watching. That's what you're supposed to do, man.
That's what I would do. Post up, drink, like tip the bartenders a lot, and then just get quality drinks all day.
Yeah, I think that's smart. A lot of people go on French fries with a side of gravy as well as their sauce. So just want to throw that out there.
Poutine?
And then like a cheddar's loaded fry.
Oh, Cheddar's got fire ranch too, by the way.
Great
sorry,
ranch.
Cheddar's. I'm so sorry. Y'all do come through with the ranch.
It's impressive.
Yeah.
It's impressive. Lot of good concoctions though with the French fry and the dipping sauce. I'm probably just gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna go McDonald's and Whataburger spicy.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah,
I would go McDonald's as well, and I don't know my way around it. I like the one I get at the grocery store that's got the jalapeno in it. And I don't know what Whataburger spices theirs with.
I don't either.
I really like the jalapeno ketchup myself. And yeah, I think the McDonald's fry is the king. Now, 214, at least of the fast food fry, 214 says Hop Dottie Parm truffle fries are unmatched with the garlic aioli.
Be careful with that truffle thing. We talked about that earlier.
Brought us, educated us last week.
Yeah, be careful with that.
Those are a rarefied air if you get a true, like 100% pure.
Those French fries are
truffle.
probably, if it's a true truffle, those fries are probably worth about $45.
Loaded Snuffers fries.
Those are awesome.
Those Lexi and Rowlett.
Those are
Good
awesome.
call, Lex.
Lexi, great call.
A massive report from one of the greatest researchers in sport journalism. What happened at running back? How did it become the most devalued position in football? It's next here. G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
One of the G-Bag's hottest segments, LA Live with Lucius. Every day at 5:40 right here on G-Bag Nation on the Fan. This fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go, hour 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic day. We're talking running backs. There is some running back news. Franchise tag deadline is Monday at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, don't listen to me.
We gave you the Saquon Barkley updates. There's a Josh Jacobs update now. And this is perfect because we planned to already discuss this topic with you right here. Breaking 10 minutes ago, Josh Jacobs says he will not show up to training camp without a new deal and will hold out. Team reportedly has until Monday at 1 to reach a new deal with Jacobs. Teams, are facing a situation where a player could easily decide to sit out. Le'Veon Bell did it. I would not recommend it at all. I think the prime for a running back is so important that you got to take whatever a team's willing to give you. Unfortunately, the pool of money is drying up very, very quickly. And if someone is going to give you a franchise tag, $10 million to play, I think as a runner, you got to look at that as a great deal, a great opportunity. I know Tony Pollard is. Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs aren't. But I think that's about as good as you can get right now. And how did we get here is the topic now. Bill Barnwell, ESPN, one of the best researchers with a very interesting report on what all happened to put running backs in this historically devalued position. I mean, when I was growing up and well into adulthood, running backs were still competing for MVPs. Everybody needed, one of the great running backs, but things shifted significantly. And Bill writes, something feels wrong about what's happening for running backs. As teams approach training camp later this month, 4 respected veteran rushers remain free agents, seemingly with little interest. Kareem Hunt, Leonard Fournette, Ezekiel Elliott, Dalvin Cook. And Barnwell writes, 27-year-old running backs are being portrayed as fossils hanging on to any hope of a meaningful NFL career for dear life, while players at other positions, virtually every other position, are still squarely in their prime and signing long-term deals. The NFL has roundly decided now. By the way, I think if you are on team running back, I salute you, but this is defeat in your argument. At least as far as their value past 27. He says it's reasonable to wonder whether star high school and college players should even consider playing running back when other positions offer more professional upside and stability. That's sort of the premise of this piece that Bill's put together. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, they got rid of all the guys like me that were hanging around that saw the great era of running backs, of the Emmitt Smiths and the Barry Sanders and the Walter Paytons and those kind of guys. It's a different era. The analytics men and women have come in. They've done a great job of presenting their case, why you need to have a running back or why you don't need to have a running back. You need to focus your offense on different things. And, there's no more. There's no more of the crusty scout guy that's going to fight for. You got to have a running back. You got to have that guy. You can't play without the running back. Well, the analytics people are now telling you don't have to have the highest paid running back to win Super Bowls.
You got to have a running game.
You have to have a running game.
Yeah.
And if you could piece your running game together with 3 guys and a quality offensive line, you can have some success. And like I say, it's an era gone by.
Yeah.
For guys like me that just. We love running backs. I would fight for Bijan Robinson. I fight even though analytics tells you don't need Bijan Robinson, Brian. But it's just that's the upbringing of a lot of us. And football has now, these analytics folks have come in and they've replaced all the guys and gals like me that and from a history that always believed the running back was one of the most important positions you could have.
And it was in that version of the game when the quarterback wasn't so protected. Right. I mean, the rules created this in a big way, although maybe there were signs decades ago that you should have shifted to less team building around a one individual runner and be more focused on everything that comes to develop an imposing running game. That's the proper way to look at it. But I think to advance the conversation, Chief, we do have to ask, has it gone too far now where you have Dalvin Cooks and you have like legit runners, Kareem Hunt, Austin Eckler, really, struggling to find value. At some point, the pendulum's going to swing back the other way and say, no, hold on now. You can find other players, but there's a bare minimum of $4, $5, $6 million a year for you to have the certainty of the production and the quality of the guy. And I wonder if we're already swinging past that. We haven't had a new running back market set in 6 seasons. So I wonder where that line is, because it still continues to slide back. It's only 25 and 26-year-old runners have value. They're only worth $7-8 million unless it's a franchise tag for 1 year only. Where does that stop? What is the true value of a free agent who's 25, 26 years old over a 3 or 4 year deal? Because the NFL is moving it towards league minimum. They're taking a significant step every year closer to that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how it goes, and does it end up correcting itself. I don't see the correction happening anytime soon. I think a lot of teams are getting some of their running game out of their quarterback as well.
Yeah.
And so that's changing things. And then there's consistently year in, year out guys stepping in day one who are mid to late round picks that are giving you more than serviceable reps and production at the running back position. And we know how offensive line dependent it is for the running back to be a stud. And then just overall, like passing, even when passing is not good, it's still a more successful play based on success rate than the best rushing success rate for offenses that we've seen in a decade, which was last season. Last season, it was the average rushing success rate was 39.7%. The quarterback average since 2012 is 45.7%. So the best rushing success rates we've seen in a while are still 6% less than the average quarterback play.
Yeah.
So teams.
The purpose of it is really to keep them off your passing game.
Yeah, 100%.
You just have to run enough so they respect it, so you can pass.
Right.
That's really the whole point of the running game as it's playing out today. So, as a team, how do you optimize this? And it might sound impossible, because Barnwell also notes it's nothing personal. It's just economics of supply and demand.
Yeah.
That's a huge thing right now. There's a lot more guys that can do the job than there are jobs. And when that's the case in any market, the price is going to come down very, very significantly. I think it's, maybe a guy like Jerry Jones who understands the value for him in his pocketbook of having a star player at running back who was an Ohio State superstar, right? And he's coming onto TV to help your TV ratings and sell you jerseys. There's value there. But in the football efficiency of just getting yards per dollar spent, it's a massive inefficiency, and essentially every team understands that now.
We should have maybe have known this, and it goes all the way back to, and maybe we should have thought about this in 1987, 88, when at the time the Washington Redskins had a guy named Timmy Smith. And Timmy Smith was a 5th round pick by the Redskins, and he ended up rushing for 204 yards in the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden it's like Joe Gibbs at the time was on. I just remember the story. Joe Gibbs didn't even want to tell him he was going to start the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And he's like, he told him in warmups, you're starting. He went out and rushed for 204 yards in the Super Bowl, 2 touchdowns.
Wow.
And then they next year he wanted a contract extension. And again, the Redskins said, nah, we're not going to do that.
It's awesome you pulled that from your memory, because Bill also points out, well, he didn't use that one. He used Jim Brown retires. Leroy Kelly puts up 8 Pro Bowl seasons and was an All-Pro in 2 of the next 3 years following Jim Brown.
Wow.
Yeah. Leroy Kelly was a good back.
You have Mike Shanahan in the 90s and 2000s. You move off of TD. You go Reuben Drones, Olandis Gary, Mike Anderson.
Yeah.
All-Pro and Pro Bowl running backs over the next 5 years.
That was a fun offensive line to watch.
Yeah, when you got an offensive line, you got a good scheme to pair with it, you can throw the average NFL back there, and they can have some dang good seasons. I wonder if you'll start to see more of the cross-breed positions of like Deebo Samuel, where these running backs, and you see a little bit with Bijan Robinson. Like, yeah, he's a running back, but you're going to see him do some cool things in the passing game.
Yeah.
And like if you'll start to see guys where it's like, hey, you can hand me the ball, but I can also be a wide receiver.
Okay.
And, you know, maybe that is.
I think that's a good angle.
Yeah.
But Barnwell looks into that, though. The issue is that most running backs aren't good when you put them on the line, lined up as actual wide receivers.
Right.
They average 6.4 yards per target on throws at the line, while wideouts average 8.3 per target, and tight ends still generate 7.6. So you're basically looking for a runner who can do routes kind of just to keep the defense honest. More than produce, more than you would even throw to your third best wide receiver. Most teams' third best wide receiver is going to crush running backs when it comes to everything that goes into being a wide receiver.
Yeah, it's funny because just the way that they're built, it's not natural for them to have to play in space like that with running routes. Like if you're a 218-pound back or a 215-pound back, it's just, for them, it's kind of not natural to run the routes where there are 215-pound receivers that know how to escape.
That's how you do it.
Yeah.
That's how you do it is you have your wide receivers be the runners.
That's what you were trying
like
to
Deebo Samuel's a wide receiver.
You're exactly right.
Who's bringing his game into the running back game, which is much easier for a wide receiver to figure out how to be a running back than vice versa. But if you start this at a younger age and things always, the NFL is and college football is still from the high school level and stuff like that. If you start grooming these kids in that way, then you might see more of that. I also wonder how much of it is offensive coordinators just that's kind of the lay of the land where it's my running back out there. I'm not going to make him go run these certain kinds of routes.
Yeah.
I'm going to do like a screenplay to him.
Yeah. If like I say, the guys like a Christian McCaffrey and stuff like that.
Yeah.
A little bit more comfortable because you've seen
Dad's a dang wide receiver.
Well, David Shaw, who was the coach at Stanford, used to do it with him. So you kind of, and that's how Tony Pollard, you watch old Memphis tape.
Yeah.
Tony Pollard would play wide. He'd line up outside, and he was comfortable doing those kinds of things.
I think that's the move maybe as the game evolves is you're training your skill guys together. And, we're all learning the different positions. That way there's total deception. There's 5 guys out here. You don't know who's coming into the backfield, who's in the slot, who's wide. And, it's probably looking for players who would be traditional, more wide receiver builds than running back builds because you just can't route guys up when you're built, more squatty.
Yeah, for sure.
Than these lean runners. Okay, the other reason for the shift, quarterbacks are doing more running than ever. I mean, just look at the Colts and Anthony Richardson is his premise there.
Yeah.
Like, there's no way in the past an Anthony Richardson would be given the keys to a franchise out of college after, putting on film and statistically what he did. But the power to run is so big that you can create easy targets with your passing game when you have a quarterback like that. But also, what happened between 2006 and 2011 as this was shifting in a big way is right as the idea was taking hold in a lot of front offices, you had a historic run on busts of running backs who were pretty good but definitely not worth first-round picks like D'Angelo Williams and Jonathan Stewart and Darren McFadden. And Trent Richardson. That was maybe the king. Felix Jones, Donald Brown, Beanie Wells, Lawrence Maroney. It was one after another that as this idea was coming hold, it was like, well, yeah, you're going to spend a first-round pick for Jonathan Stewart? What are we doing here, guys? There wasn't the run of guys who were stepping into the league and having like a championship impact at all that could have fought off the trend developing to the extent that it is. But yeah, it's tough right now, and I don't even know what you do. I think if you have a kid that's a multi-sport star and also running back, and you can tell the only thing he's going to do in football is running back, I would try to find something else.
Yeah.
What else can we do, kid? If we're 16 or 17 years old going into our junior year in high school and the scouts are out wanting to see you play running back and we have tried shortstop, we have tried pitcher, we've tried point guard, we've tried soccer. You can make big money in soccer now, son. And that's a much better body type for soccer than the wide receivers. Hell, if you're squatty and strong, you're going to be a beast at center mid. So I don't want to send my kid on a path to CTE with the possibility of getting drafted in the second round, getting $1 million a year for 4 years, and then being done. That's in this economy, you get a house. If you're smart with all of your money, congratulations, you get a house to start adulthood now at 28 years old. That's all you're going to get.
I kind of feel like the position that maybe if your body type will allow it is you go play linebacker.
Yeah.
You move to the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, at least you can make some dough there.
Because
Safety.
all of a sudden you become a guy that can is good enough and you're shifty enough to get through like traffic and stuff.
Yeah.
Then you have that instinct of how to see things, how to see holes and things.
Mm-hmm.
That maybe if you're a running back and you're big enough frame wise, put on more weight and go be a linebacker. That might be a way to to maybe have some longevity in your career.
Yeah, I think there's options there.
Strong safety.
That's how it always was for
Corner.
us, man. Our running back was also the linebacker. If he was the best athlete, you're our Mike linebacker and you're our running back. That's how it was for us growing up, for sure.
All righty, you can read that whole deal, Bill Barnwell. I didn't even get to all the takeaways. There's a ton of stuff in there. We got Woolchuck's top 10 at 420 coming up next. Where are we heading with that, sir?
All right, Throwback Thursday style, 877-881-1053. We have our top 10 list of the day, the most bizarre arrests in sports history. Next, right here in the nation.
Okay, the once a year jewelry event everyone waits for is starting tomorrow at Diamonds Direct. They're taking value. Welcome back, Nation. Hope you're having a good one. Segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And it's brought to you by the Frankels. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when nobody hurts you. Frankly, you need Franklin. Frankel consultation's always free at truckwreck.com. It's time now for the top 10 at 420. And it is brought to you by Almated Procedure at EliteSkinCenter.com. Only available at EliteSkinCenter.com. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. It's a Throwback Thursday edition for the top 10 list at 420. Wooly Bully out in the Bahamas consuming espresso martinis and, all the carbs. He's prepping that body for that belly flop contest. We look forward to reporting the results of that thing. But in the meantime, I stumbled upon this about 2 weeks ago, and I was like, oh my gosh, we gotta spank bank this, come back to it. I did not know about the story, the arrest story. And if any Tolos have any personal arrest stories, maybe we got some Tolo police officers that would like to chime in, or you got some buddies that have been arrested for something wild or whatever, please send in those stories because I have the top 10 most bizarre arrests in sports history. Now, this comes courtesy of Bleacher Report, and this article is about 10 years old. So any of the last decade or so, we won't have those sports arrests in here. And if you think of any that are more recent, you can certainly chime in on. But I got the top 10. There's actually 15 of them, so we'll hit some OLIs. But it started because on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, like this story, just like sometimes you'll see things and you're like, wow, what? Like just something old popped up, some type of throwback post of sorts. And I saw the story about the Detroit Lions coach, Joe Cullen.
Oh, as he was going through a drive-through line, right?
Yes, 2006.
He's
clothes? Their D-line coach. I see the story about a D-line coach for the Detroit Lions in 06 pulling into a Wendy's drive-through. He's
no clothes,
hammered, and he's in the nude.
Yeah.
And he basically was just told, like, hey, you're going to wait for your order, and then the cop showed up on him.
Yeah.
And so he gets arrested completely naked and hammered in the car in the Wendy's drive-thru.
As a drive-thru person, I imagine you talk to a lot of inebriated people, and you got to make a decision on who you're going to let slide. Probably not the naked guy. That's probably showing a dangerous sign of intoxication, sir.
Yeah, you have a lot of things. I never really considered the moral compass run-ins for the drive-thru worker.
Yeah.
The window worker at the drive-thru who is seeing things, and they're like, well, what is my obligation here? Should I just be giving you the food? Like this, should I butt in or should I not,
Dad's backhanded some kid into submission.
Yeah.
Like, what's the reading on that?
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things when you peek into that car, you might come away a little bit disturbed.
I wonder how Joe ends up there, though. My thought is it's an afternoon of cracking them.
This started early.
You take your sleeping pill at about midnight. You hop in the shower because you're sweaty. Come out. You're like, man, I'm hungry.
Yeah, Wendy's is open late.
Next thing you know, you're walking out to the car,
stumbling,
butt naked.
Yeah, he's out. He's right there. He drops the towel. He had it tied around his waist. He didn't realize it fell off him at some point on the way from the shower to the car, and he thinks everything's cool and fine and chill. Until it wasn't. So when I saw that, I was like, okay, what are the most bizarre arrests? And of course, Bleacher Report had the list here for me. So outside looking at, if any of these ring a bell for you, please chime in. There's like a little write-up on each one so we can familiarize ourselves with it. The first one, outside looking in, we have Randall Simon, who basically thought it would be funny to topple over one of the sausages that race in between innings for the Milwaukee Brewers when they're at their home games. So the cops didn't find it very funny. Simon was detained, questioned for his actions, and this is my favorite sentence. The female wearing the Italian sausage costume left the field with a scrape and a badly bruised ego.
Did he do this from the dugout?
The lady was wrapped up in the sausage. I don't have the clip of it, so I can't see it.
I think there was a player that took a bat and hit one of those dressed up things.
Oh no!
Dropped one.
Took a bat to a sausage.
Yeah, like as they were running by the dugout, like they took a bat to the sausage dog. I think I'm not making that up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's a crazy one. I haven't seen that one. Maybe that's the same story. But it sounds like he just truck sticked the sausage and It was a lady in the sausage.
Sorry, I'm imagining our drunk coach cruising around town with the windows down with this music blaring. Naked.
Yeah, this is definitely the soundtrack to his night.
Joe's winning, boy. Joe's having a good night. Heater on his lip.
Joe and George Thorogood. He's got like an empty
He had
bottle
ash on his lap.
Can I have some napkins?
Would you
with
like
that?
a car mat for your lap? I guess I would.
Number 14, outside looking in here. Top 10 list at 10. Most bizarre arrests in sports history in honor of the new Joe Cullen in that Wendy's drive-thru all those years ago. Number 14, Richard Siegler. He was a football player, Oregon State. My eyes are burning. I don't know what's happening.
Richard Siegler, good linebacker.
That's weed.
Good linebacker. Fighting it right now.
Yeah.
That's Mike Nolan. You got a little Tabasco on your fingers from lunch?
I don't know. It's not a spice thing. I haven't really. Other than the paninis.
Yeah.
We had. It's Panini Thursday up in here thanks to Broadus.
Yeah.
Those were fire, by the way. No, I don't know what's going on here. I don't know. I just got an eye-watering situation with a little bit of a burn. We're gonna fight through it. A little adversity. So Richard Siegler.
Yeah.
Richard Siegler. May of 2007, arrested for pandering and prostitution in Las Vegas. Later found innocent, but was already released from the Pittsburgh Steelers for his alleged involvement.
Huh.
So that
was a hooker in Vegas.
Yeah, that's a bummer situation.
Wow.
Thought that was a what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas thing. What happened there?
I was just talking to this gal next to the slot machine who's an obvious hooker.
Yeah.
What's the problem, officer?
Found innocent though.
Good, but he was still cut from the Steelers. Probably couldn't play very well.
Yeah, at that point. Number 13, Tawny Katane.
Or Katane.
Katane.
She was she was married to one of a famous baseball pitcher.
Chuck Finley.
Finley,
Angels pitcher.
Yeah.
Train wreck.
And so for a while.
And she was married to the Whitesnake dude, the lead singer of Whitesnake. And
Yes.
she's on the hood of a car of one of their videos.
She's described as not being sure if she was an actress or a professional coke snorter.
Yeah.
But in 2002, she was arrested for domestic abuse. She had beaten Chuck with her stiletto heel, and then he filed for divorce 3 days later. She later went on a tirade that Finley was an avid steroid abuser. She also claimed that he was addicted to marijuana and alcohol. When asked about the accusations, he says, "I can't believe she left out the cross-dressing."
Yeah, Chuck was funny, man.
Chuck was a beast.
She was a piece of work, though. I'm going to do cocaine and beat you with the high heels.
Yeah.
Plaxico Burress.
Bad looking.
Plaxico Burress did not crack the top 10. It's surprising to me. We all know what he did.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's the craziest arrest ever. You accidentally shot yourself, and they put you in jail for it.
While at the nightclub.
Yeah. That should be time served or shot fired.
Yeah. Shot fired. Number 11 here, outside looking in, first one missing the cut, the Love Boat. Minnesota Vikings, Love Boat.
Ooh. Were there arrests made?
Okay, so
that was just a good old-fashioned orgy from the way I understood it.
October 2005, bye week.
Yeah.
Vikings are like, let's dial it up.
Lake Minnetonka.
17 players, that's right, on a charter. Lake Minnetonka. The staff greeted them warmly, but later found themselves face-to-face with a full-on scourgy.
Making a run through the ochre patch.
Yeah. They describe it as the intercourse on the couches and in open areas, utter chaos. Not the good kind, the messy kind. The fallout was enormous. Several players were fined for lascivious behavior, and owner Ziggy Wolf nearly exploded. So maybe...
Was he on the boat too?
No, or he would have.
No, he would have definitely. It wouldn't have been any nearlies.
Yeah, this is just a Magic Johnson party from back in the day.
Yeah.
These guys are just like, well, this is what we do as pro athletes.
We do need to pull out a Throwback Thursday Magic Johnson interview clip where he is talking wild, and it is apparently, a non-issue. The type of interview that, like if LeBron James was giving these days, it would be the most insane interview you've ever heard. Magic Johnson being
Have you watched any movies from the late 70s and 80s? Oh, yeah, they let it fly, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a different time for real, yeah.
Yeah, I was jarred. Okay, number 10, Chris Carter. Now, not that Chris Carter.
Oh, not the receiver?
No, it is, let's see. No, because the picture that they have here of Chris Carter is definitely not that Chris Carter. It was a Buckeye recruit, and he was allegedly doing some I guess some sexual assault stuff that was less than ideal.
Chris Carter went to Ohio State.
Yeah,
his son?
No, this is definitely a different Chris Carter based on the mugshot.
Okay.
Chris with an H.
You have number 9, Jose Chico.
Little Chris.
Lind.
Chico Lind?
Chico Lind.
He's
heard about him.
Oh, Chico Resch was a hockey goalie.
November 21st, 1997. He was pulled over when he failed to stop for an accident he was just involved in. Cops came to the door. They noticed he was not only bombed, but also naked from the waist down.
Yeah.
So the naked thing's going to be a common theme among some of these arrests here.
Yeah.
Cops found cocaine and 7 beers in the car.
How do you get that drunk? I've never just said I'm taking off my pants and my shirt and I'm going to do regular activities.
Yeah, I'm going to go run some errands.
Going down to Home Depot.
It was human.
Hang out.
Just regular stuff. Walk my dog.
Yeah.
Number 8, Dion Rayford. Let's see. They say he loves chalupas. It needed to be noted if you ever come into contact with the former Kansas Jayhawk football player. November 1999, Rayford found himself at a Taco Bell drive-thru at 2 a.m. when he was given his order. One thing was missing, his chalupa. So he overreacts in a Bobby Knight-like fashion. He actually attempted to squeeze his body through the tiny drive-through window, but it broke under his own weight. So Rayford was left dangling while the workers locked themselves in a room.
Oh, no.
And I guess that's how the police ended up finding him, just stuck in the middle of a drive-through window as he was trying to climb in for his chalupa at 2 a.m.
He couldn't climb back out, huh? He got stuck in there?
I guess he got stuck in there.
Wow.
Which
Too
is
many
pretty
chalupas.
amazing. Yeah, too many, exactly. Too many times at the 2 a.m. Taco Bell drive-thru. Number 7 is Eddie Curry, former NBA player.
What did he do?
Let's see. Back in 2009, he had a limo driver named David Kaczynski, and Kaczynski had brought Curry to court with a bevy of complaints. He said he was owed damages and compensation for gifts that he purchased, which were ordered by Curry. He stated that Curry had sexually harassed him and made him do demeaning tasks like picking up quote-unquote dirty towels. For once, it looks like people might be taking Curry's side on this one, but the charges they describe as rather interesting because I guess they hadn't seen something like this before. Kaczynski was a felon, though, that was clearly looking for a quick buck. So Eddie Curry got involved in something that was probably not quite his fault. I also know that Eddie Curry has the best three-point percentage all time in NBA history.
Really? One of one?
I think he's 2 for 2 or 3 for 3. So there is a Curry that has the best three-point percentage in the NBA. It is not Steph or any of his family members.
Good trivia. Break out on somebody.
Number 6 here, it's the Baylor football. Remember Flash Gordon, Willie Jefferson, Josh Gordon?
Yeah.
Had a hankering for that Taco Bell. October 2010, Taco Bell, man. Taco Bell and Wendy's, they're tearing these guys up. And so they basically, they were smoking weed in the car right there in the parking lot. And the cops were able to track them down. No, I don't think they fell asleep. I guess they just, it was obvious they were hotboxing their car in the parking lot.
Oh, they got busted mid-session?
I think so.
Oh, what a disappointing situation.
Talk about the paranoia.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. Number 5 is Eddie Griffin.
Roll the window, man.
R.I.P. Eddie Griffin, by the way. He had hit a parked car in March of 2006, went into a local convenience store, told people in the place that he was intoxicated. So he hits the parked car, then he goes into the store, and he's like, yeah, I'm hammered right now. And he also shared the fact that he had been doing some unsavory things to himself while in the car. I guess he wanted to let the people know that.
Yeah.
That was a sad situation. Number 4 is our guy, Joe Cullen, Detroit Lions, 06, Wendy's, naked, hammered. Number 3, Carolina Panthers cheerleaders. Back in 2005, 2 of these cheerleaders for the Panthers, they got so drunk they started doing ridiculous activities, explicit activities in the bathroom of a Banana Joe's in Tampa Bay, Florida.
Oh, I remember this. I do remember this.
And then a bunch of patrons complained, and these girls got arrested. Yeah.
Party poopers.
What are some Karens?
Yeah.
Oh, Joe, shut the hell up. What are you doing?
Yeah, sit down, man.
God. You trying to ruin everything for everybody?
You have another Oregon State football player coming in at number 2, Tyler Patrick Thomas. He's got a mullet in his mugshot. But he was thrown off the team. He was arrested for what they're describing as the most bizarre encounter possible. He was found naked in a stranger's home when police found him.
Come on, bro. How are we getting so naked? What are we doing?
And then,
isn't that the PCP? Maybe they're doing the PCP?
I mean, yeah, it's called butt naked.
And it's in
Oregon.
Oregon.
Your clothes.
It's all for the taking over there. When he awoke, he engaged in a 3-point stance and charged at the officers.
Who tased him.
And then he got tased.
Yeah. And then Joe Colin came along and gave him better technique training. No, man, get your foot back. And
let's go get something to eat.
Yeah. Your car, my car.
The 3-point stance while in the nude is a bold
Joe was
move.
coaching him up in the nude.
Yeah, body cam, it'll do numbers.
Yeah, it really would, dude.
It'll do numbers out here.
Number one, this is ridiculous.
5 million views in a day.
Najee Davenport, are you guys familiar?
Oh, what did he do?
Former running back.
Yeah.
Right before he entered the league, Davenport broke into a Barry University dorm room and defecated into a hamper.
Yeah.
Had to go.
He was arrested and charged with felony second-degree burglary and a misdemeanor count of criminal mischief. It was I think it was a female situation. Like he was upset at a girlfriend or something like that, and then so he revenge poop. I think he revenge pooped also, not only in the hamper, but I think it was also in the sneaker. My question there is like, what are you wiping your way out of that situation? Or are you going mud butt out of there? Because I'm guessing you're like ripping
Socking
one of the
it,
shirts
grabbing
off.
somebody, shirt or sock or something like that. One of your fresh polos. Get
You
it
at
right
least
there on
stop.
the man.
Yeah, you at least stop in the restroom, or the shirt, But you're not mud butting it out of that thing.
I'm there for revenge, right?
Yeah,
I'm putting on your pillowcase. I'm getting crazy, bro.
Dude, that's true.
Yeah, it's revenge, man.
Gosh,
I'm upset.
That's a crime scene I want nothing to do with. I'll take a dead body anytime. Don't give me the revenge crap.
I found some.
Thank you, Chief. Quick backstory on the guy that took over the analytics department for the Cowboys, or took the job at the analytics department, and how he envisions his role within the organization and the importance of the numbers in today's game. It's next here. G-Bag Nation, the fan.
Coming up Friday morning on
105.3 The Fan.
When you value real independence, you own it. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, shop new Silverados with once-a-year 4th of July savings. See them all at ClassicChevrolet.com. But hurry, people! The best models will sell fast. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference and find new roads.
Thank you, Lucius. We're going to have a double trip around coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll go around the bases and around the rim. Ranger stuff, Mav stuff, baseball, basketball, that's coming up in 10 minutes right here on DFW Sports Station. Right here, backstory on the new guy that joined the Cowboys analytics department. Katie Drummond, Cowboys Wire, taking a look at William Britt and his journey to the Cowboys team and the department. I think they've made 3 new hires on their analytics, which is exciting because I think it gives them an opportunity to find something new that could give them an edge. And I think you got to be fighting tooth and nail just to keep up and be optimizing your decisions in every part of the football process. But Katie found a cool quote from a previous interview that William Britt had done. And he talked about how he sees the role of analytics. He says, I like to tell people all the time, our goal with analytics is not to be an end-all, be-all. Coaches, scouts, and front office personnel all have tremendous football IQ and acumen stemming from their decades of experience within the game. As analysts, we want to offer an additional perspective that allows us to remain creative and innovative in our search for competitive advantages. Our analysis allows our staff to scout more data within the quick turnaround times between games and events. We try to help see the whole forest opposed to just a few trees to get a more accurate contextual picture. And that sounds just perfect, doesn't it? I mean, that's the kind of attitude that you want from a guy who's super smart and understands the numbers. The problem that happened in baseball was the numbers people were so proud of what they had discovered, they thought it should take over the management of the sport. And the teams that sort of chose to do that or couldn't balance it well did not have much success. And the ones that ignored it totally didn't have much success. So you need a great balance, in my opinion. Brian, how would you approach it if you were running a team right now? Like let's say a friend of yours bought a team and said, Brian, how do I approach this analytic stuff? What would you tell them?
Well, I'll tell you what, the problem, and I appreciate you asking me for my experience of like working with a team.
Yeah.
This is where I'm completely flying blind. I would have to ask a million questions. I don't know, me personally, if I would be the right person to hire an analytics person, because it's funny because I asked somebody at the Cowboys because when they hired this John Park.
Yeah.
John Park was a guy that they got.
He was the first one.
He was the first one, and from the Colts. And so I knew who Tom Robinson was, who was previously the analytics guy
for the Cowboys.
For the Cowboys, I knew who Tom was. I knew kind of what he did, but I wanted to there's something different going on here. And I asked about Park, and I said, hey, tell me what kind of analytics we talking about. And my guy said, listen, this is a highly thought of guy in the football analytics community. Okay, now if I'm helping my friend with his team, I'm like, okay, who are the best and the brightest? Who are the ones that people are talking about like, well, this guy or this lady here helps them with. See, I'm trying to think of analytics because it looks like the Cowboys have got it where they're trying to figure out kind of the roles for their guys when you ask them about is this a guy that or a gal that helps you with game management? Is this one that helps you in scouting? Is this one that just helps you, it seems like they're trying to kind of figure out roles for how they're going to use their analytics people, because I don't remember, and I could be way wrong, I don't remember Tom Robinson being that guy where coach is clicking over and saying, hey, what do we need to do here? Maybe Park is a different guy where he could come in and say, Coach, you need to go for it here. Coach,
you need a diverse set of these smart guys, essentially, these numbers people to give you the background on all these different decisions. And I want to trust my smart, experienced football people like you and long-term coaches, but I want you armed with the best info so you don't have to assume anything that could get you in trouble.
Right.
Or trust your gut on stuff that might be incorrect.
I totally understand that the game is going that way. And this would be one of those times where I would be actually terrified, trying to find the right guy or gal, because I'd have to ask a million questions. Because I think you have to understand what you're getting here. I think the lady that's helping out, the new lady that they got, she's based more in scouting. She's like, hey, break down the 5 best wide receivers in the draft. And she's 1, 2, 3, 4. Where I don't know with Park seems like he's got maybe more where coaches trust him.
In-game decisions.
In-game, yeah. So do you need in-game? Do you need a scout? Do you need, how many analytics people do you need?
I think those are the 2 main categories, and I would say each guy could use a team of like 3 or 4 people. That's a good starting point.
I think
all
that,
my analytics team to be robust, though.
I know when I walked by to go during the OTAs, all the analytics offices were totally different people in there, and I would be like I say, I just don't know. I mean, I know you have to do it. I would be asking a million questions. Like, okay, well, give me some examples of how you've affected a game. Give me some examples of how did you help him in scouting? How did you help him in, like, is there a specific game that I can go watch where I saw you working, helping coaches with decisions? I'd like to know that about somebody.
It's just so interesting how much stuff is hidden there. I think a lot of it's been discovered. It was just sitting beneath the surface, like going forward on 4th down. Yeah. We were way too conservative for decades. And something that would have been as simple as just a mathematician writing out a couple of seasons worth of data would have shown, wow, we're leaving this much expected points off the table by continuously punting in these advantageous situations. Yeah. I don't know that there's anything obvious left. I guess I just I know that the Cowboys aren't ignoring it. I think that's all. That's what I want from my NFL team. Well, and if you can find somebody brilliant to go find something big that's going to give you an edge for like a half season till everybody else discovers it, I'm okay with that as well.
If these analytics people can save you a game or 2,
heck yeah,
a year,
that's millions.
That's worth absolutely. And I do feel like there is a place for this. I really, really do. My son is really good with numbers. I'm not. But people, they understand those probabilities and what you need to do to put yourself in situations to win games. They really do.
I don't want to jinx it either. Abby's going into 7th grade and she's actually good at math.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know who gave you these skills. But I appreciate it.
If she got through 6th grade and she's still considered good at math, then I think she's in a good spot.
Okay.
It was when I got to 6th grade and they started introducing the letters and stuff, and that's when it was math like, models, here I come.
Yeah. I was good at geometry, though. That was kind of cool. Like
more
with
than
the
I
angles.
Can say.
Really? Okay.
I know a trapezoid when I see one.
Yes. Who doesn't? 2 segments in one. Chiafalo will take us around the rim and the bases. Shohei rumors, good news out of Mavs camp, and more is next in the nation.
Miss any show segments? From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, you're rolling with the G-Bang Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. Hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. If you're wanting more info about the Rangers in baseball or the Mavs and basketball, you are in good shape because Chief's about to take you around all that. General at your service. There's Broadus. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup at Master Control. You do have Eric Chiafalo, the lone bleeder of the week, as his brother Zach Wolchuk remains on a cruise, living it up, living the good life. Send him some love on social media. There's Carter Freeman coordinating your video, and here's the Chief to take us around some stuff.
Yeah, man, this is unprecedented right now. We're going to go to first base, second, and third before we hit that rim sesh home run. How about that, boys? Let's go ahead and start with your Rangers housekeeping news. It looks as though tomorrow we'll get John Gray on the bump for our Rangers, followed up by a Saturday Andrew Heaney extravaganza, and then we'll close down the weekend with a Martin Perez palooza on the bump on Sunday.
They skipped his start last time.
Correct. Yeah, going into the All-Star break, They skipped him. And they're like, I believe that's when they threw Cody Bradford in there. He actually pitched a nice game, which was good. I think Heaney and Martin Perez. If you gave me two players to get back to however close it is to the height of their powers, if you could just magic wand it and pick two guys on your Rangers, I think those would be the two guys for the second half of this season right now. If you could get Heaney pitching his best and Martin Perez pitching his best, I think that would go a long way. Obviously, you still need to make some moves at the deadline. There's no question about that. But from an internal perspective, I know Marcus Semion's a guy that needs to get back to being himself. I think that's absolutely going to happen. I don't have any concerns whether that's going to happen. I'm not too sure about Heaney and Perez, but dear God, if you could get their best versions of themselves for the next 8 weeks, that would just be gorgeous.
Yeah, let's save our magic tricks for the marginal guys. The potential jobbers. Either one of those guys could post an ERA over 5 in the second half.
For sure.
I'm confident Semion's going to rake again real soon.
Likewise. Now, we got some word on next year's Rangers schedule. How about that? Now, this is pretty cool. I think this is going to work out. First and foremost, opening day 2024 right here in our backyard Globe Life
There
Field.
you go.
All right, so the KNC Masterpiece is going to be out there partying it up. It's going to be fantastic, especially when you add on to the fact that it's the Chicago Cubs coming to town.
Wow.
For an opening day party here. So that's pretty cool.
And what time's that start?
I don't know I don't know that we actually have the times for these yet. I might be wrong about that. I know we got
2:30,
the dates.
2:30, somewhere around there. Maybe
Agreed.
3.
Yeah, that's
a nice 3:15 pitch. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I think I do too, Lucius.
Settle into it.
Come on, man.
Let's go ahead and hit the also July 4th, Rangers at home. So Rangers get opening day at home. They get July 4th at home. And then, of course, All-Star is right here at Globe Life Field as well. So, that's just going to be – that's a pretty cool situation. Starting with the Cubs, being at home in these big moments, big days. That's great. So, there's a little Ranger update. But I did also want to give you some sound from Buster Olney, ESPN's MLB insider. He's talking about Shohei. And we heard the other day that maybe the Angels are more willing to test these trade waters with Shohei than we had originally thought. The Angels, really nice start to the season. Last month or so, it's gone kind of crashing down on them. They've had some injuries. They've taken some big-time L's. And so they look like they're more sellers at the deadline than buyers. And might Shohei Ohtani be a part of that? Maybe so. Who would be in the running? Buster Olney.
Well, you start with the Yankees, the Rangers, the Rays, maybe a small handful of teams, but there's no doubt. You talked with sources yesterday, they see the Yankees as potentially being the most motivated because Garrett Cole, Aaron Judge, Giancarlo Stanton, this is the Yankees' window to win now. You bring in Ohtani, suddenly the Yankees rotation with him involved looks so strong. Ohtani hitting in Yankee Stadium, which favors left-handed sluggers. That's something I'm sure the Yankees would be willing to pay for if Ohtani is made available by the Angels.
Okay, so obviously the Yankees seem to be the leader in the clubhouse here, according to Buster, but very quickly he mentions the Rangers as the second team, and he says a small number. He doesn't make it seem like there's going to be a robust market in terms of the quantity of teams putting in legit offers for Shohei Ohtani. I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that most teams would probably view him as trading for a guy who's going to leave you in free agency just a couple of months later. Like if he was tied up already on a long-term deal, I'm sure you'd have a ton more teams really involved. But if it's only going to be you, the Yankees, and one or two other teams, makes me feel like you got yourself a chance. But do you have to fork up more in the way of assets because you're in the division? I don't know.
I don't know if you do. I'm already mostly out on this because of what you just mentioned. If the price gets so low because it is just a rental and he's not willing to guarantee anything to the Dodgers or the Yankees or anybody else that wants to trade for him, then I think I'd be in for this. Because the market will come down so much on just a rent-a player that you'll be able to get him without giving up your biggest names. But assuming that doesn't happen, I'm mostly out on this. And if I have to pay extra because it's a divisional trade, then I'm absolutely out on this. So, I have respect for Shohei. I think he's the best player. I think he's worth every dollar that he's going to get. But he's been in the league for a while now. That's a lot to invest in one guy who is going to be pitching. And with that comes injuries. It hasn't been a big part of him yet, but I want to go spend my $500 million some other way anyway. And if I also have to unload all of these prospects, that's just too much.
You know me.
You're ready to go make this
We do
move.
know you.
Yeah.
You want to go win it?
Yeah, I want to go win this thing. I want to figure it out. I'm not willing. I saw some people throwing Evan Carter and names like that out there. I'm not going to lie. I'm willing to move Jack Leiter. I just am. I think that you're kind of in that mode right now where it hasn't been just to the point where every month we feel like he had a good month and then there was some regression. I don't know. It's not one of those things where it appears like there's that consistency where he's getting better every time that he goes out there.
No.
And if it costs me a Jack Leiter and another prospect, because the Angels, maybe they're in a situation right now where they're like, we don't have people lining up for this guy. We might as well get something. And I just don't know. And I'm sure CY, if he was listening right now, he would tell me to shut up about Jack Leiter. But if he was really blowing him away down there in the minors,
if he's the big star headline prospect you're giving up in this trade, then I'd feel good about it as well. My guess is they would want either Carter or Langford from you, and I don't know how comfortable I am doing that, knowing that this is very likely a Shohei rental, and I don't want to move top guys on my roster now because I need them because I'm making the win now trade in Shohei. So my gut feeling is that the Angels don't end up having the guts to trade the best player of a generation. And so my guess is he will remain an Angel to the end of the season.
Yeah, I just kind of feel like that. And I go back and I remember the numbers that he has in this ballpark, how well he hits in this ballpark.
He's dynamite.
And then all of a sudden you think about having him as a potential starter in a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
You have his bat and his arm in a playoff game.
I got to know there's at least a decent shot I can keep him, if I'm going to give up Leiter. You got Cliff Lee 13 years ago without having to give up huge names. What was it? Justin Smoke, I think, was the biggest name. He goes on and have a nice career for 7 or 8 years. I think it can sting you, But by and large, Mike Bassick talks about it all the time. Most of these guys aren't going to be good big leaguers,
right?
As high as they were drafted, just so many of them bust. I'm still not willing to do it for 2 months as Shohei though, because we need 3 relievers. This is a team that's not Shohei away from winning the World Series.
But just imagine having his bat in the lineup. You could DH him. That's the one thing that the Rangers, it appears when you look at their lineup, is the biggest struggle right now, is having that consistent. But think about batting him 4th and Garcia 5th. And just going from there.
Yeah.
I mean,
it would be insane. It would be absolutely insane.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and the G-Bag Nation is going all 56 inches around the rim.
Let it ride!
I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when the new Luka workout video drops. That's right. Back-to-back days, we get the Luka workout video. This one, I think, is going to make you feel a little bit better about it.
I did feel better about that. That's a tough thing to do, what he was, the planking.
Oh, that wheel.
With the wheel.
Yeah, they get you right,
tough.
man.
Yeah.
They get that core together, I promise you.
Yeah, that's one of those where, I've been a little bit embarrassed. You know,
Really?
You get up on there, you set it up, you go, and then you're like, you know what? Maybe we'll do a little something. We'll do a different ab exercise.
Yeah.
That stretched my entire torso in a way that was uncomfortable and painful.
What can I do while laying on my back?
yeah, dude. So Luka's basically on his knees, and he's got the like a normal barbell, 45-pound bar, and he's got plates on it, so it's lifted up and it can now be sort of pushed around. And he's got his hands on it, and you just extend your hands all the way out, and you're like in a Superman position. And it's just a super, super big-time core exercise. And he looks like he's getting done. Like yesterday, he was in slow motion doing the little agility conditioning, whatever drill, and he was getting made fun of in a big way.
He looked like Luka Longley.
It was bad yesterday for old Luka. But today, I think he's redeemed himself. This is impressive core work in my mind.
This is where he excels.
Yeah, they got a new person in social.
Okay.
Is what they did.
Oh, they fired it.
Yeah. All right, Luka, let's do a couple of planking maneuvers.
Yeah.
And
let's accentuate what you're great at.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like an ab roller, but it's really a harder way than just like the usual wheel.
Yeah.
The when you do the barbell style, it's even more difficult.
Get them shoulders in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll
But
get you a loose fitting shirt. You can put your chin down towards your chest. It'll be very photogenic.
But seeing him roll out and get fully horizontal there, I came away going, okay, maybe that core is more intact than I gave it credit for.
He's more in shape than most people. But that's not insane. I mean, I could do that at 45 years old.
You sure could.
We might have to dial that up.
You sure could.
We might have to dial up the old
10 for the bet payoff.
The old Gavin Dawson.
You can get 10 done on your knees, bro. You get 10 done, bro.
I can't do 10.
Yeah, you could. You probably. You could, dude.
If we gave him, if we gave him 10 or so years, I'm sure you could accumulate 10.
1 an hour.
I get my 30 minutes.
They don't
of yoga
believe in you, bro. They don't believe in you. I believe in you, dog.
No, yeah.
I'm more supple than carved, but there's some power in here. I'll let you know right now.
Are you hitting on him?
I'm more supple.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Not fantastic. Jaden Hardy, left shoulder contusion. He's going to miss the rest of the summer league. And the Mavericks were wanting to play him because they were trying to give him all the minutes, all the usage. Like, Jaden Hardy, go show us something, because this roster, the way it's constructed, the big leagues are going to need you. But in some ways, this might make us feel better about the inefficiency from the field that we've seen from Jaden Hardy. Maybe he's been dealing with this shoulder issue for the last week or so, and it explains the inefficiency from the field and from the free throw line, where he's like 53% in a game in a pretty large sample. So the shot's been off, and so he's going to be out. It's the left shoulder, so it's not the shooting arm, but still, I'm going to try and chalk this up as making me feel better about why Jaden Hardy was sucking from the field.
That's your guide hand. That could easily take you off. You got to bring both shoulders up. That's some pain right there. You got a little bursitis, little tendonitis happening. I can see that, Chief. I like that spin.
Okay.
Plus, it's a small sample size. I'm sure Hardy's going to ball.
Agreed.
Dominate.
Yeah, he's a certified bucket. We know he is. He's already proved that. And now we just got to garner up that consistency, get him going as much as possible defensively. But we will not be seeing any more of Jaden Hardy in the summer league for our Mavericks.
Man, the text is tearing me up for like a third day in a row. How about the 817? Gavin, you're an idiot. This team is one of the best in the MLB, and they're not an Ohtani away from a World Series. You're so ignorant. I think they need bullpen pieces, okay? And even then, it wouldn't be a guarantee. Most talented team can easily not win it in baseball. Happens all the time, maybe more than any other sport. And then you don't have prospects, and Ohtani's gone. Ohtani ain't re-signing here, okay? So the only way it makes sense is if you can get him for significantly less, for a rent-a-player compensation. The Yankees and Dodgers are pitching from hey, we're going to trade from you and then give you 10 years and $500 million because that's what you want in a major market in America. The Rangers are like, hey, we will, get you, and then like Cliff Lee try to convince you. And that's the unfortunate reality. I love the Metroplex. You love the Metroplex. It's a great place to raise a family, to be in business, to get into real estate, whatever you want to do. It's freaking awesome. Texas is an amazing state. But for whatever reason, athletes that are the superstars, they want to be in New York, LA. And if neither one of those works, then they want to be in Miami. And then sometimes there's another random city that they're willing to accept. But one of those is rarely DFW.
But he's already been in LA, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Anaheim.
Well, it's still near LA,
45
right?
minutes away. LA market.
Yeah, but see, to me, I sell them the no tax thing. I sell them the fact that you play really well in this stadium. I sell them the fact that the media won't be all over your ass the whole time.
We got good AC now, too.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to need him to sell me that he's willing to stay here for more than just, 2 months of baseball.
Let's have that conversation before we consummate the trade.
I think you could sell him. I think
the
thing I know with ownership, we were doing a game out there when the Angels were in town. We were doing one of our shows.
Evaldi Ohtani was a huge day.
Every California Angel fan, Anaheim Angel fan, had on a Shohei Ohtani jersey.
Yeah.
Imagine that. That's all you have to think about. Take the Jerry Jones approach here.
Yeah,
selling jerseys.
And take him to Hurtado Barbecue first on your way to the stadium.
Exactly.
Expressway, how much does a recent good performance from the rookies inspire confidence that they can get this defense turned around? We'll talk a little bit more Mavs basketball after we catch you up on every significant headline developing in the world of sports. That's next right here, G-Bag Nation and the Fan.
More G-Bag Nation.